Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 830 to Chapter 912. Brother Shiremo, Brother Peng, how should we proceed with this exchange? Why don't you give us some suggestions? Difeng smiled and looked at a young man in golden robes among Shiremo and the beast race. In the Nine Dragons City, the number of prodigies is definitely more than the Emperor Divine Palace. If all of you go up, we will be at a disadvantage. How about this? For each level, each side will send out 10 people and take turns to compete. When one side is eliminated, the side with the most people remaining will win. What do you guys think? Shiremo spoke. His voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Good, that's what I want. The young man in golden robe spoke. Obviously, he was the leader of the beast race. Okay, I have no objections. However, forget about the lower 3 levels of the spiritual sea realm. Let's start from the 4th level. How about that? Difeng said. Okay. Shiremo and the young man in golden robes both nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, let's choose our own candidates. After saying that, Difeng flew down from the spectator stand and discussed the matter of the candidates with the other human prodigies. This battle was considered the most intense battle before the Battle of Providence. It could be used to test the other side and also to suppress the other side's momentum. The 3 sides didn't dare to be careless and would send out their strongest candidates. After a while, a young man flew over to Lu Ming's side. After flying over, he cupped his fists at Kong Jin and said, "Brother Kong Jin? It's me." The fatty was slightly stunned. Brother Kong Jin's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Young Master Difeng would like to invite Brother Kong to participate in the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. The young man said. Me? Haha, thanks to young Master Difeng, I agree. The fatty laughed loudly and felt a little smug. With so many people choosing him, he was naturally proud. Lu Ming and the others were moved. It was probably because of the fatty's powerful battle prowess in the battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect. That was why he was invited to participate. Many thanks. The young man smiled and then turned to leave. Eh? Why didn't you invite Lu Ming? Wan Tingting was a little surprised. Logically speaking, half a month ago, in the battle with Ghost Moon of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lu Ming showed even more powerful battle prowess. Why didn't they invite Lu Ming for the battle of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm? Xianxia, the fatty, Qiao, and the others were also surprised. I guess they didn't choose Lu Ming's battle prowess because there are too many of them, and they don't know Lu's bloodline level. So, they dawn. So. Not long after, the candidates from the 3 parties were selected. This time around, our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will be the host. Let's start with our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Difeng smiled and announced a name. Whoosh, a young man flew to the fighting ring in the middle. His body was as sharp as a blade, and his aura was extremely sharp. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Judging by his cultivation method, he was the Jiang clan's genius. Who will fight with me? The Jiang clan genius looked in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley. Let me. A figure flashed out from the Heavenly Corpse sect and landed in the fighting ring. His aura was also at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Dong, without saying anything, the Jiang clan youth stepped forward. His aura was even sharper. He was like a saber. His arm was like a saber, and he slashed at the Heavenly Corpse sect youth. The Heavenly Corpse sect youth quickly retreated and distanced himself from the Jiang clan genius. With a wave of his hand, 9 refined corpses appeared in front of him. The 9 refined corpses all exuded an ancient aura. They wore metal armor and held bronze spears in their hands. The aura emitted by the 9 refined corpses had all reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. The Heavenly Corpse sect youth was only at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he could control 9 refined corpses at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. It was absolutely terrifying. Kill. The Jiang clan genius put on a serious expression and slashed down with his palm. Dong, he clashed with one of the refined corpses and sent it flying. The refined corpse had copper skin and iron bones, and it was invulnerable. The Jiang clan genius only sent it flying, but he didn't break it. After the refined corpse was sent flying, the other 8 refined corpses pounced on the Jiang clan's genius. 8 long spears pierced through the void, emitting terrifying sonic booms as they charged towards the Jiang clan's genius. The Jiang clan genius looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body emitted a black light, like an extremely sharp divine weapon, and he attacked. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful geniuses. Although they weren't god-grade geniuses, their battle strength was absolutely terrifying among those of the same level. The 2 fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. The Jiang clan genius attacked, trying to break through the defense of the refined corpses and kill the heavenly corpse sect disciple. The best way to break through the refined corpses was to defeat the person controlling them. However, facing 9 fearless refined corpses that were 2 levels higher than him, it was extremely difficult for the Jiang clan genius to break through. The situation became a stalemate for a while. After more than 100 rounds, the Jiang clan genius's vital energy ran out and he was blasted off the fighting ring, ending in defeat. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace lost the first battle of the exchange, which made many people's faces turn ugly. After the Heavenly Corpse sect youth won, he flew off the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged to recover. He could have continued to fight, but it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. He could only fight again after he recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect won this battle, so they should send another person to fight. Whoosh, another Heavenly Corpse sect youth stepped onto the fighting ring. This time, it was the Sky Beast Valley's turn to fight. This time, the Sky Beast Valley sent out a tall youth, who was a demonic tiger. He had the bloodline of the divine beast Heavenly Tiger, but the concentration of his bloodline had not reached 10%. Among the demonic beasts, it was extremely rare for their bloodline to reach 10% concentration, just like how it was rare for a human to awaken a god-grade bloodline. However, even though it had not reached 10% concentration, it was close. This demonic tiger was very powerful. After exchanging dozens of rounds with the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciple, he defeated his opponent. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Beast Valley each won a battle. I will continue to fight. Now, it's the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's turn, right? The demonic tiger looked at the many geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Let me. A youth flew up from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. This time, the geniuses were from the top of the 6 ancient clans, the Dongfang clan. They were the geniuses of the Dongfang clan. It was said that the Dongfang clan had 2 god-grade cultivation techniques, which were extremely powerful. Just like that, the 3 parties took turns to fight, each with their own victories and defeats. Most of the god-level talents on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, such as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, who were at the bottom of the list, were at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, there were very few god-level talents at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. In the end, a new talent appeared in the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had awakened the bloodline of the 1st level of the god level. In the end, the Heavenly Corpse sect won the battle of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. This made Defang's face turn gloomy. In the past, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley were about the same in strength, and the Heavenly Corpse sect was the weakest. But this time, the Heavenly Corpse sect won the battle. Next, let's start the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Defeng announced. The battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm was more intense, and the power was more terrifying. However, this fighting ring was covered with inscription arrays. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm, even the spiritual embryo realm could not destroy it, so everyone could fight to their heart's content. In the beginning, the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm was also won by each of the 3 parties. But soon, Sky Demon Valley sent out a powerful descendant whose bloodline had reached the 10th level. His combat power was extremely terrifying, and he suppressed the other 2 parties. This person had the bloodline of the ancient heavenly crocodile, and his defensive power was terrifying. 3 people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were defeated by him. Damn it, doesn't our Emperor Heaven Divine Palace have any god-level talents at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm? The talents on the list of top 1,000 talents seem to have reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. If there are any, they must be new talents. Everyone was talking about it. Let me. At this moment, a figure flew into the field. Someone recognized that this young man was one of the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guards. What was exciting was that this talent had awakened the first level of the god-level bloodline, and his combat power was so strong that he fought with the talent of the demon clan. After hundreds of rounds, the battle ended in a draw. Finally, everyone discussed and decided that it was a draw. But what was frustrating was that another young man from Sky Demon Valley went up. This young man was a flood dragon, and his bloodline, he had also reached the 10th level. He had consecutively defeated several geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It can't be. The Sky Beast Valley has so many powerful existences in the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Could it be that they are going to lose this battle again? If that's the case, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley will each win a round. This is very disadvantageous for our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Indeed. The 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm is the battlefield of the deity-grade prodigies. There are many deity-grade prodigies, and none of them are weak. It's too difficult to win in the end. It's the same for the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm. If that's the case, wouldn't our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace fall behind this time? Many people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were discussing this and feeling worried. I'll go and meet this flood dragon. Maybe I can even get a piece of flood dragon meat. This flood dragon seems to be of the wind attribute. Fatty licked his lips. Everyone else was speechless. Fatty, can you do it? The other party is a descendant with 10% of the divine beast's bloodline. Wantingting was a little worried. The Fatty's 3rd bloodline had yet to be awakened. Would he be able to defeat the other party? Ting, don't worry. This Fatty isn't that weak. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Fatty's battle prowess was extremely strong. Before Lu Ming awakened his divine bloodline, he wasn't confident of winning against Fatty. In a battle of the same level, even if the other party had 10% of the divine beast's bloodline, Lu Ming would still believe in Fatty. The previous flood dragon was at the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm and had 20% of the divine beast's bloodline. That was why Fatty was suppressed. Haha, Lu Ming knows me best. Fatty smiled. Carrying his axe, he leaped into the air. Little reptile, let me have a go at you. Fatty chuckled. Fat pig, you're courting death. This flood dragon from the demon race wore a green robe and had a gloomy expression. Ao Feng, cripple this Fatty for me. In the demon race's area, Ao Qian's cold voice rang out. Previously, one of his legs was chopped off by Fatty's axe. What are you shouting for? The flood dragon meat is indeed tasty. There's still some left. After the fight, I'll go back and roast it. Fatty grinned. This time, the demonic beasts were infuriated. Damn it, this Fatty deserves to die. Kill this fat pig. This is outrageous. Many demon race geniuses shouted angrily and looked at Fatty with murderous intent. As for the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they were stunned. Could it be that Fatty really roasted the flood dragon meat? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Previously, someone saw Lu Ming and the rest chopping off one of Ao Qian's legs and confirmed it. Many people looked at Ao Qian and realized that he was indeed missing a leg. Instantly, their expressions became even stranger. Fatty, you're dead meat. I'll cripple your limbs. Ao Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Nonsense, eat my axe. Fatty raised his axe and chopped at Ao Feng. A long spear appeared in Ao Feng's hand and stabbed at Fatty. Clang, there was a loud sound and the long spear buzzed. Ao Feng's long spear shook violently. Ao Feng was actually pushed back by Fatty. How can this be? Ao Feng roared and waved his spear again. Sky-suppressing demonic axe. The huge axe in Fatty's hand turned into a heaven-splitting axe and chopped at Ao Feng like a storm. Clang. Clang, there were continuous explosions in the fighting ring. The battle axe and the long spear kept clashing. Every time they clashed, Ao Feng had to take a step back. Everyone in the fighting ring was astonished. Fatty obviously had not awakened his divine bloodline. However, he could suppress Ao Feng, whose bloodline was 10% pure. His combat strength was too terrifying. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. Judging from his appearance, he has not awakened his third bloodline. If he can awaken a divine bloodline with his third bloodline, his potential will be limitless. We must think of a way to rope him into our camp. Di Feng said to someone beside him. Martial monarch Di had many descendants. They competed with each other and were divided into many camps. That's right. However, this person has not awakened his third bloodline. If he can't awaken a divine bloodline, everything will be in vain. Another person said. Yes, let's observe him for a while more. Lu Ming, who is with him, and that beautiful lady, Xianxia, are also rare talents. Lu Ming, if I'm not wrong, should have awakened his divine level bloodline. Di Feng said. Another person nodded. Roar. At that moment, Ao Feng roared and transformed into his true form. He then pounced at Fatty. When a beast transformed into its true form, its combat strength could be unleashed perfectly. Worm, watch how I kill you. Fatty shouted. His fat body swelled up and the battle axe in his hand became even more terrifying. It became a heaven-splitting axe and slashed at the serpent. Bang! Bang! A violent collision occurred. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Fatty became fiercer and fiercer as he roared into the sky. Slash! Ao Feng let out a shrill scream. His huge body struggled crazily and retreated. After a few breaths, he left the fighting ring and turned back into a human, looking at the Fatty with resentment. A huge flood dragon's claw was left on the fighting ring. Damn it, damn it! Ao Feng yelled. Bang! At this moment, a figure fell heavily on the fighting ring, emitting a strong murderous intent. This figure was wearing red armor. It was the young man who provoked Lu Ming with Ao Qian. Damn Fatty, you've completely pissed me off. The young man in red armor said coldly with a hint of madness in his voice. The aura he emitted was at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. My name is Ao Kuan. Fat pig, do you dare to fight with me? The young man in red armor stared at the Fatty. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this young man was not simple. He was indeed at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he was extremely arrogant. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated Ao Qian, but he still dared to provoke Lu Ming. He was definitely not simple. Fatty, be careful. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Fatty. The Fatty's eyes flashed and he grinned. Why not? Bang! As soon as the Fatty finished speaking, Ao Kuan stepped forward and threw out a punch. Fast, too fast. Ao Kuan's body and fist seemed to be connected. With a punch, he had already appeared in front of the Fatty. His fist was aimed at the Fatty's arm. He wanted to cripple the Fatty's arm. The Fatty's face changed. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. At the critical moment, he could only pick up his battle axe to block. Clang! Ao Kuan's fist hit the Fatty's battle axe. The battle axe shook violently, and the Fatty's face changed greatly. His fat body was thrown back. Bang! Ao Kuan stomped heavily on the ground. His whole body was like an ancient ferocious beast, rushing towards the Fatty in a barbaric way. He threw another punch at the Fatty's arm. The Fatty roared. His body swelled, and the battle axe was thrown out like the wind. Dong! Ao Kuan's fist was even tougher than divine weapons. When it collided with the battle axe, an oppressive boom rang out. Amidst the intense vibrations, the Fatty let out a miserable groan. He actually couldn't hold on to the battle axe any longer. The battle axe was flung far away, and he retreated madly, coughing up blood. Countless people's expressions changed. This scene was too shocking. Just now, Fatty's battle prowess was obvious to all. While he hadn't awakened his divine bloodline, he had still defeated a flood dragon with 10% divine bloodline, shocking everyone present. But now, in front of Ao Kuan, he didn't have the strength to fight back. Without a doubt, Ao Kuan was also a descendant that possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline. The key question was, just how thick was it that it was so terrifying? Cripple your limbs. Ao Kuan shouted coldly and strode towards Fatty. Fatty, get off the stage and admit defeat. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Fatty. On the side, Xianxia frowned. Wantingting and Xiaoxian's hearts were in their throats. Bam, the fatty took a step back, and his fat body retreated rapidly. However, Aokuen's speed was too terrifying. He caught up with the fatty in an instant, and another terrifying punch was thrown out. There were no extra movements, just a simple punch. However, Aokuen's physical strength was too terrifying. Fatty roared and an ancient shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. Boom, Aokuen's punch landed on the ancient shield and sent it flying. The ancient shield collided with Fatty's body, almost flattening him. Fatty's body was also sent flying backwards. This time, he was directly blasted out of the fighting ring and fell heavily off the fighting ring. Wantingting and Xiaoxian immediately flew over and helped Fatty up. "Fatty, you're not dead, right?" Wantingting asked with concern. Fatty coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "I'm fine, it's nothing. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick." "Humph, you're lucky this time." Aokuen stood on the stage, looking down at Fatty and said coldly. "What are you being arrogant for? If I awaken my divine beast bloodline, I'll crush you like a bug." Fatty clamored as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fatty was not one to suffer losses. This time, he was defeated so miserably because he had not awakened his third bloodline. "Fatty, when the exchange is over, I'll take revenge for you." Lu Ming walked over and glanced at Aokuen coldly. Aokuen looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes and smiled coldly. Lu Ming and Fatty returned to the spectator stand. Fatty began to heal his injuries. "Who else wants to fight?" Aokuen looked around and planned to continue to challenge. The arena was silent. Although there were still a few people from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corp sect who had not fought, they were just ordinary geniuses. Aokuen's combat strength was too terrifying. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? No one from either side went up. "Let the Sky Demon Valley win this round," Defeng said helplessly. Sky Demon Valley won the battle of 5th level spiritual sea realm. However, Aokuen did not plan to go down. He looked around and said, "Since that's the case, I'll challenge your 6th level spiritual sea realm experts. Come." "What? Your 5th level spiritual sea realm, and you want to challenge 6th level spiritual sea realm experts? Too arrogant." The surrounding crowd shouted out in displeasure. "Brother Peng, he's 5th level spiritual sea realm. Is he really going to participate in the battle of 6th level spiritual sea realm experts?" Defeng frowned and looked at the golden-robed young man. "That's right. Among the 10 5th level spiritual sea realm experts, there's Aokuen's name. Among the 6th level spiritual sea realm experts, there's also Aokuen's name. Why? It should be okay for a lower level to participate in a higher level battle, right?" The golden-robed young man smiled. "Of course." Defeng nodded. As long as one was willing, it was okay for a lower level to participate in a higher level battle. Aokuen wanted to participate in the battle of 6th level spiritual sea realm experts with 5th level spiritual sea realm strength. "Who wants to fight?" Aokuen looked around. "I'll do it." A voice sounded. A young man from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace flew up to the battle stage. There was no lack of geniuses in the 6th level spiritual sea realm. Both Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corp sect had many experts. This young man was a genius of the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guard. He had awakened a 2nd level divine bloodline and was extremely powerful. In the next moment, the two figures clashed together. However, the result of the battle was shocking. In just a few moves, the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guard expert was forced to retreat. In the end, he even used bloodline fusion, but it was useless. He was beaten back to his original form and was blasted off the battle stage while spitting out blood. Everyone was shocked. With a lower level of cultivation, Aokuen defeated a genius who had awakened a 2nd level divine bloodline. That was too terrifying. 50% divine beast bloodline. Defeng's eyes flashed as he said a shocking result. Countless people gasped. This Aokuen actually had 50% divine beast bloodline. That was too terrifying. It meant that half of the blood in Aokuen's body was no different from that of a divine beast. If a human martial artist could not awaken a 5th-level divine bloodline, they would not be able to compete with him at the same level. Even if their cultivation was 1 level higher, they would have to awaken a 4th-level divine bloodline at least. F*CK, so he has 50% true dragon bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. But if I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll definitely beat him. The fatty cursed, but he was very confident. Fatty, keep bragging. You can awaken a divine bloodline above level 5? Wantingting said. There was an uproar, and all kinds of discussions were going on. 50% divine beast bloodline was equivalent to a level 5 divine bloodline. Only the top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness had such a bloodline. Even Difeng and Shirimo, the strongest geniuses present, only had level 4 divine bloodline. If Aokuen's cultivation improved, he would immediately be on par with the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who else wants to come up? Aokuen looked around arrogantly. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect went up. This person was an extremely famous genius, ranked 189 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline and was at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. This person fought with Aokuen, and the two exchanged nearly 100 blows. In the end, Aokuen reverted to his original form, which was a 500-meter-long blood-red flood dragon. He was like a real dragon, and with just one blow, he sent the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect flying. He won another round. At this time, both the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were silent. Was Aokuen going to win the round of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm as well? There were still a few geniuses from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace who had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline, but the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been defeated. Their level 3 divine bloodline had also been defeated. In addition, there were a few geniuses who had awakened a level 4 divine bloodline, but their cultivation had surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Both sides fell silent. They did not expect such a terrifying genius to appear in the Sky Monster Valley. Moreover, he was a newly risen genius, and his cultivation was not particularly high. On the list of top 1,000 talents, the geniuses of the same level as him were already very high in cultivation, far exceeding the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Aokuen returned to his human form and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Ming and pointed a finger at Lu Ming, saying loudly, aren't you very arrogant? You entered a prodigy of my flood dragon tribe and crippled one of his legs. Now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Following Aokuen's finger, almost everyone looked at Lu Ming. Aokuen wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Clearly, there was some sort of conflict between the two of them. You want to challenge him? He's not in our list of 10. Difeng frowned. It doesn't matter. This time, it's not part of the competition. It's a personal grudge between us. Aokuen said loudly, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, come up and fight me if you have the guts. If you don't, you can just admit defeat and kneel down and beg for mercy. Lu Ming stood up with a cold smile on his face. He was also a little surprised that Aokuen would take the initiative to challenge him. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Originally, he was not in the list of 10, so he could not fight. He was still thinking of finding trouble with Aokuen after the exchange. He did not expect Aokuen to send himself to him. I accept this duel. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in the fighting ring directly. This surprised many people. Aokuen's combat strength was obvious to all. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was one level higher than him, he would be almost invincible. Lu Ming dared to accept the challenge. Where did his confidence come from? Or was he provoked by Aokuen and could not put down his pride? Wasn't this too unwise? Wasn't he looking for a beating by going up the fighting ring? Haha, I didn't expect you to dare to go up the fighting ring. Then, do you dare to fight me to the death? A trace of hidden greed flashed in Aokuen's eyes. Last time, Ao Qian told him that there was something in Lu Ming's body that was very tempting to him. It was very likely that it was Lu Ming's bloodline, which made him very tempted. Something that could make Ao Qian unable to resist the temptation was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps it could make the density of his true dragon bloodline reach a higher level. Although Lu Ming had now restrained himself and he could not sense it, he still decided to find a chance to kill Lu Ming and seize Lu Ming's bloodline. Therefore, he proposed a life and death duel. The people around were also shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had a deep grudge with the Jiao Dragon tribe. Otherwise, why would Aokuan propose a life and death duel? A life and death duel was different from the previous sparring. Previously, the sparring would usually end with serious injuries at most. A life and death duel would only end when one side died. Would Lu Ming agree? Everyone could not help but look forward to it. A life and death duel to determine life and death. Fatty, this whole Jiao Dragon meat is enough for us to eat for 10 days to half a month, right? Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at Fatty. Haha, it's enough. It should be enough if we eat sparingly. Fatty grinned. However, his eyes were a little serious. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, telling him to be careful. He had just felt that Aokuan's power was indeed extraordinary. The conversation between the two stunned the people around. Also, did Lu Ming agree? You're courting death. Kid, do you agree or not? Aokuan said coldly. Why wouldn't I agree when there's Jiao Dragon meat to eat? Lu Ming smiled. Alright, if that's the case, then you've agreed. Hee, then die. Aokuan's laughter was full of killing intent. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really agree. He just casually mentioned the life and death duel. He originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely refuse in fear. He was just thinking that if Lu Ming did not agree, he would find a way to trouble Lu Ming after the exchange meeting. He did not expect that Lu Ming would actually agree, which made him overjoyed. Boom, he did not want to delay any longer. He took a big step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming like an awakened primordial beast. He threw a huge punch at Lu Ming. Bang! Similarly, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch at the flood dragon. This shocked many people. Lu Ming dared to take Aokuan's fist with his fist. Everyone had witnessed how powerful Aokuan's fist was. Even a 6th level spirit weapon would be shattered by him. Yet, Lu Ming actually wanted to fight Aokuan head-on with his fist. How was this possible? Wasn't he courting death? Many people had such thoughts in their minds. Even Wan Tingting, Xiaoxian, and Wang Haoxian could not help but stare at the fighting ring with a trace of worry in their eyes. On the contrary, Xianxia was the calmest. She had known Lu Ming for so long and knew Lu Ming best. Since Lu Ming was so calm, it meant that he was confident. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the two fists finally collided. Boom, a terrible roar sounded, and a terrible force swept out in all directions with the fists as the center, forming a fierce storm. Many people had to take action to break the storm. Dong, the fighting ring shook violently. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The person who was pushed back was Aokuan. Aokuan was pushed back 7 steps by Lu Ming. How was that possible? On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Their fists collided and Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. Was Lu Ming still human? He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. As expected of a flood dragon with 50% true dragon bloodline. Powerful indeed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Aokuan's. Moreover, he had used 80% of his true essence. Coupled with the suppressing Hell Heaven skill, which was equivalent to an upper-grade god-level martial skill, it was extremely powerful and overbearing. Not to mention geniuses who were 1 level lower than him, even Ao Qian and Guai Yu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. However, Aokuan was only pushed back 7 steps. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered someone with a lower cultivation than him who could block his attack. Lu Ming was shocked. Aokuan was simply shocked. However, after the shock, he was filled with endless anger. He, Aokuan, was a proud son of heaven. His body had the bloodline of a true dragon with 50% concentration. His talent was heaven-defying. However, he was actually defeated by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. This was unforgivable. Roar! At that moment, Aokuan let out a dragon's roar. The muscles all over his body tightened and swelled up, supporting his red battle armor. His chi and blood surged to the sky, forming a true dragon that roared in the sky. Dong, he took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. His huge fist was wrapped in a layer of red light and blasted towards Lu Ming. This punch was even more overbearing and shocking. Rumble, true essence rolled in Lu Ming's spiritual sea. The true essence in his body burst out with a tsunami-like sound. He used his fist to push the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched out. Boom, the two fists collided for the second time, stirring up gusts of wind. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on them again. This time, who would gain the upper hand? Amidst the howling winds, a silhouette stepped onto the battle stage and retreated. This time, it was Ao Kuan who retreated 9 steps. Ao Kuan was once again pushed back, and this time, he retreated even further. As for Lu Ming, his figure only swayed a little. Shock. Other than shock, there was still shock. Lu Ming had actually suppressed Ao Kuan. Within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the eyes of Di Feng and the other strongest people flashed. Although they had already heard that Lu Ming easily defeated the Heavenly Corpse Sex Gui Yu, they didn't think too highly of Lu Ming. His name wasn't even in the list of 10 in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. But now, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming's strength. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, among the experts in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier present, it would be hard to find someone stronger than Lu Ming. The Skyprides of the Heavenly Corpse sect were also shocked. The most shocked ones were the Skyprides of the Sky Demon Valley. They knew very well how strong Ao Kuan was. With 50% of the true dragon's bloodline concentration, if Ao Kuan grew up, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the Sky Demon Valley in the future. But now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you dead. Ao Kuan roared as his body grew rapidly. Finally, he turned into a 500-meter-long crimson flood dragon. As the dragon roared, a giant claw as big as a mountain clawed at Lu Ming. The space kept shaking. Bang, Lu Ming's fist collided with the flood dragon's claw. His body trembled, and he took a few steps back. Ao Kuan, who had transformed into his original form, was stronger in all aspects. Ao Kuan's giant flood dragon body emitted a blood-red light, like the blood intent realm. This was the flood dragon's innate battle technique. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming again. Then I'll suppress you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. The suppressing prison steel bloodline appeared above his head, and 2 golden lights shone brightly. Many people were shocked. They were not shocked by how powerful Lu Ming's bloodline was. Instead, they were shocked by how weak his bloodline was. Today, Skyprides had gathered and people with divine bloodlines had appeared frequently. Everyone was already numb. A 2nd-grade divine bloodline was nothing. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. Everyone thought that Lu Ming's bloodline should be a 4th-grade divine bloodline, or at least a 3rd-grade one. Who would have thought that Lu Ming's bloodline was only a 2nd-grade divine bloodline? It was unbelievable that a 2nd-grade divine bloodline could be so powerful. Buzz, the suppressing prison steel bloodline vibrated. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and merged with the suppressing prison steel bloodline. The suppressing prison steel bloodline exuded a terrifying pressure. It was vast and heavy, as if it could suppress everything. Bang, the suppressing prison steel shook and clashed with the flood dragon's claw. Ao Kuan let out a long roar. His huge flood dragon body trembled like water waves, and he was forced to retreat. The suppressing prison steel continued to vibrate. It flew up into the sky and rapidly grew in size. In the end, it became 10,000 meters tall, like an ancient mountain, and pressed down on Ao Kuan. Ao Kuan roared as he felt the terrifying pressure. His body was filled with blood chi. With a long roar, he soared into the sky. The dragon soared in the sky, wanting to compete with the suppressing prison steel. Boom, in the end, Ao Kuan was like a worm being pressed down by the suppressing prison steel, and he was sent crashing into the battle stage. Sizzle, a strange sound rang out. It was like a toad being hit by a hammer. Following the strange sound, there was a shrill scream. The battle stage rumbled, and heaven and earth shook. Ao Kuan screamed as blood splattered everywhere. He was almost squashed alive. Blood spurted out from his huge mouth. Bang, the suppressing prison steel shook and continued to attack. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ao Kuan vomited even more blood. The flood dragon's blood dyed the battle stage red. Aokuin screamed. He was already half dead, lying motionless on the battle stage. Only his eyes were still filled with shock. The suppressing prison steel shrank and turned back into Lu Ming's figure, standing on the flood dragon's head. Many people gasped in shock. He won. After Lu Ming used the bloodline fusion, he easily defeated Aokuin and won. A powerful demon prodigy with a 50% true dragon bloodline concentration was defeated by Lu Ming just like that. It was shocking. Many people were guessing what Lu Ming's bloodline was. Suppressing prison steel? What bloodline was that? They had never heard of such a bloodline. It was too terrifying and powerful. Once he used the bloodline fusion, he easily suppressed Aokuin. The divine steel became 10,000 meters tall and suppressed the flood dragon. It was like a legend. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand, and the sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Aokuin's forehead. No, no, help! Aokuin roared. He had 50% true dragon bloodline, and he was a peerless genius of the monster race. He didn't want to die. He still had a great future. With his natural talent, it was a certainty that he would advance into the 8th rank and be comparable to the domain enlightened spirit god realm in the future, and it was even to the extent that he could charge into the exalt realm. He had another form of ambition, and that was to charge into the supreme position of the demon emperor and become an expert in the imperial Tao and reign supreme over the world. This time, he came to Nine Dragon City to train himself and see if he could obtain any opportunities. He wasn't here to throw his life away. He had never expected to be in such a situation. He was terrified. Stop! A shrill cry was heard, spreading hundreds of miles away. The golden-robed young man in Sky Monster Valley spoke. Lu Ming, right? I advise you to stop. You win this battle, but you can't kill Aokuin. The golden-robed young man's eyes seemed to be golden. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming. He exuded a faint majesty, like an emperor looking down on his subjects. This young man was not to be underestimated. Even Xianxia and Di Feng were very polite to him. The demon clan in Sky Monster Valley was unfathomable, and the talents of the younger generation were also very frightening. This was because the demon clan in Sky Monster Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. No one knew how many powerful descendants there were in Sky Monster Valley and how strong their bloodline was. This golden-robed young man was the same. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Ordinary people would be more or less afraid of him. But Lu Ming did not buy it. He glanced at the golden-robed young man and said, I can't kill him? Ridiculous. Just now, Aokuin and I agreed to a life-and-death duel. In a life-and-death duel, one side must die. The loser will die. Don't you understand this? The golden-robed young man's eyes shone brighter, and his body emitted a faint golden light. He said coldly, I advise you to let Aokuin go. He is a rare talent of the demon clan and the son of a big shot in the flood dragon clan. If you kill him, even if you hide in Nine Dragon City, with your talent, you will definitely participate in the Battle of Providence. Then, in the Battle of Providence, you will definitely die if you meet someone from the demon clan. This was a blatant threat. In the heavenly demon race, there were many geniuses and they weren't any weaker than the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In this generation, there were even more geniuses. There were all kinds of descendants with a high concentration of bloodline. If they were to target someone in the battle of fate, everyone would be wary. Hee, after losing, you use your backer to threaten me. What a joke. Lu Ming's indifferent voice drifted out as he continued, I just want to ask, if I lose this battle, will Aokuin show mercy? Heavenly Monster Tribe quieted down. The demonic beast race had always been tyrannical. If Lu Ming was defeated, how could Aokuin spare Lu Ming? Your identities are different. After a moment of silence, the golden-robed young man spoke. Bullshit. Lu Ming only replied with a single word. Boom. His aura erupted as he raised the infinite dragon spear high into the air and viciously stabbed it towards Aokuin's forehead. No. Aokuin roared, his huge body trying to struggle. Puff, in the next moment, the infinity dragon spear pierced through Aokuin's forehead. The entire infinity dragon spear went in, and the powerful spear light pierced through Alcuin's huge head. The spear pierced through Alcuin's head. Alcuin roared and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. His huge dragon body struggled for a while and then stopped moving. Alcuin was dead. Damn it. You're courting death. In the heavenly monster valley, there were several angry roars. Whoosh. Whoosh, 3 figures flashed and appeared around Lu Ming. Their violent aura shrouded Lu Ming. Peak of the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea tier. These 3 figures were all demon race prodigies equivalent to the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea tier, extremely powerful. In the sky, the golden-robed young man did not move, but the murderous intent on his body was extremely dense and undisguised. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked on coldly with anticipation in their eyes. They hoped that more of the geniuses of the Heavenly Monster Valley and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would die. In that case, it would definitely be beneficial for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Brother Peng, this is too much. Di Feng frowned and said. Lu Ming was a genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace after all. He could not sit back and do nothing. That's right. A battle of life and death. Lu Ming killing Alcuin is normal. What do you mean by sending out a few geniuses of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm? Do you think that there is no one in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Brothers, let's go. Fatty took the opportunity to shout, wanting to encourage the others to help Lu Ming. Fatty, you are right. Lu Ming is in the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. If you are capable, send out a 6th level spiritual sea realm expert to fight him. Xianxia echoed Fatty's words. That's right. If you are capable, fight him at the same level. Wan Tingting and the others chimed in. It's okay. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Fatty and the others quieted down. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. He glanced at the 3 of them and said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. So what if you are 1 level higher? So what if you are 1 level higher? His voice rumbled and spread throughout the place, filled with heroic spirit. If Alcuin dared to fight an expert 1 level higher, how could Lu Ming not dare to do so? Was it too little for Lu Ming to fight above his level? Even if the other party was an extremely powerful genius, so what? Fine, you are courting death. Don't move, I will kill him. A blue-robed youth stepped out, with traces of lightning in his eyes. Weng, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline reappeared, and the battle intent in Lu Ming's eyes explained everything. Die. The blue-robed youth turned into a large bird, spreading its wings over 30 meters wide. His entire body was filled with dense lightning. This is a lightning bird, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Thunderbird. This lightning bird already possesses 30% concentration of bloodline power. Exclamations came from all around. Although this lightning bird's bloodline concentration was inferior to Alcuin's, its cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual sea realm, and its battle prowess was much stronger than Alcuin's. The lightning bird's speed was shockingly fast, like a bolt of lightning flashing past. Endless lightning spread towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and turned into the prison-suppressing steel, colliding with the lightning bird. Boom, the lightning bird was sent flying, retreating far away. However, the prison-suppressing steel also trembled slightly this time. Swish, then, the prison-suppressing steel enlarged rapidly, continuing to suppress the lightning bird. In the process, a terrifying devouring power burst out from the prison-suppressing steel, covering the lightning bird's cage. Ah! What's going on? The lightning bird exclaimed. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and under the influence of the devouring power, his strength was greatly weakened. Pung, the prison-suppressing steel smashed heavily on the lightning bird. The lightning on his body was dispersed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood filled with lightning. His huge body fell down and smashed into the fighting ring. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. The lightning bird that reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual sea realm was defeated. It was a clean defeat in just a few moves. 2 huge demonic beasts lay on the huge fighting ring. The lightning bird chirped and transformed into its human form. It retreated hurriedly, looking at Lu Ming in horror. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. Next, who will fight me? The two prodigies of the demon race had ugly expressions on their faces. Their combat strength was only on par with the lightning bird. Even the lightning bird had been defeated, so what could they do? The golden-robed youth in the sky had an ugly expression on his face. On the other hand, Fatty and the others cheered. Haha, it's really lively here today. At this moment, a faint voice came from the sky far away. The voice clearly came from afar, but it sounded like it was right beside everyone's ears. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. Disbelief filled his eyes. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. There was a total of 5 people walking over in the sky. Among the 5, there were 3 youths. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Among the 3 youths, a young man in a purple gold robe was obviously the leader. The other man and woman stood behind the young man in the purple gold robe. Beside the young man in the purple gold robe, there were 2 old men. The 2 old men gave off the feeling that they were ordinary people. They were like 2 ordinary old men who didn't know martial arts. There was no aura coming from their bodies. They were naturally not ordinary people. It was just that their cultivation was too high, so they gave off an illusion. The 2 old men chatted and laughed as they looked down. One of the old men seemed to be introducing something to the other old man. That seems to be the Black Wind Venerable. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What? The Black Wind Venerable? The Black Wind Venerable of the Imperial Sky Guard? That's him. I've seen him once. It's really the Black Wind Venerable. As soon as this was said, it caused even more exclamations. Countless gazes were cast toward one of the black-robed old men. And Venerable. It's actually Invenerable. And Venerable was a title for a spiritual god realm expert. In other words, this black-robed old man was a peerless spiritual god realm expert. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the strongest. Martial emperors could dominate the world. On the other hand, the domain enlightened spirit god realm was the realm that was closest to the martial monarch realm. Usually, it was rare to see such a person. However, one had appeared at this moment. Then who were the others? They actually needed Invenerable to accompany them. The arrival of the Black Wind Venerable eased the tense atmosphere on the battle stage. Greetings to the Black Wind Venerable. The many skyprides of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace stood up and paid their respects. There's no need to be so courteous. There's a distinguished guest here today. I heard that an exchange meeting is being held here, so I brought him here to take a look. Black Wind Venerable said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. Honored guest? Who could be called a distinguished guest by Black Wind Venerable? The geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley, the 4 overlords of the Eastern Wilderness, were all here. Naturally, they couldn't be from those 2 forces. Talisman Puppet Sect? Impossible. The Talisman Puppet Sect has declined now, and it utterly doesn't have the qualifications to be addressed as an honored guest by Exalt Darkwind. Other than these 3 forces, who else in the Eastern Wilderness was qualified to be called a guest by the Black Wind Venerable? They are from the Central Continent. Black Wind Venerable said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked, including the geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley. The Divine Wilderness was divided into 5 huge regions. Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. Since ancient times, the Central Continent had been the most prosperous and powerful among the 5 major regions. The Central Continent had a vast territory and was full of outstanding people. It had always been filled with geniuses and experts. It was the top of the 5 major regions. These people were actually from the Central Continent. These people are from the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. This is a prince from the Ancient Saint Dynasty. The Black Wind Venerable threw out a bombshell. The crowd was in an uproar. Those who knew the distribution of the forces in the Central Continent were even more shocked. The Central Continent was different from the Eastern Wilderness. The 4 overlords ruled the region. The Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent had been passed down for countless years. It had ruled over the entire Central Continent, and the entire Central Continent was under its control. It was said that the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce had been established by the Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent. Although some people had heard that the situation in the central continent had changed and the imperial family had weakened, the ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful force. The young man in the purple and gold robe was a prince from the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent. No wonder the Black Wind Venerable addressed him as an honored guest. In the arena, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Liao Cong had once said that Xianxia was from the central continent. However, when Lu Ming asked later, Xianxia did not elaborate. The young man in the purple robe stepped forward and cupped his fists. I am Xianxia. I heard that the Eastern Wilderness geniuses were gathered here today, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. I am Di Feng. Di Feng stepped forward and cupped his fists. Brother Di, nice to meet you. Xianxia smiled and bowed. Then, Xianxia and the young man in the golden robe from the heavenly monster tribe greeted Xianxia. The ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent was not to be underestimated. They naturally wanted to build a good relationship with it. Although the Eastern Wilderness was huge and had hundreds of regions, the Eastern Wilderness was extremely vast. However, those who had reached the level of Di Feng, Xianxia, and the young man in the golden robe had a bright future. If they reached a certain level, they would sooner or later come into contact with the top geniuses from other regions. Now that they could build a good relationship with a prince from the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent, they would not miss it. Lu Ming, I have to go. Let's leave this place together. At that moment, Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. His voice was filled with anxiety. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xianxia hiding in the crowd. His eyes were filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned and sent a message to Xianxia. Let's go. There's no time to explain. Xianxia was in the crowd. He kept retreating as if he wanted to leave this place quietly. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned in the sky. Then, his eyes lit up and he turned around. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes as he looked in Xianxia's direction. Haha, little sister, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Are you trying to leave quietly? Xianxia laughed. In a flash, he appeared above Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face turned pale immediately. One of the old men, as well as the two young men behind Xianxia, also looked at Xianxia with sharp gazes. Everyone in the surroundings was taken aback, revealing a puzzled expression. Xianxia called her little sister. Could Xianxia's sister be here? Since when did Xianxia's sister mingle with the crowd? Everyone followed Xianxia's gaze and looked at Xianxia. It's her? At that moment, many people's eyes lit up. It's her. The girl who has been walking with Lu Ming is Xianxia's sister? Doesn't that mean she's the princess of the central continent ancient Saint dynasty? Many people were discussing in shock. Wantingting, Xiaoxian, Fatty, and the rest looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia has such an identity? Lu Ming was also stunned. Although he had always thought that Xianxia's identity was mysterious, he did not expect her to be the princess of the central continent ancient Saint dynasty. There were many things that he understood in an instant, but there were also many more questions. No wonder Xianxia did not tell him the truth. No wonder Xianxia was so talented, but he was not a disciple of any force in the Eastern Barren territory. No wonder Liao Cong could see through him at first glance. However, if Xianxia had such a high status, why did he travel such a long distance to the Eastern Barren territory, and even to the rural corner of the Burning Sun Empire? What was the purpose of all this? Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was in the sky. His face was pale, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. He said, "You are here to look for me?" Heh, you're half right. We're here because our father asked us to form an alliance with the big forces in the East continent and bring you back. We thought we'd have to go through a lot of trouble to ask the big forces for help in the investigation. We didn't expect to meet you here. You saved us a lot of trouble. Xianxia chuckled. I will not go back. Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He said, I know you will say that, but you better not reject us. Seal your cultivation and come with us. Don't make things difficult for me. Xianxia, stop calling me your brother. You are not my brother, and you are not fit to be my brother. Go back with you and continue to be at your mercy? Become your tool and be bullied by you? Go back and tell Xie Qitian that he is not fit to be my father. I would rather die than go back. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said loudly. How dare you? How dare you call His Majesty by his name? You are courting death. Do you really think you are a princess? The two young men and the old man shouted at the same time. They stared at Xianxia with unfriendly eyes. Many people around them looked at the situation. Something is not right. Is Xianxia really Xiaozhen's sister, the princess of the Central Continent ancient Saint dynasty? Why did even a few servants dare to scold her? Xiaozhen's face turned completely dark as he said coldly, You're getting bolder and bolder. You're the son of a lowly servant, and a mutant at that. If it weren't for Imperial Father's benevolence, I would have slaughtered you and fed you to the dogs. Xiaozhen, you dare to insult my mother, I will kill you sooner or later. Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Insult your mother? Just a lowly servant, how can she have the qualifications to let this prince humiliate her? Xiaozhen said in a cold voice. You're courting death. Xianxia roared, and his destructive power erupted. A beautiful arm slammed towards Xiaozhen. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. His body emitted a dazzling white light that was incomparably holy. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm formed from white light completely destroyed Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's body trembled as she retreated, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood. Despicable mutant, how dare you resist? This time, no matter what, you have to go back. Father was too merciful in the past. This time I will report to Father and send you to the underworld demon region. You will suffer the pain of being burned by the demon flames. Let's see if you still dare to come out and disgrace the Xia clan. Xiaozhen's eyes were cold, and there was even a hint of disgust in them. It didn't seem like he was looking at a relative, but rather like a high and mighty prince looking at a beggar. He walked out slowly, and his body emitted a pure white light, making him look even more holy. A strong pressure enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia retreated, and her face turned even paler. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, and a strong aura dispersed Xiaozhen's terrifying pressure. Everyone's gaze shifted. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Xianxia. Xiaozhen's face darkened, and he looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Get out of my way. Lu Ming's posture was ramrod straight, as though he was sitting on a mountain. He stood there, emitting a powerful aura. There was a glint in his eyes as he looked directly at Xiaozhen. I don't care who you are or whether you are Xiaozhen's relative. As long as you dare to hurt her, you are my enemy. Now, since Xiaoqing is unwilling to go with you, then get out of my way. Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud and clear. Especially the last sentence, then get out of my way. It made everyone's heart beat violently. Lu Ming dared to ask Xiaozhen to get out of my way, to ask a prince of the Central Continent ancient Saint dynasty to get out of my way? How bold of him. Xiaozhen was also slightly taken aback. Only after a while did he react. His eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent, as if he was a high and mighty emperor looking down on his subjects. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out, Lowly ant, you actually dare to speak to me in such a manner. When you say such words, no one in this world will be able to save you. Today, I will chop you into 8 pieces and feed them to the dogs. Bang, Xiaozhen's body emitted a blinding white light, like a white sun. A battle sword formed by the white light tore through the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the heavenly art of suppressing hell, and lashed out with his palm. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and the blinding white light scattered in all directions, causing the others to close their eyes. As the white light dissipated, Lu Ming's body shuddered slightly, and he took 3 steps back. Xiaozhen's eyes flickered coldly, as if he was surprised that Lu Ming was able to resist his attack. Lu Ming, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you. Xianxia, who was behind Lu Ming, shouted anxiously. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Xianxia, saying, What nonsense are you saying? Your matter is my matter. Xianxia's body shuddered, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. She bit her red lips and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. For a moment, she seemed to be in a daze, unable to say a word. Lu Ming smiled and faced Xianxia again. So, you have a man outside. Kid, your talent is not bad. It seems like you are a genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, no matter which faction you are from, you will die today. After Xianxia spoke, he turned to Di Feng and said, Brother Di, I want to kill this person today. You won't interfere, right? Di Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, I am not familiar with this person. He is not a core member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I will leave him to the prince. Haha, that's great. Thank you, Brother Di. Xianxia burst out laughing. Nianchao, who do you think you are? Why should my brother be punished by you? The fatty was not happy. With a flicker, he came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Tingting and Xiao Xian also came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Haoxian's eyes flickered. In the end, he clenched his teeth and came to Lu Ming's side. This has nothing to do with you. Leave this place first. Lu Ming said to the fatty and the rest. This matter was related to the Middle Continent ancient sacred dynasty. Lu Ming did not want to implicate the fatty and the rest. Nianchao, Lu Ming, what is the meaning of this? You don't treat me as a friend? Or do you think my cultivation is too weak to help? Wang Tingting and Xiao Xian's eyes were firm. Although their cultivation was low, they chose to advance and retreat with Lu Ming. Looking at the fatty, Wang Tingting, and the others, Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart. Xianxia was the same. She had always been eccentric, but her eyes were a little red. Good, good, a bunch of lowly ants, how dare you stop me? Today, I'll kill all of you. Xianxia's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Eighth Prince, you don't need to kill them. Leave it to us. With a flash, the man and woman who came with Xianxia appeared beside Xianxia, and the woman said. Alright, you guys do it. But I've changed my mind. Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation first. I'll bring them back to the central continent and sell them to the barbarian tribe as slaves. Xianxia said coldly. Yes. The man and woman answered. Xianxia retreated. Then, two sword cries rang out. One black and one white, two sword lights shrouded Lu Ming. Fatty, you guys back off. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and threw two consecutive palms. With two booming sounds, the sword lights collapsed. The man and woman's faces changed, and with a shout, their sword chi skyrocketed. Both of them were experts at the peak of the sixth layer of the spiritual sea realm, and awakened the third level of the divine rank bloodline. Unfortunately, they were a step too late and didn't see the power of Lu Ming's attack. They didn't know how terrifying Lu Ming was. Lu Ming was only at the sixth layer of the spiritual sea realm. They thought that with the two of them working together, it would be more than enough to take down Lu Ming. But in the next moment, they found that they were wrong. Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply terrifying. Pung! Pung! Lu Ming stepped out, his palms striking out continuously. The black and white sword lights shattered, and the two retreated quickly. Damn it, kill! The two roared angrily, and two giant swords, one black and one white, appeared above their heads. Three golden chakras circled around the two giant swords. Their bodies merged with the giant swords, and sword cries shook the sky. Shwa! Whoosh! The giant black and white sword slashed violently at Lu Ming with astonishing power. Roar! At this moment, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura surged, and scales appeared on his skin. A berserk aura erupted from him, making him look like a ferocious beast. Scales also appeared on Lu Ming's hands. Even Lu Ming's fingernails became very long, like dragon claws. Whoosh! Whoosh! His hands turned into claws and violently clawed at the two black and white giant swords. Amidst the whistling of the sword chi, Lu Ming firmly grasped the blades of the two giant swords. The two giant swords shook violently, but for a moment they could not fly out of his hands. Break! Lu Ming roared and exerted force with his claws. Bam! Bam! The black and white giant swords were crushed by Lu Ming, and they reverted back to their human forms. The two figures of a man and a woman were sent flying far away. They fell heavily on the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, countless people opened their eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming and the scales on Lu Ming's body. What's going on? What's up with Lu Ming's scales? It's like a demon. Could it be that he's not a human, but a demon? That's impossible. The cultivation technique that he cultivates is the state of heaven and earth. He's definitely a human. That should be a secret technique. There are many mysterious secret techniques in heaven and earth that can allow a human to transform into a beast. There are even some that can completely transform into a beast. That's right. It should be a secret technique. What a terrifying secret technique. Lu Ming didn't use it just now. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. The supreme talents from Emperor Sky Deity Palace, Skycorp Sect, and Sky Demon Valley opened their eyes wide. It turned out that Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle against the supreme talent from Sky Demon Valley. How strong was Lu Ming, a supreme talent who had awakened a level 2 divine grade bloodline? Exactly. Xiaxin's eyes turned even colder. He glanced at the man and woman and scolded, "What a bunch of trash. I have to deal with them personally." Having said that, Xiaxin took another step forward, slowly walking towards Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. In the distance, the Black Wind Reverend and the old man from the Central Region Ancient Saint Dynasty watched quietly. They didn't make a sound, nor did they make a move to stop Xiaxin. "Lu Ming, be careful. He has awakened a level 5 divine grade bloodline." Xianxia reminded Xiaxin softly. "Bitch, so what if I remind you?" Xiaxin scolded coldly. A burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. This burly man in golden armor was 100 meters tall, like a deity. He held a golden spear in his hand. There were 5 golden chakras around the burly man in golden armor, which were extremely dazzling. Level 5 divine grade bloodline. Kill. The burly man in golden armor held the long spear in his hand and smashed it down towards Lu Ming from above. Before the long spear arrived, the terrifying pressure was completely unleashed. Xiaxin's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. With such cultivation, he had fused with a level 5 divine grade bloodline. It was too powerful and terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying Ao Kuan's battle strength was when he was only at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Xiaxin would definitely not be weaker than Ao Kuan in a battle of the same level. It could be seen how terrifying his battle strength was. Roar! At this moment, another dragon roar sounded from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had also unleashed the second dragon force. The 2 dragon forces exploded together, and the power was multiplied. Pung! Lu Ming stomped his foot and soared into the sky. He used the suppressing hell heaven skill and punched the huge golden spear. Dang! The terrifying vibration formed a sound wave that spread out like a storm. Some of the weaker cultivators were shocked, and their eardrums were almost shattered. They all used their martial arts to resist. Xiaoxian's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty on the side quickly supported Xiaoxian, and his true yuan spread out to help Xiaoxian block the terrifying sound wave. In the sky, the huge spear vibrated and buzzed. The burly man in golden armor's huge body actually trembled and took a step back. Boom! This step in the air caused the space to ripple like water. The air was compressed into liquid and blasted on the battle stage below, causing it to shake violently. And Lu Ming's body only took a step back. Damn it, lowly ant, die! Xiaxin roared angrily after using bloodline fusion and was actually pushed back by Lu Ming's punch. Fist of the suppressing devil! The burly man in golden armor roared. The spear in his hand disappeared, and his huge fist punched towards Lu Ming. Wang! The suppressing hell steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and fused his body with the steel. The moment they fused, the 2 dragon forces also fused with the steel, causing it to be even stronger than before. Suppressing hell heaven skill, the suppressing hell steel enlarged and suppressed the burly man in golden armor. At the same time, the burly man in golden armor's terrifying fist light blasted towards the steel. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations exploded in the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, the shocking fluctuations could be heard. Dozens of explosions rang out in succession. Suppress. Be it demon, deity, ghost, or monster, suppress them all. A loud voice came from the suppressing prison steel. The suppressing prison steel became 10,000 meters tall and pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia, who was in the form of a man in golden armor, roared and punched out. However, in the next instant, his eyes were filled with fear. The suppressing prison steel pressed down and the fist radiance collapsed. The suppressing prison steel went for the head of the man in golden armor. Hold on. The man in golden armor roared and dodged the attack. He used his shoulder to block the suppressing prison steel and his hands to support himself. But the suppressing prison steel could suppress everything. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain, and it was not something that the man in golden armor could withstand. Kneel down. Lu Ming's voice came from the suppressing prison steel. Boom, the man in golden armor could not withstand it and his body fell off the fighting ring. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down. Ah, the man in golden armor roared in anger. He, the prince of the Middle Continent ancient sage dynasty, was actually suppressed by Lu Ming in public and forced to kneel on the fighting ring. This was a great humiliation. I want you to die. I want you to die. Xianxia's voice came out. Then I'll kill you now. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. The prison-suppressing monument shone and shook slightly. The burly man in golden armor roared furiously and lay down on the ground. His body shrank rapidly and turned into Xianxia's appearance. He looked at the prison-suppressing monument above his head in horror and anger. Boom, the suppressing prison steel pressed down on Xianxia. How dare you? At this moment, a voice came out and rumbled in the area. It was the old man who stood beside the black-wind venerable. At that moment, he let out a cold snort, extended a skinny hand, and pointed forward. A huge finger that looked like the finger of a deity appeared out of thin air and pointed at the suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unbelievably strong force shrouding him. He was powerless in front of this force. Bam, the finger touched the suppressing prison steel. Instantly, the suppressing prison steel exploded and turned back into Lu Ming's body. He flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground 10 miles away. Boom, Lu Ming lay in the middle of the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and he was in excruciating pain. That old man was too formidable, peerless, and unfathomable. It was very likely that he was a domain-enlightened spirit god just like Exalt Black Wind. Lu Ming. Xianxia let out a delicate cry and charged toward Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Lu Ming and helped Lu Ming up. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Lu Ming, are you okay? Xianxia supported Lu Ming and continuously poured his true essence into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled and said, "Idiot, why are you crying?" "I'm fine. Lu Ming." At this moment, Fatty and the others charged over as well. Damn it. A dignified Exalt Realm expert actually made a move against you. If worse comes to worst, I'll get that old bastard of mine to come over and slap him to death. Fatty roared furiously. Fatty, don't interfere in this matter. Quickly leave this place, said Lu Ming. Their opponents were too strong. They had an Exalt Realm expert, and their current cultivations were no different than ants in the eyes of an Exalt Realm expert. If they resisted, then all of them would die. Lu Ming absolutely didn't want to implicate Fatty and the others. Lu Ming, I'll go back with them. Recuperate properly and stop fighting. Xianxia's tears flowed incessantly as she spoke. No. Little Qing, I can sense that you'll definitely suffer if you go back. Even if I have to fight with my life on the line, I don't want you to go back and suffer. Lu Ming struggled with the intention of getting up. Xianxia and the others didn't treat Xianxia like a family member at all. They treated him like an enemy or even a servant. Even a few servants dared to scold Xianxia. It was obvious that Xianxia wouldn't have a good time when he went back. Lu Ming wouldn't stop them if they were normal family members. However, it was obvious that they weren't normal family members. Although Lu Ming didn't know the inside story, Xianxia's words of "I'd rather die than go back" explained everything. He would rather die than return. In Xianxia's heart, returning was worse than death. Swoosh, the old man took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming and the others. Kill them. I want all of them dead. Xianxia screamed hysterically. He was a lofty prince of the Eastern Continent's ancient Saint dynasty, yet he'd actually been suppressed by Lu Ming and forced to kneel on the spot. How humiliating was that? He was filled with hatred. The old man frowned slightly, and then he looked at Xianxia and said, 16th princess, please come back with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. As an exalt of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, it was truly embarrassing for the old man to make a move against a few juniors. So, he hadn't used much strength against Lu Ming at all, and he'd only stopped Lu Ming from killing Xianxia. If he'd really used some strength, then Lu Ming would have died even if he had 10 lives. The gap between the Sea of Soul realm and the domain enlightened spirit god realm was too huge. Alright, Exalt Guardian, I'll go back with you, but you have to let Lu Ming and the others go. Xianxia spoke. No, that bastard must die. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with killing intent as he shouted. If you want to kill him, then I'd rather die than return. At most, you can bring my corpse back. With a move of his hand, a short sword appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he pressed it against his chest with a resolute expression. Lil Qing, don't. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. Miss Nianqing. Fatty and the others were shocked as well. Bitch, how dare you threaten me? Xianxia roared. The Exalt Guardian frowned even more. No matter what? I'm still Xie Qitian's daughter. If you bring my corpse back, I believe Xie Qitian won't be happy. Xianxia's gaze was firm as he stared at the old man and Xianxia in the air. Xianxia's face stiffened. He wasn't very outstanding among the princes. If he really brought Xianxia's corpse back, then his position in his father's heart would probably be slightly affected. Even if it was just a little bit, it was still a big deal to him. The Exalt Guardian pondered for a moment and said, Alright, I promise you. It doesn't matter whether you kill them or not. Thank you. Then, Xianxia's gaze turned to Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally said, Alright, I also promise to let that bastard go. But you have to promise to seal your cultivation and go back with us obediently. Alright, I'll do as I say. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with reluctance in his eyes. Fool, I'm leaving. Xianxia smiled with a trace of sadness, as beautiful as a summer flower. Lil Qing, Lu Ming exclaimed softly and clenched his fists. In the end, he was still powerless to keep Xianxia and needed Xianxia to save his life. At this moment, he hated his own powerlessness and his lack of strength. If he had the strength to dominate the world, how could Xianxia and the others take Xianxia away? How could he let Xianxia do something that she didn't want to do? He seemed to have made rapid progress recently, competing with the Eastern Wilderness geniuses, but that was only among the younger generation. Moreover, even among the younger generation, he might not be a match for Di Feng, Shirimo, and the others. Moreover, there were still the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents ahead of him. This was only among the younger generation. Compared to the ancient families, or even the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Middle Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty, he was still far behind. In the face of such forces, he seemed so powerless. Power, power. Lu Ming kept growling in his heart. 16th princess, I've already agreed. Come with me now. The guardian said. Xianxia's body trembled. She suddenly bent down and pressed her red lips on Lu Ming's. At this moment, their lips were touching, as if they had become one. Bitch. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as he growled. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Xianxia. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming and Xianxia. After a long while, their lips parted. 2 drops of tears fell on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. No matter how much pain I suffer, I won't die. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you rule the world. When you rule the world, we'll hold hands and never be separated. Her voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Xianxia had already floated away and landed beside the guardian. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming felt as if a large stone was stuck in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Miss Nianqing. Wang Tingting and Xiaoxian's eyes glistened with tears. Wang Haoxian also looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a complicated expression. Ah, damn it, I'm going to call that old bastard here. The fat man growled, his fat body trembling. Rule the world? What a joke. How dare an ant try to defy the heavens? What a dream. Guardian, let's go. Xiaozhen sneered. He came to the guardian and said, bitch, alien, this time when we go back, I'll make you go to the 9th underworld. Just you wait. The protector waved his hand and took Xianxia, Xiaozhen, the man, and the woman. They turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Xianxia had left. Let's leave. The fat man said. That was because there were people from the heavenly monster valley looking at them with unfriendly gazes. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Even Xiaozhen, the prince of the Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty, who had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the spirit sea realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. He was too powerful. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, they had other thoughts. Let's go. The fat man wrapped Lu Ming with his true origin and left in a flash. Wang Tingting and the rest followed behind. The eyes of the people from the Sky Demon Valley flashed, but they did not chase after them. After all, this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Sky Demon Valley. If they chased after the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace openly, would the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace allow it? Otherwise, they would lose all their face. What an interesting guy. The Black Wind Venerable smiled and said, you guys, continue the competition. I'm leaving. A black wind blew past, and the Black Wind Venerable disappeared. Now that Akuan is dead and Lu Ming has retreated with serious injuries, why don't we start the competition from the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm? Difeng looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest left, then looked at Shiremo and the golden-robed youth. I have no objections. Shiremo said. Okay. The golden-robed youth could only nod. The competition continued, but Lu Ming and the rest had nothing to do. A million miles away, in a hidden valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, trying his best to heal his injuries. Previously, he was hit by the Honorable Guardian of the Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty. Although the Honorable Guardian did not use much strength, he was still severely injured, and his bones were broken into a few hundred pieces. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury, and his internal organs were only slightly injured. With Lu Ming's current physical strength and cultivation, he could recover quickly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and he was in peak condition. Wang Haoxian's figure flickered, and she appeared beside Lu Ming. How's the investigation? Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxian. 2 days ago, Lu Ming asked Wang Haoxian to investigate where Xiaozhen and the rest were, and whether they were still in 9 Dragons City. Previously, Xiaozhen had said that they came to Eastern Wilderness to form an alliance with a few major forces. Forming an alliance was a big deal, and Lu Ming guessed that Xiaozhen and the rest would not leave so soon. Therefore, he sent Wang Haoxian to investigate. The people from Middle Continent are still there, and they are staying in the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden in another dragon vein. Wang Haoxian told him the truth. Ocean Wave Ancient Garden? I know. Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes again. Not far away, Fatty, Wang Tingting, and Xiaoxian were discussing something. Why do you think Lu Ming sent Wang Haoxian to find out where the people from Middle Continent are staying? Is he trying to save Miss Nianqing? With Lu Ming's cultivation, he will definitely die if he goes there. Wang Tingting whispered. That's right. They have honorables, and he will definitely die if he goes there. We still have to keep an eye on Lu Ming, and don't let him do anything rash. Fatty nodded. Another day passed. Lu Ming sat still. At this moment, the image of Xianxia kept flashing in his mind. Back then, when they met for the first time in the ancestral remains of the Dongyu tribe in the Burning Sun Empire, they fought fiercely in the beginning. At that time, Xianxia suffered a great loss. Later on, the two of them met again in the scorching sun imperial capital. After that, the two of them experienced a lot together. The words "I will trample you under my feet" echoed in Lu Ming's ears from time to time. After going through so much together, Xianxia's image had been deeply engraved in his heart. Similarly, his image was deeply engraved in Xianxia's heart, and it was difficult to erase it. "When you rule the world, you and I will hold hands and never be separated," Xianxia's words were still ringing in his ears. However, he did not know how many years it would take to rule the world. Moreover, Martial Emperor De was standing in front of Lu Ming, blocking him. He didn't know if he could defeat Emperor De. If he failed, wouldn't Xianxia have to stay in the ancient empire of the central continent for the rest of her life? Wouldn't she stay in that place where she suffered? "Xiaoqing, when you suddenly disappeared for 2 years, were you also brought back to the middle continent? But then, you ran out again. Since you don't want to go back to that home, and that home will make you suffer, then I won't let you go. It's too long to wait for me to rule the world. I will seize every moment." Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be 2 rays of spear light piercing through the air and into the clouds. With a flash, Fatty and the others appeared beside Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, have you recovered?" Fatty asked. "Yes." Lu Ming nodded, and then said, "You guys leave Nine Dragons City first. I have something to do." Fatty's face changed, and he said, "Lu Ming, are you going to save Miss Xianxia?" "No, you will die if you go like this." Lu Ming let out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I have my ways. I won't risk my life." "What ways?" "Lu Ming, you don't have to lie to us. If you have a way to deal with the Martial Highness, we'll go together." The Fatty yelled. "Fatty, why do you have to do this?" Lu Ming let out a sigh. Suddenly, his figure took a few steps backward. Buzz, lines of runes appeared on the ground, forming a huge formation, trapping the Fatty and his crew within it. Lu Ming already knew that the Fatty and his crew would not leave, thus he had secretly carved the runes. The formation appeared like a cage, trapping the Fatty, Wang Haoxian, Wan Tingting, and Xiao Xian within it. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're despicable, trapping us with a formation. Let us out at once, I'll challenge you to a duel." The Fatty yelled. Wan Tingting and the others blurted out in panic too. Lu Ming let out a smile as his heart was filled with warmth. He was willing to take the risk, but he would not let the Fatty and his crew take the risk too. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lu Ming let out a smile, before he glanced at Wang Haoxian and said, "I've lied to you before. If anything happens to me, the soul-splitting formation will dissolve on its own." With that, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the air. "Lu Ming." Wang Haoxian glanced in the direction Lu Ming had left with a complicated expression. "Let's do it, let's break the formation." The Fatty let out a furious roar as he unleashed his full strength to break the formation. Lu Ming traveled rapidly in the air, covering 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. He did not head to the ocean below Ancient Garden, but to the Dragon Vein. He soon covered a distance of 1,000,000 li. Lu Ming returned to the location of the previous gathering. The gathering had already come to an end. The crowd had already dispersed, leaving only a few people observing the godly Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming didn't stop as he strode towards the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. When he was within 10,000 meters, the Nine-Dragon Cauldron emitted a massive pressure. However, it didn't stop Lu Ming's footsteps at all. Step by step, he walked steadily towards the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Soon, he was within 1,000 meters of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "Eh? That looks like Lu Ming. It's really him. It seems like his injuries have already healed. What is he doing here? I don't know." Some people recognized Lu Ming and looked at him curiously. After the previous battle, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout Nine Dragons City. Many people believed that in time, Lu Ming would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, there were also people who believed that Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the second level of the divine level. His potential was limited, and his future achievements could not compare to those of the top 100 prodigies. Lu Ming had no idea what was going on, nor did he care to find out. Step by step, he approached the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Roar, within his body, the blood of the nine dragons roared, constantly emitting draconic roars. However, outsiders could not hear it. The closer he got to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the more violent the nine dragons' bloodline became. It seemed to want to rush out of his body and pounce on the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming suppressed it. He was getting closer and closer to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, a layer of blood-red light spread out from Lu Ming's back. Dong, at this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated. The vibration traveled thousands of miles, and the entire dragon vein seemed to shake. Not far away, the others widened their eyes. The divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated. The divine nine-dragon cauldron that has remained motionless for thousands of years actually vibrated. I heard that it vibrated once a while ago. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Unbelievable. Why? Why is the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrating? These people exclaimed. They had never thought that it was because of Lu Ming. How could a young man make the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrate? How could the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even martial emperors could not move, vibrate? Lu Ming's eyes were bright and persistent as he strode forward. He was getting closer and closer. Dong, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated again. The surrounding people were even more shocked. In the distance, there were streaks of light flying towards them. These people had rushed over because they had heard the commotion. Heavens, the divine nine-dragon cauldron really moved? The people who rushed over later were also shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming had already reached one of the legs of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had 4 legs, all of which were extremely huge. That seems to be Lu Ming. What is he doing? Some of the people who came later recognized Lu Ming. Look, he is hugging the legs of the cauldron. He is going to move the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Ridiculous. Countless geniuses have tried in history, but it was useless. How can he move it? Someone sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming hugged the legs of the cauldron with both hands. Of course, he could not hug it completely. He could only hug a corner. Rise! Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered and he suddenly exerted force. Dong, as Lu Ming exerted force, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated again. This time, the vibration was louder and more shocking than the previous 2 times. The vibration spread far and wide like a storm. The entire dragon vein trembled violently and shook violently. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving again and it is even more violent. It can't be. Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving because of Lu Ming? Someone guessed. No way, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. Some people found it hard to accept and shook their heads, thinking that it was a coincidence. Rise! Lu Ming roared again. Dong, the divine nine-dragon cauldron moved again. The huge body of the cauldron was shaking. On the ground, there were huge rocks breaking and splashing. Oh my god, it's moving again. It's really because of Lu Ming. Unbelievable. Someone shouted, while more people looked at all of this with their mouths agape. In the sky, rainbow lights flashed and more people flew over. Divine nine-dragon cauldron, what are you waiting for? Now, come and fight with me. Lu Ming roared, his voice shaking the sky. The others were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight with the cauldron? Who was he going to fight? Some people remembered the grudge between Lu Ming and the ancient empire of Middle Continent a few days ago and gasped. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to fight with the experts of the ancient empire of Middle Continent? How bold! How bold! Divine nine-dragon cauldron, I know you have a spirit. Come and fight with me. Lu Ming continued to roar. The nine dragons' bloodline in his body roared. The voice of the nine dragons' bloodline seemed to be constantly transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, Lu Ming felt that there was a spirit in the divine nine-dragon cauldron that was resisting. It was unwilling to leave the ground and fight with Lu Ming. You are too weak. Suddenly, a voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's ears. It seemed to come from ancient times and was full of vicissitudes. This voice could not be heard by others except for Lu Ming. I am too weak, but in the future, I will rule the world. Lu Ming roared, his battle intent invincible. Dong. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the lightning cauldron vibrated and a voice was transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Dong. At that moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated even more violently. The ground under the cauldron's feet suddenly exploded, sending rocks flying into the distance. Rise! Lu Ming hugged the legs of the cauldron and shouted. Then, everyone was shocked to see the cauldron as big as a mountain leave the ground. Yes, Lu Ming carried it and lifted it off the ground. At that moment, the place was dead silent. Cauldron, fight with me! Lu Ming shouted again. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This mouthful of blood was the blood of the 9 dragons. It flowed down Lu Ming's throat and onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Dong, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated even more violently and emitted a bright light. Lu Ming lifted it up high. Oh my god, what did I just see? Lu Ming lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he really lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Unbelievable, unbelievable, did the divine nine-dragon cauldron acknowledge him? Unbelievable. Almost everyone was shouting as if they had gone mad. Rumble, the dragon vein vibrated violently as if the entire dragon vein was about to turn into a dragon and leave. At that moment, not only the dragon vein, but the other 8 dragon veins in the 9-dragon city were also vibrating violently. There was a cauldron at the head of each dragon vein. Now, those cauldrons were all vibrating. What's going on? What happened? Above the dragon vein, countless experts who were cultivating in seclusion opened their eyes one after another, revealing a look of shock. The dragon vein is vibrating, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is vibrating, what happened? Countless voices were heard. At that moment, countless experts in the 9-dragon city were startled. In the depths of the 6 ancient families, 6 middle-aged men opened their eyes. These 6 middle-aged men were the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families that Martial Emperor De had gathered previously. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is vibrating, what happened? Surprised voices were heard from the 6 people. In the depths of the Detian Imperial Guards, Yan Quangtu was drinking wine. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a bright light as he stood up and looked into the distance. To think that the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has not moved since ancient times, actually moved. Interesting. A curious voice came from Yan Quangtu's mouth. On the dragon head, Lu Ming pulled out the cauldron, startling everyone. The 9-dragon cauldron actually became lighter when the blood of the 9 dragons landed on it. Lu Ming's mind raced. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Bang, space trembled. Lu Ming carried the cauldron and stepped in the air, causing the space to tremble violently. However, Lu Ming stood firmly in the air. Go. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward. Although the void shook, Lu Ming stood firmly. Xiaoqing, I'm here. Lu Ming's footsteps quickened as he soared through the air, heading towards the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. At this moment, the sky was filled with people. However, all of them were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Lu Ming was actually able to carry the cauldron and walk into the distance. What was he trying to do? Countless people followed behind Lu Ming, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Ming, the divine 9-dragon cauldron is the most valuable treasure of the 9-dragon city. What are you trying to do by carrying the cauldron? Put it down. A few elders appeared in front of Lu Ming and berated him loudly. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. It was the aura of the spirit embryo realm. It's the experts of the Imperial Heavenly Guard. Someone recognized that the Imperial Heavenly Guard was the closest to this place. Scram. Lu Ming berated them and took a step forward. Boom, this step seemed to borrow the power of the cauldron. Endless pressure pressed down on the few experts. The expressions of the experts of the Imperial Heavenly Guard changed drastically as though they were under endless pressure. They screamed in pain as their bodies trembled. They were sent flying far away, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? Countless people sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming took a step forward and sent a few experts of the spirit embryo realm flying back while coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming seems to be able to borrow the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Terrifying, terrifying. How did he do it? Not only can he lift the divine nine-dragon cauldron that emperors can't move, he can even borrow the power of the cauldron. How is this possible? The surroundings were bustling with noise. The experts who wanted to stop Lu Ming also had a terrible expression. They didn't dare to make a move. Lu Ming stepped on the void and walked faster and faster. In the end, he was sprinting and could travel dozens of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the person who was carrying the cauldron. Lu Ming's body was really small compared to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, he was able to carry the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He had the strength to pick up mountains and his aura was unrivaled. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. I've arrived at the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in front of him. After 3 hours, Lu Ming had finally arrived at the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. In front of him, there were layers upon layers of palaces situated on top of a mountain. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, making it look like a fairyland. This was the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. It was specially used by the Emperor Sky Divine Palace to receive important guests. The commotion outside had obviously alarmed the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. Whoosh! Whoosh, a figure flew out. It was Xianxia, the man, and the woman. The Honorable Guardian was also there. In addition, there were 2 middle-aged burly men. At this moment, Xianxia and the rest were looking at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was actually carrying a huge cauldron. Lu Ming, it's you again. What are you doing here? Are you here to die? Xianxia shouted coldly, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Hand Xiaoqing over. Since Xiaoqing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Little bastard, you still don't want to give up? Fine, since you're here to die, I'll send you on your way. Take him down. Xianxia waved his hand. The 2 middle-aged burly men stepped out, their bodies emitting a powerful aura. Spirit Embryo Realm. These 2 burly men were experts in the Spirit Embryo Realm. Scram! Lu Ming shouted and stepped out. Boundless pressure exploded, and the 2 burly men's faces changed. They screamed in pain and were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. How could this be? Xianxia's eyes were about to explode, and his mouth was wide open in disbelief. Dong, Lu Ming stepped out again, and a violent pressure came crashing down on Xianxia. 8th Prince, be careful. The Honorable Guardian moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he punched out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the space trembled violently. A pillar of air shot up into the sky and blocked Lu Ming's stomp that borrowed the power of the cauldron. A spirit god realm expert was terrifyingly powerful, and Lu Ming couldn't do anything to him even if he borrowed the power of the cauldron. The legendary divine nine-dragon cauldron of Nine Dragons City was actually pulled out by you. Unbelievable. I can't let you live today. A wisp of killing intent flashed in the Honorable Guardian's eyes as he stepped out. Boom. The expressions of countless people in the surroundings changed violently. It was like a mountain was pressing down upon them, and they had the feeling that a great calamity was about to descend upon them. Shit. The Exalt is about to display his might. Let's retreat. Retreat. A wave of terrified cries resounded from the surroundings while countless figures retreated madly like ants. I've already spared you once, yet you refuse to repent. Then I'll kill you. The Exalt Guardian stretched out his palm and slashed down. A dazzling ray of light appeared and slashed down towards Lu Ming. Hiss, the sound of space being torn apart resounded as the ray of light slashed down and actually directly tore space apart, causing a pitch-black spatial rift to appear. In the distance, countless people opened their eyes wide. According to legend, domain spirit god realm experts could truly tear space apart and create spatial rifts. However, if there wasn't a major battle, then ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to see a domain spirit god realm expert fight. Now, they'd finally seen one. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. How terrifying was the might of a palm that tore space apart? How would Lu Ming resist it? Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He grabbed the legs of a nine-dragon cauldron with both hands and lifted it up. Bang! The enormous cauldron collided with the ray of light. Clang! The ray of light merely shook when it struck the cauldron before it was directly destroyed. There wasn't even a trace of a mark on the cauldron. Hand Xiaoqing over! Lu Ming roared as he grabbed the enormous cauldron and took a large stride forward. After that, he swung the enormous cauldron again and smashed it down towards the Exalt Guardian like a hammer. Bastard! The Exalt Guardian roared furiously while his hair and beard fluttered while his aura grew even more shocking. An enormous sword appeared in his hand, and along with his true essence pouring madly into it, the enormous sword became 10,000 meters long. It was like a divine sword that split the heavens as it slashed down towards the enormous cauldron. Clang! The enormous sword and the enormous cauldron collided, and a world-shaking rumble resounded. Boundless gales of force tore out while a pitch-black spatial rift appeared in the sky. Swish! A ray of sword chi slashed down to the ground, and a rift that was a few hundred kilometers long opened up in the ground. It was unfathomable. It was too terrifying. Such a battle was absolutely capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. A figure stepped on the void and staggered backward. It was that Exalt Guardian, a domain-enlightened spirit god, and he'd actually been blasted back. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming was only a young man around the age of 20 and possessed a cultivation at the sea spirit realm, yet he'd actually raised the cauldron and repelled a peerless expert at the domain-enlightened spirit god realm. This was too inconceivable, and it felt unreal as if it was a dream. Xiaxin's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. The protector of the ancient Saint dynasty was forced back by Lu Ming. If the cauldron were to hit him, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? His back was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily retreated towards the Ocean Billow Ancient Garden. The Ocean Billow Ancient Garden was protected by a powerful array formation. Hand over Xiaoqing! Lu Ming strode forward, and the giant cauldron smashed towards the venerable protector again. The Guardian Knight roared as a huge sword with 5 golden chakras appeared above his head. That was the Guardian Knight's bloodline, a 5th-grade God realm bloodline. Such a bloodline was terrifying when used by a domain-enlightened spirit god. The Guardian Knight's figure charged into the huge sword, and the huge sword whistled as it struck towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised the giant cauldron and smashed it down. Another shocking explosion resounded, and heaven and earth shook. The huge sword was blasted away, but Lu Ming also staggered back. His chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the strange thing was that when he spat out the blood, it was directly absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The cauldron glowed, and Lu Ming felt that the divine nine-dragon cauldron had become lighter. It was easier for him to wield it. He took a step forward, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron smashed towards the Guardian Knight again. The huge sword vibrated and collided with the cauldron again. Bang! This time, the huge sword was blasted away. It flew for over 100 miles before it reverted back to its human form and crashed into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep crater. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was simply heaven-defying. He actually beat a domain-enlightened spirit god to the point that he was half dead. Lu Ming ignored the Guardian Knight. He carried the giant cauldron and walked towards the ancient ocean wave garden step by step. Bastard, how dare you! You deserve to die! 2 fierce shouts resounded from the ancient ocean wave garden. 2 figures charged out from the garden and stood in the air. They were 2 old men, and the aura they emitted was equally terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the Guardian Knight from before. In fact, they were even stronger. There was more than one domain-enlightened spirit god from the central continent's ancient Saint dynasty. The 2 old men were also experts from the central continent's ancient imperial dynasty. The 2 old men didn't say anything and charged towards Lu Ming. I told you to hand over Xiaoqing. Otherwise, we'll flatten the ancient ocean wave garden today. A deep roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. There was a crazed look in his eyes. Boom! Boom! He was fearless. He carried the divine nine-dragon cauldron and started a shocking battle with the 2 old men. More and more people came from all directions, but no one dared to come within 3,000 miles. A battle between domain enlightened spirit gods was too shocking. Experts below the domain enlightened spirit god realm would only die if they got close. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed in a room in the depths of the ancient ocean wave garden. Her aura was extremely weak. Her true yuan and spirit flame had been sealed. She looked like an ordinary person. She sat quietly on the bed with a longing look in her eyes. Lu Ming, how are you? I thought that those fellows wouldn't come since the Battle of Providence was approaching. I didn't expect that they would still come. I can't hide from them in the end. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that disgusting home. Xianxia murmured softly. The Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty had a long history. Legend had it that it had been passed down since ancient times. The ancient Saint dynasty Xia clan had the bloodline of the ancient human emperor. The bloodline that they had awakened was holy and sacred. However, Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. To the holy and sacred Xia clan, it was a lowly and dirty bloodline. Moreover, Xianxia's mother was only a servant girl. Her father had given birth to Xianxia because of her. However, after Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline, her mother had been killed as a heretic. Xianxia was the descendant of the ancient Saint dynasty's emperor after all. That was why she had managed to survive. However, she had been ridiculed and humiliated. Xianxia had lived under such a shadow since she was young. She hated that clan and wanted to escape. There were other examples like her in the history of the ancient Saint dynasty Xia clan. The dark side of light was the dark side. Occasionally, a completely dark bloodline would be born among the divine bloodlines. In history, there had been such bloodlines that had caused chaos in the world and almost destroyed the ancient Saint dynasty. Therefore, those who had such heavenly demon bloodlines had all met a tragic end. There was no exception. Xianxia hated that clan because of her mother. She also knew that she would not have a good ending if she continued to stay in that clan. Secretly, there were many people who wanted to get rid of her. She had escaped a few times, but every time, she was found and brought back. They claimed that they couldn't allow a freak like her to ruin the reputation of the Xia clan. How laughable. She had never said that she was a member of the Xia clan. She disdained to be a member of the Xia clan. Those people from the Xia clan just didn't want her to live in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient emperor was her father, she would have died a long time ago. Lu Ming, no matter what kind of environment I face when I return, I will not die. I will work hard in my cultivation. I will wait for you to come and get me when you return. Xianxia muttered as her eyes lit up. She believed that Lu Ming could do it. Hand Xiaoqing over. Since Xiaoqing isn't willing to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. Xianxing's body trembled. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Xianxing's eyes were filled with anxiety. She got up and rushed out of the door. Unfortunately, there were formations set up all around the room. Her cultivation was sealed, so she couldn't rush out at all. As soon as she touched the wooden door, a bolt of lightning flashed on the door. She flew out as if she was struck by lightning. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. Xianxia shouted. However, her voice could only reverberate in the small room. It couldn't travel out at all. Hand Xiaoqing over. Lu Ming's angry roars could be heard from outside from time to time. Along with his roars, there was an earth-shattering rumble. Lu Ming, leave. Xianxia shouted as tears flowed down her face. She rushed towards the wooden door again. However, she was struck by lightning just like before. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She didn't know what method Lu Ming had used to fight the experts of the ancient Saint dynasty. However, she knew that the ancient Saint dynasty Xia clan had sent more than one spirit god realm expert. Furthermore, this was the Nine Dragons City, and the ancient Saint dynasty Xia clan was an esteemed guest of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. How could the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace allow Lu Ming to deal with their esteemed guest? Lu Ming was destined to be in danger. Sure enough, not long after, two more powerful cultivators from the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty rushed out. The battle outside was even more intense. Lu Ming. You fool. Xianxia whispered. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the tears from rolling down his cheeks. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. The blood mixed with her tears, making her look as beautiful as a flower. In the sky above Hailan Ancient Park, the battle had reached its climax. Lu Ming fought two domain enlightened spirit gods with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and the entire heavens and the earth seethed while numerous spatial rifts flashed into appearance. Lu Ming had actually relied on the divine nine-dragon cauldron to suppress two domain enlightened spirit gods. Yes, Lu Ming had the upper hand in the battle against two domain enlightened spirit gods. Lu Ming, how dare you attack an esteemed guest of the ancient Saint dynasty? Are you trying to frame the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Capture him and hand him over to His Majesty. Cold shouts resounded from the sky as over a dozen figures descended. Every single one of them emitted a terrifying aura. Domain enlightened spirit gods. These dozen figures were all domain enlightened spirit gods. The domain enlightened spirit gods of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had arrived. This bastard actually dared to touch the divine nine-dragon cauldron that even emperors couldn't touch. He must be a demon. We should capture him and interrogate him before executing him. One of the old men shouted coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. This old man wore a starry robe. He was the Shangguan clan's elder with real authority, Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling's grandfather, Shangguan Zhongyuan. Half a year ago, he'd repeatedly sent experts to kill Lu Ming, but they'd all been killed by Lu Ming. He'd been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming since a long time ago. Now, it was the right time for him to personally make a move. Dong, Shangguan Zhongyuan took a step forward. Starlight that filled the sky descended and transformed into a starry sword that slashed violently towards Lu Ming. As one of the few domain enlightened spirit gods in the Shangguan clan, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! At the same time, a few other domain enlightened spirit gods attacked as well. Terrifying attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. In addition to the two experts from the Central Continent's ancient Saint dynasty, there were a total of 6 experts that attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The entire sky was shattered as numerous spatial rifts appeared. Lu Ming felt unparalleled pressure. Roar! The nine dragons' bloodline within Lu Ming's body let out long howls as dense blood chi effused out. Pooh! Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This was the blood of the nine dragons' bloodline. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook as Lu Ming raised it and swept it out horizontally. Bang! 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 The 6 attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body shook violently as well. His bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking, and his entire body was numb from the shock. However, he blocked them in the end. The others in the surroundings gasped incessantly. Lu Ming had actually resisted 6 domain enlightened spirit gods by himself and was actually able to survive. Even though it was because of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, being able to utilize the divine nine-dragon cauldron itself was an extremely terrifying thing. Everyone, this kid is evil. Let's attack together and capture him and hand him over to His Majesty to deal with. Shangguan Zhongyuan cried out. There were still 7 domain enlightened spirit gods in the sky who hadn't made a move. They originally disdained to besiege a junior. However, their gazes flickered when they heard Shangguan Zhongyuan. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is of great importance. It hasn't been moved for ages, yet it moved because of him. We really have to capture him and get to the bottom of this. Someone spoke. Exactly. Someone replied. Thump. Thump, even more people stepped forward while emanating violent auras. Come. I'll slaughter the domain enlightened spirit gods today. Lu Ming roared loudly while his eyes were filled with madness. He'd originally intended to utilize the divine nine-dragon cauldron to crush the exalted guardians and take Xianxia away from Nine Dragon City. However, these supreme domain enlightened spirit gods from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had actually joined forces against him without any reason. Thus, he could only fight today. Attack. This time, a total of 9 domain enlightened spirit gods attacked. Their terrifying might swept out in a vast array as 9 attacks of various colors enveloped down towards Lu Ming. The attacks hadn't even arrived when Lu Ming suffered terrifying pressure, and his body seemed as if it was on the verge of exploding apart. If he hadn't relied on the might of the divine 9-dragon cauldron to protect himself, he would have been blasted into pieces a long time ago. Roar! Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline within his body roared violently without end. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't suppress it any longer, and the 9 dragons' bloodline shot into the sky as he roared furiously. The dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth while the 9 dragons' bloodline's body expanded swiftly to become over 10,000 meters long, and it coiled around the divine 9-dragon cauldron. That's a god-rank bloodline. Heavens! What's going on? Isn't Lu Ming's bloodline a stone tablet? Why has it become a true dragon? 2 god-rank bloodlines. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Some people had seen Lu Ming attack, and they cried out with disbelief at this moment. The 9-dragon bloodline roared at the sky. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook violently and radiated light. Boom boom, Lu Ming lifted the 9-dragon cauldron and swept it out, once again destroying the 9 attacks. The 9-dragon bloodline roared again and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At this moment, the true dragon carvings on the divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have come alive as dragon roars could be heard. At this moment, the 9 dragon veins in the 9-dragon city shook violently and dragon roars could be heard. Countless people were shocked. Clang! Clang! 8 of the dragon veins had 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons on them, and all of them were shaking violently. Suddenly, the 9-dragon cauldron closest to Lu Ming vibrated the most violently. Gravel flew everywhere. This divine cauldron actually left the ground, cut through the void, and disappeared. At this moment, deep within the 6 ancient families, the 6 family heads' eyes shone brightly. The strange true dragon bloodline. His Majesty was talking about this kid. The 6 of them said at the same time and stood up and took a step forward. When they took a step forward, a crack appeared in the void. They stepped into the crack and disappeared. 1,000,000 miles away, the fat man roared. Ah! Break for me! His fat body swelled and his eyes were red as he swung the battle axe in his hand. At the same time, Wang Haoxian, Wan Tingting, and Xiao Xian helped him and attacked the array that trapped them. Puff! The fat man spat out a mouthful of blood on the battle axe, increasing its power. A terrifying axe radiance seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The formation was broken. Let's go to the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. Fatty roared, and the group of people quickly flew towards the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. In the sky above the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. This kid is evil. Everyone, attack! Shangguan Zhongyuan roared. At this moment, the remaining spiritual gods appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 spiritual gods. Attack! Clang! Just as they were about to make a move, another huge cauldron descended from the sky. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron. How is this possible? The second one. Could it be that Lu Ming can control the second one? Everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. Come, fight with me. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He reached out his right hand and grabbed one of the legs of the second divine 9-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming grabbed one in each hand. The 2 huge 9-dragon cauldrons were like 2 huge iron hammers. You old man, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming stared at Shangguan Zhongyuan and took large strides forward. The large cauldron was like a giant hammer as it smashed towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. This old man was filled with killing intent as soon as he appeared. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming. It was exactly because of his instigation that the other domain enlightened spirit gods had successively attacked, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many domain enlightened spirit gods besieging him. Let's attack together. Shangguan Zhongyuan's expression changed drastically, and he roared loudly. Starlight surged, and an enormous rift seemed to have split open in the sky. A pillar of starlight descended down onto Shangguan Zhongyuan. The starlight condensed and transformed into countless starry battle swords, piercing toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 12 experts attacked as well. All sorts of attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. The two cauldrons danced about in Lu Ming's hand. One of them was mainly used to block the attacks of the others, whereas the other in his right hand smashed madly towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. He only targeted a single person and attacked madly. The bloodline of the Nine Dragons howled, and it seemed to have formed some sort of resonance with the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron, causing its might to increase greatly. Bang! As the enormous cauldron smashed down, all of Shangguan Zhongyuan's attacks vanished into thin air. The enormous cauldron that was large like a mountain smashed forcefully onto Shangguan Zhongyuan, and a strand of terrifying energy effused out from it. This energy firmly locked onto Shangguan Zhongyuan, causing him to be unable to dodge and could only take it head-on. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes, and the energy of the stars erupted madly. His fists were like two stars that blasted towards the enormous cauldron. But at the instant they came into contact with the enormous cauldron, the starlight was extinguished, and Shangguan Zhongyuan's fists instantly shattered. He let out a shrill cry as his body was blasted flying. Bang! 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 The attacks of the others were all blocked by Lu Ming with the other divine Nine-Dragon cauldron. Moreover, they were firmly blocked. The eruption of the Nine Dragons' bloodline and the increase in number of cauldrons caused their might to rise to a terrifying level. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming strode through the air and continued charging towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. The enormous cauldron covered the sky as it pierced through space and smashed towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. The terrifying aura it emanated caused Shangguan Zhongyuan's heart to tremble. No, no! Shangguan Zhongyuan roared loudly. He felt death approaching, and this feeling made him feel like he was about to go mad. He'd come today to kill Lu Ming, not to throw his life away. He roared loudly as a tiger star appeared above his head, and there were 3 golden chakras on the tiger star. A third-grade god rank bloodline could be considered to be inferior in the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Shangguan Zhongyuan transformed into the tiger star and hoped that he could resist Xianxi's attack. However, in the next moment, he felt despair. The tiger star instantly collapsed under the pressure of the enormous cauldron, and he transformed back into his human form. Moreover, his body cracked apart under the enormous pressure. Bang! His entire body exploded apart, and both his body and soul were obliterated. Countless people felt cold air run through their bodies when they witnessed this scene. A domain enlightened spirit god had been killed just like that. He died just like that. He'd been smashed to death by Lu Ming's cauldron. This was too inconceivable. Especially the disciples of the Shangguan clan, their countenances had turned ghastly pale, and they were extremely terrified. The other 12 domain enlightened spirit gods were extremely terrified as well, and their figures retreated swiftly. The 12 of them joined forces, and their auras fused together. Shangguan Zhongyuan's fate caused them to be shocked. Since Lu Ming could kill one of them, then he could kill another. So, the 12 of them didn't dare split up. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, howls resounded incessantly in the sky. This time, at least 20 figures had appeared in the sky, and every single one of them emanated a terrifying aura. The domain enlightened spirit gods were all experts at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and even more domain enlightened spirit god realm experts had arrived. These experts descended and converged with the 12 experts from before, and their formidable auras enveloped down towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The 2 cauldrons shook while the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and they felt terrifying pressure. If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end today. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. He held a cauldron in each hand as he faced the 30-plus domain enlightened spirit gods from afar, and his eyes were completely fearless. You're so young, yet your will isn't small. Unfortunately, you've used it in the wrong place. An extremely dignified voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. It wasn't those domain enlightened spirit god realm experts, and it was someone else. No one knew where this voice came from, and it seemed as if it existed in the heavens and the earth. However, the hearts of practically everyone constricted when they heard this voice, and it was like they were facing a terrifying existence. Swish! Lu Ming's pupils constricted rapidly. He could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the flaming sword. This pressure was even stronger than the combined forces of the dozens of spiritual god realm experts. It posed a fatal threat to him. Lu Ming roared furiously. He exerted all his strength and swung the two huge cauldrons at the flaming sword. Boom, a huge explosion resounded. The huge cauldrons shook, and the void shattered. Endless flames spread out. The terrifying heat caused the space to distort and crack. The raging flames burned through the space. The scene was extremely shocking. Interesting. The dignified voice continued to resound. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out of the spatial crack. He held the flaming sword in his hand and stood in the void. His body was also suffused with purple flames. A huge black hole appeared in the area where he stood. There was nothing in the black hole, only an endless and terrifying void. That was because the terrifying temperature of the middle-aged man's body had burned through the space. Supreme Being. It's a Supreme Being. It's the Wang clan's patriarch. The Wang clan's Supreme Being is here. Waves of incredulous exclamations and roars resounded. Some people's eyes widened as they roared loudly. They were too shocked. Lu Ming had actually lured a Supreme Being out. Exalts were existences that stood at the peak of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and it was even to the extent that they'd already surpassed the domain enlightened spirit god realm and were existences that had taken half a step into the martial monarch realm. Every single one of these existences were existences that ruled over an area and were invincible. Supreme beings were the strongest in the absence of martial monarchs. There were only a handful of such people in the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Even such people had appeared now. However, the crowd's shock had just begun. Rip. Rip, high up in the sky, the space cracked continuously. Many figures stepped out of the cracks. There were 5 of them. Including the Wang clan's patriarch, there were a total of 6 people. The 6 figures stood in 6 different directions. Every one of them had a terrifying and domineering aura. One of them was like a peerless divine weapon just by standing there. His sharp aura directly tore the space apart. One of them was filled with battle intent, like a god of war who had been through hundreds of battles. Another was elegant. The 6 of them each had their own unique characteristics, but the one thing they had in common was that they were strong, too strong. Their auras were vast and mighty. Even from thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, one could still feel the terrifying pressure. Heavens, heavens, those are the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. They are all supreme beings. The supreme beings of the 6 great ancient families have all come out. Someone shouted crazily. However, most of the people remained silent. Because they were already numb to it. The 6 Supremes had only appeared when they were facing an enemy Emperor Dao expert. Now, they had all appeared because of Lu Ming. Little guy, you're really something. You're the first one to make the 9-dragon cauldron move because of you. Now, come with me. His Majesty Empress Wu wants to see you. One of the middle-aged men spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with authority. Someone recognized that this was the patriarch of the Dongfeng family. At the scene, the hearts of countless people trembled once again. Even Martial Emperor Di had been alarmed. Martial Emperor Di had sent 6 supreme beings just to see Lu Ming. Many people already felt that it was difficult to breathe. What had happened today was beyond their imagination. Maybe it was because of the 9-dragon cauldron. Many people guessed. They're really here? They're so fast. Lu Ming's pupils shrank as he thought quickly. When the 9 dragons' blood rushed out and resonated with the 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming knew that the 9 dragons' blood might be exposed. However, the other party had come faster than he had expected. Others thought that it was because of the 9-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming knew that Martial Emperor Di was looking for him because he had discovered the 9 dragons' blood. It was because of the 9 dragons' blood. Di wants to see me. Tell him to come here himself. Lu Ming said loudly. Since he had already come this far, it was useless to be afraid. It was better to face it directly. However, his words caused an earthquake. Countless people opened their eyes wide and felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Lu Ming dared to call Martial Emperor Di by his name. Moreover, he even asked Martial Emperor Di to see him. Lawless, this was lawless. A mere Sea of Soul realm martial artist dared to ask a martial emperor to see him. If a martial emperor wanted to see him, it would be a great honor for him. It was something that countless people wished for. They really could not figure out where Lu Ming got his guts from. Lu Ming sneered. He knew that meeting Martial Emperor Di would not bode well for him. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Bastard, how dare you? A mere ant dares to boast so shamelessly. You deserve to die. The Wang clan leader shouted coldly. He was very overbearing and filled with murderous intent. This kid is too arrogant. No matter how talented he is, he will not be controlled if he succeeds. It's better to cripple him and hand him over to His Majesty. The Jiang clan leader said coldly. His voice was like a divine weapon being polished. It made people's hearts beat faster. All right, since he is so stubborn, let's take him down. The Luan clan leader said. All right, who will do it? The Jiang clan leader said. I'll do it. The Wang clan leader said with flames burning in his eyes. The other 5 nodded and took a step back. All of you, step back and protect the surroundings. The Wang clan leader glanced at the dozens of spiritual God realm experts. Yes. The dozens of spiritual God realm experts retreated to various corners and prepared to protect the mountains and rivers. Junior, since you are so stubborn, then I'll do it myself. Boom, as the Wang clan leader spoke, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Violet flames spread out, burning through even more space in the surrounding area. The flaming sword in his hand expanded rapidly and became 10,000 meters long. Retreat, retreat. The spectators in the distance were extremely terrified and retreated madly again. A prime was about to make a move. If even a wisp of energy leaked out, it would probably be a disaster. It could kill ordinary martial artists countless times. They had no choice but to retreat. Swoosh, the vast sword in the Wang clan leader's hand slashed violently at Lu Ming. Everywhere the sword passed, space turned into nothingness, revealing a terrifying dark void. OM. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook while the 9 dragons' bloodline roared. Lu Ming grabbed the 2 cauldrons and smashed them explosively at the Wang clan leader. Bang, a terrifying collision resounded once more. The heavens and the earth shook without end, and the cauldrons shook while boundless energy dispersed towards the surroundings. The dozens of spiritual God realm experts below shouted loudly while radiance effused out from their hands and blocked all the terrifying energy. Lu Ming felt boundless blazing energy surge towards him. Even with the protection of the 2 cauldrons, he still felt like he was about to be burned into ashes. He took a large step back and stepped through space. The Wang clan prime has the upper hand. Lu Ming is about to be defeated. That is for sure. The Wang clan head is a prime. Aside from martial monarchs, primes are unrivaled. Even if Lu Ming can control the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons, they are just external objects. How can he fight against a prime? That's right. To think that this brat can control the divine 9-dragon cauldrons. After we capture him, we must get the secret out of him. If the experts of our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, or even His Majesty the Martial Monarch, can control the divine 9-dragon cauldrons, how strong would they be? Wouldn't they be able to sweep through the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Valley? Indeed. We must get the secret out of him. Many people in the surroundings said coldly, especially the disciples of the Wang clan, the Jiang clan, and the other ancient noble clans. Lu Ming. The figures of the fatty, Wan Tingting, and the others appeared in the crowd. They had finally rushed over. However, when they saw the scene of Lu Ming fighting against a prime, they were shocked and worried at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even with the help of the divine cauldrons, how could he fight against a prime? Old bastard. You must get the old bastard here. The fatty's throat constantly emitted low growls. The divine 9-dragon cauldrons are indeed wondrous. However, today, the divine 9-dragon cauldrons cannot protect you. The Wang clan head held a 10,000-meter-long flaming sword in his hand as he took large strides forward. Then, he slashed at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming could only use the 2 cauldrons to block. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. The power of a prime was too strong. An ordinary spiritual god was too weak compared to it. The power of the divine cauldrons is still an external force. As for you, how much of the divine cauldron's might can you bring out? You want to use this to fight against me? You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are just putting up a desperate struggle. The Wang clan head was like a purple sun floating in the sky, emitting a boundless blazing aura. However, his voice was very cold. As he spoke, he took a step forward and raised his flaming sword again. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared, and a bloody aura spread out. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood that was absorbed by the divine 9 dragon cauldrons. Dang! Dang! The 2 cauldrons were shaking. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone was shocked to see another cauldron descend, suppressing the head of the Wang clan. The 3rd cauldron. Lu Ming had actually summoned 3 cauldrons. Boom! The 3rd cauldron flew towards the head of the Wang clan, but it was sent flying by the head of the Wang clan. The huge cauldron flew towards Lu Ming, trembling slightly as it emitted a brilliant light. It seemed to form some sort of resonance with the previous 2 divine cauldrons. The aura emanating from the divine cauldron seemed to grow even stronger. It seemed that the more divine cauldrons there were, the more powerful they would be when combined with each other. Wang! Wang! The divine cauldron shook and left Lu Ming's palm. It began to revolve around Lu Ming's body. The 9 dragon cauldron coiled around the 1st cauldron and floated above Lu Ming's head. The other 2 cauldrons floated beside Lu Ming and rotated. Come on! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge cauldron flew out, suppressing the Wang family head. The head of the Wang family looked serious as he slashed out with his flaming sword. Dang! The divine cauldron was repelled, but Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another cauldron flew out, suppressing the head of the Wang family head. Boom! Boom! 2 9 dragon cauldrons flew towards the head of the Wang family head. The head of the Wang family head kept waving his sword, and a shocking sword radiance shot out, fighting against the 3 cauldrons. But he couldn't win at the moment. This scene was too shocking. Lu Ming could actually summon 3 9 dragon cauldrons and fight the head of the Wang family head to a draw. This was too unbelievable, like a fantasy story. Many people also thought that there were 9 dragon cauldrons in total. Since Lu Ming could summon 3 of them, could he summon more? How terrifying would the power be? Wang! As if confirming everyone's guess, the heavens and earth shook. In the sky, another huge object descended, and its target was the head of the Wang family. The head of the Wang family head's pupil shrank, and he let out a long roar. A wisp of purple flame floated above his head, and there were 6 golden chakras above the purple flame. The head of the Wang family had a terrifying bloodline of the divine realm. The head of the Wang family merged with his bloodline, and turned into a ball of purple flame. The purple flame then changed again, and turned into a huge purple sword. When a supreme being expert used bloodline fusion, the power was terrifying. The purple sword danced, and a cauldron was sent flying. But the other 2 cauldrons continued to suppress the head of the Wang family head. With the addition of another cauldron, the power of the 9 dragon cauldron increased again. It continued to suppress the head of the Wang family head, and it was in a stalemate. This guy is evil. He can summon cauldrons continuously. We must quickly suppress him, and not let him summon more cauldrons. A sonorous voice sounded, and the head of the Jiang family head took a step forward. He wanted to join forces with the head of the Wang family head to suppress Lu Ming. Now, 2 supreme beings had to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. It was like a dream. Clang! The head of the Jiang family head made his move. With a wave of his arm, everything was destroyed, and the heavens and earth were split open. It was really split open, and it wasn't just for show. A ferocious crack that was 100 miles long appeared between the heavens and earth. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He had no choice but to control a cauldron and attack the head of the Jiang family head. Clang! A cauldron was directly sent flying. The head of the Jiang family head didn't stop. His eyes were like divine swords, and he stepped towards Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the 9 dragon cauldrons spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The cauldron shook, and the sky rumbled. At this moment, another cauldron came crashing down. The 5th 9 dragon cauldron arrived. the fifth nine-dragon cauldron suppressed the head of the Jiang family head. The head of the Jiang family head roared, and his aura was wild. He punched out with both fists, and the two cauldrons were constantly sent flying. Puff, Lu Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. After all, the head of the Jiang family head was a supreme being. He had the cauldron to protect him, but he still suffered great pressure and coughed out blood. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Are you waiting for him to summon more nine-dragon cauldrons? The head of the Jiang family head said coldly as he glanced at the remaining four heads of the Jiang family head. That's right. Let's take down this kid first. The head of the Luan family head said. He took a step forward, and his battle intent soared into the sky. The eyes of the remaining three flashed, and then, another person stepped out. This person was the head of one of the ancient families, the Kong family head. They wanted to join forces and end the battle quickly. Lu Ming was too demonic and strange. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would summon nine dragon cauldrons. If the 9 cauldrons gathered together, who knew what would happen? Supreme beings need so many of you to join forces to deal with a junior. Have you lived for so long in vain? At this moment, an angry roar reverberated in the heavens and the earth, spreading for tens of thousands of miles. Many people were shocked. Who was it? How dare he scold the supreme beings? Did he want to die? Rip! In the next moment, the space in the sky cracked, and a figure stepped out. The figure looked to be in his 30s. He held a wine gourd in his hand and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He stood in front of the head of the Luan family and the head of the Kong family, and his eyes were full of disdain. Yan Quantu, it's Yan Quantu. It's him, no wonder. Everyone in Nine Dragon City knew who Yan Quantu was. He was the disciple of Supreme Nine Sons and the grand disciple of Martial Emperor De. Not to mention his high status, his talent was even more shocking. In just 100 years, Yan Quantu had reached the supremacy realm. He was on par with his master, Supreme Nine Sons. Furthermore, Yan Quantu was arrogant, unruly, and lawless. He did not give face to anyone. When he was mad, he did not even give face to Emperor De. He had almost destroyed a powerful force that was second only to the ancient families in anger, shaking Nine Dragon City. It was normal for such an existence to dare to scold the supremacies of the ancient families. But what was he trying to do? The patriarch of the Luan clan and the Kong clan frowned. Yan Quantu, what are you trying to do? Get out of my way. The patriarch of the Luan clan said coldly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. What am I trying to do? You have all lived for thousands of years. How shameless. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is my little brother. If you want to touch him, you have to defeat me first. Yan Quantu drank a few mouthfuls of wine with a crazy look in his eyes. Many people were shocked. Yan Quantu called Lu Ming his little brother. It turned out that they knew each other. Yan Quantu knew Lu Ming? Brother Yan. Yan Quantu's appearance surprised Lu Ming and he could not help but call out. Brother Lu Ming, not bad. You can fight a supremacy at the Sea Spirit realm. Impressive, you are much more impressive than me. Yan Quantu burst into laughter. Yan Quantu, are you not going to get out of my way today? The patriarch of the Luan clan said coldly. Nonsense. Yan Quantu's reply was simple. Alright, Yan Quantu, I would like to see how strong you are as the strongest genius after 9 sons. The patriarch of the Luan clan said coldly. A violent battle intent burst out as he took a step forward and threw out a punch. The punch was extremely terrifying, shattering the void. Yan Quantu opened his mouth and sucked a mouthful of wine from the wine gourd. At the same time, he threw out a punch. This punch was not as earth-shattering as the Luan clan's patriarch's punch. It seemed very ordinary. However, the result of this exchange of fists left everyone dumbfounded. When the two fists collided, a terrifying explosion occurred in the air. A figure staggered backwards. This figure was actually the head of the Luan family. The patriarch of the Luan clan was knocked back by Yan Quantu's punch. How was this possible? They were both supremes, how could Yan Quantu be so strong? Kill! The patriarch of the Luan clan roared as his battle intent soared to the sky. A saber appeared in his hand as he charged towards Yan Quantu. Clang, a shocking sword aura soared into the sky, blooming from Yan Quantu's hand. The sword aura and the saber aura clashed. The saber aura shattered and the sword aura continued to slash down. How is this possible? The Luan family's patriarch roared in disbelief. The battle blade slashed out continuously to block Yan Quantu's sword light. Like teacher, like disciple. Jiuyang has taken in a good disciple. Yan Quantu, although you are strong, you can't protect Lu Ming. The head of the Kong family stepped forward and stood beside the head of the Luan family. Why not? Yan Quantu asked. Because Lu Ming is wanted by Her Majesty Empress Wu. We are also under orders to bring Lu Ming to see Her Majesty. The head of the Luan family said. Why does Her Majesty want Lu Ming? Yan Quantu frowned. Well, we don't know. So, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if Her Majesty is unhappy, none of us can bear the responsibility. The head of the Luan family sneered. Yan Quantu's frown deepened. He turned to look at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu Ming, do you know why Her Majesty Empress Wu wants to see you? Is it because of the Divine Cauldron? Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to fight against the heads of the Jiang and Wang families. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and said, that old man D wants to see me because he likes my bloodline and wants to take it for himself. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but it was like a storm that stirred up thousands of waves. What? What did Lu Ming say? How dare you address Her Majesty Empress Wu in such a manner, and even slander her? Bastard, bastard, how dare he be so bold? Who does he think he is? He dares to say that Her Majesty Empress Wu wants his bloodline. It's just a level 2 divine bloodline. Why would Her Majesty Empress Wu want it? Slander, nonsense, this person should be cut into pieces as a warning to others. Countless people roared, looking at Lu Ming with cold and sinister gazes. Bastard, how dare you slander Her Majesty? You're courting death. The head of the Wang family roared and fought with all his might. Yan Quantu, you've seen this guy's character. He's simply lawless. We can't let him live. Why don't you get out of the way? The head of the Luan family said. No. Yan Quantu did not move and said, today's matter, unless the martial ancestor comes to explain it in person, I, Yan Quantu, will not let you take Lu Ming away. Yan Quantu's words stunned many people. Crazy, he's really crazy. He actually wants Martial Emperor De to explain it in person. Everyone finally understood why Yan Quantu and Lu Ming would address each other as brothers. The two of them were basically the same kind of people. They were equally lawless and arrogant. Yan Quantu, how dare you? Since that's the case, we can only take you down first. Everyone, if we don't join forces now, when will we? The head of the Jiang family looked at the last two people. That's the only way. The head of the Dongfang family sighed and stepped out. Brother Nangong, go and help Brother Jiang and Brother Wang to take down Lu Ming. Leave Yan Quantu to us. All right. The head of the Nangong family stepped out and moved towards Lu Ming. The heads of the Dongfang family, Luan family, and Kong family unleashed their auras and shrouded towards Yan Quantu. The supremes of the 6 ancient families were joining forces. Get lost. Yan Quantu shouted coldly. His sword chi erupted. At this moment, his sword chi was filled with blazing flames. The temperature of the flames was even higher than that of the head of the Wang family. At the same time, the 3 supremes of the Luan family, Dongfang family, and Kong family also took action. Violent energy erupted and blasted towards Yan Quantu. They wanted to restrain Yan Quantu first. What can the 3 old men do to me? Yan Quantu roared. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from his body. The terrifying temperature spread for thousands of miles. The golden flames burst out along with the sword chi. Fire of the Golden Crow. The 3 supremes of the Luan family looked dignified. The 3 attacks collided with Yan Quantu's sword chi. After the explosion, Yan Quantu did not retreat a single step. This was incomparably shocking. Yan Quantu actually fought 3 supremes alone without retreating a single step. It was unbelievable. They were all supremes, but why was Yan Quantu so powerful? One should know that those who could reach the Supreme's realm were rare geniuses. They were all invincible existences of the same level. Otherwise, how could they reach the Supreme's realm? But now, Yan Quantu's battle strength was even stronger and more terrifying. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family erupted and attacked Lu Ming. But at this moment, the sky shook. Another large cauldron descended and blasted towards the head of the Nangong family. 6 cauldrons, 1 for protection and 5 for offense. Lu Ming used the 6-9 dragon cauldrons to fight against the 3 primes. Yan Quantu had single-handedly blocked 3 supreme beings. The 6 great primes of the 6 great ancient clans were all blocked. This scene caused countless people in the sky to be dumbfounded. Everything that happened today was simply inconceivable. Clang, the Jiang clan head was like a divine weapon. He sent 2 cauldrons flying and used bloodline fusion. Then, the Nangong clan head also used bloodline fusion. Together with the Wang clan head, the 3 primes of the ancient clans all used bloodline fusion to take down Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The entire sky was penetrated. The 3 primes joined forces and unleashed their strongest attack. It was too terrifying. Not many people below the martial emperor realm could face it. The 9-dragon cauldron vibrated continuously. The connection between the cauldron and the cauldron seemed to be disrupted. The pressure on Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds and fine beads of blood seeped out of his skin. He can't hold on any longer. The Wang clan head turned into a huge purple flaming sword. His heavenly fire burst out and spread towards Lu Ming. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and the 9 dragon cauldrons shook. However, it was still difficult to resist the attacks of the 3 primes. Whoosh, the Jiang clan head broke through the attack of one of the cauldrons and attacked Lu Ming. The first cauldron above Lu Ming's head shook and emitted a bright light. It attacked the Jiang clan head. Dong, there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He was sent flying along with the first cauldron. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Brother Lu Ming. Yan Quantu was shocked. His sword light soared into the sky. He wanted to rush out and save Lu Ming. Yan Quantu, do you really think the 3 of us are decorations? Kill. The Luan clan head roared and used bloodline fusion. He turned into an invincible god of war and attacked Yan Quantu. At the same time, the Kong clan head and the Dongfang clan head also used bloodline fusion. The bloodlines of the 3 clan heads were all level 6 divine realm. The 3 of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. No matter how strong Yan Quantu was, he did not dare to be careless when facing the 3 primes. He let out a long cry and a huge golden divine bird appeared. This divine bird was shaped like a crow. Its entire body was golden in color, and it was covered in golden flames. The temperature of this golden flame was even more terrifying than the Wang clan's pure purple heavenly fire. This divine bird had 3 legs and 8 golden chakras around its body, which was extremely dazzling. Bloodline of the 8th level of the divine level, 3-legged golden crow. It was said that the sun was the Sunday was a terrifying divine realm divine beast. Yan Quantu's bloodline was the 3-legged golden crow, and he was a level 8 divine realm expert, 2 levels higher than the patriarch of the ancient aristocratic families. It was terrifying. No wonder he was so strong. Yan Quantu used bloodline fusion and turned into a 3-legged golden crow to fight the 3 primes. Heaven and earth were boiling. Endless energy formed a terrifying storm that spread out in all directions. Fortunately, even more domain-enlightened spirit gods had made an appearance at this moment, and they were distributed throughout the surroundings and joined forces to resist the force that was spreading towards the surroundings. Otherwise, an area of a few million kilometers would have been blasted apart by the joint forces of so many supreme exalts. Primes were too powerful. They could destroy a country with a flip of their hand. An empire like the Blazing Sun Empire could be destroyed with a single palm. They were unimaginably powerful. Yan Quantu was fighting the 3 primes. It was hard to determine the outcome of the battle. He couldn't get away to save Lu Ming. For a time, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. He was in a precarious situation. 6 divine cauldrons is his limit. He can't summon more cauldrons, the Wang clan head said. The attack was even more terrifying. What happened this time was completely beyond their expectations. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to pull up the divine nine-dragon cauldron and summon 6 of them. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. In the end, even they had to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Today, no matter what the outcome was, their reputation would plummet. All of this was because of Lu Ming. As the head of the Wang family who was the first to strike, he hated Lu Ming even more. Little bastard, don't put up a meaningless resistance. His Majesty has spoken. Your fate is sealed. The Wang clan head continued to speak with cold-killing intent. Don't make it sound so dignified. Even if the heavens want to suppress me, I will break through the heavens. Not to mention D.E. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Fight with me. Lu Ming roared. His voice was like a dragon's roar. The nine-dragon cauldron twisted and blood mist filled the air. Bang! Suddenly, one of the golden chakras on the nine-dragon cauldron exploded with a bang. The chakras exploded and the nine-dragon cauldron roared as if it was in extreme pain. Lu Ming also roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. It was too painful. However, his gaze was still firm and unwavering. The chakras exploded and turned into a ray of golden light that seeped into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Clang, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook. The dragon carvings on the cauldron shone brightly. The 6 divine nine-dragon cauldrons roared. Boom, the sky trembled, and the void collapsed. Another gigantic being flew over, suppressing the Wang clan leader. The 7th divine nine-dragon cauldron, the nine-dragon cauldron exploded and summoned the 7th divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, this was not the end. Cauldron, come. Lu Ming roared. His voice shook the sky. The sky shook. Then, another divine cauldron descended. The 8th cauldron. Impossible. The Wang clan head said in disbelief. Boom, following the Wang clan head's roar, the sky shook again. Another divine nine-dragon cauldron descended. 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons descended. When the 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons gathered, the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to resonate strongly. All of them shone brightly and dragon roars shook the sky. The 9 divine cauldrons revolved around the one above Lu Ming's head. An unbelievably powerful aura spread out. 9 divine cauldrons gather and suppress the heavens. A voice sounded from the divine cauldron. Suppress. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 divine cauldrons around him pressed down. Bang! 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 3 loud explosions sounded. The Wang clan head and the other 2 supremes were sent flying. Impossible! The Wang clan head shouted in disbelief. I will kill you today and kill the supremes. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He waved his hand and at least 6 of the 8 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang clan head. The other 2 were used to defend against the other 2 supremes. Boom! Boom, 6 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head's purple giant sword burst out with a shocking sword chi as he tried his best to defend himself. However, every time he tried to defend himself, he would be sent flying. The body of the sword kept shaking. After 6 times, the flames on the body of the purple sword withered a lot. It seemed to be severely injured. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the 6 divine cauldrons continued to press down. Bastard! How dare you! With the 9 cauldrons gathered, the power of each cauldron increased significantly. 2 cauldrons were enough to block 2 primes. The other 6 cauldrons continued to suppress the Wang family head. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. The 6 divine cauldrons smashed onto the giant purple sword as if they were forging iron. The giant purple sword shook violently and the flames became weaker. After the 6 cauldrons took turns to smash it, the giant purple sword shrunk rapidly and turned back into the appearance of the Wang family head. However, the Wang family head was in a terrible state. His body was in tatters and there were many cracks on his body. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Tragic, too tragic. A primes was beaten to such a state. Countless people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were seeing things. The Wang family head was going crazy. He couldn't accept it. He was the family head of an ancient family, a primes who dominated the Eastern Barren territory. But now, he was beaten to such a state by a junior in his 20s. No matter what method this junior used, he was humiliated and would become a laughingstock. If this news spread to other forces, they would definitely treat it as a joke. When he thought of that, he wanted to skin Lu Ming and pull out his tendons. Why are you screaming? Looks like I haven't fixed you enough. Then continue. Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the 9-dragon cauldron and continued to suppress the Wang family head. The Wang family head was shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the 9-dragon cauldron had already locked onto him. It directly pierced through the void and smashed towards him. The Wang family head could only do his best to resist. Boom, the first cauldron made the Wang family head vomit blood. Then, the second cauldron made the Wang family head's hair disheveled and one of his arms shattered. However, the vitality of a primes was terrifying. Even if his arm was broken, it could quickly regenerate and heal. However, the third cauldron continued to smash down. Everyone, save me. The Wang family head was finally scared and began to ask the other primes for help. It was rare to see a primes being beaten to the point where he could only ask for help. The other 5 primes also wanted to help. Unfortunately, how could they do so? Haha, brother Lu Ming, well done. Yan Kuangtu laughed. The 3-legged golden crow danced in the air, blocking the 3 supremes. As for the other 2 supreme beings, they were blocked by the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and couldn't break through the barrier at all. Boom, the 3rd cauldron destroyed half of the Wang clan leader's body. Then, the 4th cauldron continued to press down. Countless people in the surroundings watched this scene with shock, and it included those domain-enlightened spirit gods. Ruthless, too inconceivable. Could it be that Lu Ming really intended to slaughter a supreme being? Was the head of the Wang clan really going to fall here today? Patriarch! Someone from the Wang clan shouted in fear. Haha, good. In the crowd, the fatty laughed loudly, attracting the angry gazes of a group of people. Wang Haoxian's body was trembling. The impact of what was happening was even greater than before. The head of the Wang clan was the strongest in the Wang clan. Her old ancestor was a supreme existence in the Wang clan. But now, such an existence couldn't even keep his life in front of Lu Ming. How could this be? In the ocean wave ancient garden, Xianxia watched this scene in a daze. His eyes almost popped out. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so angry that he summoned the divine 9-dragon cauldrons to kill a supreme being. It was too shocking and too terrifying. The cauldrons were about to fall. With the Wang clan leader's current state, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. It was very likely that he would die on the spot. Enough. At that instant, a voice could be heard coming from the sky. It was as if the heavens were speaking, filled with an imperious aura. The hearts of the crowd shuddered after hearing the voice, as if they were facing the heavens and earth, causing them to feel like dropping to their knees. Then, countless people saw a 1,000-mile-long crack appear in the sky. A giant arm stretched out from the crack. It was as big as a mountain, like the hand of God. Above it, there were wills lingering around it. A terrifying and boundless aura spread out in a mighty manner. At that instant, the figures of the crowd began to tremble. Even the 9 heaven supremes were startled. The giant arm crushed down onto Lu Ming, causing a great pressure to encapsulate Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming's figure almost exploded. The 9-dragon cauldron floating above him began to vibrate vigorously. Protection of the 9 cauldrons. Facing such a powerful force, he had no time to kill the head of the Wang clan. He controlled the 9 cauldrons to float around his body. The force of the Dominator Realm, this is the aura of a Dominator Realm expert, Martial Dominator DE. Such words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had once sensed the aura of a Dominator Realm expert from Liao Cong. Although Liao Cong was only a remnant soul at that time, his aura was still as powerful as the heavens, dominating the world. This arm was very similar to Liao Cong's, but it was countless times more powerful. In the 9-dragon city, Martial Dominator DE was the only Dominator Realm expert. Martial ancestor. Yan Kuangtu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Martial dominator De. The hearts of the 6 exalts and numerous domain enlightened spirit gods shook greatly. Martial dominator De had actually made a move himself. How could this be? How could this be? Old bastard, hurry up and come over. The fat man roared. However, no one in the surroundings was in the mood to pay attention to him. Their eyes were fixed on the sky. Rumble, the giant palm pressed down, causing the space to collapse. It was like the hand of the heavens. A terrifying pressure passed through the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body kept trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. The 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons were floating in the air, but they kept vibrating. Lu Ming felt that he could not control them. The pressure was too strong. So what if you are a martial dominator? Break! There was a maniacal look in Lu Ming's eyes. He lifted his head and roared. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and the remaining golden chakra exploded with a loud bang. It turned into a golden ray of light and disappeared into the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Lu Ming coughed up blood. He was in great pain, but his eyes were still fixed on the sky. Dang dang, the 9 cauldrons vibrated and their chi surged. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 9 cauldrons merged into a single cauldron. A terrifying energy burst out from the cauldrons and shot towards Huang Dao's palm. In the next moment, the giant cauldron and the palm collided. However, the strange thing was that there was no movement, and no energy was shot out. The giant cauldron and the palm were motionless in the air, as if they were in a stalemate. Heavens, countless people only had one word in their hearts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and blocked martial dominator De's attack. This scene was unbelievable. Countless people felt that their hearts were in their throats, and they were about to stop beating. At this moment, the world was in complete silence. Even the sound of breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Awakening the 9 dragons' bloodline with a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence is indeed amazing. You can actually use a trace of the divine 9 dragon cauldron's power to block my palm. At this moment, the incomparably imposing voice from the heavens sounded again. However, how much power can a mere Sea of Soul Realm cultivator bring out of the divine 9 dragon cauldron? How can you really stop me? Break! As the last word of break was heard, the palm shook slightly and a palm force several times stronger than before burst out. Boom, this time, the whole world seemed to be shaking. The sky and the earth within 100,000 miles were shaking. The divine 9 dragon cauldron was the first to bear the brunt of the impact and let out a loud explosion. The 9 dragons' bloodline wrapped around the divine 9 dragon cauldron wailed and turned into a beam of blood light, rushing into Lu Ming's forehead. Crack, Lu Ming's body shook violently as if it was about to explode. At this moment, lightning appeared on Lu Ming's forehead. The lightning cauldron swam around Lu Ming's body, preventing Lu Ming from being smashed into pieces. It was the lightning cauldron in a sea of consciousness. Dong, in the sky, the divine 9 dragon cauldron shook and then split into 9, turning back into 9 lightning cauldrons. At this moment, without the 9 dragons' bloodline and under the powerful attack, the connection between the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to have disappeared. They shook and then flew away in all directions, returning to the dragon heads of the 9 dragon veins. After the divine 9 dragon cauldron flew away, the huge palm continued to fall. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, as if he was going to be turned into ashes under this palm. Dang, at this moment, Lu Ming's forehead glowed and a lightning cauldron rushed out automatically, turning into the size of a mountain. Why? Why is there another lightning cauldron? Countless people were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. You do have a lot of secret treasures, but how can you stop me? The palm pressed down, slamming into the lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron trembled, and lightning flashed in all directions. In the end, the lightning cauldron was unable to withstand the force of the palm and was sent flying back into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's body shook violently as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His body fell like a cannonball. Rumble, Martial Emperor De's palm prints did not stop and continued to fall. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's falling body suddenly emitted rays of golden light. When the golden light spread, Lu Ming's body stopped falling. Weng, the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows shone brightly. A huge palace floated out and dashed upward. Countless people almost bit off their tongues. There were too many treasures in Lu Ming's body. They flew out one after another, and each one was incomparably terrifying. Was he still human? There's someone below the palace. Someone exclaimed. The palace that flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows rapidly expanded. Below the palace, there was an indomitable figure. Senior 9 Sons. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. That palace was the Temple of Paragon, and the silhouette below it was Paragon Zhou. Moss. Master. When the figure appeared, Yan Kuangtu shouted in disbelief. At the same time, the 6 supremes and many spiritual gods widened their eyes in disbelief. 9 Sons destroy the world. Supreme 9 Sons said. Suddenly, 9 suns appeared around the Temple of Paragon. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the Temple of Paragon, collided with the huge palm print. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The space in that area was instantly crushed, revealing a dark and endless void that devoured the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within 100,000 miles into ashes. Clang, the Temple of Paragon trembled violently. It was supported by a tall figure and fell down. The giant palm seemed to have used up all its energy and collapsed because of the repeated obstructions. The light dissipated, and the 9 suns around the Temple of Paragon disappeared. Supreme 9 Sons' figure appeared clearly. Master! Yan Kuangtu shouted. His body trembled slightly. He was extremely excited. Xiaojiang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family patriarch shouted. The other supremes and experts also looked at Supreme 9 Sons in disbelief. Many people of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe it. Who didn't know the name Supreme 9 Sons? The 9 Sons bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the war god of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was extremely powerful and was known as the strongest supreme in the eastern wilderness. Even emperors didn't dare to underestimate him. Such a peerless person had died more than 50 years ago. Many people were shocked and couldn't believe it. However, Emperor De had announced it himself, so no one doubted it. But now, Supreme 9 Sons had appeared again and was helping Lu Ming against Emperor De. What was going on? Kuangtu, I haven't seen you for a few decades and you've already grown so much. You're worthy of being my disciple. Supreme 9 Sons looked at Yan Kuangtu and laughed. He was satisfied. Master, what happened back then? Why are you only left with a remnant soul? Where's your real body? Who harmed you? Yan Kuangtu was extremely excited. He asked several questions in succession. The others were also very curious. Back then, Emperor De had only announced the death of Supreme 9 Sons, but he hadn't said anything specific. Many people had been wondering about that for a few decades. Supreme 9 Sons was extremely powerful. Who could kill him? Even emperors wouldn't be able to kill Supreme 9 Sons easily. 9 Sons, you're only left with a remnant soul. Do you still want to betray your master? At that moment, a voice filled with pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man stepped out from the spatial crack. The middle-aged man had a tall build. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. An imperious aura was emitted from him. Countless people felt like they were facing the universe when they saw the figure. Their hearts were filled with reverence, and they had the urge to kneel down and worship him. That was the imperious aura of a dominator. Greetings, Your Majesty. At that moment, countless people from all directions bowed. Their eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Even Wang Tingting, Wang Haoxian, and the others did the same. Only the fatty stood straight without moving. Emperor De glanced around and nodded his head. Betray? Ha ha ha, De, don't you think it's funny? Supreme 9 Sons burst out laughing. Countless people were shocked. Supreme 9 Sons had called Emperor De by his name. It didn't seem like he was facing his own master. Why was that? However, no one said anything. If someone else had called Emperor De by his name, someone would have jumped out and reprimanded him. However, it was Supreme Nine's sons who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure. Everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. Even the patriarchs of the 6 great ancient clans' eyes flickered. They didn't do anything. At that moment, Lu Ming was in a bad state. His whole body was in pain and he had a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His vision turned black and he was about to fall unconscious. Hold on, hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Quang-Tu, don't you want to know who killed me? It's the famous martial emperor in front of you, your martial ancestor. Supremacy Jiuyang looked at Yan Quang-Tu and said. His words were like thunder from the 9 heavens and an endless storm, sweeping through the crowd. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at Supremacy Jiuyang and Martial Emperor De. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Supremacy Jiuyang had been killed by Martial Emperor De. Now, only a wisp of his soul was left. What was going on? Supremacy Jiuyang was the god of war of the Heavenly Divine Palace, the strongest supremacy of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had fought for the Heavenly Divine Palace and made great contributions. Why did Martial Emperor De want to kill him? Yan Quang-Tu opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, why? That's because he needs my bloodline. If he kills me, he'll be able to take my bloodline and use it to cultivate a technique. Supremacy Jiuyang's voice was heard. Now, everyone was even more shocked. The other 6 supremacies' eyes flickered and they looked thoughtful. Martial Emperor De kept his hands behind his back and looked calm. Jiuyang, back then, you colluded with the Corpse Emperor and tried to kill me. That's why I attacked you. It seems like you still hate me and want to slander me. At that moment, Martial Emperor De's voice was heard again. Everyone was even more shocked. Back then, it was Supremacy Jiuyang who colluded with the Corpse Emperor to harm Martial Emperor De. That's why Martial Emperor De attacked Supremacy Jiuyang. How could there be such an inside story? Ha ha ha. Supremacy Jiuyang suddenly laughed and said, De, you're an Emperor Realm expert. It's fine that you plotted against me, but you actually deceived me. I, Xia Jiuyang, was really blind back then. How could I have become your disciple? Xia Jiuyang, how dare you plot against His Majesty Martial Emperor? You deserve to die. Now that you dare to come back, I'll kill you. The patriarch of the Jiang clan shouted. The others looked at Supremacy Jiuyang. Hee hee. Supreme Nine Yang laughed coldly and did not explain further. He knew that there was no point in explaining. This was all because of strength. Emperor De was an expert of the Emperor Path, a lofty existence. How strong was he? On that day, even if the Jiuyang Zun showed proof that Emperor De had harmed him back then, the others wouldn't betray Emperor De. They would stand on Emperor De's side. This was because of strength. Who would betray Martial Emperor De for a half-dead person? That would be stupid. If they left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, where would they find such a good cultivation environment and cultivation resources? Who would protect them? Moreover, Martial Emperor De had already given him a reason. Jiuyang had colluded with the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse Emperor and wanted to kill him. That was why he was killed. Regardless of whether this reason was true or false, this reason was enough. Supreme Nine Yang knew this very well, so he didn't say anything else, nor did he try to explain. Without strength, what was the point of saying so much? Jiuyang, you only have a wisp of remnant soul left. Do you still want to fight me? Surrender now. Emperor De said. Supreme Jiuyang smiled and did not respond. Instead, he looked at Yan Quang-Tu and said, Quang-Tu, do you believe me or De? I believe in Master. Yan Quang-Tu's eyes flashed with determination. Good, haha, I was right about you. Next, I will block De. You take Lu Ming and rush out. Remember, you must take Lu Ming and rush out. Supreme Nine Yang said. Master, let's go together. Yan Quang-Tu shouted. Let's go. Supreme Nine Suns roared. His body emitted a dazzling light as 9 blazing suns appeared once again. A pair of evil disciples. You are indeed ambitious. Today, none of you can leave. Shouted Emperor De coldly. A supreme chi exploded from his body and shook the earth. Emperor De stretched out his hand and pressed down. A gigantic hand formed and moved towards Yan Kuang-tu and the Nine Suns cultivator. "Take Lu Ming away!" shouted Supreme Nine Suns. His body shone even brighter as he burned his soul. The Supreme Temple shook and Nine Suns appeared, attacking the gigantic hand. Yan Kuang-tu shouted and turned into a three-legged golden crow. His pure chi wrapped around Lu Ming and rushed out. However, Emperor De was too terrifying. His hand covered the sky and suppressed the space. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by his hand. Boom! Supreme Nine Suns, Supreme Temple and Emperor De's gigantic hand collided fiercely. The earth shook and the space was torn apart. It looked like the end of the world. Everyone in the area retreated one after another. Within tens of thousands of kilometers, only the 6 paragons remained. Yan Kuang-tu let out a long howl and opened his mouth to spit out a golden flame divine sword. However, it was still blocked. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared in front of him and collided with the golden flame. Yan Kuang-tu's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Although Lu Ming was under Yan Kuang-tu's protection, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. His body was in more pain and his vision turned black. "Break!" shouted Supreme Nine Suns furiously. The 9 suns shone even brighter, completely suppressing the real sun in the sky. Supreme Nine Suns' body shone with a dazzling light. "Teacher!" shouted Yan Kuang-tu. Supreme Nine Suns was burning his soul. In the end, he might not even be able to protect his soul. "Evil disciple, suppress!" Emperor De's eyes looked even colder. He waved his hand and an even more terrifying palm attack was launched. Boom! The Supreme Divine Palace collided with the palm and shook violently. In the end, with a loud bang, a corner of the Supreme Divine Palace was blasted apart and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Supreme Nine Suns' body trembled violently. The Golden Crow cried and soared into the sky. The Golden Crow's fire turned into a dazzling sword light and collided with the hand. Explosions sounded continuously and the sword light was destroyed. The Golden Crow's body trembled and fell down. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was getting darker and darker. He looked at the battle in the sky and then at the High Lawn Ancient Garden. Then, his vision darkened and he fell into an endless darkness. His injuries were too severe. The 9 Dragons' bloodline had exploded 2 golden chakras, causing him to be severely injured. In addition, he had controlled the 9 Dragons' cauldron to fight against the Supremes. He had even exchanged a blow with Martial Emperor De. His injuries were extremely severe. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and fainted. "Xiaoqing, I'm too weak. I can't take you away." That was Lu Ming's last thought before he fainted. Lu Ming fainted but the battle became more intense. "Let's go." However, Emperor De was too strong. He had completely blocked their path. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Boom! Boom! The Temple of Paragon and Emperor De's palms collided with each other. The Temple of Paragon kept shaking. More and more places exploded. In the end, the entire Temple of Paragon cracked. "Ah! Old bastard, why aren't you here yet? Are you doing this on purpose?" The fat guy in the crowd shouted angrily. In the sky, Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Kuang-tu had joined forces to fight against Emperor De. The people who were watching the battle, including the 6 Supremes, were astonished. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yan Kuang-tu, this pair of master and disciple, were too powerful, too insane. They were able to fight Martial Emperor De to such an extent, how terrifying. They're doomed to die today. Although Supreme Nine Suns is burning his soul, he can't fight against Emperor De for long. The patriarch of the Jiang clan said coldly. Without breaking through to the Huangqi layer, fighting against a Huangqi layer is an unwise decision. No matter how strong you are, you will still lose. Since ancient times, there has never been a Zun cultivator who could defeat a Huangqi layer. The patriarch of the Luan clan said. Bang! Bang! The Temple of Paragon shook more and more violently. It kept collapsing and exploding. Supreme Nine Suns' remnant soul started shaking as if it would disappear at any time. "Teacher!" Yan Kuang-tu gritted his teeth and protected Lu Ming. He tried his best to fight back, but his body was shaking and blood was flowing out of his mouth. The situation was getting worse. Damn it. Old bastard, he must be doing this on purpose. I don't care, I'll fight. The fat guy kept cursing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd. He rushed towards Emperor De and Supreme Nine Sons. Fatty, what are you doing? Wan Tingting shouted. She was terrified. The others looked at the fat guy as if he was crazy. The fat guy dared to rush into the battlefield of Supreme Nine Sons and Martial Emperors. He was courting death. If he was hit by a strand of energy, he would be turned into ashes. He was crazy. However, the fatty's eyes were filled with viciousness as he muttered, "Old fart, I know you don't want to get involved in this mess. But now, your dearest and only disciple is about to die. Let's see if you still want to care." Fatty let out a low roar and charged toward the battlefield at top speed. Countless gazes were attracted by the fatty and landed on him. Everyone thought in their hearts that this fatty was crazy. The eyes of the Nine Heavens Supremes flickered, but they did not stop him. Since this ant-like thing was courting death, there was no need for them to stop him. Once he got close to the battlefield, only death would await him. Just as Fatty was about to reach the battlefield, a terrifying shockwave from the battle swept through the void. Wherever the shockwave passed, the void collapsed. A pitch-black spatial crack swept towards Fatty. "Old bastard, if you don't come, I'm going to die here." Fatty roared. Wung, at that moment, the space behind Fatty cracked open. A huge axe slashed out from the void. The spatial crack was destroyed by the axe. The axe did not stop, it continued to slash towards Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's face turned solemn. He slashed with his palm and a shocking sword glow burst out, clashing with the huge axe. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split open. A brilliant light shone, causing the space to collapse. An endless force entered the void. At the same time, the sword glow and the axe cancelled each other out and disappeared. Heavens, countless people were dumbfounded. Who came here? How could he fight against Martial Emperor De? Behind Fatty, a tall figure stepped out from the spatial crack. It was an old man with a messy white beard. However, his body was extremely fat. He looked like an older version of Kong Jin. He stood beside Fatty, his body emitting a terrifying and supreme aura. This aura was very similar to Martial Emperor De's aura. Martial Emperor, this is a Martial Emperor expert. Countless people's hearts twitched. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. At first, it was the spiritual gods, then the Supremes. In the end, even the Supreme Nine Sons and Martial Emperor De showed up. Now, another Martial Emperor had shown up. All of this was because of Lu Ming. Because of this young man, these peerless experts had appeared one after another. It made many people feel like they were dreaming. Demonic sky old monster, this has nothing to do with you. Why? Are you going to be my enemy? Martial Emperor De looked at the fat old man. Martial Emperor De's words shocked even more people. Demonic Sky Divine Emperor, this old man is actually the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor was an extremely famous peerless expert in the Eastern Barren region. He was famous before Martial Emperor De. He was a true Martial Emperor expert. However, the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor did not like to establish a force. He liked to live in seclusion and his whereabouts were unpredictable. Almost no one knew where he was. In the past few thousand years, the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor had disappeared without a trace. No one had seen him. It was rumored that the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor had died because his lifespan had run out. For thousands of years, countless people in the Eastern Barren region had acknowledged this fact. They had never expected that the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor would appear again after thousands of years. He had not died at all. The King Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The Sea Spirit Realm had a lifespan of 2,000 years. The Spiritual Embryo Realm had a lifespan of 3,000 years. The Spiritual God Realm had a lifespan of 5,000 years. However, once one broke through to the Martial Emperor Realm, his lifespan would increase greatly and reach more than 10,000 years. However, the lifespan of a martial emperor realm martial artist was uncertain. The short ones could only live for 10,000 years, but the long ones could live for 20,000 years. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor was definitely more than 15,000 years old. Therefore, many people thought that he had died. Haha, DE, you are an martial emperor expert. How can you make things difficult for a few juniors? Is it fun? It's too shameful. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor laughed. This is a matter of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It's not your place to worry about it. Please. Leave. Martial Emperor DE said coldly. Old. No. Master, Lu Ming is my brother. We swore that we would live and die together. No matter what, we have to save him today. Otherwise, you will lose me as your disciple. The fatty shouted. I don't care about the matters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, but that little guy is my disciple's brother. If he dies, my disciple will die too. I am in a difficult position. How about this? I don't care about your two disciples, but I will take that little guy away. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor pointed at Lu Ming and said. Demonic Sky Divine Emperor, it seems like you want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor De's face darkened. His target was Lu Ming. How could he let the demonic Sky Divine Emperor take him away? De, so what if I am your enemy? You are just a clone now. Your real body is far away, right? Do you think I am afraid of you? You little guys, go quickly. Leave De to me. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor glanced at Supreme Nine Suns and slashed at De with his axe. The axe could split the sky, as if it was going to split the entire Jiulong city. Thank you, Senior. Quangtu, let's go. Supreme Nine Suns said and rushed to the side with Yan Quangtu. You guys, stop those two bastards. De slashed out a shocking sword light and fought with the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. At the same time, he ordered the 6 great ancient families. Yes. The 6 great ancient families responded and surrounded Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quangtu. You guys are courting death. Yan Quangtu roared and attacked violently. However, Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quangtu had been injured during the battle with De. They were not as strong as before. They were blocked by the 6 great ancient families and could not rush out. Today, none of you can leave. The Wang family was furious. He had been seriously injured by Lu Ming and had almost died. It was a great humiliation. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. How could he let Lu Ming leave safely? His attacks were the most frenzied. He attacked Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quangtu without any regard for his life. Is that so? Explode. Supreme Nine Suns suddenly snorted and controlled the Temple of Paragon to attack the Wang family. During the collision, the Temple of Paragon emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Ah, no. The Wang family quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom, the Temple of Paragon exploded like a sun. A terrifying power swept out and engulfed the Wang family's family. Ah, the Wang family's family screamed. His body was broken and half of his body had exploded. He had almost died. Miserable, too miserable. The Wang family's family had almost been killed by Lu Ming. He had barely recovered when the Temple of Paragon exploded and almost died. Charge. Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quangtu rushed forward quickly. The self-destruction of the Temple of Paragon opened up a path. The two of them brought Lu Ming out of the encirclement. Rip, the 3-legged golden crow that Yan Quangtu had transformed into tore at the space with its claws. He and Supreme Nine Suns rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Chase after him. Emperor De was furious and roared. The other 5 supreme beings tore through the space and chased after Yan Quangtu and the others. In the 9 Dragons City, countless people were stunned. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yan Quangtu escaped with Lu Ming. There were still 2 Imperial Plane cultivators fighting in the sky. Today's battle was destined to shock the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming's name was destined to attract everyone's attention. 3 days later, in the west of 9 Dragons City, on a mountain peak far away, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Another figure was constantly patting the former's body, sending streams of true yuan into the latter's body. After a while, the latter figure finally stopped slapping. These two figures were Lu Ming and Yan Quantu. Lu Ming sat cross-legged as Yan Quantu healed him. After nearly 3 days of rushing, they had finally shaken off the 5 patriarchs of the ancient families. Yan Quantu was healing Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and a black bead flew out. Then, Supreme Nine Sun's remnant soul flew out of the bead. At this moment, Supreme Nine Sun's remnant soul was extremely weak, as if it would dissipate at any time. "How is Lu Ming?" Supreme Nine Suns asked. "Master, Lu Ming is seriously injured, but after my treatment, he is much better. He should wake up soon," Yan Quantu said. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" Lu Ming opened his eyes. The environment in front of him stunned him. Wasn't he in Nine Dragon City? Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu were fighting against Martial Emperor De, but it was calm here. Where were the traces of a battle? Then, he saw Yan Quantu and Supreme Nine Suns. "Senior Nine Suns, Brother Yan." Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu. This battle started because of him, but it implicated Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu. If anything happened to Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu, he would feel uneasy. Now that he saw that both of them were here, he finally felt relieved. "Lu Ming, how are you feeling? You have been unconscious for 3 days." Supreme Nine Suns said. 3 days? Lu Ming was shocked and said, "I'm much better now." "Senior Nine Suns, where is this? Are we not in Nine Dragon City anymore?" Lu Ming asked. He was curious. If Martial Emperor De had attacked, Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu would not have been able to escape. Perhaps something else had happened while he was unconscious. "Yes, we are not in Nine Dragon City. We are very far away from it. We are almost out of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory." Yan Quantu nodded and continued, "This time, we are lucky to have the help of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape from De's evil hands." "The demonic Sky Divine Emperor is that legendary Emperor Realm expert?" Lu Ming was shocked. He did not understand why the demonic Sky Divine Emperor would help them. Could it be that Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu had asked for help? "Yes, it's that senior. His disciple seems to be your brother. That's why the demonic Sky Divine Emperor helped." Supreme Nine Suns explained. "My brother?" Lu Ming was even more surprised. Buzz, at that moment, the space in the sky suddenly cracked. Lu Ming was shocked. "It should be Senior Demonic Sky," Yan Quantu said. Obviously, they had contacted each other before. Sure enough, a few figures stepped out of the space crack. One of the elders was the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Beside the demonic Sky Divine Emperor were a young man and a young woman. Fatty, Ting Ting. Seeing the two young people, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The two young people were Fatty and Wan Ting Ting. "Lu Ming, haha, are you okay?" Fatty grinned and flew toward Lu Ming. "I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He finally knew who his brother was. It must be Fatty. He had never expected Fatty's master to be the legendary demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Junior pays his respects to Senior Demonic Sky. "Thank you for your help this time." Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Quantu stepped forward and bowed to thank the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Junior Lu Ming thanks Senior Demonic Sky for your help. Lu Ming stepped forward and bowed as well. "Don't mention it. If it weren't for my unfilial disciple, I wouldn't have bothered to help. I've offended De for no reason." The demonic Sky Divine Emperor twisted his lips. "Old man, are you afraid of Martial Dominator De?" Fatty twisted his lips and glanced at the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Supreme Nine Suns, Yan Quantu, Lu Ming, and Wan Ting Ting felt their eyelids twitching. They almost bit their tongues. "Old man?" The demonic Sky Sovereign was enraged. He glared and scolded, "Little brat, what did you say? Do you think I am afraid of that brat De? When I roamed the world, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was not even born yet. Little brat, let me tell you, I am afraid of getting into trouble. Do you know that? However, the fatty still curled his lips and looked at the demonic sky sovereign suspiciously. The demonic sky sovereign's aura weakened a little. He said, Little brat, what do you know? Let me tell you, DE is really amazing and his cultivation is extremely high. This time, it's lucky that it's only his doppelganger. His real body should be practicing overseas. Otherwise, even I may not be able to stop him. Supreme Nine Yang and Yan Quantu nodded. They were very clear about DE's strength. If he was not strong, how could he establish the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the Eastern Desolate region and contend with the Sky Beast Valley? Before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect did not exist. At that time, there was the Talisman Puppet sect and other overlord factions. All the human factions had to work together to contend with the Sky Beast Valley. Now, just the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace alone could contend with the Sky Beast Valley. This showed how strong DE was. After this battle, DE's main body will definitely return from overseas. However, those that can help DE cultivate must be very far away from the Divine Desolate region. It will be impossible for him to return in a short time. However, when he returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. What are your plans after this? The demonic Sky Sovereign asked. Senior, we plan to head to the Talisman Puppet sect and let Lu Ming prepare for the Battle of Luck. Supreme Nine Yang said. Yes. Even if DE's main body comes personally, he will not be able to break through the Talisman Puppet sect's Yinyang Mountain. It is a pretty good place. The demonic Sky Sovereign nodded. Senior Nine Yang, are we going to the Talisman Puppet sect next? Then, my parents. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He thought of Lu Yuntian and the others. The Lu clan was in the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Little guy, this little brat has already told me about your situation. The place where I live in seclusion is in the eastern part of the eastern wilderness. It's not far from your hometown. As for your parents, I will take care of them. Also, although Emperor DE doesn't do things the right way, he's still a martial emperor. He won't harm your family for you. Otherwise, if the news spread that he, a martial emperor, couldn't deal with the Sea of Soul Realm Jr. and threatened him with his family, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Eastern Barren Territory anymore. The demonic Sky Emperor said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly bowed towards the Devil Sky Emperor and said, Lu Ming thanks Senior again. Little guy, you don't have to be so polite. Since you've offended DE, there's no harm in helping you with this little favor. Just take it for the sake of this little bastard. The demonic Sky Emperor waved his hand. Actually, he had another plan in mind. Lu Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He actually dared to make a move in the face of an emperor. His determination and guts shocked him. Ordinary people would be lucky if they could stand firmly when facing an Emperor Heaven Divine Emperor, let alone attack him. Under such a mighty aura, they couldn't even summon the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They would be defeated before the battle. However, Lu Ming, who was only in the spiritual sea realm, was still able to go against the flow. It was really rare. If Lu Ming could surpass DE in the future, his future would be limitless. As for the demonic Sky Emperor, he didn't have much time left. If he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Ming, Kong Jin would be able to use Lu Ming's strength to go further in the future. He was planning for Kong Jin. The demonic Sky Emperor looked at Supreme Nine Yang and asked, Actually, I'm very curious. Why did DE want to kill you back then? Why does he want to capture Lu Ming now? At the side, Yan Quantu, the fatty, and Wan Tingting also looked at Supreme Nine Yang curiously. It was like this back then. Immediately, Nine Sun's supremacy explained the cause and effect of the matter to Chu Feng. Damn it, DE is actually so despicable. To think that I fought for him for so many years. Yan Quantu growled, his anger soaring to the sky. I really didn't expect DE to be so despicable and unscrupulous. It seems that DE is planning something big. The demonic Sky Emperor said in a low voice. Indeed, according to my speculation, DE's plan is not as simple as the Eastern Wilderness. Supreme Nine Yang said. Well, okay, I have to go too. I'm old. I'll have to rely on you guys to deal with DE in the end. The demonic Sky Emperor nodded and said. Lu Ming, in half a year, I'll go to the Talisman Puppet Sect to find you and participate in the Battle of Providence together. I won't fight for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The fatty said. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave too. Wan Tingting walked over and said. Okay, take care. See you in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go, little brat. When you go back this time, you'd better cultivate well. Now you know that there's always someone better out there. The demonic Sky Emperor scolded. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the fatty and Wan Tingting, tore open the space, and stepped in. Then, the space recovered, and they disappeared. Lu Ming, here's what you left in the Temple of Paragon. Take it. The Temple of Paragon has collapsed. Supreme Nine Yang took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Senior Nine Yang, are you alright? Lu Ming took it. Looking at Supreme Nine Yang's weak remnant soul, Lu Ming felt terrible. Supreme Nine Yang's soul power had recovered a lot, but this time, he was even weaker than before. This time, it was all because of him. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. This battle is good for us. Supreme Nine Yang said, as if he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Good? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. When you unleashed your bloodline, the primes of the ancient families immediately rushed over. This means that De had already noticed the appearance of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Nine Dragons City, so he sent people to keep an eye on it. I've underestimated De. If that's the case, it's even more dangerous for you. We don't know when De will find out. If he secretly attacks, we won't even have a chance to fight back. After this battle, the first benefit is that both sides are now clear and there is no need to worry about De secretly attacking. Furthermore, after this battle, Quangtu has also followed us out. With Quangtu's help, my soul power will definitely recover even faster. After this, Quangtu will be of great help to you in controlling the Talisman Puppet Sect. In addition, we can also befriend the demonic Sky Emperor. If the demonic Sky Emperor helps us at a critical moment, it will be of great help to us. These are all benefits. Supreme Nine Yang explained. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, with Yan Quangtu's help, he would be more confident in his trip to the Talisman Puppet Sect. I have this soul-gathering pearl that can slowly recover my soul power. What we need to do now is to heal your injuries and then go to the Talisman Puppet Sect. After you've settled down in the Talisman Puppet Sect, Quangtu will bring me to find treasures to recover my soul power. Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place first and find a place to recuperate, Yan Quangquang said. His quintessence wrapped around Lu Ming. Then, he tore space apart, and the two's figures disappeared. One day later, they had already left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and entered the Talisman Puppet Sect's territory. The territory that the Talisman Puppet Sect occupied was much smaller than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's. However, it still had more than 30 large regions. There was a small lake between the vast mountains, looking like a resplendent pearl. Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the lake and circulated the true dragon battle art to treat his injuries. Yan Quangtu sat cross-legged on a tall mountain several li away, also treating his injuries. Back then, when Yan Quangtu fought with martial monarch De, he was also injured. Nine Dragons City was not calm. Although the great battle was over, the commotion caused by it spread far and wide. Countless people discussed this matter. The names of Lu Ming, Yan Quangtu, and Supreme Nine Sons were discussed by countless people. There was a divine nine-dragon cauldron guarding the heads of the nine dragon veins. After the great battle, the 9 divine cauldrons returned to their old places. They were like immemorial divine mountains, unmoving for eternity. Countless people went to the heads of the 9 dragon veins to observe. Many people even went forward, hoping to imitate Lu Ming and pull out the cauldrons. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. How could they touch the divine cauldrons that martial monarchs could not? Why? Why can Lu Ming pull out the cauldrons and even summon the 9 cauldrons while others can't? What secret does he have? Perhaps he obtained the divine 9 dragon cauldrons acknowledgement? Acknowledgement? There are conditions for that. I heard that it has something to do with Lu Ming's bloodline. It is said that martial monarch De made a move for this bloodline. Now that Lu Ming is not dead, do you think he will return one day and summon the 9 cauldrons? Shoo! Be quiet. Do you want to die? Countless people discussed this. However, when it came to sensitive topics, they were all careful. No matter how the wind blew, the 9 cauldrons did not move, as if they were waiting for their master. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Beside the small lake, a faint light appeared on Lu Ming's body, and a sound like a tsunami came from his body. After a while, the sound subsided and Lu Ming opened his eyes. My injuries have been healed. Unfortunately, the 9 dragons bloodline exploded its golden chakra and returned to level 9 king realm. But it doesn't matter. As long as I have enough essence and blood, I will soon reach the level of God realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. Strength, my strength is still too weak. The difference between me and those experts is too great. Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. After this battle, Lu Ming clearly saw the gap between himself and the top experts of the Eastern Barren territory. In front of Martial Emperor De, he was like an ant. There was no way he could compare with him. There were also exalts and domain enlightened spirit gods. All of them were terrifying and shocking, and they were much stronger than him. His strength was too weak. Being weak meant that he was in a passive position. Strength, everything was because of strength. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Xiaoqing, wait for me in the central continent. I will definitely go to the central continent and take you away. That day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. This time, he understood that he was being impulsive. But who hadn't been impulsive when they were young? Moreover, he was facing the person he loved. He had to watch her go to a place she didn't want to go and suffer. How could he be indifferent? The key was that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could break through all obstacles. Who could stop him? It was the second time in his life that Lu Ming desired strength so much. The first time was when Lu Yao took away his bloodline and wanted to take over the Lu clan. At that time, Lu Ming desired strength. With strength, he could defeat Lu Yao and regain control of the Lu clan and his own fate. He could stop Li Ping from being bullied. Now, he desired strength. With strength, he could take Xianxia away, fight against Martial Emperor De, and protect his family and friends. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Ming calmed himself down. Where did that fellow Dandan run off to? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of Dandan. Previously, during the battle in Jiulong City, Dandan had slipped away. No one knew where he went. That guy is very cunning. He should be fine. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? Yan Quantu appeared beside Lu Ming and asked. I've recovered. Lu Ming stood up and said. Well, let's go to the Talisman Puppet Sect's Yin and Yang Mountain. I'm an old friend of the Talisman faction. I've already informed him. Yan Quantu said. Thank you, Brother Yan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, why are you being so polite with me? Speaking of which, we are brothers. It's just that Master didn't accept you as his disciple. Yan Quantu laughed. Immediately, Yan Quantu tore the space apart and rushed to the Yin and Yang mountain with Lu Ming. Half a day later, an incomparably huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Although they were separated by an unknown distance, Lu Ming could still feel the majesty and magnificence of the Yin and Yang mountain while standing high in the sky. The Yin and Yang mountain was the headquarters of the Talisman Puppet Sect. It was formed by 2 incomparably huge mountains. The 2 mountains were like 2 Yin and Yang fishes intertwined with each other, forming the shape of Yin and Yang. Even though there was a great distance between them, Lu Ming could still feel a vast pressure spreading toward him. It pressed down on his heart and his sea of consciousness, causing his mental flame to flicker. The 2 mountains formed a natural formation with the help of the inscription formation. Is this the Yin and Yang mountain that is said to be unbreakable by martial emperors? It's really a creation of heaven and earth. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. He could feel that the Yin and Yang mountain was surrounded by terrifying killing formations. Once a strong enemy approached, it would surely unleash a deadly attack. This was the headquarters of the Talisman Puppet Sect. After countless years, terrifying killing formations had been engraved here, which was what the Talisman Puppet sect relied on. Although the Talisman Puppet sect did not have a martial emperor now, it was still considered one of the four overlord factions. Even martial Emperor De could not do anything about it. Buzz, at that instant, the space ahead suddenly fluctuated. Following it, the space was torn apart and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a Tai Chi robe and had an otherworldly aura. His eyes were filled with wisdom. As soon as he appeared, he swept his gaze across Yan Quantu and Lu Ming and said, "Yan Quantu, you guys have really caused a big commotion. The battle in Nine Dragons City has made you famous in the eastern wilderness. Now, I'm afraid some of the bigger forces have heard about it. Bai Shijin, are you making fun of me?" Yan Quantu took a sip of wine and said casually. He then introduced the man to Lu Ming. "This man is Bai Shijin, the leader of the Talisman faction of the Talisman Puppet sect. He's an old acquaintance of mine." Lu Ming's heart shuddered. So this man is the leader of the Talisman faction. Currently, the Talisman Puppet sect was divided into two factions, the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction. The two factions were not willing to submit to each other and were constantly in conflict. "You are Lu Ming, right? Your name is quite famous now. I heard that the battle at Nine Dragons City was caused by you. I'm quite curious. What is it that made De personally take action?" "Bai Shijin, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about business first," Yan Quantu said. "Business? Yan Quantu, you two aren't really thinking of joining my Talisman Puppet sect, are you? Speaking of which, Sky Monster Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect are better choices. With the help of Heavenly Corpse sect or Sky Monster Valley, we can better fight against Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and De, right?" Bai Shijin stroked his beard and said. "Bai Shijin, you're wrong. I'm not here to join the Talisman Puppet sect, but to help Lu Ming take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect." Yan Quantu was very direct and went straight to the point. "What did you say?" Bai Shijin's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Yan Quantu and said, "Yan Quantu, this joke is not funny at all." "It's not funny, but it's not a joke. I'll tell you directly. Lu Ming is the successor of Senior Liao Tsong," Yan Quantu said. "What? What did you say?" This time, Bai Shijin almost screamed, completely unable to control his emotions. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in shock. "The successor of Senior Master Liao Tsong? You've seen Senior Master Liao Tsong? He's been missing for 3,000 years, where did you see him? Don't try to lie to me." A bunch of questions popped out of Bai Shijin's mouth. "Senior Bai, whether it's true or not, you'll know when you see this." Lu Ming stepped forward and waved his hand. The 10,000 formation illustration appeared in his hand. The illustration opened and a powerful aura spread out. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas engraved on it. It was incomparably mysterious. Bai Shijin's pupils shrank rapidly as he stared at the 10,000 formation illustration in Lu Ming's hand. He muttered to himself, 10,000 formation illustration, it's really the 10,000 formation illustration. What happened to Senior Master Liao Tsong? Why did he disappear for 3,000 years? I'm afraid Senior Master Liao Tsong doesn't have much time left. Lu Ming sighed. What's going on? What's going on? Bai Shijin stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through Lu. Bai Shijin, I have the myriad formation illustration. Do you still not believe me? Yan Quantu said coldly. The 10,000 formation illustration is Patriarch Liansong's divine weapon. At the same time, it is also the Talisman Puppet cult's heirloom. If it wasn't passed down personally by Patriarch Liansong, none of you would have been able to obtain it. Even emperors wouldn't be able to obtain it. Since Lu Ming was able to obtain it, I naturally believe him. Where is Patriarch Liansong now? I want to know. Bai Shijin said. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him about his encounter with Liansong. What? Was the Patriarch assassinated by De? Damn, despicable and shameless De. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Bai Shijin roared in anger. He really didn't expect Liao Song to be harmed by Di back then. Then, Di Tian Divine Palace slowly encroached on the talisman puppet sect's territory, causing the talisman puppet sect's strength to become weaker and weaker. Bai Shijin, now you know the whole story. Lu Ming is the successor of Patriarch Liansong. He was entrusted by Patriarch Liansong to take charge of the talisman puppet cult. Are you going to go against Patriarch Liansong's order? Yan Quantu stared at Bai Shijin and said in a deep voice. Bai Shijin's face darkened as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, I was greatly indebted to Patriarch Liansong. Without Patriarch Liansong, I wouldn't be where I am today. Patriarch Liansong's grace is something that I would never dare to ask for. How could I go against Patriarch Liansong's order? But talisman puppet cult is not something that I can decide. There are still elders in the talisman puppet cult. Humph, you mean they won't respect Liansong's order? Yan Quantu said coldly. If Patriarch Liansong's real body was here, they naturally wouldn't dare. But now, Lu Ming is just a junior. With the 10,000 formation illustration, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Bai Shijin said with a sigh. Senior Bai, how can we know if we don't try? Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, follow me into the talisman puppet cult first. I'll gather the elders of the two sects and make a decision together. Bai Shijin said after thinking for a while. Alright, let's do that. Yan Quantu nodded. Then, Bai Shijin tore the space apart. The two of them followed Bai Shijin and stepped into the space. Following Bai Shijin would naturally not be attacked by the formation. Otherwise, even if they tore the space apart, they would still be attacked by the formation. In the next moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming, Yan Quantu, and Bai Shijin appeared in a courtyard. Yan Quantu, Lu Ming, you two stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll gather the upper echelons and elders of the two sects and make a decision together. Then, you two can go together. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming and Yan Quantu nodded. Then, Bai Shijin left. Brother Yan, can we trust Bai Shijin if we just enter the talisman puppet cult like this? Lu Ming asked Yan Quantu. If Bai Shijin had bad intentions, wouldn't it be very dangerous for them to enter this place? Lu Ming, you can rest assured. Bai Shijin is an old friend of Master. We've known each other for many years. He's a very righteous person. Moreover, he was taught by Senior Liao Song. Although he's a disciple's grandson, he's no different from a disciple. He's very loyal to Senior Liao Song. Yan Quantu said. That's good then. Lu Ming said. Thus, they decided to stay here. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, people from the Liaosong sect came and led them to the conference hall. In a huge hall, there were more than a dozen figures sitting. There were men and women in the group. Some of them looked middle-aged, and some of them were white-haired old men. At the top, on the left, sat Bai Shijin. On the right, sat a white-haired elder with a sage-like demeanor. This elder was the current leader of the Talisman sect, Du Songjue. The people in the hall were the most senior elders of the Talisman puppet cult. Some of them were equivalent to supremes, while the weakest was equivalent to a peak 9th level spirit god. They were the people with the highest status in the Talisman puppet cult. Bai Shijin, you've gathered all of us here, saying that you have something important to discuss. What's the matter? Can you tell us now? On the right, a middle-aged man with a burly appearance spoke. This person was a senior elder of the Talisman sect. His name was Meng Chong, and he was extremely powerful, equivalent to a supremes. Currently, the Talisman puppet cult only had a total of 5 supremes. One could imagine how powerful this person was in the Talisman puppet cult. Not everyone is here yet. I'll tell you when they're all here. Bai Shijin said. Not everyone is here yet? The upper echelons of both our sects are here. Who else are we waiting for? Meng Chong said. They're waiting for us. A rough voice came from outside the hall. Then, 2 figures walked in from outside. Yan Quantu, it's you? As soon as Meng Chong saw Yan Quantu, he suddenly stood up. A silver light flickered between his eyebrows. However, there were traces of faint golden light mixed within the silver light. A powerful aura spread out. The faint golden light meant that the spirit fire was about to transform into a golden color. A golden spirit fire was equivalent to a 9th level inscription master, equivalent to an emperor realm expert. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Yan Kuangtu's body as he stared at Meng Chong and said, "Meng Chong, what are you yelling for? Are you surprised to see me?" "Humph. Of course I'm surprised to see you. Who doesn't know about the battle at 9 Dragons City?" "Yan Kuangtu, so you've escaped from 9 Dragons City and came to the Duality Mountain to join our talisman puppet sect. By Shijin, you've gathered us here to discuss Yan Kuangtu joining us, right?" "I object. If Martial Emperor Di knew that Yan Kuangtu had joined us, it would be a great loss if he waged a war against us," Meng Chong said in a loud voice. "That's right. Although Yan Kuangtu's strength is strong, it's not worth offending Martial Emperor Di." The other elders of the puppeteer sect spoke too. Lu Ming watched coldly. It was said that the puppeteer sect had the intention to join Martial Emperor Di. It seemed like it was true. However, Bai Shijin and the elders of the talisman puppet sect remained silent. "Haha, Meng Chong, I think you're overthinking it. I'm not here to join you. I'm here because of brother Lu Ming." Yan Kuangtu burst out laughing. "Lu Ming?" The others glanced at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious why such a young man would cause a battle at 9 Dragons City, to the point that even Martial Emperor Di was involved. "He's Lu Ming. It's said that the battle at 9 Dragons City was because of him. You're asking us to protect him, right?" "No way. How is it possible to offend Martial Emperor Di because of him? Yan Kuangtu, I advise you to leave at once. There's no room for discussion," Meng Chong said. "Who says Lu Ming is here to join the talisman puppet sect? He's here to take charge of the talisman puppet sect," Yan Kuangtu said with a grin. Silence. The hall suddenly became quiet. The elders of the talisman puppet sect were stunned. They looked at Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming in a daze. "Ha ha ha, Yan Kuangtu, I think you're crazy. You've lost your mind after being beaten by Martial Emperor Di in 9 Dragons City. You've come to the talisman puppet sect? A kid? Taking charge of the talisman? What a joke, what a joke." After quite a while, Meng Chong laughed out crazily. The others also looked at Yan Kuangtu as if they were looking at a madman. Yan Kuangtu curled his lips and did not seem to mind. He took out his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. After which, he said in an indifferent tone, "If Lu Ming is the successor of Senior Lian Song and is entrusted by Senior Lian Song to take charge of the talisman puppet sect, I wonder if that is possible?" Silence. The hall suddenly became quiet again, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Nonsense. Ancestor Liansong has been missing for 3,000 years, how could he have obtained his legacy?" It was still Meng Chong who spoke. Du Songjua's eyes flickered as he glanced at the expressionless Bai Shijin. "I wonder if this can be proven?" At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward, and the myriad formation illustration appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, everyone in the hall focused their attention on the myriad formation illustration. Hiss hiss hiss, then, a series of gasps could be heard. Myriad formation illustration, it's actually the myriad formation illustration. Oh my god, the myriad formation illustration has reappeared. The myriad formation illustration is the divine weapon of sect leader Liansong, and also his keepsake. Without sect leader Liansong's personal guidance, no one can control it. Could he really be the successor of sect leader Liansong? Exclamations could be heard in the hall. Each of the elders' glabella flickered with silver light, and their spiritual fire jumped. Their spiritual power was like a spiritual storm that filled the hall, forming a strong pressure. Myriad formation illustration, kid, where did you get it? Quickly hand it over. Meng Chong suddenly stood up, and a terrifying pressure spread out from his glabella, pressing down on Lu Ming. His eyes flickered with greed. If he could obtain the myriad formation illustration, then the puppet sect would be able to command the entire talisman puppet sect. Du Songjua's eyes flickered, and the spiritual fire between his glabella jumped. Obviously, he was also very excited. Bang! Yan Kuangtu took a step forward, and a powerful aura rushed out, covering Lu Ming's body to resist the pressure. What? You want to go against Senior Liansong's order and snatch the myriad formation illustration? Yan Kuangtu's eyes were cold. The myriad formation illustration is a sacred object of the talisman puppet sect. How can it be controlled by a kid? Quickly hand over the myriad formation illustration and tell us about the situation with Senior Master Liansong, and we can let you leave safely. Meng Chong said coldly. What a joke, Meng Chong, believe it or not, I will cripple you. Yan Kuangtu roared, and golden flames of the golden crow spread out from his body. A violent aura rushed towards Meng Chong, causing the aura in the hall to suddenly rise. Meng Chong's face changed greatly, and his spiritual fire jumped. In front of him, dense inscriptions suddenly spread out, forming an inscription formation to resist Yan Kuangtu's pressure. At the same time, he shouted, Yan Kuangtu, although your battle strength is strong, this is the talisman puppet sect. If we fight, you will definitely die. It's enough to kill you. Yan Kuangtu said loudly, incomparably domineering. Meng Chong and the others of the puppet sect looked very serious. They thought of the Battle of 9 Dragons. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, Yan Kuangtu's battle strength was invincible, and he was able to fight against 3 Supremes. His battle strength had reached a terrifying level. If they really fought, even if they could defeat Yan Kuangtu, they would have to pay a heavy price. Haha, Meng Chong, brother Kuangtu, we are all old acquaintances. Why do we have to be hostile? Sit down and talk slowly. At this time, Du Songjue, who had been silent all this time, said with a smile. Meng Chong snorted coldly and sat down again. Yan Kuangtu chuckled, and the aura on his body also converged. Lu Ming did not speak, and sighed slightly in his heart. He had long known that it would not be so easy to control the talisman puppet sect with just the myriad formation illustration. If Yan Kuangtu was not there, he believed that the people of the talisman puppet sect would definitely kill him and then seize the myriad formation illustration, without the slightest room for negotiation. This was strength. Only with strength would there be room for negotiation. Lu Ming has inherited the mantle of Grandmaster Liansong. This cannot be wrong. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the myriad formation illustration. At this time, Bai Shijin slowly spoke. This is indeed the case. The other elders of the talisman puppet sect nodded their heads. So what if that's the case? Letting a kid like him control the talisman puppet sect? Besides, he has offended Martial Emperor De. It will be a disaster if Martial Emperor De comes to us. Meng Chong harumphed coldly. Meng Chong, I know that the puppet sect wants to rely on Martial Emperor De, but is De worth it? My master, the 9 Sons Supreme, has contributed a lot to De, but he still killed him easily. If you rely on him, you might end up in the same situation. Yan Kuangtu chuckled. Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others of the puppet sect were startled, but they did not say anything. Besides, I'll tell you one more thing. Don't you want to know why Senior Liansong suddenly disappeared? He was assassinated by De. Only a wisp of his soul was left and he escaped underground. Other than Bai Shijin, who knew about this beforehand, the others were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Sect leader Liaosong was killed by Martial Emperor De? How is that possible? How could such a thing happen? The founding elders were shocked, especially the founding elders of the puppet faction, who were even more shocked. It's true. Master said it himself. The million formation illustration is now half destroyed because Master was severely injured in the battle with De. Lu Ming said loudly. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a figure stepped out from his forehead. It was Supreme 9 Sons. Supreme 9 Sons. The people of the talisman puppet sect looked at Supreme 9 Sons. Many of them were old acquaintances of Supreme 9 Sons. Everyone, what Lu Ming said is true. I met Senior Liaosong once underground. Supreme 9 Sons said. Supreme 9 Sons' words made everyone fall into silence. Master, you were actually killed by Martial Emperor De. Du Songjue mumbled to himself. Du Songjue was Liaosong's direct disciple. So, do you still want to join De? If the other disciples of the talisman puppet sect knew that the sect leader, the leader of the talisman puppet sect, was killed by Martial Emperor De, and you want to join him instead, what would they think? Yan Quantu sneered. Meng Chong and the other founding elders of the puppet faction had ugly expressions. Di had killed Liao Tsong and then invaded the territory of the Talisman puppet sect. He was their mortal enemy. How could they join Di? If the other disciples knew about this, many of them would rebel. Since Di had killed Liao Tsong, why would he take them in? Why would he not guard against them? This path was obviously impossible. What the Talisman puppet sect can do now is to unite and accumulate strength to fight against Di Tian Divine Palace and Martial Emperor Di. Otherwise, we will be defeated. Yan Quantu said loudly. Ridiculous. How can we fight against Martial Emperor Di? Who can fight against Di without becoming an emperor? Meng Chong sneered. The others nodded. If someone can break through to the Martial Emperor realm, they can fight against Di and even kill him. Yan Quantu said. Breaking through to the Martial Royal realm? Haha, it's not that easy. How many peerless geniuses have been born in the Eastern continent for the past 10,000 years? How many of them were able to break through to the Martial Royal realm? On average, there would only be one every few thousand years. Yan Quantu, you are known as the genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. Can you do it? Are you confident? Meng Chong looked at Yan Quantu mockingly. I might not be able to, but Lu Ming definitely can. Yan Quantu said. Him? What right does a little brat have? Ridiculous. Meng Chong sneered. I think so too. Senior Liao Tsong thinks so too. Supreme Nine Sons said, silencing Meng Chong. The Talisman puppet sect members involuntarily gathered their gazes onto Lu Ming once again. They couldn't help but think of the rumors about Lu Ming. Even Emperor Di was willing to help him. Yan Quantu and the Nine Sons Supreme, these two peerless Nine Sons Supremes trusted him so much. Besides, why was Liao Tsong willing to pass down his mantle to him? What was so special about him? Why was he worthy of the attention of so many authorities? Important. Everyone, since Lu Ming has obtained the inheritance of our ancestor, we can't disobey his orders. At that instant, Bai Shijin spoke once again. This is a serious matter that concerns the future of the Talisman puppet sect. We have to consider it carefully, unless Lu Ming can prove that he is worthy of us taking such a huge risk. Du Songjue said. That's right. Besides, I've heard that this brat is very talented in martial arts. However, if he wants to control the Talisman puppet sect, he can't rely on his martial arts. Brat, show us your spiritual rings. Meng Chong said coldly. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face. It was obvious that the people of the puppet sect were starting to relax. This was a good start. Seniors, if you want to take a look, let's have a look. Lu Ming stepped forward and brought his fists together. Meanwhile, his glabella glowed as spiritual rings appeared above his head. There were a total of 6 of them. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue. 6 different colors, 6 spiritual rings. The hall fell into silence once again. Everyone widened their eyes and mouths as they stared at Lu Ming in a daze. They stared at the mental energy ring above his head with an incredulous expression. Perfect, all perfect. The first 5 ranks are perfect. How is this possible? How is this possible? Meng Chong's mouth was wide open as if he had just swallowed a dead mouse. Genius, a peerless genius. Such talent is comparable to Patriarch Liao Tsong's. Yeah, Patriarch Liao Tsong achieved perfect mastery in the first 5 ranks, and lit up 9 spiritual rings for the 6th rank. Lu Ming has a chance to reach Patriarch Liao Tsong's level. The elders of the Talisman puppet sect discussed in astonishment. Bai Shijin was also dumbfounded and shocked. The reason why he stood on Lu Ming's side previously was mainly because of Liao Tsong's legacy. No matter who Liao Tsong's legacy was passed down to, he would support it. However, he did not expect Lu Ming's inscription talent to be so terrifying. The first 5 ranks were perfect mastery. Apart from Liao Tsong, no one in the Talisman puppet sect had achieved that in the past 10,000 years. On the side, Yan Quantu was also dumbfounded. He did not know that Lu Ming's talent in the Tao of inscription was so terrifying. He could not help but smile wryly. To be able to achieve such a feat while cultivating both martial and inscription. This kid is incredible. No wonder Patriarch Liao Song is interested in him. Perhaps he can revitalize our talisman puppet sect in the future? It's hard to say. The elders of the talisman puppet sect discussed. By Shijin, this is a serious matter. Let's discuss it. Du Songjue glanced at Bai Shijin. Bai Shijin nodded and said, I called you here to discuss it. He then looked at Lu Ming, Yan Quantu, and the others and said, why don't you wait outside the hall? We need to discuss it. Sure, please go ahead. Lu Ming brought his fists together and walked out of the hall with Yan Quantu. It's almost done, but it's impossible for Lu Ming to take charge of the talisman puppet sect. I think the talisman puppet sect will give Lu Ming some tests. Supreme Nine Sons said. There's no problem with a test. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Following this, they waited in silence. This wait lasted for 3 hours. Only then did someone inform them to re-enter the main hall. Lu Ming, you're still young and your cultivation is still low. I'm afraid most people won't be convinced if you take charge of the talisman puppet sect, which will only bring more trouble. Let's discuss with the elders and make you one of the Zongzi candidates. What do you think? Bai Shijin was the first to speak. Thank you so much, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked them. It was already very rare to become a Zongzi candidate. After all, Lu Ming had just arrived and he had to rely on the deterrence of Yan Quantu and Supreme Nine Yang to achieve this. If he had come alone, these big shots would not have compromised and he would not have had a chance to show off. First, he would become a Zongzi candidate. Then, he would have to fight for it himself. Yes. Du Songjue and the others nodded. They were satisfied with Lu Ming's humble attitude. First, you can become a Zongzi candidate. But if you want to become an official Zongzi and take charge of the talisman puppet sect in the future, there is another condition. Du Songjue said slowly. Here it comes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there must be a condition. It could not be that simple. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. The condition is that you must stand out in the upcoming Battle of Providence and win first place. Then, after the Battle of Providence, you can immediately become an official Zongzi. Du Songjue said. Then, the sect leaders and elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect, Talisman Faction, and Puppet Faction all stared at Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could speak, Yan Quantu shouted, What? Win first place in the Battle of Providence? How is that possible? Lu Ming has only cultivated for a short time. You are deliberately making things difficult for him. This condition is too difficult. Change it. Win first place in the Battle of Providence. Even though Yan Quantu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He did not doubt Lu Ming's talent, but Lu Ming's cultivation time was shorter than the other geniuses. The top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were each more abnormal than the other. The top 10 geniuses were even more terrifying. Moreover, there were many new geniuses who were also very bright. No one knew how strong they were. This was only for the human clan. The heavenly demon tribe also had many descendants with powerful bloodlines. It was too difficult to win first place. They were deliberately making things difficult for him. Yan Quantu, this condition is indeed difficult. But to break through to the martial emperor realm and fight against DE is even more difficult. In the eastern wasteland, there is only one martial emperor every few thousand years. How many geniuses will there be in the eastern wasteland? It's hard to count. Even in this golden age where geniuses come forth in large numbers, those who can break through to the martial emperor realm in the future are few and far between. Lu Ming must suppress this era. Only then will he have the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. Only then will he have the opportunity to fight and even defeat DE. Meng Chong's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. Yan Quantu remained silent. He knew that what Meng Chong said made sense. Good. I agree. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Many people's eyes lit up as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood quietly in the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and his eyes were filled with determination and confidence. First place in the Battle of Providence? He had to do it, he had to do it. Just like what Meng Chong said, if he couldn't do it, how could he fight against De? Anyone who could reach the martial emperor realm was a legend, a legend. And he had to create his own legend. Although he knew that it would be difficult, there was only motivation when there was pressure. Good, then it's a deal. If you can obtain first place in the Battle of Providence, you will bring great luck to the Talisman Puppet Sect. At that time I will not go back on my words and will assist you to become the Talisman Puppet Sect Master. Anyone who wants to stop you will have to go through me first. Du Songjue stood up, his voice was sonorous and powerful. In the past, the marionette sect wanted to rely on martial Emperor De because they were afraid that the Talisman Puppet Sect would be destroyed. They just wanted to leave behind some legacy, not because they were afraid of death. This is also what I want to say. Furthermore, Lu Ming, if you really obtain first place, I believe that no one in the Talisman Puppet Sect will object. Bai Shijin also spoke. The other founding elders also nodded their heads. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming will do it. Lu Ming said in a firm voice. Alright, it's settled then. One more thing, it's better if you don't use your real name now. If De knows that you're here at the Talisman Puppet Sect, it will be troublesome. You can use a fake name for now. Bai Shijin suggested. I'll use the name Tianyun from today onward. Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. Tianyun. He had used the name Tianyun in the Blazing Sun Empire, but not many people knew about it. Alright, that's all for today. I'll send out a notice in a few days to inform the whole sect that you've become a Zongzi candidate. Farewell. Du Songjue rose from his seat and left. Meng Chong and the others also rose from their seats and left. In the end, the founding elders of the Talisman faction left too. Only Bai Shijin, Yan Quantu, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, it's up to you now. I'll give you the token of a Zongzi candidate in a few days. At that time, you'll be able to enter the sacred cultivation grounds of the Talisman Puppet Sect as you wish. Also, I've already informed my disciple to arrange a new place for you to stay later. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Bai. Lu Ming thanked him sincerely. This time, Bai Shijin had helped him a lot by standing on his side. At this moment, a round bead flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was Supreme Nine Sun's soul-gathering bead. It flew to Yan Quantu, who grabbed it. Lu Ming, you'll cultivate in the Talisman Puppet Sect from now on. I'll bring my master to find some treasures to help him condense his soul force. Yan Quantu said. Lu Ming nodded and said, I hope Senior Nine Suns can recover soon. As the three were talking, a young woman walked in. The woman was in her early 20s. She had an impressive figure and wore a red dress. She was very beautiful. Master, what can I do for you? The young woman glanced at Lu Ming and Yan Quantu curiously, then bowed to Bai Shijin. Qi Shui, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Tianyun. He's new to the Talisman Puppet Sect and will cultivate in the Talisman Puppet Sect from now on. During this period, take care of him. Also, Tianyun will move into the Cloud Peak residence. Bai Shijin said to the young woman. What? You want him to move into the Cloud Peak residence? No, Master, I don't agree. I used to live there alone. The young woman immediately shouted with dissatisfaction. Why not? The Cloud Peak residence has the inscription Eye, so it's easy to sense the inscription law. How can I let you monopolize such a good place? Tianyun must move there. If you don't agree, you can move out. Bai Shijin said with a sullen face. The young woman's face turned pale and she stopped talking. Her eyes were misty as she looked at Bai Shijin. Her master usually doted on her the most, but today, she was scolded because of an outsider, causing her to feel extremely wronged. Tianyun, this is my youngest disciple, Bai Qi Shui. She's been spoiled by me. Please get along with her in the future. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Greetings, Miss Bai. Lu Ming brought his fists together at Bai Qi Shui. Humph. Qi Shui, what kind of attitude is this? Well, now, take Tianyun to Cloud Peak residence and have a look around. Bai Shijin ordered. Bai Qixue stomped his feet. Without looking at Lu Ming, he pouted and turned to leave. Lu Ming touched his nose with a wry smile. He really wanted to suggest that Lu Ming arrange another residence for him. It would be more peaceful if he was alone. But thinking that Cloud Peak residence was probably very special and was specially arranged by Bai Shijin, Lu Ming did not say anything. He said goodbye to Yan Quantu and Bai Shijin and followed Bai Qixue. After Lu Ming and Bai Qixue left, Yan Quantu looked at Bai Shijin with a faint smile and said, "Bai Shijin, you are really an old fox. What are you planning to do by arranging such a beautiful disciple to live with Lu Ming?" Ahem. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and said with a red face, "Brother Yan, you think too much. Lu Ming is a genius. I just want my disciple to learn more from Lu Ming. As for the sparks between the young people, it's all up to fate." Ha ha ha. Bai Shijin laughed awkwardly. The conference hall was in the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Lu Ming followed Bai Qixue out of the conference hall and walked in the direction of the Yin Yang fish. Along the way, Bai Qixue pouted and did not say a word. She did not even look at Lu Ming and flew forward. Lu Ming smiled wryly and could only follow her. The Yin and Yang mountain was very magnificent and covered a large area. There were countless mountains, lakes, and grotto heavens on top of it. The two flew for more than 100,000 miles, passing countless mountains and rivers along the way, and finally flew to a peak surrounded by clouds and mist. On top of the mountain peak, there was a courtyard that was built very exquisitely. This was Cloud Peak Residence. What a wonderful place. As soon as he landed on this mountain peak, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Within his spiritual sea, he could feel the spiritual fire jumping about. It was as if it could easily sense the existence of the law of inscription. From the law of inscription, it could absorb the power of inscription and enhance his spiritual fire. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The world was truly wondrous. There were all sorts of wondrous places. Some places had spiritual eyes, and the spiritual qi was extremely rich. In some places, there were Tao eyes that allowed one to comprehend the will of heaven and earth more clearly. But here, there was the eye of inscription, and it was easier to sense the inscription laws and absorb the power of inscription. No wonder Bai Shijin arranged for him to come here. He also hoped that he could improve faster before the War of Providence. Bai Qixue opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming also followed in. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming saw that there were some platforms in the courtyard. On the platforms, there were all kinds of materials. Lu Ming glanced at them and knew that they were materials for refining various runes and inscription symbol scrolls. It seemed like Bai Qixue often refined runes here. "That room is yours." Bai Qixue pointed to a room on the left and spoke for the first time. Her voice was crisp and very pleasant to the ear. "Yes." Lu Ming nodded. "Also, let me tell you. The things in this courtyard are all materials for me to refine inscription symbol scrolls. You don't understand, so don't touch them. Do you understand?" Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming. In the Talisman Puppet sect, she had never seen Lu Ming. Among the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect, there was no such person as Lu Ming. She didn't know where her master found this person. She actually regarded him so highly and even allowed him to stay in the Cloud Peak residence. But in her heart, since he wasn't a genius of the Talisman Puppet sect, then his inscription Tao definitely wouldn't be good. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would destroy her materials and disturb her cultivation. "Okay, I won't touch them." Lu Ming nodded. He couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the level of a little girl. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked around and walked into the room on the left and closed the door. I'm cultivating here alone and I'm so free. Master even arranged for someone to come in, and it's a man. I have to think of a way to make him unable to stay here and voluntarily leave." Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's door and her eyes spun. I got it. It's his first time here, so he definitely doesn't know anything. After that, I'll just ignore him. What did he ask me? I'll say I don't know and ignore him. Let's see how long he can stay here. Thinking of this, Bai Qixue's face revealed a smile and her mood became better. She began to study the inscription symbol scrolls in the courtyard. This place is really strange. my spirit fire is about to break through, let's try it out. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and activated the underworld god observation. Immediately, his mind seemed to pass through layers of voids and enter the inscription law. The surrounding inscription power was endless and very clear. It was as if Lu Ming could quickly absorb it with a thought. Immediately, he began to cultivate. Wisps of inscription power passed through layers of voids and fell into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. They were absorbed by the spirit fire. Lu Ming's spirit fire slowly became more vigorous. In his sea of consciousness, 4 blue spirit lamps were burning fiercely and had reached the limit. He was only 1 step away from igniting 5. It's really strange. Compared to other places, the absorption of inscription power is dozens of times faster. Coupled with my underworld god observation, it's even more amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and worked even harder to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. In his sea of consciousness, the flames of the 4 blue spirit lamps had reached the limit. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in the 5th spirit lamp and jumped in the air. The 5th spirit lamp was lit. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. 5 blue spirit lamps. Now, my spirit power is incomparably majestic. I wonder what level it has reached. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his fingers and started to inscribe in the air. Inscriptions appeared and shone as if they were about to be inscribed in the air. In an instant, a formation was formed and embedded in the void, shining with a faint light. Unfortunately, after 10 breaths of time, the spirit formation collapsed. There's still a gap. My spirit power is still not enough to inscribe formations in the void. Perhaps, after igniting 1 or 2 more spirit lamps, I can inscribe formations in the void. Lu Ming thought to himself. If others knew about this, their jaws would drop. It was very difficult to inscribe formations in the void. One had to reach the 7th level of true inscription master, which was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. Moreover, a true inscription master who had just broken through to the 7th level couldn't do it. Inscribing formations in the void couldn't stay for long. Only an expert among the 7th level inscription masters could do it. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 6th level inscription master. The formations he inscribed could already stay in the void for a short period of time. He believed that if his spirit power was stronger, he would really be able to inscribe formations in the void. This was extremely shocking. A 6th level inscription master could inscribe formations in the void. Since ancient times, not many people could do it. Once Lu Ming reached that level, his battle strength would increase rapidly and the restrictions of the path of inscription would be even fewer. With my current battle strength, I'm still far from being number 1 in the battle of providence. It's not realistic for me to rush up in a short period of time. The martial Tao and the path of inscription have to advance together and cooperate with each other to unleash a great power. Only then will I have a greater chance. The most important thing now is to raise the 9 dragons bloodline to the level of a god bloodline. The talisman puppet sect focuses on the path of inscription. I believe they have a lot of demonic beast blood essence. I'd better go buy some demonic beast blood essence first. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Bai Qi Shui in the courtyard, concentrating on refining an inscription scroll. A piece of white paper made of a special material was spread out on the platform. Bai Qi Shui frowned, and a blue mental flame flickered on her fingertips. Some powdery materials were sucked into the air, and under Bai Qi Shui's fingers, they turned into lines of inscriptions and sank into the white paper. On the white paper, lines of inscriptions would appear, intertwining with each other, beautiful and gorgeous. 6th grade 7th layer heavenly fire sword. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bai Qi Shui was refining a level 6 7th level heavenly fire divine sword inscription talisman scroll. Once this inscription talisman scroll was activated, it could release a heavenly fire divine sword. Its power was equivalent to the attack power of a level 7 spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. His figure silently appeared behind Bai Qi Shui, and he watched with interest. Bai Qi Shui's technique was very exquisite. The speed of inscription, and her control of the mental flame were also very exquisite. Her use of the mental flame has already reached the late stage of minute subtlety. As expected of Bai Shijin's disciple, amazing. Lu Ming. praised in his heart. An inscription master's battle prowess was not only related to the strength of the mental flame, but also to the use of the mental flame. If one's use of the mental flame reached an extremely profound level, they could defeat the strong as the weak, just like in martial arts, surpassing levels to fight. The use of the mental flame was divided into 5 levels: Adept, Minute Subtlety, Hard Intent, and Xianxia. Each level was divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Generally speaking, a 6th grade inscription master who could reach Minute Subtlety was already considered a genius. The 3rd level, Hard Intent, usually required a 7th grade inscription master to master. Intent manipulation required a level 8 inscription master to grasp it. As for Xianxia, it required a level 9 emperor to grasp it. Bai Qi was young, and to be able to master the mental flame to the late stage of Minute Subtlety was already very rare. She could be considered a peerless genius. Bai Qi fingers moved in the air like flowing water. Lines of inscriptions flew into the white paper. The Heavenly Fire Sword inscription scroll was about to be refined. Suddenly, a burst of green smoke came out of the scroll, and the entire scroll burst into flames, burning fiercely, and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Failed again, what's going on? Could it be that I can't inscribe a 6th grade 7th grade inscription scroll with my cultivation? Bai Qi gritted her teeth, and frowned. At this moment, she noticed something strange behind her. She turned around and saw Lu Ming sizing her up. Ah! What are you doing? Bai Qi was startled and almost jumped up like a frightened rabbit. I didn't do anything. I just happened to see you refining talismans, so I took a few more glances. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Look at me refining talismans. Can you understand it? You scared me. Don't hide behind me sneakily in the future, or I'll report you to master. Bai Qi patted her towering chest and glared at Lu Ming. Okay, I won't peek in the future. By the way, where can I buy materials, treasures, spiritual herbs and so on? Lu Ming asked. You want to buy things? I don't know. Bai Qi rolled her eyes. You don't know? Lu Ming was stunned and said, then where did you get these materials? It's none of your business. Bai Qi pouted. Lu Ming was a little amused. Bai Qi was really a little girl. Was she deliberately making things difficult for him? I remember Senior Bai Shijin asked you to take care of me. You didn't even tell me this, so I can only send a message to Senior Bai. Lu Ming sighed. Wait a minute. Bai Qi was shocked. If Lu Ming sent a message to Bai Shijin, she would probably be scolded again. These things can be bought in the treasure pavilion. Don't ask me where to go. I don't have time to take you there. Here is a map. Take it and see. Bai Qi had no choice but to take out a map and give it to Lu Ming. At the same time, she cursed Lu Ming for not being a man and using her master to pressure her. Lu Ming opened the map and looked at it. Then he put it away and said with a smile, Thank you, Miss Bai. With that, he walked toward the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and said, Miss Bai, when refining the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Talisman, why don't you lighten the heat inscription on the 136th rune by 20% and increase the sharpness inscription on the 565th rune by 20%? Also, delay the use of the flint powder for 5 breaths. After that, Lu Ming strode out of the door and went towards the treasure pavilion. Bai Qi was stunned for a moment. Then she coldly snorted and muttered, You don't know how to pretend to know. Nonsense. Refining the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Charm Scroll, how can it be so easy? I just need to modify a few places. I'm just not skilled enough. If I continue to practice, I will definitely succeed. After muttering, Bai Qi continued to seriously inscribe the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Charm Scroll. But then, she continued to inscribe 2 times in a row, both of which ended in failure. The talisman paper burned and turned into ashes. What's going on? Could it be that I really can't inscribe a 6th level 7th level inscription charm scroll? If I can't even inscribe a 6th level 7th level inscription charm scroll, I have no hope of getting an opportunity in the Battle of Destiny half a year later. Bai Qi Shue frowned and was secretly angry. Why don't we try that guy's method? Lu Ming's words suddenly flashed in Bai Qi Shue's mind. Then she shook her head and thought, that guy is probably talking nonsense. Why should I believe him? Although she thought so, Lu Ming's words still lingered in her mind. Damn guy, he deliberately disturbed my state of mind. I'll try it once. If it doesn't work, I'll report to Master and drive him out of Cloud Peak residence. Hey, yes, I'm so smart. At the thought of using this method to drive Lu Ming out of Cloud Peak residence, Bai Qi Shue laughed happily again. She immediately took out a piece of talisman paper and began to inscribe the Heavenly Fire Sword talisman scroll. This time, she did the key points according to Lu Ming's method. Her fingers trembled slightly and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. They intertwined on the talisman paper and formed a mysterious and beautiful pattern. Buzz, a moment later, when Bai Qi Shue finished inscribing the last inscription, the talisman paper shone brightly and there was a faint sound of a sword. A mysterious array was shining on the talisman paper. Did it succeed? Bai Qi Shue's eyes almost popped out. Her small mouth was wide open as she stared at the Heavenly Fire Sword talisman scroll in front of her. She actually succeeded. She never thought that according to Lu Ming's method, she would actually succeed and successfully refine the Heavenly Fire Sword talisman scroll. How was this possible? Could it be that this guy is a hidden expert? A thought flashed in Bai Qi Shue's mind. Then she quickly shook her head and muttered, impossible, I've seen all the geniuses of the talisman puppet sect. There's no such person. Outside of the talisman puppet sect, which youth's inscription technique can be compared to the geniuses of the talisman puppet sect. That guy must be lucky. He guessed right. Yes, he's lucky. Lu Ming followed the map and flew towards the 100 Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, a huge building appeared in front of Lu Ming. That was the 100 Treasure Pavilion. There was a place for talisman puppet sect disciples to buy and sell treasures. Moreover, cultivating the path of inscription required more materials and treasures than cultivating martial arts. Therefore, the 100 Treasure Pavilion of the talisman puppet sect was very big and crowded. Lu Ming landed and walked towards the main hall. There were a lot of people in the main hall. There were many small rooms around the main hall, but there was a long queue. Lu Ming could only choose a room and started to line up. After half an hour, it was Lu Ming's turn. What do you need? Do you want to buy materials or sell materials? Lu Ming walked into a room. There was a counter in the room, and a beautiful young lady smiled at Lu Ming. I want to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said. Demonic beast blood essence, what grade and how much do you need? The young lady smiled and asked. There were many people coming to the talisman puppet sect to buy demonic beast blood essence every day, so it was nothing strange. Class 6 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, 50 sets. Class 7 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, 50 sets. Lu Ming thought for a moment and said. Class 6 LV6 and Class 7 LV6? The young lady was slightly stunned. Why? You don't have any? Lu Ming said. Yes, we don't have any in stock for this grade. You'll have to wait for a while. How about this, if you need it, you can pay a deposit in advance and come back when there's enough blood essence. What do you think? The young lady suggested. That's fine. How much is it? Lu Ming felt helpless. This was the only way. Class 6 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, 10 low-grade origin stones for 1 set. Class 7 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, 30 origin stones for 1 set. You can leave 500 origin stones as a deposit and come back 7 days later. What do you think? The young lady said. Lu Ming nodded and paid 500 origin stones as a deposit. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The blood essence of demonic beasts was really expensive. If not for the large amount of resources left behind by Supreme Nine Yang, he would not have been able to afford it. After the battle in Jiulong City, the Temple of Paragon had been destroyed. However, the Nine Suns Sovereign had kept all the treasures and things he had left in the Temple of Paragon into a spatial ring. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have suffered a huge loss. Miss, I'll buy another batch of talisman papers. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Since the Nine Dragons bloodline couldn't be improved for the time being, it would be better to buy a batch of symbol paper and inscribe some inscription scrolls. They would definitely be useful in the Battle of Destiny. It was said that there were many restrictions in the War of Providence. For example, inscription talisman scrolls, talismans, and other treasures could only be used to inscribe their own inscriptions. If they brought others' inscriptions, they would not be able to use them. Otherwise, if he brought a few 7th or 8th level inscription masters' inscription symbol scrolls, then there would be no need to compete. He would just sweep them all away. That would be meaningless. Only those inscribed by oneself could be considered one's own strength, and only then could one bring it in and use it. Immediately, Lu Ming bought 1,000 talisman papers of different levels and spent 100 origin stones. Relatively speaking, the talisman papers were much cheaper. After buying the talisman papers, Lu Ming left the 100 Treasure Pavilion and returned to Cloud Peak residence. As soon as he walked in, he saw Bai Qi Shui sitting there in a daze. When she saw Lu Ming return, Bai Qi Shui's eyes lit up. She carefully sized up Lu Ming. She looked left and right, up and down. In the end, Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. Ahem, Miss Bai, what are you looking at? I've only left for a while. Don't tell me you miss me already? Lu Ming coughed a few times and laughed. Miss you? You wish. Let me ask you, how did you know that the Heavenly Fire Sword symbol scroll needed to be modified like that? Bai Qi Shui glared at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. You succeeded in refining it? I thought you wouldn't do it according to my method. Lu Ming said with a smile that was not a smile. Humph, I was just casually trying. I was lucky to succeed. You haven't said how you knew. Bai Qi Shui asked, emphasizing the word lucky. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This little girl really cared about her face. Then he smiled and said, actually, I guessed blindly. Guessed? Humph, as expected. Bai Qi Shui pouted and revealed an as expected expression. Lu Ming was a little confused. Bai Qi Shui believed him? Alright, don't touch the things here. I'll go out and buy some things. After saying that, Bai Qi Shui ran out like a snowstorm. I'll also inscribe a batch of inscription talisman scrolls. Lu Ming waved his hand and a piece of snow-white talisman paper was spread out on the platform. His fingers danced in the air as he began to inscribe inscriptions. The talisman Lu Ming wanted to inscribe was called the Fire Prison Talisman. It was a Class 8 Level 6 trapping talisman. To be honest, this was Lu Ming's first time inscribing a talisman. However, his mind was filled with all sorts of knowledge about inscriptions from Lian Song. As Lu Ming's fingers moved, the knowledge slowly came into play. 10 minutes later, a fire prison talisman was successfully inscribed. 10 minutes? Too slow, continue. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was still too slow. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It had to be known that this was a 6th level 8th layer inscription symbol scroll. Not only that, but this was the first time that Lu Ming had inscribed an inscription symbol scroll. It had only taken him 10 minutes, which was a terrifying speed. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. For the second talisman, his speed was slightly faster. It only took him 9 minutes. As he continued to inscribe, the knowledge and experience in his mind began to integrate with the actual operation. Lu Ming's inscription speed became faster and faster. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need any materials to inscribe inscriptions. This was because his flame of vigor was extremely strong. He could just use it as a substitute. 2 hours later, Lu Ming inscribed a fire prison talisman. It only took him 3 minutes. If this speed was known to others, it would scare them to death. My mastery of the flame of vigor is still not high. It's only at the peak of refinement. This needs to be honed. Lu Ming thought to himself. His biggest advantage was the strength of his flame of vigor. Every level was perfect. Moreover, he had Lian Song's cultivation experience. Therefore, his inscription speed was terrifying. However, he also knew that inscribing the fire prison talisman in 3 minutes was his limit. If he wanted to break through, he had to break through the realm of the flame of vigor. In fact, he had not been practicing inscription for long. His mastery of the flame of vigor had reached the peak of refinement. This was already a terrifying feat. Bai Qi was extremely talented. She had practiced for more than 10 years, but she was only at the late stage of refinement. Even Dandan had sighed at Lu Ming's terrifying inscription talent. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. What he needed to do was not something that others could compare to. Therefore, he had to do it better than others. Next, he continued to inscribe symbols. This time, he inscribed a 6th level 9th layer talisman, the 9-sword array talisman. Lu Ming concentrated, his fingers constantly waving, and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. A 6th level 9th layer talisman was 10 times more complex than a 6th level 8th layer talisman, and the time it took was naturally longer. This time, Lu Ming spent a full hour and a half to successfully inscribe. At the moment of successful inscription, Lu Ming could clearly feel that in the unseen world, the law of inscription descended a trace of power of inscription, fusing into Lu Ming's spiritual fire and strengthening it. Refining a 6th level 9th layer talisman, the power of inscription descending from the law of inscription is more than 10 times stronger than refining a 6th level 8th layer talisman. Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, and he continued to refine. As Lu Ming continued to refine, his inscription speed also became faster and faster. Just as Lu Ming was concentrating on inscription, Bai Qi had returned to Cloud Peak residence at some unknown time. This guy is inscribing a talisman? Humph, what kind of high-grade talisman can this guy inscribe? Hey, no, this is a 6th level 9th layer talisman, a 9th level sword array talisman. Bai Qi was quite disdainful at first, and casually glanced at it a few times, but after a glance, her eyes could no longer move away. She stared straight at Lu Ming, watching Lu Ming's fingers constantly waving in the air, and her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow a duck egg. She could see that Lu Ming was actually inscribing a 6th level 9th layer talisman. A 6th level 9th layer talisman was already a top 6th level talisman. Lu Ming's path of inscription had actually reached this level. It had to be known that she had only succeeded in inscribing a 6th level 7th layer talisman for the first time under Lu Ming's guidance. Bai Qi stared blankly, and the more she looked, the more shocked she was. The usage of spiritual flames is at the peak of the minute subtlety realm. Also, how can his spiritual energy be so terrifying? He doesn't even need to use materials. Wait, how can his technique be so exquisite? How can his speed be so fast? Bai Qi mumbled in a daze. The astonishment and disbelief in his eyes grew thicker. Night fell, but Lu Ming did not seem to be tired. After he finished inscribing one talisman, he immediately started inscribing the next one. His speed was getting faster and faster. Later on, it only took him half an hour to inscribe a level 6 9th tier talisman scroll. In one breath, Lu Ming engraved 15 pieces of paper before he stopped and let out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual power was somewhat lacking. His spiritual flame was somewhat dim, and he needed to rest to recover. Miss Bai, you're back? At this time, Lu Ming discovered Bai Qi. Pervert. Bai Qi stared blankly at Lu Ming and blurted out a few words. Ah, you met a pervert? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. You're a pervert. Bai Qi muttered. Me? Lu Ming was speechless. Who exactly are you? The Tao of inscription is actually so powerful? Bai Qi opened her eyes wide and swept her gaze over Lu Ming's body. I'm Tianyun. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this thick-skinned girl saw something? I know all the geniuses of the talisman puppet sect. Why have I never seen someone like you? Could it be? As she spoke, Bai Qi circled around Lu Ming and sized him up carefully. Could it be that you're a genius that Master secretly nurtured? Or are you Master's illegitimate son? Yes, it must be so. No wonder he asked you to stay in the Cloud Peak residence. Bai Qi became more and more excited as she spoke. Her eyes were shining as if she had discovered a huge secret. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. Isn't this girl's imagination a little too rich? Miss Bai, I'm not secretly nurtured by your master, nor am I his illegitimate son. I just came to the talisman puppet sect not long ago. Lu Ming explained helplessly. You're not? That's impossible. Bai Qi Snow rubbed her chin as her large eyes blinked. Then her eyeballs spun around. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Bai Qi Snow's face revealed an indescribable smile, causing Lu Ming's heart to tighten. He didn't know what this girl was thinking. Tianyun, I suddenly realized that you're not bad. How about this? I won't object to you staying in the Cloud Peak residence in the future. But I have a condition. You have to teach me the Tao of Inscription. I realized that some of your techniques are even more exquisite than my master's. Yes, it's decided. You can rest today and teach me tomorrow. Bai Qi Snow grinned as she finished speaking and ran back to her room. Leaving behind Lu Ming in a daze, he roared in his heart, I haven't agreed yet. Just like this, as a condition of staying in the Cloud Peak residence, Lu Ming took out 2 hours every day to guide Bai Qi Snow in her cultivation of the Tao of Inscription. Lu Ming's Tao of Inscription was inherited from Lian Song. How experienced and insightful was his vision. He was often able to point out Bai Qi Snow's flaws and point out the main points in one sentence. In a short 2 days, Bai Qi Snow's understanding of the Tao of Inscription had deepened by a level. At the same time, Lu Ming became more and more unfathomable in her heart. Tianyun, I'll bring you out for a walk today. You haven't taken a good look around the Talisman Puppet Sect, right? There are many good places in the Talisman Puppet Sect. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bai Qi Snow pulled Lu Ming and ran out. Lu Ming was also rather curious as he followed Bai Qi Snow. Along the way, they saw many strange places. Some had beautiful sceneries, some were mysterious and profound, and it broadened Lu Ming's horizons. A mountain peak appeared in front of them. At the foot of the mountain, there was an enormous cave that they saw people entering and exiting. That's the Myriad Formation Cave. There are countless formations in the cave that were inscribed by the experts of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Some are incomplete formations, some are complete and can be comprehended by future generations. Come, let's go take a look. Bai Qi Snow explained. After which, the two of them landed at the entrance of the cave. There were people guarding the entrance of the cave. However, Bai Qi Snow's identity was no small matter. She was the little disciple of the Talisman Faction's master, Bai Shijin. Naturally, she could enter without any obstructions. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Ming felt a complicated aura pervading the air. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that the walls on both sides of the cave were inscribed with formation diagrams. There were various kinds of formation diagrams that emitted different auras. At a glance, the cave was endlessly deep and stretched into the distance. There were countless formation diagrams on both sides of the cave. Lu Ming observed carefully. He recognized some of the formation diagrams, but he didn't recognize most of them. Moreover, there was a detailed explanation below every formation diagram. There were even some incomplete formations that were incomparably mysterious and left for future generations to comprehend and decipher. Below, there were also some insights. Good place, this is truly a good place. Lu Ming looked at more than 10 formation diagrams and felt that he had gained a lot. This Myriad Formation Cave was simply an endless wealth left behind by the ancestors of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming walked forward as he observed. Suddenly, he realized that there was a fork at the side of the cave. He walked in and there was only one formation diagram in the fork. Buzz, when he saw the formation diagram, the heavens and earth trembled. He discovered that his surroundings had changed. He was now in a boundless void, and in the void there were 8 streams of sword chi. The sword chi was incomparably gigantic, like pillars that supported the heavens. They descended from the heavens, suppressing everything in all directions and destroying everything. The powerful sword intent slashed in Lu Ming's direction with a terrifying might, just like when he had faced Martial Dominator De at 9 Dragons City. Shit. Bam. Bam, in the next moment, his surroundings changed. He was still in the fork. He retreated and hit the wall behind him. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and he was gasping for breath. What a powerful array diagram. Lu Ming was shocked and did not dare to look at the array diagram again. Tianyun, are you okay? Why did you go to look at the array diagram? It was carved by a supreme martial artist imitating a level 9 array diagram. Only a level 8 inscriber can look at it. At the fork, Bai Qishui looked at Lu Ming with a worried expression. Ah? Why didn't I see a level 9 array diagram? Lu Ming was depressed. With his current cultivation, looking at a level 9 array diagram was like looking for trouble. It was good enough that he was not injured. Isn't it written here? Bai Qishui pointed at the side of the fork. There was a jade token there with the words only a level 8 inscriber can enter written on it. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was too focused just now and did not notice it. This is a good place. If you have time later, you can come. Here to comprehend it. Lu Ming said with a smile as he walked out of the fork. The two of them walked around for a while and then left. They planned to walk around other places. However, as soon as they walked out of the cave of 1,000 formations, they were blocked by a few people. There were 3 young men. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose. His eyes flashed with sharpness from time to time. Sushan, what are you doing? Get out of my way. Bai Qishui's face darkened when she saw the young man and shouted. Bai Qishui, what are you shouting for? What right do you have to scold me? Humph, what a slut. My brother is pursuing you, but you are hiding a wild man in Cloud Peak residence. Sushan sneered and looked at Lu Ming. In the past few days, the news of a young man living in Cloud Peak residence had spread and caused a great uproar among the young disciples. Bai Qishui, the youngest disciple of the leader of the Talisman faction, Bai Shijin. Not only did she have a noble status, but she also possessed an outstanding beauty. In the Talisman puppet sect, countless geniuses were pursuing her, but none of them were able to catch Bai Qishui's attention. Bai Qishui did not even like the supreme talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. But now, a young man was living in Cloud Peak residence, which was regarded as a sacred place in the eyes of many male disciples. How could this not be shocking? Countless people were eager to find trouble with Lu Ming. Sushan did not expect to bump into Bai Qishui here. He immediately stopped the two of them. What did you say? Bai Qishui was so angry that his face turned red, and he glared at Sushan. Am I wrong? Sushan snorted coldly. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lad, are you the one staying in Yunfeng residence? That's right. Lu Ming frowned and said. Young man, I advise you to get out of Cloud Peak residence. Otherwise, one day, your legs will be broken. Sushan sneered and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Where did this young man come from? How could he live in Cloud Peak residence? Not only did Cloud Peak residence have the inscribed eye, but it was also a sacred place to cultivate the spiritual fire. At the same time, a beauty like Bai Qishui lived with him. How could he not be jealous? I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, one day, your face will be swollen. Lu Ming smiled faintly and replied. By the side, Bai Qishui burst out laughing. Lu Ming was using Sushan's words to retaliate against him. Sushan's face darkened and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Young man, I don't know when my face will be swollen, but today, your legs will be broken. Sushan said coldly. He waved his hand and a huge black bear appeared on the ground. It wasn't a real black bear, but a puppet. Its eyes emitted a cold light, and the moment it appeared, it let out a shocking roar. It was a puppet that was equivalent to the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, other people heard the commotion and came over. Eh? That's Sushan and Bai Qishui. I heard that a strange man lived in Cloud Peak residence recently. Could it be that young man, Sushan's elder brother? He has been chasing after Bai Qishui. No wonder Sushan would find trouble with that person. There's a good show to watch. That young man came from who knows where. He can live in Cloud Peak residence. He will be tortured sooner or later. It must be Bai Qishui's request. Otherwise, normal people wouldn't be able to live there. This young man doesn't know his place. If it were me, even if I had the chance, I would take the initiative to move out. Who knows how many people I would offend. Around them, some people were discussing in low voices. Sushan, what are you doing? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Bai Qishui stepped out and stood in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Su Shan. Bai Qishui, it seems that this person is really your little lover. You're protecting him like this. Su Shan sneered. Bai Qishui blushed and said, nonsense. Tianyun and I are just friends. Friends? Hee hee. Su Shan sneered and looked at Lu Ming, shouting, brat, hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, fight with me. Roar, the black bear puppet roared, emitting a violent aura. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, passing by Bai Qishui. Brat, watch me break your legs. Su Shan's face revealed a ferocious expression. His forehead glowed, and the black bear puppet roared angrily. It stomped on the ground and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his palm. Boom, the palm landed on the black bear puppet and sent it flying 1,000 meters away. It heavily smashed into the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The scene instantly quieted down. A puppet that was equivalent to the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was made of metal and was invulnerable. But now, it was actually turned into scrap metal by Lu Ming's palm, which shocked everyone. Martial Dao, how is your martial Dao so strong? Su Shan reacted and shouted angrily. The talisman puppet sect mainly cultivated the Dao of inscription. They also cultivated martial Dao, but it was only auxiliary and wouldn't have a deep level. Lu Ming's martial Dao was actually so strong, which was rare in the talisman puppet sect. Of course, in the talisman puppet sect, there were some geniuses who were naturally suited to cultivate martial Dao. They would also choose to cultivate martial Dao, but there were very few of them. In fact, in the talisman puppet sect, those who mainly cultivated martial Dao would be looked down upon. You're looking for a beating? Lu Ming strode forward. Using martial Dao to cripple one of my puppets, what kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, then use the Dao of inscription to fight with me. Su Shan roared angrily and retreated. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared on the ground. They were all at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Using the Dao of inscription? Sure. Lu Ming moved his hand and an inscription scroll appeared. He opened it and poured in his spirit fire. The inscription scroll emitted a brilliant light and 9 battle swords floated out. Ah, 6th layer 9th layer inscription scroll, 9 sword array scroll. You cheated, you cheated. Su Shan shouted. Xiao. Xiao, the 9 battle swords danced and cut the 3 puppets into pieces. The crisp sound of the slap spread far and wide outside the 10,000 formation cave. Then, Su Shan's pitiful cries could be heard. Pa, then, Lu Ming turned his hand and slapped Su Shan again. Su Shan was sent flying and heavily fell to the ground. Both sides of his face were swollen, and he was beyond recognition. The surrounding onlookers were stunned, including Bai Qi and Shui. Compared to martial artists, a duel between inscription masters was not as violent. There were very few people who would directly go on stage and slap others. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. You dare hit young Master Su? You're finished, you're finished. One of the youths who came with Su Shan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming's hand moved and a 9 extreme sword array appeared in his hand. He stared at the 2 youths and said, What? Do you want to try? You're despicable. You're cheating. You didn't use an inscription scroll that you refined yourself. What kind of skill is that? One of the youths shouted. When he saw the inscription scroll in Lu Ming's hand, he retreated again and again. Liaozong was deathly pale. They didn't think that Lu Ming would have such a high-level inscription scroll in his hands. They also didn't think that Lu Ming would be so shameless to use such an inscription scroll. They believed that such a high-level inscription scroll must have been bought by Lu Ming. It was impossible for him to refine it himself. There was an unwritten rule between inscription masters. In a fair duel between 2 inscription masters, one could not use an inscription scroll refined by another. That would not be a competition of strength, but a competition of wealth. Only in a life-and-death battle would one use it. Moreover, wanting to activate a high-level inscription scroll was not a simple matter. Who said I didn't refine it myself? Lu Ming curled his lips. This was clearly something that he had refined himself. You're shameless. Let's go, one of the youths said. Then, he helped the dizzy Sushan up and hurriedly left. The surrounding onlookers also shook their heads and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. They didn't believe that Lu Ming, this kid who had come out of nowhere, would be able to refine a 6th level 9th level inscription symbol scroll. Youths who could refine level 6 level 9 inscriptions were the top 300 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were as famous as the martial arts geniuses who had awakened the god-level bloodline. How could this unknown brat be a god-tier prodigy? Moreover, Lu Ming's martial arts were obviously not weak. Smashing a puppet at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier into a pile of scrap metal with one slap, he obviously had high attainments in martial arts. Since the martial way was so profound, then it was impossible for the way of inscription to be so strong. If one were to say that Lu Ming was so strong in both aspects, then they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Let's go. Lu Ming was disinclined to pay attention to the gazes of the surrounding people. He called out to Bai Qi and Snow, and then flew forward. Bai Qi Snow blinked her big eyes and followed him. Tianyun, I didn't expect your martial cultivation to be so powerful. You can shatter a class 6 LV6 puppet with a single slap. What level has your martial cultivation reached? Are you practicing both martial arts and inscription? Along the way, Bai Qi Snow was extremely curious and asked several questions in a whisper. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and hurried on, too lazy to answer. Tianyun, Sushan's elder brother, is a god-tier prodigy, ranked 299th on the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, you beat Sushan, so his elder brother, the rising sun, may cause trouble for you. You have to be careful. Bai Qi Snow reminded him. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming nodded casually. After that, the two of them didn't go anywhere else and directly returned to Cloud Peak residence. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, Lu Ming was inscribing inscriptions in the yard. After a few days of inscribing practice, Lu Ming's inscribing speed had become faster. It only took 20 minutes to inscribe a talisman scroll of the 9-level sword array. This speed was extremely amazing. If it were to spread out, it would scare a group of people to death. Beside him, Bai Qi Snow opened her eyes wide and stared at it without blinking, trying to extract what she needed from it. Before long, Lu Ming had inscribed another talisman scroll. Tianyun, with your inscribing speed and 100% success rate, even if you don't do anything else, you will make a fortune just by selling inscription talismans. Bai Qi Snow said with her eyes shining. How could others inscribe inscription talismans so fast? Moreover, they would fail and waste materials. Unlike Lu Ming, who didn't want any materials and only used talisman paper. With a 100% success rate, it would be strange if he didn't make a fortune. Lu Ming nodded. This was a good way to make money. In the future, when he lacked raw stones, he could consider refining inscription talismans to sell. The two of them chatted. From time to time, Lu Ming would guide Bai Qi Snow in refining. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Cloud Peak residence, there was another mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was also a courtyard. This courtyard was the courtyard of the god-level genius Rising Sunday. In the courtyard, Sushan was crying in front of the Rising Sun. Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. You must avenge me. That Tianyun is simply lawless and arrogant. Sushan shouted. You mean that kid called Tianyun lives in Cloud Peak residence? The Rising Sun coldly said. His eyes were filled with killing intent and thick jealousy. Yes, big brother. I was fighting injustice for you, so I went to find that kid Tianyun to get the hell out of Cloud Peak residence. I didn't expect that he would use a 6th level 9th layer inscription talisman to plot against me. Big brother, you must avenge me. Sushan cried out pitifully and miserably. Don't worry. That guy actually dared to live in Cloud Peak residence. I will break his legs and make him get the hell out of Cloud Peak residence. The Rising Sun said. Dong, at this moment, a melodious bell sounded. This bell sound came from the center of the talisman puppet sect. It seemed to be able to cross the endless space and spread throughout the entire Twin Forms mountain region. This is the signal bell. When the signal bell rings, it means that the sect has something important to report. Su Shan and the rising sun's expressions changed. Then, the two of them each took out a voice transmission jade talisman. When the signal bell rang, the sect would report something important to each disciple's voice transmission jade talisman. When the two of them saw the content of the voice transmission jade talisman, their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can that Tianyun become a Zongzi candidate? Su Shan screamed in disbelief. The content of the voice transmission jade talisman was the news that the upper echelon of the talisman puppet sect wanted Tianyun to be promoted to a Zongzi candidate. Tianyun, the Tianyun who lived in Cloud Peak residence? The rising sun also widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right, it's him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Shan was still in disbelief. It was extremely difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. One had to obtain the approval of more than 60% of the founding elders of the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction before they could ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate. In the future, they would have a chance to compete for the position of Zongzi and eventually take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect. Damn it, who is this Tianyun? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? Damn it! Rising Sun yelled. It was Rising Sun's dream to become a Zongzi candidate. He had been working hard for it, but now it was taken by a stranger. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. At this moment, the entire Talisman Puppet sect was confused. Who is Tianyun? Where did he come from? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? The elite's eyes lit up. Especially those who were ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents. They were all competing for the Zongzi candidate, but now it was taken by a stranger. How could they be convinced? I'd like to see how capable this Tianyun is to become a Zongzi candidate. Go and find out more about this Tianyun. Everyone in Liangyi Mountain was shocked by the name Tianyun. In Yin Peak residence, Bai Qi stared blankly at the voice transmission jade talisman in his hand, then stared at Lu Ming for a long time before he said, "You still say that you're not Master's illegitimate son, but now you're a Zongzi candidate." Lu Ming was speechless. What is this? Don't tell me everyone has been notified? Lu Ming asked. More or less. Almost all the Talisman Puppet sect disciples in Liangyi Mountain have received the news. Bai Qi said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Lu Ming knew that there would be a lot of trouble in this way. These guys are deliberately making trouble for me. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He understood that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were doing this on purpose. It was equivalent to indirectly challenging him. He was a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere, and was appointed as a Zongzi candidate. How could those prodigies be convinced? They would definitely cause trouble for him. This was the test. Forget it, I'll deal with it as it comes. At most, I'll go into seclusion and not come out. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He was not afraid of those people, but he was afraid of trouble. Hey, you haven't answered me. Are you Master's illegitimate son or not? Bai Qi's eyes widened, and he continued to ask curiously. Lu Ming was speechless. Stop guessing, I didn't cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect. You didn't cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect? Then where did you cultivate? In the territory of Emperor's territory? Bai Qi asked curiously. Something like that. Lu Ming said casually. Really? Are you really cultivating in the territory of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Do you know Lu? Bai Qi Xue became excited and asked a few questions. No. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he hurriedly denied it. You don't know Lu Ming? Humph, you're so ignorant. You don't even know Lu Ming. In the Battle of Nine Dragons City, Lu Ming pulled out the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and fought against 3 supreme martial artists. It was said that one of the supreme martial artists was almost killed by him. Even Martial Emperor De took action. How can you not know such a person? He's my idol now. Bai Qi looked at Lu Ming with disdain, and then looked at the sky with a smitten look. Lu Ming was confused. Lu Ming is a peerless genius in my heart. He's comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Those people like the rising sun are far from him. Tianyun, although you're good, you're still far behind Lu Ming. Keep working hard. Bai Qi patted Lu Ming on the shoulder with a look of encouragement. I'll work hard, Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, a talisman puppet sect elder arrived, and Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The elder was here to give Lu Ming the token that represented the candidate Xianxia. With this token, Lu Ming could enter most places in the talisman puppet sect at will, except for some important forbidden areas. In the next 2 days, Liangyi Mountain was very lively. Everyone was talking about Tianyun. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ming. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to go first and test the waters. 2 days later, Lu Ming left Cloud Peak residence and headed to Treasure Pavilion. 7 days had passed, and he went to collect the blood essence of the demonic beasts. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. Lu Ming was recognized as soon as he arrived at Treasure Pavilion. He's Tianyun? He's so young. What does he have to be a candidate Xianxia? You don't know? But he must be outstanding in some way. Otherwise, why would the elders agree? I think he might be a disciple secretly groomed by one of the elders. He only appeared now that the Battle of Providence is about to begin. That's possible. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. Some of them were kind, but most of them were jealous. Lu Ming simply ignored these gazes and went to the counter that he had visited previously. Young master, you're Tianyun? The young lady at the counter widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. If there's no one else, it's me. Pretty lady, have you collected the blood essence of the demonic beasts? Lu Ming asked. Yes, they're all here. Take a look. The young lady handed a storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his mind to confirm that it was correct. Then, Lu Ming paid 2,500 origin stones, put away the blood essence of the demonic beasts, and walked out. Tianyun, stop. A cold shout sounded, and 2 figures blocked Lu Ming's way. Su Shan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that one of them was Su Shan. The other person looked somewhat similar to Su Shan. His eyes shone with sharpness. It's the rising sun. It seems that the rising sun can't help but make the first move. Of course, all the elites are watching. Someone must make the first move. Su Shan was beaten by Tianyun a few days ago, and the rising sun has been pursuing Bai Qi Shui. It's reasonable for him to make the first move. Finally, I can see what's so special about this Tianyun. In the 100 Treasure Pavilion, there was a lot of discussion. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. So this is the rising sun. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Tianyun, you finally dare to appear. Let's see where you can go today. Su Shan said coldly, staring at Lu Ming fiercely. That day, he was slapped twice by Lu Ming in public, and now he had become a joke. He hated Lu Ming to the core. What's wrong? Do you want your face to be swollen again? Lu Ming glanced at Su Shan, causing Su Shan's face to change, and he took a step back. Humph, Tianyun, I want to see what ability you have. How dare you hit my brother, move into Yunfeng residence, and become a Xianxia candidate? The rising sun stepped out. A blue light shone between his eyebrows, and a huge mental strength spread out. Do you want your face to be swollen too? Lu Ming looked at the rising sun. This made the rising sun's face turn ugly. An even more violent mental strength spread out from between his eyebrows, stirring up a mental strength storm in the hall. No fighting is allowed in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. In the 100 Treasure Pavilion, an expert warned. Rising Sun's expression changed and he quickly withdrew his mental strength. Tianyun, if you have the ability, go to the inscription battle arena and have a fair battle with me. Rising Sun stared at Lu Ming. The inscription battle arena was the place where the disciples of the talisman puppet sect competed. Not interested. Lu Ming said and strode away. During this period, the 9 Dragons bloodline had been weak. Lu Ming was worried that there would be repercussions and had long wanted to try devouring the blood essence. Now that he had finally obtained the blood essence, he couldn't wait to go back and test it out. How could he be in the mood to compete on the inscription battle arena? If he could deal with it here, he wouldn't mind doing it. Lu Ming left the 100 Treasure Pavilion and flew directly to Cloud Peak residence. He's just a coward. What right does he have to become a Zongzi candidate? Rising Sun snorted when he saw Lu Ming leaving. Who knows how Tianyun managed to become a Zongzi candidate? He's clearly afraid of you, big brother, and doesn't dare to fight with you. Once you do, he'll give himself away. Su Shan sneered. In the main hall of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, others also shook their heads. They thought that Lu Ming didn't dare to compete with Rising Sunday. And such rumors spread throughout the Yinyang Mountain through the 100 Treasure Pavilion. After Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence, he went straight to his room and sat down cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. There were 9 pearl-like drops of demonic beast blood essence in it. Grade 6 LV6 demonic beast blood essence. With a thought, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged. 9 silver chakras appeared around the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, the light was dim and the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be weak. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and sucked the 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence into his mouth. He began to refine them. Slowly, as the power of the beast's blood was absorbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline, the 9 silver chakras became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, the first blood essence was refined. Lu Ming took out a Class 6 LV6 demonic beast's blood essence and refined it. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Ming continuously refined more than 10 portions of the blood essence of the demonic beasts. Finally, the 9 dragons' bloodline regained its vigor. The 9 silver chakras shone brightly and the speed of refining the blood essence also increased by a notch. Lu Ming continued refining. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In 4 days, Lu Ming had refined all 56th level grade blood essences, but his 9 dragons' bloodline still hadn't reached the divine grade. What's going on? 50 blood essences of 6th level beasts are not enough for me to level up. I was able to reach the God realm before I devoured so much blood essences. But now, I've already devoured more blood essences than before. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was worried that the 9 dragons' bloodline wouldn't level up because of the explosion of the chakras. That would be a great loss. Impossible. It must be because I haven't devoured enough blood essence. Keep devouring. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, took out a Class 7 LV6 demonic beast's blood essence, and continued to devour and refine it. The blood essence of a Class 7 LV6 demonic beast was 4 or 5 times thicker than that of a Class 6 LV6 demonic beast. Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence. Lu Ming was so focused on refining the blood essence that he was oblivious to what was going on outside. In the past few days, Tianyun's name had spread like wildfire in Liangyi Mountain. On the second day of Lu Ming's closed-door cultivation, other geniuses ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents challenged Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't accept the challenge. Subsequently, rumors about Lu Ming not daring to accept the challenge and that he was weak spread like wildfire. Some geniuses even went to Cloud Peak residence to challenge Lu Ming. However, Bai Qi Shui used the excuse that Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation to activate the formation of Cloud Peak residence and turned Lu Ming away. Thus, the rumors that Lu Ming was cowardly and incompetent became even louder. Some people even suggested to the Elder Council that Lu Ming be stripped of his position as Zongzi candidate and move out of Cloud Peak residence. However, the suggestion was rejected. Many geniuses gritted their teeth and waited for Lu Ming to appear and defeat Lu Ming in public. Then, they would see if Lu Ming would still have the face to continue being a Zongzi candidate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 days. Lu Ming had refined 10 more Class 7 LV6 blood essences. At this time, Lu Ming finally felt that the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to evolve. This time, the amount of blood essence consumed is several times more than the previous time. Is this the after effect? However, as long as it can evolve, it's worth it. No matter how much blood essence is consumed, it's worth it. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. However, evolving the divine bloodline will cause too much of a commotion. I have to find a secret place to do so. I'll ask Bai Qi Shui if there's a secret place. Thinking of this, Lu Ming went out of the room and saw Bai Qi Shui frowning and in a daze. "Qi Shui, why are you in a daze?" Lu Ming walked over and said with a smile. "It's all because of you. During this period, everyone came to challenge you. You hid and cultivated, but I sent them all away." Bai Qi Shui glared at Lu Ming and pouted. "Challenge me? I knew it." Lu Ming smiled. He had long known that many people would come to challenge him. It would be strange if they didn't. "What's your plan? Are you going to go out and fight with them?" Bai Qi Shui asked. "I'm not free now. I have to go into seclusion for a while. When I come out, I'll deal with them together," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Deal with them together? You're very confident. Among them, there are close to the top 100 geniuses. Although the Talisman Puppet sect is not as strong as the Emperor God Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, there are still more than 30 geniuses ranked between 100 and 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. These are all your opponents. Can you deal with them?" Bai Qi Shui obviously didn't believe him. "It's okay." Lu Ming smiled and asked, "Is there a quieter place here where no one will disturb us? Where even if there is a commotion, there won't be a big impact on us?" "Yes, the Wind Marshal Cave. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the Way of Inscription, so very few people go there. Moreover, it's full of caves. Just pick one and no one will know no matter how big the commotion is." Bai Qi Shui said. "Okay, the Wind Marshal Cave it is. I'll go into seclusion for a while." After saying that, Lu Ming left Cloud Peak residence. According to the map, he turned into a beam of light and flew toward the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was hundreds of thousands of miles away. With Lu Ming's speed, he soon arrived. The Wind Marshal Cave was full of jagged rocks. Here, there were huge rocky mountains that were more than 10,000 meters high. There were huge caves on the mountains, and the wind was blowing out from each cave. Lu Ming rushed in, randomly chose a cave, and flew in. Although Lu Ming was fast, the news that he had entered the Wind Marshal Cave was still discovered by others. Soon, the news spread throughout Liangyi Mountain. Finally, Cloud Peak residents. However, when they arrived at the Wind Marshal Cave, they all stopped outside. The Wind Marshal Cave was extremely wide and had thousands of caves. No one knew which cave Lu Ming had entered, so they could only wait outside. Lu Ming entered a cave and went deeper. What rich spiritual qi! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise as he ran forward. The spiritual qi in the cave was extremely rich. However, the Talisman Puppet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of Inscription and the spiritual qi was not very useful. Therefore, very few people came to the Wind Marshal Cave. Lu Ming came to an underground cave after tens of thousands of meters. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands and inscriptions entered the surroundings, setting up a large array. This large array was mainly used to isolate sound so that when he broke through, there would be too much noise. After inscribing the large array, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. "Let's upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline in one go." Lu Ming waved his hand. This time, he took out 10 portions of blood essence of level 7 level 6 demonic beasts. The 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and roared. It devoured the 10 portions of blood essence and began to refine them. The rich power of blood essence continued to flow into the 9 dragons bloodline. A day later, the 9 suns bloodline roared to the sky. The roar of a dragon echoed in the cave, isolating the sound in the cave. Roar, the 9 dragons bloodline's body continued to grow. Originally, the 9 dragons bloodline had turned into a flood dragon with 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. But now, the 5th dragon claw stretched out. It had turned into the appearance of a real dragon. However, this was not the end. After the 5th dragon claw stretched out, the 6th dragon claw stretched out. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. The upgrade this time was different from the previous one. After the 6th dragon claw stretched out, the dragon roar became louder and the aura of the 9 dragons bloodline became stronger. Roar, after the roar, the 7th dragon claw stretched out, followed by the 8th and 9th dragon claw. A total of 9 dragon claws, 9 dragons. Lu Ming's bloodline had turned into the legendary 9 dragons. The nine-clawed true dragon, also known as the Nine Dragons, was a mutated true dragon. It was incomparably powerful, far surpassing ordinary true dragons. It was a unique existence between heaven and earth, and was also one of the top 10 beasts that Dandan spoke of. After exploding his chakra, the Nine Dragons' bloodline had evolved into the form of 9 dragons. This was the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming was ecstatic. The 9 dragons roared as the 9 silver chakras merged into a golden chakra. A powerful dragon aura spread out and shook the heavens and earth. However, Xianxia Mountain had an extremely powerful array that completely isolated the 9 dragons' auras. Those outside Xianxia Mountain could not sense them. The power of devouring is several times stronger than when I was in my dragon form. Lu Ming sensed it and was overjoyed. He discovered that the devouring power of the 9 dragons was several times stronger than that of the true dragon form. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. After his 9 dragons' bloodline exploded his chakra, he unexpectedly awakened the perfect 9 dragons form. Withdraw. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons' bloodline. He discovered that a stream of dragon power had condensed at his spine. I wonder what's the difference between this dragon force and the previous dragon force? Lu Ming pondered. Then, with a thought, the dragon force burst out. A layer of purple gold scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. It covered Lu Ming's body like a suit of armor. It looked abnormally demonic. What a powerful force. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that his body was full of power. Boom, he threw out a punch. The space quickly condensed into a ball of terrifying energy and blasted forward. Oh no! Lu Ming's face changed. He activated the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps and appeared in front of the ball of energy in an instant. He threw out a punch and blocked it. Boom, with a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he took 8 steps back. So powerful, so powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. It was impossible to test it out here. Otherwise, the whole mountain would explode. However, Lu Ming could still feel the absolute power. This dragon force was definitely stronger than the previous one. It was at least several times stronger. When the dragon force burst out, Lu Ming's attack and defense would be greatly enhanced. The previous dragon force was the real dragon force. However, the current dragon force could be said to be the 9 dragons' force. It was normal for it to be more powerful. Martial Emperor De, you didn't expect that my exploding chakra would help me in the end. It allowed me to exert the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline to the extreme. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, to transform into the 9 dragons' form, I'm afraid that I'll need more essence blood. I still need 30 portions of Class 6 LV7 essence blood. I'll upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline first. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline is upgraded to Class 3 divine level, I'll upgrade the 9 dragons' bloodline. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out more essence blood and started to devour it. After the upgrade of the 9 dragons' bloodline, the devouring and refining power reached a terrifying level. The speed of refining the essence blood of the demonic beasts became faster. 30 portions of Class 6 LV7 essence blood were all refined in a few hours. Buzz, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline vibrated and shone brightly. 2 golden chakras shone brightly. Suddenly, a golden chakra appeared above the 2 golden chakras. 3 golden chakras and a Class 3 divine level bloodline. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was upgraded to Class 3 divine level, the power of the heaven-suppressing prison skill would also increase. It would reach the highest level of an upper demigod martial skill. Now that I'm using my full strength and the dragon force, how strong will my attack be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline floated in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the ground and merged with the earth. What's this feeling? Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly closed his eyes and started to comprehend. Just now, when the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was upgraded, he was connected to the earth and suddenly felt something. This was a kind of inspiration. Some people said that it was a kind of enlightenment. It required a coincidence to capture this feeling and enter a mysterious state. Such a fortuitous encounter was hard to come by. Lu Ming closed his eyes. He seemed to sink into the depths of the earth and become one with it. He was the earth and the earth was him. The earth was thick, vast, vicissitudes of life. The earth was quiet and eternal. It could accommodate all things. It could suppress all things and bury the heavens and earth. This was an extremely powerful intent realm. Just like this, Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the intent realm. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the intent realm. It had been 5 days. His comprehension of the intent realm had increased by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to Class 2 greater success, but he was also approaching Class 2 greater perfection. 5 days was comparable to months of hard work. At this time, there was a sea of people outside the Wind Marshal Cave. Many skyprides had rushed here to wait for Lu Ming to come out. There were even more people who were here to watch the show. Humph. I'll wait here. Let's see how long this Lu Ming can hide. Look, Jimai, ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is here too. And senior brother Yan Tonghua, ranked 115th. Senior sister Meng Jia, ranked 118th. Someone exclaimed when they saw 3 extraordinary geniuses. These 3 geniuses were the closest to the top 100 geniuses in the Talisman Puppet sect and were the most qualified candidates for the Zongzi position. The 3 of them were expressionless with their eyes closed. They sat on a huge rock and waited quietly. Bai Qi Shui had also heard the news and rushed over. She looked anxious. Although she knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and could refine a level 6 9th tier inscription talisman, which of the top 300 god-level prodigies on the list of top 1,000 talents could not refine a level 6 9th tier inscription talisman, especially the geniuses of the puppet sect, who could control powerful puppets and had strong combat strength. She did not think that Lu Ming could compete with such geniuses. Tianyun, stay in the Wind Marshal Cave for a while. Don't come out. Bai Qi Shui prayed in her heart. After 5 days of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes in the Wind Marshal Cave. What an opportunity! You can only come across it by chance. Lu Ming smiled. However, Lu Ming did not plan to go out. Lu Ming's 4 essences of heaven and earth had all reached greater mastery of level 2. He could continue to improve his cultivation. Lu Ming intended to increase his cultivation level before leaving this place. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. A pile of origin stones appeared on the ground and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. At least 200 origin stones exploded and the origin chi was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Origin chi was the chi of heaven and earth. It was many times more powerful than spiritual chi. His spiritual chi churned and his true essence kept increasing. Soon, 200 origin stones were refined, and another 200 were devoured. Rumble, his true essence churned like a tsunami. After half a day, the rumbling stopped. 7th level spiritual chi, Lu Ming broke through to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and the area of his spiritual ocean doubled again. However, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to refine the source stone. After another half a day, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and only then did he stop cultivating. In total, he had consumed 3,000 origin stones. Fortunately, I have the wealth left behind by Senior Jiryong. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to move forward. Lu Ming smiled. It was time to go out. He had been in seclusion at Wind Marshal Cave for exactly 8 days. In these 8 days, his strength had risen to a terrifying height. With a faint smile, Lu Ming walked out. When he exited the Fengwu Cave, Lu Ming was stunned. Outside, there was a dense crowd of people surrounding the Wind Marshal Cave. Nest, aren't these people too proactive? Are you all waiting for me here? With a thought, Lu Ming guessed what was going on. He was speechless. Tianyun came out. The moment Lu Ming came out, someone shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. So young, very ordinary, I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Not ordinary, don't you think he's very handsome? Pay, love-struck fool, get lost. Instantly, a burst of miscellaneous discussions sounded out. There were many young girls whose eyes shone, feeling that Lu Ming was very handsome, which attracted the displeasure of many young men. Shua, a figure strode out and arrived in front of Lu Ming, his gaze dark as he said, "Tianyun, you finally came out. I thought you were going to hide like a coward. Today, I'll see where you're going to run." The one who spoke was Rising Sunday. He was the first one who couldn't help but step forward. Lu Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, "Looks like I didn't beat you last time, and you're really itching for a beating. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish today." After saying that, Lu Ming strode forward. Today, there were so many people gathered here, so he would make an example out of him so that he wouldn't be annoyed to death by these people. "You're courting death." Rising Sun's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 huge puppets appeared in front of him. Among them, 3 were equivalent to the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm, and 4 were equivalent to the peak of the 8th layer. The 7 puppets together were equivalent to the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Rising Sun could be ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents and was called a god-level genius, so his battle strength was definitely not weak. Being able to control 7 powerful puppets at once, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli's. The 7 puppets roared and pounced on Lu Ming. "Tianyun, watch out!" Bai Qi shouted in the crowd. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and without stopping, he slapped out. This stunned many people. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight the puppets with his flesh and blood, many people sneered in their hearts. Puppets were made of all kinds of hard and powerful metals and were invulnerable. How could flesh and blood resist them? But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bang! Lu Ming slapped a puppet at the peak of the 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm. This puppet, which weighed millions of kilograms, was directly sent flying and exploded into a pile of scrap iron in the air. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used both his hands and feet like a terrifying god of war. With a punch, a puppet exploded. With a kick, a puppet exploded. Whether it was a puppet at the peak of the 8th or 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm, they all ended up the same. In an instant, they turned into a pile of scrap iron. Countless people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. How could this be? How could this be? Inscribers focused on cultivating spiritual flames. The strength of their bodies was much weaker than that of martial artists. They had never seen such a direct, domineering, and violent method of battle. They had directly used their bodies to crush their puppets and turn them into scrap metal. Lu Ming strode forward, charging towards the Rising Sun. Impossible? How could this be? Rising Sun roared, and an inscription scroll appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, a battle sword appeared, slashing down towards Lu Ming's head. This inscription scroll had the attack power of the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. But Lu Ming waved his hand, and the battle sword collapsed. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of the Rising Sun, slapping out. "Pa!" The crisp sound of the slap resounded throughout the whole place. Many people felt their gums ache, and Rising Sun screamed even more. His teeth flew out mixed with blood, and half of his face swelled up high. Pa, with a flip of his hand, he gave Shuri another slap, causing him to become dizzy and disorientated. Then, he kicked out, and Rising Sun flew out, lying on the ground and screaming like a dead fish. Many people gasped. This Tianyun was too overbearing and violent. He defeated the Rising Sun so easily. After all, the Rising Sun was a god-level genius. How dare you, Tianyun? How could you be so vicious and injure your fellow disciples? You're guilty. A genius stronger than the Rising Sun yelled. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice. It was a young man with a jade crown on his head. He was fair and clean. To put it simply, he was a pretty boy. Guan Rong, ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ranked 259 on the list of top 1,000 talents, he was much stronger than the Rising Sun. Humph, how arrogant. Let me defeat you. Guan Rong's face darkened at Lu Ming's rebuke. He strode forward, and with every step, dense runes appeared on the ground. Roar. A ferocious tiger condensed and pounced on Lu Ming. After the tiger, there were also giant bears, pythons, and other beasts. In an instant, more than a dozen beasts pounced on Lu Ming. Guanrong's array Dao was extremely terrifying to be able to set up so many arrays in an instant. His use of the spiritual fire had also reached the peak of the nuance realm, which was on par with Lu Ming. As these beasts pounced on Lu Ming, Guanrong waved his hand and 3 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. The 3 inscriptions were activated at the same time, and 3 dragons roared and pounced. Their attack power was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. This kind of attack was like a storm. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm would be submerged and torn to pieces. The fighting style of an inscription master was completely different from that of a martial artist. Lu Ming was expressionless. He strode forward and struck out with his palm. The space rumbled violently, and the beasts that pounced on him collapsed instantly. What followed were the 3 dragons. Boom! 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 4 kinds of realm of heaven and earth wrapped around him. He activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill at 20% power and clashed with the 3 dragons. Lu Ming did not dare to activate the hell-suppressing heaven skill at full power. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of an upper-grade demigod martial skill, and the consumption of true essence was extremely terrifying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used it at full power, his true essence would be drained in a few moves. With 3 roars, the 3 dragons were defeated. Guanrong's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an array appeared on his body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap of his wings, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his hand and 5 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. 2 of them transformed into halos that enveloped Guanrong's body. These were protective talismans that were indestructible. Of the other 3 inscription scrolls, 2 of them condensed into 2 battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. They also had the power of the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The most shocking thing was that the inscription scroll in the middle condensed into a long spear and stabbed towards Lu Ming. The power emitted by this long spear was terrifying and shocking, exceeding the range of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If it had to be categorized, it was a 6th level inscription charm scroll. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. He condensed 2 spears in his hands and shot them out, colliding with the 2 swords. His palm landed on the spear. Explode! Lu Ming growled as the spear exploded. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared in front of Guanrong in just a few steps. His palm was like a sharp sword, piercing forward. Puff! Puff! The 2 light screens in front of Guanrong shattered like paper. No! Guanrong screamed and retreated like lightning, but Lu Ming was faster and followed closely behind. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Guanrong's throat. True essence shook, and Guanrong's body went soft like mud. Lu Ming swung his hand, and Guanrong fell heavily to the ground beside the rising sun. All around, everyone stared in shock. This Lu Ming was too strong. He defeated Guanrong with such ease. This made the other geniuses' expressions turn ugly. Haven't you waited for a long time? If you want to fight, then hurry up and come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. Lu Ming looked around and said coldly. Lu Ming planned to establish his power today. Arrogant, too arrogant. You think you're invincible after defeating the rising sun and Guanrong? Ridiculous. Since he wants to die, let's fight him together. Let's see how strong he is. Cold voices rang out. One by one, figures stepped forward, and a powerful spiritual storm erupted and filled the area. There were more than a dozen god-level geniuses who were ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Some of them were even ranked in the top 200. However, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia did not step forward. Instead, they watched from afar. Obviously, the 3 of them did not want to join forces to fight Lu Ming. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had made great progress this time and wanted to fight. Arrogant. Let's fight together. With a cold shout, more than 50 huge puppets appeared on the ground. The weakest puppet was equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, while the strongest puppet was far stronger. The puppet roared furiously. It stomped on the ground and pounced on Lu Ming. Some of them had inscription scrolls appear in front of them. Dazzling light emanated from these scrolls, emitting a terrifying aura. Good timing. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The power of the 9 dragons in his 9 dragons bloodline burst out, and a layer of purple gold scales appeared on his body. What's that? Many people gasped. A secret skill of martial arts. Someone said. Boom, Lu Ming stomped on the ground, and the rocks exploded. Lu Ming rushed out. Boom. Boom, his fists punched out continuously, colliding with the puppets. Bang. Bang. Bang, the sound of explosions rose and fell. The puppets in the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm exploded like fragile balloons. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying when he combined the dragon power with the prison-suppressing heaven steel. Not only puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, even those puppets above the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm would be blown apart. Such a scene was incomparably terrifying. The inscription scrolls glowed, and all kinds of powerful attacks poured down on Lu Ming. There were endless flames, lightning, storms, battle swords, saber auras, and so on. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. The battle strength of these prodigies all surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Ordinary 9th level spiritual sea realm experts would be blasted into dregs in an instant. However, Lu Ming was fearless. His body was covered in dragon scales and he was invulnerable. He charged forward and every inch of his body could release the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Those attacks exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming broke through the layers of attacks and charged toward those elites. Not good, retreat. More than a dozen prodigies' faces flashed with shock. Each of them used inscription arrays and retreated rapidly. At the same time, every step they took would leave inscriptions on the ground. At the same time, a large number of puppets and inscription scrolls appeared. This time, many puppets actually formed a large array. Together, their aura was even more shocking. Moreover, some people took out even more powerful inscription scrolls. These people were called god-level prodigies. Their battle strength was extremely terrifying, and they could compete with the prodigies of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse Sect. Naturally, they were very strong. But Lu Ming was even stronger. During the previous exchange meet in 9 Dragons City, Lu Ming's combat ability was already extremely terrifying. He was definitely able to fight against the top 200 people. This time, Lu Ming's Earth concept had a breakthrough. All 4 concepts had reached level 2 greater mastery. When they were combined and unleashed, their power was even stronger. At the same time, the power of the 9 dragons was also stronger. It was several times stronger than the dragon power in the past. Also, his cultivation level had increased to the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Now, Lu Ming was completely confident that he could fight with Di Feng and Shiremo, who were ranked 101 and 102 on the list of top 1,000 prodigies. Lu Ming's current combat strength was infinitely close to that of a spirit embryo realm expert. Lu Ming could even contend with an ordinary spirit embryo realm expert. Among the younger generation, he was unafraid of anyone other than the top 100 heavens prides on the list of top 1,000 talents. Boom, Lu Ming was like an Archean ferocious beast as he charged through the puppets violently, and savagely. Boom. Boom. Boom, he used his berserk methods to break through the battle formation formed by the puppets. With a single punch, the weaker puppets were directly blown apart. The stronger puppets were also sent flying, their bodies deformed. Some of the flames and lightning were blocked by the scales on Lu Ming's skin. Bam, Lu Ming consecutively sent 9 powerful puppets flying and appeared in front of a puppet sect's Heaven's Pride. The Heaven's Pride's eyes widened and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming hit him so hard that he vomited blood. He reached out and threw the Heaven's Pride to the side of the rising sun and Guan Rong. There were 3 figures lying on the ground, unable to get up. Bam, after dealing with this Heaven's Pride, Lu Ming leaped into the sky and destroyed 2 blazing fireballs, a thunder sword, and a dragon formed by ice. He appeared in front of a talisman sect's pride and punched through the talisman defense. His vital essence surged into the Heaven's Pride, and the Heaven's Pride went limp. Lu Ming threw him to the side of the rising sun and the rest. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and attacked another Heaven's Pride at lightning speed. Lu Ming defeated all the puppets and inscription scrolls. One by one, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell to the side of the rising sun and the rest. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. Their jaws were about to drop as they watched everything unfold in disbelief. More than 10 god-level prodigies joined forces, but in front of Lu Ming, they were unable to put up any resistance. They were completely crushed and sent flying one by one. Lu Ming threw them on the ground like rubbish and piled them up. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen people were thrown to the ground by Lu Ming. They were all furious and ashamed. I admit defeat. Some of the remaining Heaven's Pride's pride shouted, wanting to admit defeat. They were truly frightened by Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength. You want to fight, but you don't want to fight. How can there be such a good thing? I forbid it. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning. His figure was like an ancient beast as he dashed toward the other party. Bam! Ah! Heaven's Pride was thrown to the ground to Heaven's Pride. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and another 2 Heaven's Prides were sent flying. Tianyun, this is the Talisman Puppet Sect. What's the point of using martial arts to win? If you have the ability, use the Tao of Inscription. One of the last remaining Heaven's Pride shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, the puppet protecting him was sent flying by Lu Ming. He was also sent flying by Lu Ming's kick and smashed into the pile of Heaven's Prides, causing them to scream in pain. The scene quietened down. More than a dozen Heaven's Prides were piled together and roaring in anger. The surrounding Talisman Puppet Sect disciples were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. These were the few god-level Heaven's Prides of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Although the Talisman Puppet Sect's territory couldn't be compared to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, it still had more than 30 large regions. There were countless Heaven's Prides, but there were less than 50 god-level Heaven's Prides. Which of these Heaven's Prides wasn't high and mighty? They were like stars surrounding the moon, looking down on other people of the younger generation. But now, more than a dozen of them were piled together like a pile of trash. They were roaring in anger and screaming in pain. It was a tragic sight. This scene was too illusory and unreal. Slap, there were even people who slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. Bai Qixue was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. More than a dozen Heaven's Prides were defeated in an instant. He was ridiculously powerful. She recalled the attitude she had towards Lu Ming when she first met him. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster. She was afraid. If Lu Ming went crazy, a weak woman like her wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy is so strong, but he didn't tell me. Humph. Bai Qixue snorted coldly in her heart. Jimai, Yan Tenghua, and Meng Jia were also incomparably shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength was also beyond their expectations. The 3 of them were all ranked in the top 120 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Their combat strength was naturally terrifying. But they weren't confident that they could defeat more than a dozen god-level Heaven's Prides like Lu Ming did. Even if this guy's combat strength can't compare to those in the top 100, he's probably close to Di Feng, Shurimo, and the others. Our Talisman Puppet Sect has such a powerful martial way expert, and he's so young? Jimai whispered, full of shock and astonishment. He was ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, but he didn't think he could do this. Phew. Lu Ming let out a long breath. He felt that the true essence in his spiritual sea had been greatly depleted. In the storm of attacks just now, the hell-suppressing heaven skill had unleashed more than 20% of its power. Tianyun, you're using martial way. What's so great about you? If you're so capable, use the inscription way to fight us. A young man shouted, his eyes spitting fire. He was extremely ashamed and indignant. That's right. You're a Xianxia candidate, but you can only use martial way to fight. Who's convinced? A Xianxia candidate will compete for the position of Xianxia in the future, and then inherit the position of Talisman Puppet Sect leader. If he's only strong in martial way and weak in the inscription way, how can he inherit the position of sect leader and lead the talisman puppet sect? The other heavens prides also shouted. The eyes of the spectators flashed. Indeed, they couldn't deny that Lu Ming was powerful. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary disciple of the talisman puppet sect, he would be respected by others because of his strong martial way, even if his inscription way was weak. However, Lu Ming's identity was different. He was a Xianxia candidate who would compete for the position of Xianxia in the future, and even become the talisman puppet sect leader. He had to be strong in the inscription way to convince others. Otherwise, no matter how strong his martial way was, he wouldn't be qualified to inherit the position of sect leader. How about this? Jimai suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Was Jimai going to attack? Lu Ming also looked at Jimai. 2 months later, the sect will hold a competition to compete for the spot to enter the Sky Observation Platform. The Sky Observation Platform is the #1 cultivation sacred ground of the Talisman Puppet sect. Apart from the other 13 Xianxia candidates, all the other young geniuses will participate. Brother Tianyun, why don't you participate in the competition and spar with them? Jimai said with a smile. Although he said it in a tactful manner, it was equivalent to inviting Lu Ming to participate in the competition 2 months later to compete for the spot to enter the Sky Observation Platform. Martial arts were of no use in that kind of competition. By then, Lu Ming's inscription Dao would naturally be able to tell how capable he was. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Jimai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia's eyes lit up. The prodigies who were thrown together by Lu Ming also had different expressions. Some of them gritted their teeth. They were determined to fight in 2 months' time to regain the face that they had lost today. Some of them were deep in thought. Lu Ming agreed so quickly. Could it be that his Dao of inscription was also extremely powerful? But how was that possible? Martial Dao was already so abnormal, how strong could the Dao of inscription be? The true yuan in your body will disperse in 2 hours. Lu Ming looked at the youths who were still lying on the ground, smiled faintly, and stepped into the air to leave. Hey, Tianyun, wait for me. Bai Qi Shui immediately followed, like a little shadow. This made the rising sun and other prodigies who were pursuing Bai Qi Shui gnash their teeth in jealousy, but no one dared to find trouble with Lu Ming. What a joke, Lu Ming's martial Dao was so strong, was he looking for trouble? Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui swaggered out of the place. Your martial Dao cultivation is actually so strong? You actually didn't tell me? On the way, Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming and muttered. You didn't ask me. Lu Ming said. You're so strong? You should be very famous, why haven't I heard of you before? Bai Qi Shui showed a puzzled expression. Because I'm more low-key, I've always been low-key, it's normal that you don't know me. Lu Ming said shamelessly, which immediately attracted Bai Qi Shui's disdain. You're low-key? You defeated more than 10 god-level prodigies in one go, I'm afraid in 2 days, the news will spread throughout Liangyi Mountain. Bai Qi Shui glanced at Lu Ming and said disdainfully. Lu Ming touched his nose, he was also forced to do this, right? You really want to participate in the competition in 2 months? Bai Qi Snow asked again. Of course, I've agreed. By the way, what's the sky viewing platform? What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Sky Observation Platform is also known as the Sky Observation Ground. It can be said to be the #1 cultivation holy land of the Talisman Puppet sect. It is said that one can come into close contact with the law of inscription at the Sky Observation Ground. The speed at which one absorbs the energy from the law of inscription is terrifyingly fast. However, the amount of energy required to activate the Sky Observation Ground is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the number of people who can enter each time is extremely limited. The other 13 Xianxia candidates have already entered. This time, only 3 of them will be allowed to enter the Sky Observatory. Therefore, the competition will be held in the entire sect. Only the top 3 will be allowed to enter the Sky Observatory to cultivate for a month. Bai Qi Snow explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea. Are you confident? Bai Qi asked, blinking her large eyes. She was extremely curious. No. Lu Ming's reply made Bai Qi Snow stagger and almost fall. No? If you're not confident, why did you agree? Bai Qi Snow asked. If I agree, there will be at least 2 months of peace, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was indeed not fully confident. After all, he had only been in contact with the inscription Dao for a short period of time. The other geniuses had been cultivating for more than 10 years. Especially for geniuses like Jimai, Yan Tenghua, and Meng Jia. Lu Ming was not confident of winning by relying on the inscription Dao. Lu Ming was confident that his spirit fire was not inferior to Jimai and the others. One had to know that Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps at each level and reached the perfect level. No matter how talented Jimai and the others were, it was impossible for them to reach the perfect level. It was already very terrifying to be able to light up 8 spirit lamps at each level. Lu Ming's weakness was the use of spirit fire. His use of spirit fire had already reached the peak of the minute subtlety. In the eyes of ordinary geniuses, it was already very terrifying, not weaker than many god-grade geniuses. However, Lu Ming believed that geniuses like Jimai were definitely not just at the peak of the minute subtlety. Perhaps, they had already reached the heart of perfection realm. The higher one's mastery of the mental fire, the greater one's combat power would be under the same mental fire. His current weakness was the use of spirit fire. Bai Qi Shue was speechless. It turned out that Lu Ming agreed so that he could have 2 months of peace. Soon, the two returned to Cloud Peak residence. Yes, I have to buy another batch of blood essence to continue improving my bloodline. Back in his room, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. And the third bloodline, I don't know why. I still can't awaken it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Many god-grade geniuses had awakened their third bloodline before reaching the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he still couldn't awaken it. He could clearly feel that something seemed to be nurturing in his spine, but it couldn't awaken. He always felt that something was missing. Xiaoqing and Fatty also awakened slower than others. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, I can't just let the competition in 2 months go. I have to shock those people so that they won't find trouble with me in the future. It's also very beneficial for me to take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect in the future. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with various thoughts. However, it wasn't that easy to shock all these god-grade geniuses. If I can improve the use of spirit fire, I'll be much more confident. I wonder where I can train the use of spirit fire in the Heaven and Earth Mountain. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the map that Bai Qi Snow gave him and opened it. After a long while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Mind Tempering Hall was a cultivation place that specialized in training the use of spirit fire. The Talisman Puppet sect was indeed an overlord force that specialized in the inscription Dao. They had everything. Lu Ming was now a candidate Zongzi. Apart from a few places that he couldn't go, he could enter most of the cultivation places. It was a good opportunity to cultivate. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the origin stone and began to devour it to recover his true yuan. Before long, Lu Ming's true yuan had completely recovered. He left the Cloud Peak residence and headed to the Mind Tempering Hall. The Mind Tempering Hall was a large hall, but it was filled with arrays and could accommodate many people to cultivate. Lu Ming flashed his candidate Zongzi token and entered easily. After entering the hall, he realized that there were many light doors. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Lu Ming walked inside and chose a light door in a secluded corner. On the light door, there were words written: primary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. This should be a choice of difficulty. I'll choose the intermediate. Lu Ming pressed on the words intermediate and saw the 2 words intermediate shining brightly. Then, he took a step forward and stepped into the light door. When he walked into the light door, he realized that he was in a spacious void. In this place, Lu Ming realized that the true yuan in his body was suppressed. Even his mental state was suppressed. Only the spirit fire could be used. Whoosh, a blue arrow pierced towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. An arrow condensed by the spirit fire. Lu Ming's forehead glowed, and an even more powerful wisp of psychic fire shot out, forming an arrow that shot towards the arrow in front of him. But just as the 2 arrows were about to collide, the arrow that was shooting towards him suddenly turned nimbly, dodging Lu Ming's arrow and continuing to shoot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to turn, but it was too late. He could only condense more psychic fire arrows and shoot them at the incoming arrow. That arrow was finally intercepted by Lu Ming and neutralized. But at this time, more arrows condensed from the surroundings and shot towards Lu Ming. These arrows were incomparably nimble. They were like nimble little snakes dancing in the air as they shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled his psychic fire, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of these arrows. He could only release more psychic fire and use numbers to block the arrows. But this was very taxing on Lu Ming's psychic fire. Soon, his psychic fire was exhausted. Whoosh! Whoosh! With his psychic fire exhausted, Lu Ming could no longer block the arrows. They immediately hit his body, and he felt a tearing pain in his mind. His vision darkened, and in the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had returned to the door of light from before. It's only the intermediate difficulty, but it's already so difficult. It seems that my control over the psychic fire isn't that great. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and stepped back into the door of light. In the next moment, he was back in the void. Whoosh! Blue arrows condensed from the surroundings and shot towards him. It was said that in the mind-tempering palace, the amount and quality of the psychic fire condensed from the arrows was exactly the same as the person who entered. In order to completely block these arrows, one had to condense a psychic fire of the same quantity as the attacking psychic fire. Moreover, one psychic fire had to intercept the opponent's psychic fire. Only then could the psychic fire attack be completely neutralized. As long as one's psychic fire was stronger than the opponent's, then the number of arrows condensed would definitely be less than the opponent's. Just like Lu Ming had done before, he could use violent attacks to block the first few arrows. But soon, his psychic power was exhausted, and he could only take a beating from the back. But these arrows were too nimble. It was too difficult to perfectly block them. One had to have precise control over their psychic fire. At the same time, they had to be very good at using their psychic fire. Only then could they completely block them. Lu Ming was fully focused on controlling his mental flame to fend off the arrows that were shot from all directions. This time, Lu Ming lasted a little longer. Those arrows were too nimble. Lu Ming couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed at all by himself. He could only unleash a large number of psychic arrows to block them. In this way, his psychic power was exhausted again. The arrows pierced through his body, and Lu Ming was sent out of the door of light again. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light again and again, practicing the use of his psychic fire. Slowly, he became more and more familiar with the use of his psychic fire. He could barely keep up with the opponent's speed and neutralize those arrows. But he still couldn't do it perfectly. In the end, he would still be shot and sent out of the door of light. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 7 days. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 arrows were flying in the air. Lu Ming controlled the arrows that were condensed from his mental fire and blocked the arrows that were flying toward him. In the end, when Lu Ming's psychic fire was exhausted, there were no more arrows shooting at him. With a perfect defense, Lu Ming smoothly passed the intermediate level. Right now, my use of the psychic fire has greatly improved. I'm already infinitely close to the heart of perfection realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. When two people had the same amount of psychic fire, the higher the level of their psychic fire, the more puppets they could control, and the stronger the puppets they could control, the stronger their fighting power would be. Moreover, those with a higher level of psychic fire would be able to carve formations and inscription talismans faster. Whether it was refining pills or forging tools, they would be stronger. This was the benefit of having a higher level of psychic fire. The subtle realm was the meticulous use of the psychic fire. Not a single bit would be wasted, and one would be able to display its full potential. The heart of perfection realm was just as its name implied. With a single thought, the psychic fire would move with unparalleled speed. At this level, whether it was controlling puppets or inscribing formations, they were all terrifyingly fast. To be able to inscribe formations in a few moments, just how strong was one, it could be said that if two people with the same amount of psychic fire reached the heart of perfection realm, they would be able to easily kill a subtle realm expert. As for the mind of perfection and Xianxia realms, they were even more wondrous. The intermediate level is no longer enough for me to improve. It's time to choose the advanced level. At that moment, Lu Ming chose the advanced difficulty level and stepped into it. A few seconds after he entered, there was a flash of light, and Lu Ming reappeared. This is too fast. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. The arrows that appeared in the advanced level were ridiculously fast and nimble, able to make several hundred turns in an instant. Lu Ming's psychic fire arrows simply couldn't keep up. The moment he entered, he was killed before he could even block a single arrow. The difference was too great. It seems like I'll have to cultivate in the intermediate level for a while longer. With a bitter smile, Lu Ming chose the intermediate level and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Bish! Lu Ming's use of the psychic fire was getting better and better. Under his control, the arrows formed from the psychic fire were becoming more and more nimble, moving at frightening speeds. Whoosh! Whoosh! He controlled an arrow and shot it through the middle of the arrow shaft of the opponent's arrow. The remaining power didn't stop there, and it even cancelled out the other arrow. Lu Ming could use one arrow to negate 2 arrows formed from the same amount of psychic fire. When no more arrows were formed, Lu Ming only had half of his psychic fire left. Lu Ming's use of the psychic fire had improved yet again, but he still felt that he hadn't reached the heart of perfection realm. Now, I should be able to try the advanced level. Lu Ming exited this place, chose the high difficulty level, and stepped in. Bish! An arrow, as fast as lightning, moved at high speed in the air, changing hundreds of directions in an instant, leaving a long trail behind. Lu Ming controlled an arrow, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party. He controlled the 9 arrows to attack from different directions. Bish! 9 arrows, in different directions, flew through the air and blocked that arrow. With a bang, that arrow was finally blocked. But before Lu Ming could rejoice, 2 more arrows formed and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only condense more arrows to block. This time, Lu Ming only lasted half a minute before he was teleported out. Continue. He stepped in again and again, but failed again and again. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Spirit Training Palace for more than 20 days. Lu Ming was cultivating like a maniac. He was practicing his usage of the mental fire like a maniac. Whoosh! Outside the light door, a light flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. I know. So that's how it is. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes shining with excitement. After cultivating for so long, he finally caught a trace of inspiration, the inspiration to break through hard intent. Then, he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended that inspiration. He sat there for an entire day. After a day, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, but they revealed a ray of confidence. Then, he stepped into the light door and stood in the void. Whoosh! A blue arrow, as fast as lightning, made a few hundred turns in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and an arrow condensed. Go! Lu Ming's mind moved and the arrow flew out. In the next moment, it accurately appeared in front of the arrow and collided with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, 2 arrows appeared and shot toward Lu Ming from 2 directions. Lu Ming's mind moved and 2 arrows also flew out. After making a few hundred turns in the air, they caught up with the 2 arrows and cancelled them out. Hard intent, this is hard intent. I finally broke through. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew everywhere, but they could no longer hit Lu Ming. In the end, all the arrows were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's use of the spirit fire had finally broken through and reached the early stage of hard intent. However, Lu Ming did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He did not choose the top difficulty but continued to cultivate in the high difficulty. The top difficulty was said to be for people at the level of intent. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already spent 50 days in the mental tempering hall. There were still 10 days until the competition on the observation platform. On the other hand, Lu Ming's usage of the spirit flame had already reached the late stage of heart satisfaction. To advance from arcane subtlety pinnacle to heart perception advanced stage in just 50 days, if anyone were to hear of this, they would surely be flabbergasted. After all, hard focus was a realm that only 7th-grade inscriptionists could grasp. 6th-grade inscriptionists were already geniuses amongst geniuses if they could grasp it. Anyone could come to the spirit training hall, but whose progress would be this fast? It could be seen from this that Lu Ming had extremely high talent towards the Tao of inscription. It's time to go out and buy a batch of essence blood. It's been so long, there should be enough. Lu Ming pondered as he left the spirit tempering palace and flew towards the treasure pavilion. During this period, Lu Ming went to the treasure pavilion once and ordered a batch of demonic beast blood essence. Soon, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. "Beauty, how's the demonic beast blood essence I ordered?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. It was still the same beauty from before. "Junior brother Tianyun, you're here." The beauty stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes, full of splendor. Now, Lu Ming was a celebrity in the talisman puppet sect. Who didn't know that he had fought against more than 10 god-level geniuses? The 50 Class 8 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essences and 50 Class 9 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essences that you asked for took a lot of effort. The beauty smiled and took out a storage ring. "Thank you." Lu Ming smiled, put away the storage ring, and then handed the origin stones to the other party. It was a total of 60,000 origin stones. This was the price after the discount because he had bought so many origin stones. "That's really expensive." Lu Ming sighed. He really couldn't afford the demonic beast blood essence. It seemed that after using this batch, he would have to hunt them himself. Lu Ming thought to himself. The origin stones that Supreme Nine Sons had left behind were only about 1 million. If he continued to use them like this, it wouldn't be long before they were all gone. "I'll have to use them sparingly." Lu Ming made up his mind. After paying the origin stones, Lu Ming went to Cloud Peak residence. Along the way, when people saw Lu Ming, they all looked at Lu Ming with awe and curiosity. The competition will be in 10 days. Tianyun's martial Tao is strong, but his inscription Tao might not be. That's right. 10 days later, we'll see. If his inscription Tao isn't good, no matter how strong his martial Tao is, he'll have to step down from the candidate Zhongzi's throne. Many people were talking about it, looking forward to the competition in 10 days. Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence and saw Bai Qi Shui seriously inscribing inscription talisman scrolls. Her jade-like fingers were slender and beautiful. As she danced in the air, inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. Peak of minute subtlety. Lu Ming's eyes moved. After not seeing each other for a while, Bai Qi Shui had also made great progress. Her use of spiritual fire had reached the peak of minute subtlety. Not long after, a level 6 7th level inscription talisman scroll was successfully inscribed. "Eh? Tianyun, you're back? Where have you been cultivating all this time? How's the progress?" Bai Qi Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ming. "It's okay, there's some progress." Lu Ming said. "Some progress? Why don't we have a competition to see who's faster in inscription?" Bai Qi Shui said, her eyes flashing with eagerness. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. This girl had broken through and wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. "Sure, how do we compete?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Let's go outside. How about we compete in inscribing array formations?" Bai Qi Shui said with some excitement. "Okay, but since it's a competition, there needs to be some punishment, right? If you lose, how will you be punished?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "How will I be punished?" Bai Qi Shui blinked her big eyes. "How about this, if you lose, you kiss me. If I lose, I'll kiss you. How about it?" Lu Ming smiled. "You, who wants to kiss you? You rascal." Bai Qi Shui's face flushed red with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed. He didn't mean it. It was just that he had a breakthrough in the use of spiritual fire and he was in a good mood. In addition, he hadn't seen Bai Qi Shui for a long time. He just casually teased her to relax the atmosphere. "If you don't agree, then forget it. Whoever loses will treat to a big meal." Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the room in big strides. Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming fiercely, but there was a slight smile in her eyes. Outside Yunfeng residence, there was a large open space. The two of them stood opposite each other. "Let's begin," Bai Qixue suddenly shouted. Both of her feet stepped on the ground. At the same time, her 10 fingers bloomed in the air. Brilliant inscriptions flew out and disappeared into the ground. Buzz, on the ground, a formation immediately emerged, shining brightly. However, Lu Ming kept smiling and stood there with his hands behind his back. He didn't move at all. This guy, why isn't he moving? Humph, he's so arrogant. See how I'll teach him a lesson. Bai Qixue snorted coldly. She took a step forward and the formation shone brightly. 2 snow-white eagles condensed and pounced on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming began to move. Lu Ming took a step forward and densely packed inscriptions appeared on the ground. The inscriptions intertwined with each other to form an array. 9 formations, stacked on top of each other, emitting an illusory light. The 2 swords defeated the 2 eagles in one blow. At the same time, vines, chains, flame cages, and other things floated out, trapping Bai Qi Snow in the middle. 9 formations? Bai Qi Snow was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Just now, she clearly didn't see Lu Ming inscribing formations. At the end, she saw Lu Ming step out. Just one step and he actually inscribed 9 formations. Isn't this too terrifying? Isn't the speed too fast? Heart mastery, this is the heart mastery realm. Have you broken through? Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Bai Qi Snow's big eyes opened even wider, staring at Lu Ming in a daze. Some time ago, I was cultivating in the spirit training hall and luckily broke through. Why? Do you still want to compete? Lu Ming smiled. No more, no more. Bai Qi Snow shook her head repeatedly. Lu Ming smiled, took a step, and those formations all disappeared. Tianyun, you're really cunning. You've obviously broken through, but still agreed to compete with me. Too cunning, humph. Bai Qi Snow gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Ming. Thinking of Lu Ming's proposal to kiss her if she lost, she gritted her teeth even more. She thought that Lu Ming deliberately wanted to take advantage of her. He had obviously broken through, but still agreed to compete with her. Too bad. Weren't you the one who suggested the competition? I never said anything about it. Lu Ming smiled. Humph, cunning guy, there's no big meal to eat. Bai Qi Snow continued to snort coldly and strode back to her room. Between her brows, there was a trace of a proud smile. Hey, you can't go back on your words. Lu Ming shouted rather speechlessly. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked into the courtyard, pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Ming was stunned. A little tortoise was lying on his bed with its legs crossed. It was holding a blood ginseng that was 10 times fatter than the little tortoise and was gnawing on it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He ate with relish. Dandan? Lu Ming revealed a look of disbelief. It was actually Dandan. Didn't that guy slip away during the battle at 9 Dragon City? Why would he appear here? After all, this was the Liangyi Mountain. Even a martial emperor could not break the formation of the Liangyi Mountain. How did Dandan get in? Eh? Lu Ming, you're back. I've missed you so much. Seeing Lu Ming, Dandan finished a huge blood ginseng in a few bites and rushed towards Lu Ming. Fortunately, Dandan transmitted his voice, so Bai Qi, who was not far away, did not hear it. Lu Ming reached out and pinched Dandan's head, lifting it in the air. Then he stepped slightly, and an inscription formation appeared to isolate the sound. At the same time, the door was closed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Let me go. Dandan shouted and waved its 4 feet. You're as timid as a mouse. How dare you come to me? Why did you run away so quickly during the battle at 9 Dragon City? Lu Ming asked. Don't slander me. What do you mean by I'm afraid of death? I'm wise. I'm far from recovering. I can't help much if I stay there. Of course, I have to act according to the circumstances. While those masters were out, I went to rob a treasure house. Haha. Dandan knew. You went to rob a treasure house? Who did? It? Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Of course not. It's just a small treasure house. There aren't many things. Danden's eyeballs were rolling in thought. I don't believe it. Give me half of it. Lu Ming said. No, really. Let me tell you. Most of the things I got were elixirs. I used them to recover. I've recovered a lot. I can now inscribe level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. I'm waiting for you. I'll give it to you. Let me go. Danden shouted and kicked with its 2 claws. Lu Ming let go of Danden. Danden spat out a dozen jade talismans from its mouth and gave them to Lu Ming. It said, these are level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. Look, I've been thinking about you all the time. Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman and scanned it with his mind. There were many complicated inscriptions inside. Even Lian Song didn't know many of them. Lu Ming nodded and took them without hesitation. He looked at Danden curiously and said, how did you know I'm here? And how did you come in? I can sense your breath even if I'm far away. Haha, why would I come in here? Who am I? I'm the head of the top 10 beasts, the world turtle. It's more than enough to enter this formation. Danden laughed. World turtle? Lu Ming caught the keyword. Danden didn't use this word when he bragged before. Yes, world turtle. This time I ate a lot of elixirs and recovered a little. I finally remember what I'm called. World turtle. What do you think? Isn't this name domineering? Haha. Danden danced with joy, looking pleased with herself. What's world turtle? Lu Ming was curious. He had never heard of this name before. You're the one who's a world turtle. Your whole family is a world turtle. Danden was pissed. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, I only remember the name. I'm not sure about the rest. But this formation is really powerful. If I didn't recover a little, I wouldn't be able to come in. This guy, Lu Ming, was shocked by Danden. Not for other reasons. If the news of him sneaking into Liangyi Mountain spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Since you're here, stay here. Don't run around. After that, Lu Ming sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He took out the jade talisman Danden gave him and looked at it. Danden's jade talisman had a lot of level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. He was so fascinated that he even forgot to devour the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 10 days later, the competition between the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect finally began. It was to fight for the 3 spots to observe heaven and earth. Lu Ming opened the door and walked out. Danden was lying on his shoulder. Eh? Tianyun, when did you have a turtle? Bai Chi Shui looked over curiously. Oh, I picked up a wild turtle in the valley behind the mountain. It looks quite fat. I plan to cook it into soup after a while. Lu Ming answered casually. This made Danden so angry that he rolled his eyes and almost exploded his turtle shell. You're the wild turtle. Your whole family are wild turtles. Danden pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. And it's a king-level wild turtle. Interesting. Tianyun, let me play with it for 2 days. Bai Chi Shui stared at Danden with her eyes wide open. Danden was so angry that his body twitched. The 2 of them chatted as they flew towards the competition. Inscriptions could be seen shining on the jade wall. Apparently, the jade wall was covered with inscriptions. At this moment, the white jade square was already crowded with people. Countless young geniuses from the Talisman Puppet sect had gathered here. Not only young people, but many older people had also come to watch the competition. Look, Tianyun is here. He really dares to come. The geniuses will definitely not let him off. This time, he can't use his martial arts. Let's see how strong his inscription Dao is. I can't believe he's able to become a Zongzi candidate. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, all eyes were on him. Tianyun, I hope your inscription Dao won't disappoint me. Suri walked over. His gaze was cold and sinister as he glared at Lu Ming. What had happened last time was a great humiliation. That's right, Lu Ming. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guan Rong also walked past. He looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression, full of provocation. At the same time, the geniuses who had been beaten up by Lu Ming glared at Lu Ming as if they wanted to bite him. "You're asking for a beating again, aren't you?" Lu Ming glanced at the geniuses, causing them to turn pale. They snorted and walked to the side. Geniuses flew over from time to time. Lu Ming saw Jimai, Yan Tenghua, and Meng Jia. The three of them were the main characters of today's competition and received everyone's attention. There were 13 people from the Talisman Puppet sect who were ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. All of them were Xianxia candidates and would not participate in this competition. Jimai, Yan Tenghua, and Meng Jia were ranked closest to the top 100 and were the most qualified to be in the top 3. They were also the most likely to win the Sky Observation platform. Who do you think will get first place? It must be Jimai. He's ranked 107 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although it hasn't been updated for a long time, I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right, I think so too. Jimai should be number 1 without a doubt. As for Yan Tenghua and Meng Jia, their rankings are close. I wonder who's stronger. I wonder if there will be any dark horses. How many places do you think Tianyun will get? It is undeniable that Tianyun's martial Dao is strong. Among the younger generation of the Talisman Puppet sect, there is no one whose martial Dao is as strong as his. I'm afraid the senior elders have taken a fancy to his martial Dao and thus conferred him as a Xianxia candidate. As for his inscription Dao? It's impossible for him to be that strong. At most, he can only cultivate to support his martial arts. That's right, it's impossible to be strong in both aspects. There's no such freakish person. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. At this moment, figures appeared in the sky one after another, and the entire place quieted down. The leader of the Talisman faction, Bai Shijin, the leader of the Marionette faction, Du Songjue, and a few other elders had arrived. Inscriptions appeared in the sky, and chairs appeared. The chief elders sat down in the air. At the level of the grand elders, it was easy for them to inscribe formations in the air. Alright, I'll be the host for today's trial. A figure stepped forward with a thunderous voice that echoed in the surroundings. It's Supreme Meng Chong. I didn't expect Supreme Meng Chong to be the host this time. An uproar took place in the surroundings, as many people were excited. Meng Chong was one of the 5 great supremes of the Talisman Puppet sect. They did not expect Supreme Meng Chong to be the host this time. Even the leaders of the 2 factions were present. It seemed like they were treating the trial with great importance. Many people rubbed their fists, preparing to perform well. If one of the grand elders was interested in taking them as a disciple, they would be rich. The trial is split into 3 stages. The first stage is to identify the formations on the white jade wall. The second stage is to challenge the 10,000 formation pagoda. The second stage is to compete with one another. Now, let's begin the first stage. Meng Chong announced, before flying toward the 10,000-meter-long jade wall. He arrived beside it and waved his hand, causing a landscape painting to appear on the wall. For us inscription masters, eyesight is extremely important. If we were to enter a dangerous place filled with formations, we would need to be able to identify where the formations are and where they are not. Take this landscape painting for example. There are many formations on it. What you need to do is to find the formations on the painting. Once you find a formation, you will be awarded a point. Those who have less than 10 points will be disqualified. Those who have more than 10 points will advance to the next round. Meng Chong reached out his finger and pointed at a corner of the painting. Following a loud roar, a ferocious tiger flew out from the painting. This meant that there was a formation on the painting. Now, do you understand? Meng Chong scanned the crowd and yelled. Yes. The crowd responded. Most importantly, you must be cautious when searching for the formations. Once you find the wrong one, you will be eliminated. Therefore, it's best not to act recklessly if you aren't confident. Alright, in a moment, many paintings will appear on the white jade wall. The difficulty is the same, but the paintings are different. You can choose any one of them and identify them. Meng Chong announced. Following this, the 2 old men appeared at the 2 ends of the jade wall. With a wave of their hands, inscriptions entered the white jade wall. Immediately, the white jade wall that was 10,000 meters long began to shine, and images began to appear one after another. Every 1 meter, there would be a picture. On the entire white jade wall, there were a total of 5,000 pictures. These pictures were all different from each other. Some were mountains, some were rivers, some were demonic beasts, and some were scenes of great battles. Level 6 inscription masters, those below 30 years old, can go up the stage. Meng Chong instructed. Swish. Swish, instantly, numerous figures flew up and landed on the white jade wall. They randomly chose a painting. Let's go up too. Bai Qi Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Bai Qi Shui, they flew up and landed on the white jade wall. Each of them chose a painting. Not long after, over 3,000 of the 5,000 paintings were chosen. In other words, there were over 3,000 level 6 inscription masters below 30 years old. This number was considered not bad. Of course, most of them were ordinary and couldn't be considered as geniuses. Many people landed on the white jade wall and quietly observed the paintings to identify the arrays. The spectators in the surroundings also quieted down so as not to disturb the contestants. The painting that Lu Ming chose was a landscape painting. A swordsman with a long sword on his back was walking on a small mountain path. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the painting. Blue spirit fire spread out from his finger. He tapped on a small tree branch. Instantly, a silver battle sword flew out and then disappeared. At the top right corner of the painting, a number appeared, 1. It represented 1 point. Under the white jade wall, the others also waved their hands and tapped on the wall. Various lights flashed on the wall. There were weapons, demonic beasts, flames, lightning, and so on. The scene was gorgeous and dazzling. Looking from afar, it was very spectacular. In the beginning, everyone's speed of finding the arrays was very fast. However, after finding the 5 formations, many people slowed down. Many people began to frown and ponder as they stared at the picture. Buzz, suddenly, someone pointed his finger and the whole picture shone brightly. Then, the picture flashed and disappeared from the wall. Sigh. That person sighed. He had pointed wrongly and the picture disappeared. He was the first person to be eliminated. Seeing that someone had pointed wrongly and was eliminated, the others became more careful and didn't dare to make a move. However, there was a time limit to the competition. It was only half an hour. If one didn't have 10 points after half an hour, they would be eliminated. Some people were pondering, but some people were still very fast. They didn't seem to need to think as they pointed their fingers and found the array formations one by one. These people were all at the level of geniuses. Geniuses are geniuses. Their eyesight is extraordinary. They can identify an array formation just by pointing at it casually. That's amazing. Of course, an inscription master's eyesight is very important. If your eyesight isn't good enough, you won't be able to become a genius. Look, Jimai, Yan Tenghua, and Meng Jia are the fastest. They almost didn't need to think and have already found 20 array formations. That's amazing. Look, the other geniuses have also found more than 10 array formations. The first round of the test isn't difficult for them at all. Eh? Look, Tianyun is so fast. He actually found more than 10 array formations. Is his inscription Dao also so amazing? Some people were discussing and finally looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. That's normal. Tianyun's martial Dao is so strong that it shows that he's talented and intelligent. Even if he cultivates the inscription Dao, it won't be too bad. It's normal for him to pass the first round. That's right. Some of the older generation people said and the others nodded. During this time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other elders were watching with interest. However, their gazes fell more on Lu Ming. They were very clear that Lu Ming's first 5 levels were perfect. However, the inscription Dao couldn't rely on spiritual fire alone. Eyesight, the use of spiritual fire, the number of inscriptions and array formations that one had grasped, and the strength of one's understanding were all very important. If he only had a strong spiritual fire and was weak in other aspects, he would be useless. It was like a person who was very strong but didn't know any martial skills and had no combat experience. That person's strength couldn't be used to its original effect. This competition was also a test for Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would all of them appear at the same time in a competition between juniors? Lu Ming's expression was calm. His fingers continued to tap at a steady speed. It did not seem very fast and was slower than Ji Mai and the rest. Very soon, Lu Ming also found 20 array formations. However, his speed was still the same, neither fast nor slow. On the field, there were constantly people who made mistakes and were eliminated. Towards the end, many people no longer dared to act rashly. Their eyes were fixated on the painting, and their eyes were bloodshot. As for those who found more than 10 formations, they didn't dare to make a move if they weren't completely confident. Once the number exceeded 10, they would be able to pass and enter the next round. If they were to make another move and make a mistake, they would really vomit blood. Gradually, many people stopped and looked at each other. At this time, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia had found more than 50 array formations. Their speed had begun to slow down. Sometimes, they would need to ponder for a while before they would point. As for Guan Rong and the other High God Realm geniuses, they had found more than 40 array formations. Their speed was also much slower. Every time they found an array formation, they would need to ponder for a while. Especially the Rising Sun, he had found 43 array formations. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the picture on the white jade wall, but he couldn't find the 44th array formation even after a long time. At this moment, Lu Ming's speed was still neither fast nor slow. There was no change in his speed compared to before. He kept pointing his fingers and the number of arrays that he found was constantly increasing. 30, 40, 50, very soon, the number of arrays that Lu Ming found exceeded 50. However, the speed did not decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. At this time, many people's gazes were attracted to Lu Ming. Look, Tianyun has found more than 50 array formations, and it's still increasing. What's going on? His speed hasn't slowed down. He's so fast, he's about to catch up with Ji Mai and the rest. How can this be? The surrounding discussions affected even more people. Countless eyes were looking at Lu Ming. At first, they were puzzled, but gradually, they were shocked. When Ji Mai's array formation reached 60, Lu Ming's array formation also reached 60. But soon, Lu Ming's array formation surpassed 60, becoming the first. This was shocking. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be able to find so many arrays. More importantly, the speed of his finger pointing was still constant, as if he didn't need to think. At this moment, even the participating geniuses under the white jade wall were looking at Lu Ming. The Rising Sun's eyes were bloodshot. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't find 44 array formations. Hearing the commotion beside him, he also looked at Lu Ming. With one look, his eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He screamed, "How is this possible? How can he find so many array formations? Impossible." He couldn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. Gradually, even Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia stopped their search and looked at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Ming was still unhurried. His finger pointed at the array formation at a constant speed, and one array formation after another was found. This Tianyun, don't tell me he can find all the array formations? This is too terrifying, look at his speed, he didn't even slow down. I know, from the beginning, he maintained a steady speed. This way, he would have enough time to think and identify the array formations. Ji Mai and the others were too fast in the beginning, so they had to slow down later to think. I think Tianyun will stop soon, he can't be that much faster than Ji Mai. Someone voiced out his opinion, causing a group of people to nod in agreement. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had faint smiles on their faces. They were calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, as the number of array formations found by Lu Ming increased, his speed didn't slow down at all. The number of array formations he found continued to increase. Soon, there were more than 70 array formations, and it was increasing at a constant speed. 71, 72, those who thought Lu Ming would stop soon were dumbfounded, and their faces flushed red. All eyes were on Lu Ming, staring at him, wanting to see how many array formations Lu Ming could find. When Lu Ming pointed at the 76th array formation, he suddenly stopped and looked around. Huff. Huff. You see, I was right. He maintained a moderate speed at the beginning so that he had time to think. But he still has a limit. Now that he has reached his limit, I bet that he has reached his limit. It's impossible for him to find the next formation. The person who spoke earlier immediately began to speak again, winning the approval of the crowd. That's right, 76 formations should be his limit, but it's still terrifying. Jimai and the others probably won't be able to surpass this number. I didn't expect Tianyun's eyesight to be so good. Many people sighed and discussed. Lu Ming looked around in surprise. The reason he stopped wasn't because he couldn't find it, but because he suddenly felt that there were eyes looking at him from all directions. He was surprised, so he stopped. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that there was nothing else, he shifted his gaze to the drawing again. He stretched out his finger and tapped it. 3 battle swords slashed out and disappeared in the air. Another formation was found. Then, Lu Ming began to point at a uniform speed. 78, 79, 80, in a few breaths, Lu Ming had found more than 80 formations, and it was still rising. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person who spoke up earlier almost bit his tongue, his face flushed red. He had just said that Lu Ming had reached his limit and couldn't find the next formation, but he was immediately slapped in the face. He felt his face burning. How many can he find? I don't know. Tianyun's speed is constant. It's impossible to guess. It said that there are a total of 99 formations in a painting. He can't find all of them, right? That's impossible. In history, there are very few people who can find all the formations. Even though Supremes didn't have such attainments when they were young. The discussion continued without stopping. Jimai, Meng Jia, and the rest all stopped and stared unblinkingly at Lu Ming. At this moment, they already knew that they were bound to lose. There was no way they could beat Lu Ming. What they were more curious about was how many Lu Ming could find. Damn it, how did this happen? Rising Sun's eyes were red as he let out a low growl. He had been tortured by Lu Ming the last time and had always harbored a grudge in his heart. However, he couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He had always wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lu Ming in this competition on the path of inscription. But now, Lu Ming's array formation was far superior to his. How could he humiliate him? Interesting. In the air, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others revealed interested expressions. Lu Ming was completely focused. His finger continued to point out without any intention of stopping. He had obtained Liao Tsung's inheritance. How many inscriptions and formations did he know? In addition, the inscriptions and formations that Dandan had given him were even more numerous and complicated. There was a wide variety of things that he needed. The formations on these drawings were only used to test the younger generation. How could they stump him? The number of formations he found continued to increase. Soon, it exceeded 90, but he still didn't stop. Soon, 96, 97, 98. In the end, Lu Ming pointed out with his finger. The sound of a sword whistling resounded throughout the square. 99. Lu Ming found 99 formations. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped. This was because he discovered that there were no more formations on the drawings. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. They were speechless. This was too shocking. Lu Ming actually found all the formations. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Finding all the formations was something that had only happened a few times in the history of the Talisman Puppet sect. Could it be that Lu Ming's attainments and inscription were also so terrifying that they were even above his martial Tao? How was this possible? How could there be such an abnormal person in the world? Being good at identifying formations doesn't mean that his inscription skills are good. Identifying formations is a test of one's knowledge and eyesight. Perhaps this Tianyun has seen many inscriptions and formations. That's why he's so good at identifying formations. that's right. It's not like there weren't such people in history. Their cultivation and usage of spirit fire were very poor, but because they read a lot of books, their eyesight was very good, and they were also very good at identifying formations. Perhaps Lu Ming is such a person. Yes, yes, yes. It must be so. Many people agreed. It seemed that this was the only way their hearts would be balanced. Impossible, this is impossible. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly spread throughout the square. Everyone's gazes looked at the person who shouted. It was the rising sun. The person who shouted was the rising sun. The rising sun's eyes were red. He stared at Lu Ming and shouted, Tianyun, it's impossible for you to identify all the formations. You cheated. You must have cheated. Lu Ming sneered. He looked at the rising sun and said, which eye of yours saw me cheating? Also, there are so many people here. Who saw me cheating? Perhaps you were lucky and chose a very simple picture. There are a total of 5,000 pictures. Here. It's normal for you to choose a simple one. The rising sun gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, he was completely filled with jealousy. He completely forgot that Meng Chong had said that the difficulty of these 5,000 pictures was the same. He said this because he suspected Meng Chong, a supreme being. Nonsense. As expected, Meng Chong's face darkened. He looked at the rising sun and snorted coldly. The rising sun shuddered. However, he still gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could really find all the formations. He still believed that Lu Ming was lucky and chose a simple picture. Some people in the crowd also showed a thoughtful expression. Some people also had the same thought as the rising sun. After all, there were a total of 5,000 pictures on the white jade wall. Each picture was different. It was too difficult to ensure that the difficulty of all 5,000 pictures was the same. Perhaps some of the pictures were relatively simple. Many people had this thought in mind and looked at Lu Ming with less astonishment. Lu Ming's face was calm. He looked at the rising sun and said, so, the difficulty of your picture is very high? At least it's harder than yours. The rising sun said coldly. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the rising sun. What do you want? The rising sun's body trembled and he couldn't help but take a step back. The last time he was beaten up by Lu Ming, he was still traumatized. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be angry and beat him up again. What a waste. Lu Ming curled his lips. The rising sun's face was ashen. You found 43 array formations? This is your result? You can be called a god-level genius? Lu Ming mocked. The difficulty is different. What do you have to be proud of? The rising sun gritted his teeth and said. Is that so? Difficulty? Haha. After saying that, Lu Ming suddenly strode forward. He walked to the rising sun's picture and waved his hand. At this moment, Lu Ming pointed at least 30 times. Beasts roared, giant wolves, tigers, eagles, and other demonic beasts flew out and howled at the sky. In the upper left corner, the number representing the number of arrays began to soar. At first, it was 43. In an instant, it soared to 75. In just a breath, the number soared to 75. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ming's fingers danced, and the sky was filled with finger shadows, constantly pointing at the arrays at a terrifying speed. The number continued to soar. In just 5 breaths, the number soared to 99. All the arrays were found, all the arrays were pointed out by Lu Ming in just 5 breaths. In the audience, countless people's eyes were popping out, and their mouths were as big as half of their faces. They all had the same expression, staring blankly at Lu Ming. Silence. The audience was silent, and not the slightest sound was made. This was too terrifying, finding all the arrays in just 5 breaths. This had never happened before. This guy. Bai Qi's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, looking at Lu Ming. Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and the others were also shocked to the extreme. Is your drawing very difficult? Lu Ming's gaze turned back to the rising sun, and said indifferently. This sentence was like a slap on the rising sun's face, making his face flush red, as if blood was about to drip out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled violently, still in shock. Just now, he kept saying that Lu Ming's drawing was easy, and that it was just good luck. But now, he had racked his brains for a long time and only managed to find 43 of the drawings that he had chosen. He had also said earlier that his drawings were definitely more difficult than Lu Ming's. What was incomparably ironic was that the drawing that he couldn't find, the one that was harder than Lu Ming's, was found by Lu Ming with a wave of his hand, in just 5 breaths. Was there anything more ironic than this? Compared to Lu Ming, he was practically blind, a piece of trash. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Tianyun, don't be complacent. Identifying formations is just a test of your eyesight. You've read a lot of inscription books and know a lot. But in the way of inscription, it's not only useful to know a lot, it also needs to be used. If you can't use it, you're just a nerd. Rising Sun growled. He didn't believe that Lu Ming's way of inscription was so powerful. Like some people, he thought that Lu Ming had just seen more inscription formations. Really? Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered with the rising sun, not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin stroked his beard and smiled. Bai Shijin, don't be happy too early. He has inherited the master's inscription formation. Naturally, it is not a small matter. It is natural that he can identify all the formations in the picture. The main thing is to look at the back. Du Songjue said. That's true. Bai Shijin nodded. They were talking through voice transmission. Naturally, others couldn't hear them. Well, half an hour is not up yet. If you want to continue searching, quickly continue. At this time, Meng Chong announced. Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and the others cheered up and continued to search. Soon, half an hour was up. Everyone's results were out. A total of more than 3,000 people participated, and more than half were eliminated directly. Only about 1,500 people passed the first round. There was no doubt that Lu Ming came in first place. In second place was Ji Mai, who found 67 array formations. The third place was somewhat unexpected. It was a young man called Hu Ming, who had found the 65th formation. Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia tied for fourth place, finding 62 formations. Some of the other god-level prodigies found less than 60 and more than 40 formations. Bai Chi Snow's result was unexpectedly good. She found 45 formations, 2 more than the rising sun. The first round of the competition was officially over. Now, the second round, the 10,000 formation pagoda. Meng Chong's voice resounded throughout the square. Everyone's gaze turned to the east side of the square. There was a pagoda several thousand meters tall, towering into the clouds and occupying a vast area. That was the 10,000 formation pagoda. Meng Chong walked on air and arrived near the pagoda. I believe most of you know that the pagoda is divided into 36 floors. There are many formations inside, and the power varies according to the difficulty. The formations at the bottom are relatively simple. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. Only by deciphering those formations can you reach the next floor. The second round of the competition will be held in the 10,000 formation pagoda. The difficulty will be intermediate. Only those who pass 12 floors can proceed to the next round. Meng Chong announced. What? Intermediate difficulty? You need to pass 12 floors to pass? That's a high requirement. It's over. I just passed the 10,000 formation pagoda not long ago, and I can only pass the 9th floor. I can only pass the 10th floor. It's over, I'm probably going to be eliminated. As soon as Meng Chong finished speaking, the crowd lamented. Lu Ming was curious. He had seen the 10,000 formation pagoda on the map that Bai Chi Shui had given him. It was a place for disciples of the talisman puppet sect to cultivate. Lu Ming had never been here before, some lamented, while others remained calm. It was obvious that they knew what was going on. This was because most of them had attempted the 10,000 formation pagoda, and they had a rough idea of how many floors they could pass. Alright, a total of 1,516 people have passed. The first round. 500 people will enter each round. Now, let's begin. Meng Chong announced. Instantly, many figures dashed toward the 10,000 formation pagoda, disappearing into a glowing door at the bottom of the pagoda. Jimai, Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming. The four of them went in at the same time. There's going to be a good show to watch. This Hu Ming can be said to be a dark horse. I wonder how far the four of them can go. Exclamations could be heard from the crowd. Lu Ming watched with interest. How does the 10,000 formation pagoda judge the results? How does it know how many floors a person has passed? At this moment, Bai Qi Shui had already walked to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming asked Bai Qi Shui. Do you see that? There is a huge jade tablet at the side of the 10,000 formation pagoda. Once someone enters, their name will be displayed, and the number of floors they have passed will be displayed behind their name. Also, the 10,000 formation pagoda is absolutely fair. Everyone who enters will face the same array. Bai Qi Shui explained. Lu Ming looked to the side. Indeed, there was a jade tablet with names on it. There were a total of 500 names. At this moment, the word 1 was displayed behind each of the 500 names. Obviously, everyone was on the first floor. But soon, the word 2 appeared behind Jimai, Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming's name. The change happened at almost the same time. This meant that the four of them had entered the second floor at the same time. But not long after, the word 3 appeared behind their names. So fast. Jimai, Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming are so fast. They actually reached the third floor so quickly. The four of them are already stronger than the others. Who is this Hu Ming? I've never heard of him before. How is he so strong? I heard that he's a disciple secretly trained by a grand elder. Everyone's eyes were glued to the jade tablet, observing the changes in the names on the tablet. At this moment, Jimai and the other three's names were shining brightly at the top. As time passed, the number of floors that the group passed continued to increase. Soon, Jimai and the other three had reached the 10th floor. At this moment, people had already started to be eliminated. The worst were those who reached the 5th floor, while some were at the 6th and 7th floor. From the 5th floor onwards, people were eliminated on every floor. The myriad formation pagoda flickered as the talisman puppet sect's disciples were sent out one by one. Those who were sent out sighed in sorrow. Soon, Jimai and the other three had reached the 12th floor. From the 13th floor onwards, their speed slowed down. Because from the 13th floor onwards, the difficulty would suddenly increase by a large margin. 2 hours later, out of the 500 people who entered, more than 430 people were eliminated. The elimination rate was terrifyingly high. Only 60 or so people passed the 12th floor. After passing the 12th floor, people were constantly sent out. The number of people left in the myriad formation pagoda decreased. At this moment, Jimai had already reached the 23rd floor. Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming had also reached the 22nd floor. Below them, there were people from the 20th and 19th floors. What floor do you think Jimai will reach? I estimate that he'll reach the 26th or 27th floor. The myriad formation pagoda has a total of 36 floors. Every 12th floor, the difficulty will increase by a large margin. From the 25th floor onwards, the difficulty will increase by a large margin. That's right. I also estimate that Jimai will reach the 27th floor at most. Yan Tenghua and the other two will be even worse. Yes, that's about it. Even among the 13 Zongzi candidates, only a few of them can pass the 30th floor in the intermediate difficulty. Many people were discussing. As time passed, more and more people were sent out. In the end, only Jimai, Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming remained. At this point, Jimai was already on the 25th floor, while the other three were on the 24th floor. After reaching the 25th floor, Jimai's speed was like a tortoise's crawl. He had been stuck at the 25th floor for a long time, unable to reach the 26th floor. Not long after, Yan Tenghua and the other two also reached the 25th floor. An hour later, the number behind Jimai's name changed from 25 to 26. Jimai had reached the 26th level. This time, after 2 hours, Yan Tenghua and the other two had also reached the 26th floor. This time, the wait was even longer. After 3 hours, Jimai finally reached the 27th floor. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Not to mention waiting for a few hours, even if they had to wait for a few months, it wouldn't matter. This time, it didn't take long for Jimai to appear on the 27th floor of the pagoda. Coincidentally, less than 2 minutes after Jimai came out, a bright light flashed on the 20th floor, and Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Huming were teleported out one after another. The three of them could only reach the 26th floor. Alright, now that the first batch is out, let's continue with the next batch. Meng Chong announced. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rushed in. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry, watching with interest. After the second batch of people entered, the names on the jade tablet all changed to the second batch's names. Time flew by, and soon, night fell. Inscriptions shone around the white jade plaza, forming pillars of light that illuminated the white jade plaza as if it was daytime. Soon, everyone was teleported out of the room. In the second batch, there wasn't anyone particularly outstanding. The highest was only on the 25th floor. Rising Sun was also in the second batch, and he was teleported out after reaching the 24th floor. Now, the third batch, the rest of you can all enter. Meng Chong announced. The last batch had 516 people. Lu Ming, Bai Qi, and Snow followed the crowd and rushed into the pagoda. Countless gazes were fixed on the jade tablet. Tianyun has entered, I wonder how many floors he can reach. Tianyun is very good at identifying arrays, and the pagoda has something to do with identifying arrays. I reckon his results won't be bad, and he should be able to reach the 20th floor and beyond. Beyond the 20th floor? You think so highly of him? That's right, he's really good at identifying arrays. I reckon he can identify the weaknesses of many arrays. As long as his inscription Dao isn't too bad, his results in the pagoda won't be too bad. That makes sense, but the pagoda still depends on one's strength at the end. The 24th floor is his limit, and it's almost impossible for him to reach the 25th floor. Many people expressed their opinions. With a flash of light, the surrounding environment changed, and Lu Ming found himself in a valley. As soon as he appeared, arrays appeared around the valley. The arrays condensed into a dozen battle swords that slashed at Lu Ming. They're all level 6 arrays. Lu Ming took a glance at it and understood what was going on. As he took a step forward, inscriptions spread out along the ground and entered those matrices. Those matrices collapsed and disappeared. His surroundings changed once more. This time, he was in a forest. Lu Ming guessed that he had already reached the second floor. Arrays appeared in the forest as well. This time round, Lu Ming was even faster. With a single step, inscriptions appeared and destroyed the weaknesses of the arrays, causing them to collapse. The people outside were right about one thing. Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely sharp. With a single glance, he could identify the weaknesses of the arrays and destroy them easily. Lu Ming was incomparably fast as he charged through level after level. The environment of each level was different, and the arrays were different as well. However, it was not difficult for Lu Ming at all. His speed was unstoppable. So fast. Tianyun is so fast. He's already at the 10th floor. Outside, someone exclaimed. In the third batch, Lu Ming's speed was far in the lead. His eye of discernment is indeed extraordinary. Below the 12th level, the level of the formations isn't too high, and they're relatively simple. It's not difficult for him to break them. However, after the 13th level, his speed will definitely slow down. That's right. After level 13, it's not enough to rely on eyesight alone. Look, he has passed level 12. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the jade monument, staring at the first place, Tianyun's name. This name was displayed according to the name recorded on the identity token. Lu Ming's identity token in the Talisman Puppet sect was recorded as Tianyun. Soon, the crowd fell silent. On the jade tablet, the number behind Tianyun's name kept jumping, as if it couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. When Lu Ming reached the 20th floor, the fastest Sky Pride behind him had only reached the 12th floor. The difference was too great. The people around the square all shut up. Those who said that Lu Ming only relied on his eyesight also shut up. How could he break the array so quickly just by relying on his eyesight? They didn't believe it themselves. Damn it! Damn it! In the crowd, the rising sun roared. The other skyprides who had been beaten up by Lu Ming also had ugly expressions. The number of levels that Lu Ming cleared was still increasing rapidly. Soon, Lu Ming successfully broke through the 24th floor and reached the 25th floor. At this floor, Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down a little. This made many people let out a long sigh of relief. If Lu Ming's speed was still as crazy as before, they would really doubt whether Lu Ming was still human. It was normal for him to slow down. Even if he slowed down by a little, they would feel much better. In the 10,000 formation pagoda, Lu Ming stood in a desert. The wind whistled, blowing the desert and filling the air with sand and dust. Every grain of sand shone brightly, as if each grain of sand was set up with an array. The difficulty of breaking this array was quite high. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as endless sand appeared in his eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh, his fingers moved, and thousands of illusions appeared in the air. Countless inscriptions were born from his fingertips, rushing in all directions and disappearing into the sand. Just now, Jimai took a full hour to break through the 25th floor. But 10 minutes later, the wind stopped and the desert disappeared, and Lu Ming appeared on the 26th floor. Amazing! Jimai exclaimed, his eyes filled with amazement. The other skyprides who had reached the 25th floor, such as Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming, were also shocked. They had all reached the 25th floor, so they knew how difficult it was. But Lu Ming only took 10 minutes to break through. It was terrifying. I wonder how many floors Tianyun can reach? Someone asked. No one said anything, even those who liked to talk before didn't say anything. Most importantly, none of their previous comments and guesses about Lu Ming were accurate. Their faces turned red and they were too ashamed to show their faces. How would they dare to express their opinions easily? They might be slapped in the face by Lu Ming again. They had better watch quietly. 26, 27, very soon, the number of levels that Lu Ming cleared surpassed that of Jimai, who was in the first place. Moreover, he used a much shorter time than Jimai. But it didn't stop. 2 hours later, Lu Ming passed the 33rd floor and entered the 34th floor. It's the last 3 floors. It's said that the last 3 floors are very difficult. Even the other 13 Zongzi candidates couldn't pass them. The strongest one stopped at the 35th floor. That's right. Although it's an intermediate level, the last 3 floors are still very difficult. I think Tianyun will stop at the 35th floor at most. Everyone was discussing and some couldn't help but express their opinions. At this time, the last batch of people had come out. Lu Ming was the only one in the 10,000 formation pagoda. Among them, Bai Qi Shui successfully reached the 25th floor and achieved a good result. Bai Qi Shui's talent was amazing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by a supremacy like Bai Shijin. Everyone waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. It's moving. Tianyun passed it. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The number behind Lu Ming's name changed to 35 floors. This was already the strongest record among the young geniuses of this generation. In the 10,000 formation pagoda, light shone and endless inscriptions flickered. A large formation emerged, forming a terrifying saber light that slashed at Lu Ming. Each of these saber light could easily kill an existence at the peak of the 9th level spiritual sea realm. And here, the saber light shone, and there were hundreds of them. Of course, if one was slashed by the saber light here, they wouldn't really die. They would just fail and be teleported out. Lu Ming took a few steps and his fingers flew. Lines of inscriptions appeared and formed a large formation. Shields appeared and blocked Lu Ming from all directions. Those saber lights were all blocked by the shields. Then, Lu Ming began to step forward and condense the formation. He looked for the weaknesses of those large formations and began to crack them. However, on this floor, the large formations seemed to be endless. After one was cracked, another one immediately appeared. Lu Ming continued to inscribe inscriptions and crack them at a very fast speed. Time passed slowly. After 2 hours, no new formation appeared. Lu Ming successfully passed the 35th floor and appeared on the 36th floor. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Lu Ming actually passed the 35th floor and entered the 36th floor, breaking the record of this generation. Of course, the other 13 Zongzi candidates hadn't come to the 10,000 formation pagoda for several years. The records they left were all from several years ago. Otherwise, with the strength of the 13 Zongzi candidates, who were ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents, they would naturally be able to pass the intermediate level of the 10,000 formation pagoda. After another 3 hours, Tianyun's name on the jade tablet shone brightly and emitted a golden light. This meant that Lu Ming had passed the level. There was a burst of cheers and shouts of disbelief. Lu Ming had passed the level? Was his way of inscription so terrifying? Or was his eyesight so terrifying that he could accurately find the weakness of the formation? In the 10,000 formation pagoda, a golden light shone and Lu Ming's figure was transmitted out. Countless eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. At this moment, some people already had looks of admiration on their faces. There was no doubt that Lu Ming had won the first place in the second round. Then, Meng Chong announced the number of people who would advance to the second round. There were a total of 200 people. Out of more than 1,500 people, only 200 people succeeded in advancing, while the rest were all eliminated. The elimination rate was really shockingly high. Now, the 200 people who have advanced will proceed to the third round. The third round is a battle of strength, Meng Chong announced. Then, with a wave of his hand, inscriptions shone in the center of the white jade square and a huge, ancient bronze fighting platform emerged. Then, Meng Chong announced the rules. The third round was a test of overall strength. 2 people went up on the platform to fight. Arrays, puppets, inscription talismans, and spiritual weapons could all be used. However, the inscription talismans had to be refined by themselves. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Until the top 3 were selected, they would be rewarded with cultivation at the observation platform. As for who would fight who, it was entirely up to Meng Chong to decide. Now, whoever's name I call will go up on the platform, Meng Chong announced, sweeping his eyes across the crowd. Everyone was refreshed. Tianyun. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They did not expect Meng Chong to call out Tianyun first. Lu Ming was also stunned. He did not expect to be the first to fight. However, it did not matter to him. It did not matter to him who fought first. In a flash, Lu Ming rushed to the fighting ring. Rising Sun. Then, Meng Chong called out another name. The crowd fell silent and then they all smiled strangely. Meng Chong had deliberately called out Lu Ming to fight against Rising Sun first. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This supreme martial artist Meng Chong was really interesting. In the crowd, Rising Sun's eyes flashed. He stepped into the void and walked to the fighting ring. Tianyun, although you passed the 36th level of the 10,000 formation pagoda, I guess you passed it by relying on your martial Dao, right? Can you pass it by relying on your inscription Dao? Rising Sun stared coldly at Lu Ming and said coldly. Around the white jade square, some people's eyes flickered. I think Rising Sun's words make sense. That's right. No one in the 10,000 formation pagoda saw how Tianyun passed the level. Maybe he passed it by relying on his martial Dao. His martial Dao is really terrifying. Yes, martial Dao can also pass the level. Why didn't I think of it before? Maybe it's true. Then it's not that great that he passed the 36th level. After all, his martial Dao is really powerful. If the other 13 Zongzi candidates were to challenge the intermediate level of the 10,000 formation pagoda, they could also pass it quickly. The discussion grew louder and louder. Many people had doubtful looks in their eyes. They all thought that Lu Ming passed the 36th level of the 10,000 formation pagoda by relying on his martial Dao. Just watch. No matter what, in the third round of the duel, one cannot use martial Dao. They can only rely on their inscription Dao. In front of everyone, we will soon know whether Tianyun's inscription Dao is strong or not. That's right. Just watch. Some people were more rational and did not rush to come to a conclusion. On the fighting ring, the rising sun smiled proudly when he saw that his words had aroused everyone's suspicions and denied all of Lu Ming's achievements. Humph. Tianyun, let's fight purely in the Tao of Inscription. I'll let you know that it was your mistake to beat me up last time, and I'll return it to you tenfold. Rising Sun gritted his teeth. During this entire process, Lu Ming's expression remained calm and carefree, as if he didn't care at all. Are you done with your nonsense? If you're done with your nonsense, let's begin. The others still have to compete. Lu Ming said faintly. Based on his tone, it was as if he didn't care about the Rising Sun at all. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. Rising Sun said coldly. After saying that, he strode forward. Every time he took a step, an array would appear on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen large arrays appeared on the fighting ring. These large arrays condensed monstrous flames and rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. Inscriptions spread out from his feet as if they were alive and swam towards the array set up by the Rising Sun. Puff! Puff! The array set up by the Rising Sun was like a bubble that disappeared with a puff. The flames that filled the sky also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The Rising Sun was shocked. He roared and waved his hands. Another array appeared on the ground. However, this array was only half formed when Lu Ming took a step forward. The Rising Sun's array, which had just appeared, disappeared with a puff. The Rising Sun roared and continued to inscribe the array. However, Lu Ming took another step forward. The Rising Sun's array was also half formed and disappeared. Impossible. The Rising Sun's eyes were red. He roared and continued to set up the array. The blue spiritual fire between his eyebrows jumped crazily. However, Lu Ming was expressionless. With his hands behind his back, he casually stepped on the ground as if he was taking a stroll. Every time he took a step, the Rising Sun's array would collapse and dissipate. What a brilliant method to break the array. Every time the Rising Sun inscribes a large array, Tianyun accurately sees the weakness of his array and breaks it. A white-haired old man stroked his beard and nodded with a surprised expression on his face. Many people recognized that this was an elder of the Talisman Puppet sect. He was an 8th-level inscription master and was extremely powerful. Since an 8th-level inscription master had spoken, it couldn't be wrong. Many people gasped and their eyes were filled with shock. Tianyun was actually able to see through the weakness of the array of the Rising Sun before it was completed. In fact, he was only halfway through the array of the Rising Sun. This was simply too terrifying. If it was a complete array, it would be reasonable to be able to see through the weakness. However, when the array was only half formed and not completely revealed, it was still unknown how it would operate. It was even unknown what inscriptions the other party was going to inscribe. Yet, he was able to find the weakness. This was too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming took a step forward effortlessly. However, he was able to break the array of Rising Sun quickly. His control of the mental fire was extremely shocking. This was a blatant slap to the Rising Sun's face. Just now, didn't the Rising Sun say that Lu Ming used martial arts to break the array in the 10,000 array pagoda? Then now, Lu Ming would let him see what he used to break the array. Martial arts or the Tao of Inscription. At this moment, the Rising Sun's face was flushed red. He roared again and again. Every time the array was inscribed halfway, it would be broken by Lu Ming. This feeling was too unbearable. It was as if he had strength but couldn't use it. Every time he was halfway through, he would have to hold it back, causing him to almost vomit blood. In the end, he roared angrily and quickly retreated. With a wave of his hand, 9 huge puppets appeared and formed a battle formation before charging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. All of a sudden, dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. A huge array emerged and 9 combat swords condensed. With a slash, the 9 puppets of the Rising Sun sect were slashed into 2 halves. At the same time, another array appeared under the Rising Sun's feet. Vines flew out and entangled the Rising Sun. Following that, the array shone brightly as fists formed one after another and charged towards the Rising Sun from all directions. No, I admit defeat. The Rising Sun shouted, but it was too late. The endless fists drowned the Rising Sun. Only the rising sun's mournful screams could be heard on the battle stage. When the fists disappeared and the array disappeared, the rising sun was lying miserably on the battle stage. His body was covered in wounds and his face was swollen like a pig's head. It was impossible to recognize him as the rising sun. Looking at the miserable appearance of the rising sun, many people felt a chill run down their spines. Heart mastery. The use of the spiritual flame has reached heart mastery. Amazing. It was still the 8th level inscriptionist who spoke. He stroked his beard and was full of admiration. What? Tianyun has reached heart mastery? Many people were shocked. Heart mastery was only one step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Apart from the 13 Zongzi candidates, only Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were able to reach the heart of will's realm. Now, no one doubted that Lu Ming was using martial arts to challenge the 10,000 formation pagoda. His eyesight was too terrifying, he could easily see through the weaknesses. His control of the spirit flame had reached the heart realm. Maybe he could really pass the 36th floor. This was too shocking. Tianyun's martial arts were so terrifying, even his inscription art was so terrifying. How could the others survive? Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming's eyes turned solemn. This time, Tianyun might be their strongest opponent. Haha, not bad, not bad. Du Songjue, Bai Shijin, and the others nodded and laughed. It seems like this kid is quite vengeful. Bai Shijin laughed. He was referring to the incident where Lu Ming beat the rising sun up. A real man should be like this. When you're bullied, of course you have to fight back. I feel like Lu Ming's temperament is quite similar to mine. No wonder this kid could cause a war in Jiulong City. Du Songjue smiled while stroking his snow-white beard. Since knowing that Liao Tsang was assassinated by Martial Emperor De, Du Songjue and the others of the puppet sect had given up on the idea of relying on Martial Emperor De. Now, they were thinking about how to deal with Martial Emperor De. Therefore, Du Songjue's opinion of Lu Ming had changed greatly. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Ming could become stronger. It would be best if he could lead the puppet sect to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. That's true, but Lu Ming's formation is a fist. Where did he learn it from? Why haven't I heard of such a formation before? Bai Shijin asked doubtfully. The formation was formed into a fist, and its power was not very strong. It was as if it was specially made to beat people up. They had lived for thousands of years, but they had never seen such a formation. However, they would soon know the answer. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. What do you think? This is the formation I've researched 2 days ago. It's pretty good, right? Lu Ming walked up to the rising sun and smiled. Lu Ming had learned countless inscriptions from Dandan. And all formations were composed of inscriptions. Lu Ming had nothing to do for the past 2 days, so he conceived such a formation. It was very effective to beat people up. High in the air, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were dumbfounded, exchanging glances with each other. As it turned out, this formation was developed by Lu Ming himself and was specifically used to beat people up. At the same time, they were also shocked that Lu Ming was able to develop his own array formation. This was something that could only be done with an extremely solid foundation. Rising Sun's eyes were so swollen that he couldn't open them. His body moved with all his might, and he was terrified of Lu Ming. Tianyun wins this battle, Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming smiled and left the fighting ring. Someone went up and helped Rising Sun off the stage. Tianyun, good fight. Bai Chi Snow was so excited that her face was flushed red, and she clenched her fists tightly. The competition continued. Meng Chong called out names, and the contestants fought one-on-one. Lu Ming stood below, looking at the fighting ring. Lu Ming had seen a lot of battles between cultivators, but he rarely saw battles between inscription masters. Lu Ming watched with interest, watching all kinds of array formations flickering, and all kinds of puppets pouncing on each other. It was quite exciting. Meng Chong seemed to have done it on purpose. Those high god realm geniuses avoided each other from the start. Soon, it was Bai Chi Snow's turn. Bai Chi Snow's opponent wasn't strong, and Bai Chi Snow easily won. One day and one night later, all 200 contestants had finished their battles, leaving only 100 contestants. The next 100 contestants continued to fight one-on-one, and Meng Chong called out names. This time, Lu Ming was at the back of the line. When he went up the stage, his opponent directly admitted defeat. This person wasn't as strong as Rising Sun, and the Rising Sun was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Naturally, his opponent quickly admitted defeat to avoid humiliating himself. Soon, the top 50 contestants were born. Bai Chi Snow didn't advance to the next round. She met an expert and lost. Next was the competition to determine the top 25 contestants. Those who could enter the top 50 were all geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were more than 30 high God realm geniuses, and the rest were quasi-God realm geniuses. The competition continued. This time, Lu Ming Snow's opponent was a quasi-God realm genius. However, under Lu Ming's lightning-fast array formations, the quasi-God realm genius was quickly defeated. His spiritual fire had reached the Heart's End realm, and his speed of engraving array formations was too fast. Other than that, Ji Mai, Yan Tenghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming also won the competition in a crushing manner. There was no suspense. The top 25 contestants were born. To everyone's surprise, several high God realm geniuses were defeated by several newcomers. Without a doubt, these newcomers were all rising geniuses, and they were very strong. Next, among the 25 contestants, this old man will choose Ji Mai to enter the top 4. The remaining 24 contestants will fight one-on-one, until the last 3 contestants will fight with Ji Mai for the top 3. Do you have any objections? Meng Chong's voice echoed throughout the square. No objections. I have no objections. The other 24 contestants voiced their agreement. Ji Mai was too strong, and they would lose without a doubt if they fought him. It was better to let him advance to the next round, and they wouldn't have to face him in advance. The others naturally agreed. This time, Ji Mai's strength was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 contestant. Good, since all of you agree, Ji Mai won't fight for the time being. Next, Yan Tenghua against Gao Lu. Meng Chong announced. Yan Tenghua flew up. His opponent was a beautiful girl, who was also a high God realm genius. Yan Tenghua belonged to the puppet faction, and he was good at controlling puppets. Gao Lu belonged to the talisman faction, and she was good at inscription talismans. Gao Lu took out 6 6th-tier 9th-tier inscription talismans, which shone with various lights. Some were used for protection, while others were used for attack and trapping. But Yan Tenghua waved his hand, and 12 puppets appeared. These 12 puppets weren't 6th-tier 9th-tier, but 6th-tier 10th-tier. The 6th-tier 10th-tier had surpassed the 9th tier of the spiritual sea realm, and was equivalent to the perfected spiritual sea realm. Inscription talismans and puppets were similar to demonic beasts, and corresponded to martial arts. The strength of an inscriptionist had little to do with the level of spiritual fire. It mainly depended on the arrays you inscribed, the inscription talismans you mastered, and the puppets you controlled. For example, Yan Tenghua controlled 12 6th-tier 10th-tier puppets at the same time, which was equivalent to 12 experts at the perfected spiritual sea realm attacking at the same time. Moreover, he had set up an array, which was extremely powerful. Yan Tenghua ranked 115th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and his strength was terrifying. The powerful puppets easily tore through Gao Lu's attack and defense, and defeated her easily. After that, Meng Jia and Hu Ming did the same. They displayed amazing strength and defeated their opponents to enter the top 12. Tianyun against Feng Tai. Meng Chong's voice rang out. Lu Ming stepped forward. When he saw his opponent, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feng Tai ranked 183rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was very strong, and he was also a genius that Lu Ming had beaten up last time. However, Feng Tai did not provoke Lu Ming as much as the Rising Sun did. He had seen the Rising Sun's fate and was wary of Lu Ming. Tianyun, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. I don't believe that your inscription Dao is that strong. Feng Tai said in a deep voice. Make your move. You'll know once you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Feng Tai did not say anything. He waved his hand and 12 giant puppets appeared in front of him. They were 12 giant wolves. Their bodies were black and they exuded a powerful aura. There were 6 Class 6 10th LV and 6 Peak Class 6 9th LV. Each of them was 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. They looked like 12 giant monsters. The 12 giant wolf puppets formed a big formation. With a roar, they pounced on Lu Ming. There was a loud roar in the fighting ring. This Feng Tai should have ignited 7 spirit lamps for each level. Lu Ming's heart stirred. An ordinary inscription master was able to control 1 or 2 puppets, and that was already pretty good. But Feng Tai was able to control 12 powerful puppets at the same time, and he was even able to form a formation. His mental energy was definitely very strong, far surpassing an ordinary inscription master. At the same time, his use of the spirit flame must have reached the peak of the subtle realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to do so. In the past, Lu Ming had only learned a little about the tribes in the underground world from Liao Song. He did not understand the essence. Moreover, the talents of the underground world were limited and their spirit flame was not strong. Their control of the spirit flame was also very shallow. Generally, they could only control 1 puppet. They were far inferior to the prodigies of the talisman puppet sect. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly at the 12 puppets. He did not summon any puppets or inscription scrolls. What is Tianyun trying to do? Is he trying to use a formation to fight against Feng Tai's puppet battle formation? How is that possible? Carving the formation in an instant. Carving the formation can't be very advanced. It's okay to use it to deal with some opponents with great disparity in strength. But to use it to deal with Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. This is a bit too much. It's hard to say. Tianyun has already reached the heart of perfection realm, and his speed of inscribing formations is peerlessly fast. Perhaps he can instantly inscribe some powerful formations to resist Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. Seeing this situation, many people began to discuss. Just as the puppet was about to reach Lu Ming lightly stepped forward. Instantly, numerous spell formations appeared on the ground. There were a total of 12 spell formations, each of which glowed brightly as human silhouettes appeared. Lu Ming. What the formation condensed were all images of Lu Ming. They were exactly the same as him. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What kind of formation is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Someone exclaimed. 12 images of Lu Ming appeared beside the 12 puppets. Their figures flashed as they rushed towards the puppets. Then, they stretched out their palms and slapped the puppets. Break! Feng Tai roared as he controlled the puppets to attack the 12 images. Pung! 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 The 12 images were very fragile. They directly collapsed after being hit by the puppets. However, before Feng Tai could reveal a smile, the collapsed images turned into lines of inscriptions that spread across the 12 puppets, forming a formation and entering the puppets' bodies. I don't care what tricks you're playing, take this. Feng Tai roared as he controlled the puppets to continue attacking Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring with his hands behind his back. He really didn't move, not even his feet. What is Tianyun trying to do? He's not moving at all. Does he want to die? Or is he going to admit defeat? At such a close distance, it's too late for him to inscribe a formation to resist. Has he really given up? Does he know that he's no match for Feng Tai? There was an uproar all around. Tianyun, fight back. Below the ring, Bai Chi Shui shouted with a worried look. Roar, the giant wolf puppet roared as it waved its sharp claws towards Lu Ming. It's over. Tianyun is over. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's not fighting back or admitting defeat. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, so Feng Tai could continue to attack. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others also looked at the fighting ring without blinking. Their eyes were full of doubts. They didn't know what Lu Ming was planning. Pretending to be mysterious. Then, you'll lose. Feng Tai's eyes were filled with madness and a hint of joy. He could finally take revenge for the previous incident. Seeing that the giant wolf puppet's claws were about to reach Lu Ming's body, the 12 giant wolf puppets suddenly stopped and stiffened in front of Lu Ming. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that Feng Tai is showing mercy? It must be so. Feng Tai must see that Tianyun can't fight back, so he stopped the puppets. Everyone guessed. But they didn't see that Feng Tai's face had become very strange. It was full of doubt, surprise, and even shock. Roar! The 12 giant wolf puppets roared and then turned around one after another, standing in front of Lu Ming and looking at Feng Tai. Many people were puzzled. Something was wrong with this posture. Go. At this time, Lu Ming spoke. Then, the 12 giant wolf puppets roared and rushed towards Feng Tai. Impossible. Feng Tai let out an incredulous roar. The blue light between his eyebrows shone, and the spiritual flame was jumping crazily. However, he found that he had completely lost control of the 12 puppets. It was as if his connection with the 12 puppets had been cut off. He was shocked. Rumble, the 12 giant puppets stepped on the fighting ring and pounced towards him. He roared and waved his hands, inscribing a formation on the ground. Light shone and the formation appeared. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop the iron hooves of the puppets. In an instant, the formation he inscribed was destroyed. The giant wolf puppet's huge claws grabbed towards Feng Tai. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Feng Tai shouted. The giant wolf puppet's claws stopped above Feng Tai's head. All around, everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. What's going on? What the hell is going on? How did Feng Tai's puppets get controlled by Tianyun? I don't King know. Nestle, what's going on? Could it be that the formation that Tianyun inscribed before, the formation that condensed 12 identical bodies, is that the formation that controlled Feng Tai's puppets instead? What? There's such a formation in the world? Why didn't I know about it? There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many people couldn't control their emotions and cursed. The most important thing was that this scene was too strange and shocking. What kind of formation is this? In the sky, Bai Shijin and Du Songjue looked at each other in a daze. Liao Cong's master never mentioned anything like this. If he did, he would have passed it down. Du Songjue said. The others nodded in agreement. Looks like Lu Ming didn't just receive Master Liao Cong's inheritance, he also had other fortuitous encounters. Bai Shijin exclaimed. This array is very magical. However, its effect is not as great as imagined. It is completely dependent on one's strong mental strength and the array to cut off the other party's connection with the puppet and take it for one's own use. Lu Ming's mental strength is much stronger than Feng Tai's. This is why he can do it. Du Songjue pondered as he commented. His eyesight was extremely sharp, his guess was not far from the truth. Lu Ming's formation was, of course, learned from Dandan. Just like what Du Songjue said, it requires a much stronger spiritual power than the opponent to be able to do it. If one's spiritual power was weaker than the opponent's, then it would be impossible to do it. But other than Du Songjue, who is a supreme being, normal people wouldn't be able to see through it. Naturally, they were shocked beyond words. Meng Chong was also stunned for a moment before he announced, this battle, Tianyun wins. The crowd was in an uproar. It was the first time they saw such a victory. Roar, the 12 giant wolf puppets roared and walked towards Lu Ming. Wait, Tianyun, my puppets, can you give them back to me? Feng Tai shouted. Yours? You must be mistaken. These puppets are obviously mine. If you don't believe me, you can call them and see if they will respond to you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Feng Tai stammered for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. His face flushed red, then he gritted his teeth and said, these puppets were originally mine. Everyone saw it. Don't you know they are spoils of war? If you have the ability, take them back. Lu Ming stared at Feng Tai with an unfriendly gaze. Roar, the 12 puppets roared and stared coldly at Feng Tai. They bared their teeth as if they were going to pounce on him at any time. Feng Tai's face turned pale. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand, putting the 12 puppets into his storage ring. Feng Tai's heart was bleeding. The 12 puppets, especially the 6 puppets at the 10th LV of the 6th level, were as powerful as warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. Moreover, they were invulnerable and fearless. When they fought, they were even more powerful than warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. Each of them was priceless. He had paid a huge price to obtain it. His heart was bleeding. The same level of inscriptions. The inscription symbol scroll was much easier to refine because it was a one-time use item. It could only be used once, and then it would disappear. But a puppet could be used for a long time. The refining process was very complex, and the materials used were very precious. The price was much higher than an inscription symbol scroll of the same level. Lu Ming was in a good mood as he left the fighting ring. Around, many people cast envious looks at Lu Ming. But Ruyan Tonghua and the other talents of the puppet faction looked dignified. They thought that if they met Lu Ming later, they couldn't use the puppets. Otherwise, they would lose a lot of money. In this way, Lu Ming also entered the top 12 smoothly. The competition continued. Soon, the top 12 were all born. After a break, the competition continued. It was the competition of the top 12 to the top 6. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was still a talent of the puppet faction. This person was very strong and ranked higher than Feng Tai. But facing Lu Ming, he was trembling with fear. He didn't even dare to take out the puppets. He just fought with Lu Ming with inscription arrays. The main reason was that he was afraid that the puppets would be taken by Lu Ming, an inscription master who majored in puppets. If he didn't use puppets and only used arrays, how strong could his combat power be? Lu Ming waved his hands. The 12 giant wolf puppets that he had obtained from Feng Tai charged forward. With the help of Lu Ming's array, they easily defeated this prodigy. This person was really aggrieved. He majored in puppets, but he couldn't use puppets. He was also beaten by Lu Ming's puppets. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. There was another person who was also depressed to death. That was Feng Tai. These were his puppets, but now they were used by Lu Ming to fight against the enemy. Lu Ming's competition was unique and not intense at all. The other competitions were very intense. On the battle stage, light shone, and it was an eye-opener for many people. Soon, the top 6 were also out. Unsurprisingly, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, Hu Ming, Lu Ming, and 2 other talents were in the top 6. Next, the top 6 would advance to the top 3. After entering the top 3, the 4 of them, together with Ji Mai, would compete for the top 3, which was also the quota to enter the sky-gazing grounds. Many people were in high spirits. This was because in this round, Lu Ming, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were going to have a duel no matter what. The 4 of them were all talents who had mastered the spiritual fire and cultivated to the heart attainment realm. Their strength was obviously above the others. The competition continues. The first round, Tianyun against Hu Ming. Meng Chong announced loudly. The people present were shocked, and then they cheered loudly. Tianyun against Hu Ming. This was going to be interesting. This time, Hu Ming was the biggest dark horse, but Tianyun could also be said to be a dark horse because he had only shown powerful martial arts before. No one thought that his inscription Dao would be so powerful. The battle between the 2 dark horses was about to see who was stronger. Moreover, Hu Ming was from the Talisman faction. He was not afraid of Lu Ming's arrays that could cut off other people's puppets. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them flew up to the fighting stage. Tianyun Zongzi, please. Hu Ming was very polite. He nodded slightly and greeted Lu Ming. He called Lu Ming Zongzi. This was one of the few people in the Talisman puppet sect who called Lu Ming Zongzi. Please. Lu Ming nodded and cupped his fists. Stomp. Stomp. Hu Ming was the first to move. He took a few steps and inscriptions appeared on the ground. In an instant, a few arrays shone brightly. Scarlet flames condensed and formed battle swords that floated in front of Hu Ming. At the same time, a total of 15 inscription talisman scrolls floated around him. The inscription talisman scrolls opened one by one. Some of the talisman scrolls were for protection. They formed a flaming shield and some formed a flaming dragon. Whoosh! Roar! The flaming battle swords and the flaming dragon attacked Lu Ming. What a powerful flame! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Regardless of whether it was the array or the inscription talisman scroll that Hu Ming inscribed, they were all flames. Moreover, this kind of flame had a frighteningly high temperature. Lu Ming felt that it was comparable to the pure purple heavenly fire cultivated by the ancient Wang family. Moreover, even though inscription masters didn't comprehend the concept of heaven and earth, every single inscription was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were obtained from the great Tao of heaven and earth, so the inscriptions inscribed by inscription masters would naturally contain the concept of heaven and earth. The flames that Hu Ming inscribed with arrays were extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's array formation was different from Hu Ming's. Most of Hu Ming's array formations were red, but Lu Ming's array formations were blue. A dragon roared and a blue dragon condensed in the blue array formation. It rushed towards Hu Ming's battle sword and the flaming dragon and collided with each other. For a time, there was a continuous roar and a sizzling sound could be heard on the fighting stage. White mist filled the entire place. Lu Ming's array formations were all about water. The attacks that were launched were all related to water. Lu Ming took a few steps and waved his fingers. Arrays kept appearing on the fighting ring. There were water swords, water spears, flood dragons, ferocious tigers, and so on that were condensed from water. They pounced on Hu Ming. Hu Ming was also constantly inscribing array formations. At the same time, he was using inscription talismans to launch powerful attacks. Of course, Hu Ming's attacks were all blazing flames. It was a showdown between water and fire. Tianyun has learned so many things. The array formations he inscribed before were not related to water, but other attributes. That's right. Tianyun is really amazing. He is a peerless genius. Not only is his martial arts strong, but his inscription skills are also amazing. We have underestimated him. That's right. With his talent, he is qualified to be a Zongzi candidate. That's right. Inscriptionists were the same as martial artists. They were also biased. The inscriptions and array formations that they mastered were also biased towards a certain type. For example, Hu Ming was biased towards fire. The array formations that he inscribed were all related to fire. Some people were biased towards water, ice, thunder, and so on. Moreover, array formations were the same as martial arts. Many of them were passed down privately and not everyone could cultivate them. It was like a secret skill. The spiritual fire was like a martial artist's true essence. Array formations were like martial arts. Go! Lu Ming took out the puppets that he had obtained from Feng Tai. With a wave of his hand, the 12 puppets roared and rushed towards Hu Ming. While controlling the puppets, Lu Ming also inscribed a formation. This left many people dumbfounded. Lu Ming was controlling 12 puppets at the same time, and he was still able to continuously inscribe formations without slowing down at all. This was somewhat terrifying. Just how strong was Lu Ming's spiritual power? Hu Ming's eyes revealed a dignified look. He waved his hand, and another stack of inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. His spiritual fire spread out, and he constantly activated the inscription scrolls. He constantly attacked Lu Ming and the puppets. Moreover, all of Hu Ming's inscription talisman scrolls were at the 6th level and 10th level. They were very powerful. So powerful, both of them are so powerful. Tianyun and Hu Ming's strength is no weaker than Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia's. That's right, any one of them has the strength to enter the top 3. Even many of the older generation nodded in shock. Below the stage, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia's eyes were very dignified. If water doesn't work, then let's add ice. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. He waved his fingers, and a formation appeared. The temperature of the stage dropped sharply, and countless ice swords appeared, stabbing towards Hu Ming. Lu Ming's hands moved faster and faster. On the stage, more and more formations appeared, and more attacks were launched. The dense ice swords had begun to suppress Hu Ming's attacks. Coupled with the attacks of the 12 puppets, Hu Ming was already at a disadvantage. Fast, too fast. How can Tianyun's inscription speed be so terrifying? It's far faster than Hu Ming's. Tianyun's cultivation level is higher than Hu Ming's. Tianyun has at least reached the middle stage of heart satisfaction. So terrifying, a mere 6th level inscriptionist can reach the middle stage of heart satisfaction. Too powerful. Everyone was amazed. At this time, the stage was filled with white light and cold air, as if it could freeze the air. Hu Ming had no power to fight back. I admit defeat. At this time, Hu Ming suddenly shouted. Lu Ming moved his hand and waved it again. The array on the fighting ring disappeared simultaneously. Hu Ming panted heavily, and the spiritual flame between his eyebrows pulsed continuously. He felt exhausted. In the previous battle, his spiritual flame had been severely depleted, and he could no longer fight. On the other hand, Lu Ming was calm and composed, as if the previous battle had not consumed much of his energy. Tianyun Zongzi is strong and has profound spiritual power. Hu Ming admires you. Hu Ming smiled and cupped his fists. You're strong too. I won by luck. Lu Ming smiled. Tianyun wins this battle. Next, Yan Tonghua against Xianxia. Meng Chong announced. Everyone perked up and watched the next battle. Yan Tonghua was a prodigy of the marionette faction, and Xianxia was also a prodigy of the marionette faction. Both of them were very strong, and the battle was very intense. On the stage, a large group of puppets were fighting, but in the end, Yan Tonghua's spiritual power was stronger, and his spiritual flame was stronger. He controlled more puppets and defeated Xianxia. Then, it was Meng Jia's turn. Meng Jia was also a prodigy of the marionette faction. He controlled an army of puppets and won. Just like that, the top three were born. They were Lu Ming, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Ji Mai. They were the top four. The four of them looked at each other. They only needed to eliminate one more person to get a spot on the observation platform. The four of you will take turns to fight, and you will be ranked according to your results. Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming nodded. Usually, the ranking would be based on this hairstyle. It was the fairest. In this way, each person would have to fight 3 rounds against the other 3. The first battle, Tianyun against Yan Tonghua. Next, Ji Mai against Meng Jia. Meng Chong announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the arena was completely ignited. The final battle was finally about to begin. Lu Ming and Yan Tonghua went up at the same time and stood facing each other. Between Tianyun and Yan Tonghua, who do you think will win? I think it will be Tianyun. Tianyun has that kind of formation that can restrain the puppets. At the same time, Tianyun is also very strong. Being able to defeat Hu Ming is enough to prove his strength. I think so too. Among the 4 of them, only Ji Mai can fight with Tianyun. Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia are probably weaker than him. The crowd began to discuss, but now, no one looked down on Lu Ming. Up until now, Lu Ming had already proven himself. Tianyun, although your formation is strange, it must have its limits. It can't casually cut off the opponent's connection with the puppets and take them for your own use. It won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Yan Tonghua said. His eyes were filled with strong battle intent. Obviously, a prodigy like him wouldn't admit defeat so easily. We'll know in a battle. Lu Ming chuckled. Alright, then let's fight. Yan Tonghua waved his hand, and a total of 15 puppets appeared in front of him. Each of them emitted a strong aura. Each of them was a Class 6 LV Stage 10 puppet. Yan Tonghua could actually control 15 Class 6 LV Stage 10 puppets at the same time. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he stared at the 15 puppets. His expression was very calm. The puppets were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. Countless people looked at Lu Ming's figure on the stage. They knew that Lu Ming was going to use that move again. Would that move still work on Yan Tonghua? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage. Soon, the answer would be revealed. Just when the puppets were a few meters away from Lu Ming took a step forward. On the ground, a total of 15 arrays appeared. In a flash of light, 15 figures that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared. As soon as they appeared, they pounced on the 15 puppets. Bang! Bang! As soon as the figures came into contact with the puppets, they would explode like balloons and turn into inscriptions that filled the puppets, forming a large array and entering the puppets. Come on, I don't believe that you can cut off the connection between me and the puppets. Yan Tonghua's eyes flickered. Between his eyebrows, the spirit fire jumped. In front of Lu Ming, the 15 puppets stopped moving at the same time. Dazzling. Lights were emitting from the heads of the 15 puppets. This was Lu Ming cutting off the connection between Yan Tonghua and the puppets. You want to cut off my spirit fire? Impossible. Yan Tonghua roared and stopped all his movements. Light flickered between his eyebrows. A blue spirit fire jumped continuously, turning into invisible spirit threads that connected the 15 puppets. It was indestructible. Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, there was also a blue spirit fire jumping. He was using an array to cut off the connection between Yan Tonghua and the puppets. However, Yan Tonghua's spirit force was much stronger than Feng Tai's. Moreover, the use of the spirit fire had reached the heart of Wu realm. His spirit force was tenacious and indomitable. It was more than 10 times harder to cut it off than Feng Tai. Lu Ming found that he had encountered a strong resistance. You can't stop me. Lu Ming muttered. The mental energy flame between his eyebrows burned even brighter, as if it was about to materialize. Wave after wave of mental energy rushed into the puppet's head, acting on the array. The puppet's head flashed with light, incomparably dazzling. I won't lose. Yan Tonghua's eyes were incomparably resolute as he resisted with all his might. In the end, he even let out a loud roar as spiritual rings appeared above his head. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue spirit rings. The first 4 spirit rings had 8 light spots on each of them, and they were dazzling. The cyan and blue spirit rings each had 7 light spots. This meant that Yan Tonghua had ignited 8 spirit lamps in the first 4 levels, and 7 spirit lamps in the 5th and 6th levels. If Yan Tonghua couldn't ignite his 8th mind lamp at grade 6, then his next step would be to break through grade 6 to grade 7. In the first 4 levels, he had ignited 8 spirit lamps, and in the 5th and 6th levels, he had ignited 7. Such a result was already very impressive. The appearance of the spiritual ring caused Yan Tonghua's spiritual power to increase greatly. His spiritual power surged into the puppet like a tide. Roar! Roar! The 15 puppets roared as their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were about to be controlled by Yan Tonghua again. Looks like Tianyun's array requires a strong spiritual power to cut off the other party's connection with the puppet. At this time, the others also saw the mystery behind it. This is normal. Otherwise, if it could cut off the other party's connection with the puppet and take the puppet for himself, then this array is too heaven-defying and illogical. Many people nodded. However, they still stared at the battle stage without blinking, waiting to see if Lu Ming could successfully suppress Yan Tonghua. If he couldn't take Yan Tonghua's puppet, then it would be hard to say who would win in a head-on battle. Yan Tonghua, you can't stop me. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be suffused with a blue light. Buzz, all of a sudden, rings appeared above his head. They were spiritual rings. Tianyun released his spiritual rings. Look at how many spiritual lamps he has lit. Wait, this. Oh my god, I'm seeing things, I'm seeing things. Why did I see 10 spiritual lamps in the first 5 rings? My eyes are also playing tricks on me. Damn it, why are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did I see him lighting up 10 spirit lamps? Can you guys help me see how many he has lit up? I also saw 10 spiritual lamps. The first 5 rings all have 10 spiritual lamps. The 6th ring has 5 spiritual lamps. What? Why are you seeing the same thing as me? Are you seeing things too? I saw the same thing too. Me too. The scene was noisy. Almost everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing and subconsciously thought that they were seeing things. But when all of them gave the same answer, they were stunned. All of a sudden, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wider and wider. All of them were involuntarily convulsing. 10 spiritual lamps were lit in the first 5 rings. That was too terrifying. All of them had reached perfection. Was he still human? For tens of thousands of years in the Talisman Puppet sect, only Emperor Lianzong could achieve such a result. Now, there was another one. As for the 6th level, there were only 5 light spots. This was because Lu Ming had yet to reach the peak of this level. Oh my god, he's simply a monster. No wonder the masters of the two sects and the various elders made Lu Ming a candidate Zongzi. Isn't it normal to be a candidate Zongzi with such talent? In the crowd, Rising Sun, Guanrong, Feng Tai and the others who had been beaten up by Lu Ming were tongue-tied. They stood there in a daze and were completely speechless. It turned out that their enemy was such a monster. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they were still alive. They were simply not on the same level as Lu Ming. Forget it, it's unwise to be an enemy of such a monster. Rising Sun shook his head and sighed. He originally wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming in the future, but now, he had completely given up on that thought. Feng Tai, Guanrong and the other skyprides also shook their heads and sighed. They admitted that they were unlucky. Who asked them to be blind? Ji Mai, Meng Jia and Hu Ming's eyes widened in shock. It's not wrong for me to lose to him, Hu Ming said with a smile. On the other side, Bai Qi's little mouth was wide open and could not be closed for a long time. This guy, he really hid it from me, Bai Qi thought in her heart. Many elders of the Talisman Puppet sect were also unaware of this beforehand. At this moment, they were also extremely shocked. They looked at the smiling Bai Shijin and the others in the sky and finally understood that the elders had long known about Lu Ming's talent. On the battle stage, Yan Tonghua was even more shocked. He was tongue-tied, and even his mental energy ring was shaking. Boom! Roar! Roar! The puppet's roar shook everyone's spirits and brought them back to their senses. Tianyun, I've lost. Yan Tonghua's shock turned into a deep sigh. Many people sighed in their hearts as well. It was normal for Yan Tonghua to lose. It wasn't that Yan Tonghua wasn't strong enough, but that Lu Ming was too monstrous. He had mastered a formation that could restrain him. After Yan Tonghua admitted defeat, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Lu Ming shouted. Yan Tonghua turned around and said, Is there anything else? Your puppet. Lu Ming smiled and pointed at the 15 puppets. Yan Tonghua was slightly stunned, then he clasped his fists and said, Thank you. Then he waved his hand and put away the puppets, walking down the fighting ring. Well, not bad, not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few old Yun nodded their heads. He had won and even returned the puppet to Yan Tonghua. This proved that Lu Ming was not someone who was greedy for petty gains. He was upright and upright. He had defeated Feng Tai and kept Feng Tai's puppet because Feng Tai had offended Lu Ming in the past and had a grudge against Lu Ming. Since there was a grudge, of course he had to teach Feng Tai a lesson. Tianyun wins this battle, Meng Chong announced, winning loud cheers. Tianyun, Tianyun, I love you. Loud cheers burst out from nowhere. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was from a group of young women. These women's eyes were shining as they looked at the elegant Lu Ming in the fighting ring and shouted loudly. Lu Ming had a delicate appearance. Coupled with his cultivation of martial arts, his temperament was very special and had a different kind of charm. For young women, he was very attractive. At this moment, Lu Ming had displayed his incomparable talent, which naturally attracted the attention of many young women. Lu Ming rubbed his nose with a wry smile and walked down the fighting ring, causing countless young men to cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. After Lu Ming left the stage, Ji Mai and Meng Jia stepped onto the stage. The crowd quieted down and turned their attention back to the fighting stage. Ji Mai's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Meng Jia's, but that was a few years ago. Now, it was hard to say who was stronger. Countless people were curious to know if Meng Jia could fight with Ji Mai. Without any superfluous words, the two of them made their move. Meng Jia was also a prodigy of the marionette faction. He summoned 15 marionettes at once. Like Yan Tonghua, they were all class 6 10th tier. However, Meng Jia's puppets were much smaller. They were actually puppets with the appearance of large snow-white condors. The snow-white eagle exuded an icy aura. Its wings were like ice blades, dancing in the air and forming a formation that slashed towards Ji Mai. Ji Mai's face was calm. He took a few steps and a formation appeared on the ground. Sharp golden sword radiance shot out from the formation and slashed towards the snow-white eagles. At the same time, inscription talismans appeared around him. His mind power flowed, and the inscription talismans opened. Endless golden light burst out. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded in the fighting ring. The wings of the snow-white eagle puppets were like blades, constantly colliding with the golden sword radiance. Swoosh! Jimai waved his hand and a row of inscription talismans flew out. After they were activated, the sky was filled with golden sword radiance. It fell from the sky and slashed towards Meng Jia. Meng Jia shouted. With a wave of her hands, 3 puppets flew back to her and formed a protective formation around her. Jimai wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. For a moment, the 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. It seems that Jimai can't defeat Meng Jia. Yes, the 2 of them are evenly matched. Meng Jia's strength is not weaker than Yan Tonghua's, but also not stronger. So, will Tianyun get first place this time? It's hard to say. Jimai is from the Talisman faction. Tianyun won't be able to restrain him. It's hard to say. Sounds of discussion came from all around. Lu Ming was also watching seriously. He frowned and his gaze fell on Jimai. He had a feeling that Jimai wasn't so simple. Jimai gave him a dangerous feeling. Jimai still had a killing move that he hadn't used yet. At this moment, Jimai waved his hand and all the inscription talismans that hadn't been activated were put away. The others were stunned. Jimai actually put away the inscription talismans. Was he going to admit defeat, or was he afraid that if he continued to fight, the inscription talismans would be consumed too much? The puppets of the puppet faction could fight a long battle. The talisman faction used inscription talismans. If they couldn't defeat their opponent in one fell swoop, they would suffer great losses. It was normal for Jimai to admit defeat. Jimai, are you going to admit defeat? Meng Jia asked. Fight. Jimai's answer was simple. Then I won't be polite. Meng Jia continued to control his puppet and rushed towards Jimai. When Meng Jia's puppet approached Jimai, Jimai's hand was like a sword. He slashed out and a dazzling sword light burst out, as if it could split the sky in half. Pung, the sword light accurately struck a large condor puppet. One of the condor puppet's wings was directly cut in half, and the large condor puppet was sent flying far away. At the same time, Jimai's palm slashed out again and again. Pung! Pung! Several eagle puppets were sent flying in succession. They were seriously injured. What a terrifying power. A 6th-level 10th stage puppet was so tough, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Martial skill, no, it's an array. It's using one's body to carve an array. Lu Ming was shocked. His gaze fell on Jimai's body. At first, he thought it was a martial skill, but after taking a closer look, he knew it wasn't. At this moment, inscriptions appeared on Jimai's skin, forming a mysterious array. It emitted a terrifying aura that was beyond the spiritual sea level. Carving an array with one's body. Many people cried out in surprise. They were extremely shocked. Indeed, Jimai is carving an array with his body. It should be a 7th-level killing array, the Golden Light 10,000 kill array. Someone from the older generation said. Carving an array with one's body. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Carving an array with one's body, as the name suggested, was to carve an array into one's body and merge it with the body. The body itself would become a killing array. It was completely different from the array Lu Ming used to carve true energy eruption arrays on his body to conceal his aura. Lu Ming's arrays were all auxiliary arrays that were temporarily on the surface of the body. After a period of time, when the energy was exhausted, they would naturally disappear. However, carving an array with one's body was different. It was to carve the array into the depths of the body and merge it with the body. The body was the array, and the array was the body. For example, Jimai had inscribed a 7th grade array, the Golden Light 10,000 slaughter array. Even though it was a 7th grade array, the power of this array was still very strong. It was capable of killing spirit embryo realm practitioners. However, it was too difficult and dangerous to inscribe an array with one's own body. How powerful was the killing formation? The slightest carelessness would cause one's physical body to be minced and turned into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. No one had expected Jimai to be able to inscribe an array with his own body. It should be an incomplete array. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Some of the older generation figures saw through the array. Many people nodded. That should be the case. If it had been a complete formation, Meng Jia's puppet would have been smashed to smithereens with a single sword strike. However, even if it was an incomplete golden light 10,000 killing array, it was still extremely powerful. Moreover, it was difficult for a level 6 inscriber to unleash the full power of a level 7 array. If Jimai can complete the formation and inscribe the complete golden light 10,000 kill formation, his combat strength will be amazing. He will be able to fight against the top 100 talents on the list. That's right. If he can complete the array and become a level 7 inscriber, he will be even more powerful. Many people were discussing. Meng Jia, do you still want to fight? A sharp light flickered in Jimai's eyes, as if a sword light was about to appear. I can't believe you managed to inscribe an array with your own body. I'm impressed. I'm no match for you. This battle is meaningless. I admit defeat. Meng Jia directly admitted defeat. Meng Chong announced that Jimai had won. Next, Meng Chong announced the second round. Tianyun against Meng Jia, and Jimai against Yan Tonghua. Meng Chong seemed to have intentionally left Jimai and Tianyun for last. I admit defeat in this battle. In the arena, Meng Jia directly admitted defeat against Lu Ming. Her mental strength was on par with Yan Tonghua's. If she were to fight with Lu Ming would definitely seize the puppet in the end. There was no point in fighting this battle. Her final battle would be with Yan Tonghua for the third place. As expected, Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia had the same idea and directly admitted defeat against Jimai. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jimai, so he might as well conserve his mental power and fight Meng Jia. At this point, Tianyun and Jimai had won both of their matches. They had already secured the top 3 spots and secured the spots to enter the observatory. Third round, Yan Tonghua against Meng Jia, Tianyun against Jimai. Meng Chong announced. The atmosphere became even more lively. The competition had finally reached its final round. These two matches were able to arouse the curiosity in everyone's hearts. Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia were two geniuses from the puppet faction, and they were only a few places apart on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who was stronger? Jimai and Tianyun, on the other hand, were the main attraction. Jimai had actually mastered the extremely difficult and dangerous art of carving formations with his own body. His combat prowess was incomparably powerful. Tianyun, this dark horse, seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The moment he appeared, he was appointed as a Zongzi candidate by the masters of the two sects and the various doyens. This shook the entire heaven and earth mountain. Previously, he had displayed terrifying martial arts combat strength. And this time, the inscription talent revealed in the competition was also incomparably shocking. Between Lu Ming and Jimai, who was stronger, everyone was looking forward to it. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the competition began. First, Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia competed for third place. Both of them were puppets, and the battle was extremely fierce. The collision between the puppets was violent, direct, and barbaric. Both of their mind power and spiritual fire were at the early stage of heart attainment. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The two of them fought for a full half an hour. In the end, Yan Tonghua was more resilient and won by a slight margin. In this way, Yan Tonghua finally secured third place. Then, the final battle between Tianyu and Jimai began. The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring and faced each other. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. Who do you think will win, Tianyun or Jimai? It seems like Jimai has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has cultivated the Golden Light 10,000 kill array. It's extremely powerful and unstoppable. I don't think so. Tianyun has many tricks up his sleeve. He's good at many arrays, and his mind power is incomparably strong. Who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? That's true. This battle is going to be interesting. Gradually, the surrounding voices quieted down. Everyone stared at the two people on the fighting ring. Tianyun, I won't hold back in this battle. Be careful. Jimai reminded. That's exactly what I wanted. Go all out. Lu Ming smiled faintly as he stared at Jimai. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emanated from Jimai's body. Inscriptions began to appear on his skin. Whoosh, Jimai waved his hand, and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 12 puppets appeared. They roared as they charged towards Jimai. Bang, a Class 9 giant wolf puppet was sliced in half by the sword light. However, the other puppets didn't stop there and continued to attack. At the same time, Lu Ming stepped forward and waved his hands, starting to inscribe an array on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jimai waved his hands continuously, and streaks of sword gleams flashed. Lu Ming controlled the puppets to pounce and defend against the sword gleams. Among the 12 puppets, 6 of them were Class 9 giant wolf puppets. They were quickly sliced in half and turned into scrap metal. The other 6 were also severely injured. However, they managed to block the attacks for 10 breaths of time, which bought Lu Ming enough time to inscribe an array. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large array appeared around Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled and thunder rumbled. Endless sword chi bombarded Jimai. It was a top class 6 array, sword roar thunder array. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to inscribe a top class 6 array in 10 breaths of time. Break for me! Jimai shouted and waved his hands. The inscriptions on his body glowed and emitted a terrifying aura. The sword light collided with the sword roar thunder array. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to inscribe an array. Although the sword roar thunder array was strong, it couldn't resist Jimai. Soon, the array was broken by Jimai. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's other array appeared. Countless lush vines wrapped around Jimai. Another top class 6 array. Jimai's sword light flashed, and endless sword chi slashed at the vines. However, the vines were too tough and couldn't be cut in half. By the time Jimai broke through this array, Lu Ming had finished inscribing the other 2 top class 6 arrays and was waiting for him. Too fast. Tianyun's inscribing speed is too fast. That's right. His use of spiritual fire isn't as simple as the early heart transcendence stage. It feels even more terrifying than the middle heart transcendence stage. It can't be. Could it be that he's already reached the late heart transcendence stage? That's a realm that only top class 7 inscriptionists can reach. 10,000 golden light kill. Jimai roared as the inscriptions on his body shone even brighter. Even his eyes were filled with sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, his entire being seemed to have transformed into a killing formation. Endless sword light burst out from his body as if every inch of his skin could burst out with sword light. He was like a moving 7th grade formation, crushing towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded as the 2 6th grade formations that Lu Ming had laid down were destroyed by Jimai in an instant. Lu Ming retreated quickly, his hands and feet not stopping at all as inscriptions continued to spread out. Wang, another 6th grade formation appeared, but Jimai strode forward, destroying everything in his path. His sword chi was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Jimai's battle power was no weaker than a martial arts practitioner at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm. The 6th grade formation was destroyed in a few breaths' time. Tianyun is going to lose. The 6th grade formation can't stop him at all. That's right. The time he took to inscribe the formations was less than the time Jimai took to destroy them. He's already at a disadvantage and won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's a pity that Tianyun didn't make sufficient preparations before participating in the competition. Didn't you notice? He didn't prepare any puppets or inscription scrolls. That's true. If he had made sufficient preparations, he might have been able to fight. The others, such as the puppet faction, would have prepared many puppets before participating in the competition. The talisman faction would also inscribe many inscription scrolls, but Lu Ming didn't seem to have any. Lu Ming was indeed unprepared. He did have a few inscription scrolls, but the most powerful one was only at the 6th grade and 9th grade, so it wasn't very useful. Bam! Jimai destroyed yet another grade 6 grand formation. Tianyun, admit defeat. You're not my match. Jimai's voice rang out. Is that so? That's exactly what I wanted to say. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly stopped inscribing inscriptions. Many people in the surroundings were stunned. They didn't understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped. From his words, it seemed that he wanted to tell Jimai to admit defeat. What was going on? This guy. The eyes of some senior figures at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm flickered successively, and they seemed to have discerned something and were extremely surprised. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Jimai strode forward, charging towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming took a light step forward. Wang, on the fighting platform, a bright light shone as a huge array appeared. Amidst the resplendent light, countless pillars of fire rushed out. Pillars of fire intertwined with each other, forming a huge cage that trapped Jimai within. Sword light burst forth from Jimai's body, slashing at the pillars of fire. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, but the pillars of fire remained motionless. He couldn't cut it. A 7th grade formation. Jimai's face paled. 7th level array formation, it's the 7th level array formation, Heavenly Flame Prison. Someone roared as he recognized the array formation. My God! When did Tianyun inscribe a 7th level array formation? He must have inscribed it when he was inscribing the 6th level array formation. Amazing, too amazing. He actually inscribed a 7th level array formation along with the 6th level array formation. He used those 6th level arrays to obstruct Jimai and perfected the 7th level array formation step by step. It's too terrifying. Many people in the surroundings roared and were extremely shocked. It was already an extraordinary feat for a 6th level inscriber to be able to inscribe a 7th level array formation. However, Lu Ming had done it in the middle of a battle. He'd completed it step by step in a battle against a formidable opponent like Jimai in an extremely short amount of time. It was extremely shocking. This was the complete 7th level array formation, Heavenly Flame Prison. However, Jimai's array formation wasn't complete, so it was difficult for him to bring forth its full might. It was utterly impossible for him to break Lu Ming's array formation. What do you think, Jimai? Lu Ming stood outside the array formation as his voice sounded out. The light around Jimai's body dimmed as he let out a long sigh. I admit defeat. He knew that Lu Ming had shown him mercy. If Lu Ming had inscribed a 7th level killing array, he would have been defeated. The Heavenly Flame Prison was merely a trapping array to trap him. Thank you for letting me win. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Then, with a wave of his hand, the inscription disappeared and the fire pillar disappeared. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chong announced. Following Meng Chong's announcement, the square was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Before the start of the competition, no one had expected this result. High up in the air, Bai Shijin stood up from his seat and pressed his hands in the air. All the voices in the square quieted down. Now, this seat announces that the first place of this year's competition is Tianyun. Bai Shijin's voice was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the square. Tianyun, Tianyun. In a certain area, a group of beautiful women were screaming loudly, their faces flushed with excitement. Also, Tianyun is a candidate for Zhongzi. Do you have any objections? Bai Shijin's voice was heard again. The square suddenly fell silent as all eyes gathered on Lu Ming again. Their eyes were a little complicated. Tianyun was such a genius, what objections could they have? This time, he had used his strength to prove himself. Not only was he a genius in martial arts, but even his inscription Dao was so terrifying. How many people in the world could be like him? Tianyun Zhongzi. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded throughout the square. It was by Qi Shui. She raised her hand and shouted. Tianyun Zhongzi. Tianyun Zhongzi. In a certain area, a group of women screamed loudly. This time, the shouts were getting louder and louder, and gradually, the others, be it some young male disciples, some female disciples, or even some of the older generation, all began shouting Tianyun Zhongzi's name loudly. Among the crowd, Rising Sun, Feng Tai, and the others had a complicated look. Before the competition, they were prepared to humiliate Lu Ming ruthlessly in the competition to get revenge for being beaten up by Lu Ming. However, what happened in the end, in the first 3 rounds of the competition, not only did they fail to humiliate Lu Ming, but they were also humiliated by Lu Ming. In the end, the halo around Lu Ming became even brighter and more dazzling. Compared to him, they were like fireflies. There was no way they could compete with him. Tianyun Zongzi. They smiled wryly and shouted along with the crowd in the end. Lu Ming looked around. At this moment, his eyes and heart were calm. He was well aware of his goal. Currently, he had only obtained the initial approval of the Talisman Puppet sect. However, it was only the initial stage. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to earn their support. Especially the elders in the sky. His goal was to win the Battle of Luck. Coming first in the Battle of Luck was his goal. In the sky, Bai Shijin's lips curled into a smile. This guy seems to think highly of Lu Ming. On the side, Du Songjua's eyes flashed. He knew that Bai Shijin was building momentum for Lu Ming, but he did not refute or stop him. All right. At this moment, Bai Shijin's voice was heard again, and the scene quieted down. Now, I announce the results of this competition. First place, Tianyun, second place, Jimai, third place, Yan Tonghua. Bai Shijin announced, but then his tone changed and he said, originally, we planned to let 3 people enter the observatory this time, but because there are many geniuses this time and the quality is very high, and the Battle of Providence is near, the elders and I have decided to increase the number to 5. Other than Tianyun, Jimai, and Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia and Hu Ming can also enter the sky observation platform. Alright, the competition is now over. You all can rest for a while and enter the sky observation platform tomorrow. As soon as Bai Shijin's voice fell, the competition ended. Meng Jia and Hu Ming were naturally overjoyed. The others also looked at them enviously. Tianyun, I didn't know you were so powerful. Bai Qishui looked at Lu Ming curiously. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Bai Qishui's little hand and flew in the direction of Cloud Peak residence. Because in one direction, a large group of young women was flocking towards Lu Ming. That momentum made Lu Ming run away. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two slowed down. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that his hand was holding a soft and cold little hand. He turned his head and saw Bai Qishui looking at him with big eyes and a blush on her smiling face. Lu Ming hurriedly let go and said, sorry, I was in a hurry just now. In a hurry, or taking advantage of me? Bai Qishui smiled. Lu Ming was embarrassed and coughed a few times. Why are you running so fast? Isn't it great to have so many beauties chasing after you? You must be secretly pleased with yourself, right? Bai Qishui teased. No, I already have someone in my heart. Lu Ming smiled. Xianxia's figure flashed in his mind. He wondered how she was doing. She should have returned to the central continent ancient sage dynasty. Oh? Is that so? Hearing Lu Ming say that he already had someone in his heart, Bai Qi's snowy face slightly stiffened. A sliver of disappointment and sadness faintly appeared in her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before a smile once again appeared on her face. She must be very beautiful to be able to catch your eye, right? Yes, very beautiful. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, he looked at Bai Qishui with a smile and teased, what? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Go away, don't flatter yourself. Bai Qishui's face instantly turned red. Then, she glared at Lu Ming and said, you want me to fall for you? You're still far from it. If you're a genius like Lu Ming, then that's more likely. Cough cough cough. Lu Ming could not stop coughing. What's wrong with you? Bai Qishui asked. My throat is uncomfortable, nothing. Lu Ming spouted nonsense. No way, your martial Dao is so strong, how can your throat be uncomfortable? Bai Qishui was surprised. It's nothing, let's go back to Cloud Peak residence. First. Lu Ming changed the topic and walked towards Cloud Peak residence. The next day, Lu Ming came to the top of a mountain. There was a huge altar at the top of the mountain. Jimai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were with him. In addition, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other founding elders were also there. Now, we'll open the passage to the observatory. You guys can go and cultivate, but you only have a month. After a month, you'll be teleported back. So, during this month, you have to make the best use of your time to cultivate. Bai Shijin warned. Yes. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They knew in their hearts that to open the passage to the observatory and maintain it for a month, it would consume a lot of origin stones. Moreover, the more people entered, the more resources would be consumed. Therefore, the quota to enter the observatory was extremely precious. Before this, only 13 Zongzi candidates of this generation of youths had entered the Zongzi realm. In the past, only 3 people in each generation could enter because the consumption was too great. Now that it was the War of Fortune, and this generation was the Golden Age, more people were allowed to enter. Then, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the 3 founding elders, a total of 5 people, surrounded the huge altar and began to inscribe inscriptions. Countless origin stones flew out of their hands and were devoured by the altar. Buzz, moments later, the altar shone brightly as inscriptions intertwined. A huge vortex suddenly appeared above the altar. The passage is open, quickly enter. Bai Shijin shouted. Lu Ming's group of 5 did not dare to delay. They stepped onto the altar and rushed into the vortex. Of course, Dandan did not follow. Lu Ming threw him into the Cloud Peak residence. The world spun, and in the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform. The platform floated in the air, about 2 meters wide. Lu Ming looked around and realized that he seemed to be in the middle of the universe. There was a boundless starry sky in all directions, and below him was also a vast starry sky. There was only one platform floating in the air. On the left and right sides, Lu Ming saw 2 platforms. Jimai, Mengjia, and the other 3 were on one platform, looking around in amazement. In front of them was a vast river that seemed to cross the entire starry sky, stretching from one end of the universe to the other. This is the law of inscription. Lu Ming was shocked. This was not the first time he had seen the law of inscription. In the past, he had only seen it in a meditative state through the spiritual force cultivation method. But now, it seemed like he was very close to the law of inscription. With a single thought, he could feel the vast inscription energy in front of him. Lu Ming's spiritual force fire throbbed violently. Sky observation platform, as expected of the sky observation platform. He could actually observe the law of inscription at such a close distance. At such a close distance, how fast would he be able to absorb the inscription energy? At this time, Jimai's group of 4 was already sitting cross-legged, circulating their spiritual force cultivation method to absorb the inscription energy. Rich inscription energy continuously poured into Jimai's group, turning into 4 pillars of light that enveloped them. Such rich inscription energy! Lu Ming exclaimed. Without further delay, he also sat down cross-legged and circulated the underworld god observation method. Buzz, in an instant, he felt a connection with the law of inscription. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the law of inscription, enveloping Lu Ming within. Jimai, Mengjia, and the other 3 opened their eyes, looking at Lu Ming in shock. They realized that the light pillar formed by Lu Ming's inscription energy was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. What kind of cultivation method is he practicing? Why is it so terrifying? The 4 were astounded. The spiritual force cultivation method they practiced was already the best in the Talisman Puppet sect, but Lu Ming's cultivation method seemed to be even more shocking than theirs. Lu Ming had no other distractions. He focused on activating the underworld god visualization. He could feel that there was a constant influx of rich inscription power above his head, transforming into mental fire. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthening. Lu Ming had already ignited 5 blue spirit lamps, and the 5th one had already reached its peak. The flames were intense. Now, not long after, Lu Ming's spiritual fire was growing stronger and stronger. Then, the 6th spiritual lamp emitted a small blue flame. The 6th blue spiritual lamp was lit. Cultivating on the observation platform was too fast. It only took a few hours, which was comparable to half a month of cultivation for Lu Ming. Cultivation continued. Lu Ming could feel that his spiritual fire was growing stronger. Time passed day by day, and the 5 of them were immersed in cultivation. Not only them, but all the young geniuses and skyprides in the entire Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Divine Wilderness continent were immersed in cultivation. The Battle of Providence was approaching, and everyone was doing their best to improve their strength. As for the various major forces, they had also opened up a lot of resources. Everyone was improving rapidly. Especially the Skyprides who were ranked at the top, their improvement was even more shocking. The strong were getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. The other 4 also stopped cultivating and opened their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction. Obviously, they had all made great progress in the past month. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he found that 9 blue spiritual lamps were burning fiercely in his sea of consciousness. His spiritual power was surging and exuberant. In a month, a total of 4 spiritual lamps had been lit, which was really shocking. One had to know that it was very difficult to light up after 6 lamps for each level. He wondered what Ji Mai and the others had achieved, but he guessed that they must have gained a lot. At this moment, a strong tearing force pulled the 5 of them. In an instant, the 5 of them disappeared, and the platform they were sitting on disappeared without a trace. Buzz, with a flash of light, he found himself back on the altar. Bai Shijin and the others were standing around him. Alright, it's been a month. I'm sure you've all gained a lot. Go back and digest it. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Subsequently, Lu Ming and the others bid their farewells to Bai Shijin's group and returned to their respective homes. Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence and discovered that in the courtyard, Bai Qi Snow was inscribing inscription symbols. After a while, Bai Qi finished carving and found Lu Ming. How is it? You must have gained a lot from your trip to the Sky Observatory. Bai Qi Snow revealed a hint of envy. Which disciple of the Talisman Puppet sect wasn't envious of being able to enter the Sky Observation platform? It's alright. Do you have any questions about your cultivation during this period? Lu Ming said. Yes, Master has been very busy recently and has no time to guide me. I can only rely on you. Bai Qi Snow giggled and immediately voiced out some of her doubts. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment before explaining his understanding. The 2 of them began to discuss. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and began to think about the direction of his cultivation. There were only 3 months left before the Battle of Providence. Right now, his path of inscription and refinement had already reached a sufficiently high level. It was very difficult for him to improve greatly within a short period of time. In the remaining time, Lu Ming had to spend all his efforts on martial arts. I need to find a place with many demonic beasts. I can hunt them and devour their blood essence to improve my bloodline. I can also borrow the power of the demonic beasts to temper my intent realm and comprehend martial arts techniques. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he took out a portion of demonic beast blood essence and began to devour and refine it. The last time he bought a batch of blood essence, he had not refined it yet. This time, he used all of it to improve the 9 dragons bloodline. After the 9 dragons bloodline awakened the 9 dragon claws, the amount of blood essence required was shockingly high. After refining 50 portions of level 6 7th tier demonic beast blood essence and 50 portions of level 6 8th tier demonic beast blood essence, the 9 dragons bloodline only improved by 1 level to level 2 of the divine level. After the 9 dragons bloodline leveled up, another dragon force was born in his bloodline. There were a total of 2 dragon forces. At this time, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming walked out of his room and asked Bai Qi Shui if there was a suitable place to cultivate. Bai Qi Shui pondered for a moment and indeed thought of a suitable place. The Ferocious Beast Secret Realm. This was a secret realm controlled by the Talisman Puppet sect. It was considered a mid-sized realm. There were primeval forests everywhere, nurturing countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were very primitive. They might not have come into contact with humans, so they could not speak human language and could not transform into human form. They retained their most primitive beast form. This was undoubtedly very suitable for Lu Ming to cultivate. Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Qi Shui and headed for the entrance of the Ferocious Beast Secret Realm. There were many people at the entrance. Many disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect and even the older generation entered to hunt demonic beasts. After all, an inscription master required various materials. In the Ferocious Beast Secret Realm, not only could one obtain materials from killing demonic beasts, one could also obtain blood essence. Tianyun, it's Tianyun Zongzi. Tianyun Zongzi. When Lu Ming arrived, many people hurriedly greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. With Lu Ming's identity, it was natural for him to enter the ferocious beast's secret realm. What came into view was an endless mountain range and an endless forest. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from afar. It was a wild scene. Haha, this is a good place. It's very primitive. It should be a secret realm that has just been developed. I can smell the fragrance of countless spiritual herbs. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. Her breasts were contracting and her small eyes were shining. In the surroundings, people flew forward continuously, disappearing into the desolate mountain. Let's go. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the wild mountains. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to fly deeper. According to Bai Qishua's introduction, the ferocious beast mystic realm was indeed a mystic realm that the talisman puppet sect had discovered not long ago. It had not been 10 years and there was limited development. The deeper he went, the stronger the strength of the demonic beasts. There were even many existences above the spiritual embryo realm. Soon, Lu Ming was 1,000,000 miles deep. He could already see the figures of others here. Roar, a giant lizard that was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 30 meters long rushed out from the forest and pounced towards Lu Ming. A ferocious aura spread and emitted a powerful aura. Peak 9th level spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming smiled and condensed a long spear in his hand. With a swing, the long spear shot out with 4 types of realm of heaven and earth surrounding it. Pucci, the long spear directly pierced through the head of the giant lizard, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. The giant lizard roared and its huge body smashed heavily into the forest, crushing a large area of ancient trees. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and opened its mouth, aiming at the giant lizard. A terrifying devouring force erupted. Under the devouring of the 9 dragons' bloodline, the giant lizard's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the giant lizard turned into a dried skeleton. All of its blood essence, demonic energy, and life essence were devoured and robbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming felt that there were various kinds of energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline. How could this be? It actually devoured all of the energy of a giant lizard. This is too overbearing. Could it be because of the complete awakening of the 9 dragons' bloodline? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Since his 9 dragons' bloodline was promoted to the divine grade and transformed into the 9 claws form, this was the first time he devoured a demonic beast's corpse. Previously, he only bought blood essence and devoured it. Previously, he only felt that the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had greatly increased, but he did not expect it to be so overbearing. Lu Ming, it seems that you have fully displayed the 9 dragons' talent. Dandan said. The 9 dragons' talent? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, the 9 dragons' strongest talent is to devour everything. All kinds of energy will be devoured and turned into one's own. It is extremely terrifying. Dandan explained. Devour everything and turn it into one's own. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to refine the bloodline. All kinds of energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline began to be refined by Lu Ming. Among them, the blood essence was still turned into bloodline power and absorbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. The other kinds of energy such as blood essence, life essence, and demonic energy were all refined into true yuan and poured into Lu Ming's spirit sea. Immediately, Lu Ming's true yuan increased by a little. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. This was too overbearing. The other kinds of energy were all turned into true yuan and blood essence to enhance the bloodline power. Not a single bit was wasted. In this way, wouldn't he even save on the ores when he cultivated in the future? Haha, I didn't expect the complete awakening of the 9 dragons' bloodline to have such a heaven-defying ability. Let's try hunting demonic beasts again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flickered as he began to hunt for demonic beasts. After killing several demonic beasts in a row, the result was the same. Whether it was their blood essence, demonic chi, or life essence, they were all devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into his own energy. Amazing. If I wasn't trapped by the concept of heaven and earth, my cultivation would simply advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before continuing onward, searching for powerful demonic beasts to hunt. Not long after, they went a few 100,000 miles deeper. Roar! With a loud roar, space trembled as a giant staff smashed toward Lu Ming. No, it wasn't a giant stick. It was the trunk of a giant elephant. This mammoth was as big as a mountain and covered in fur. When it swung its trunk, space trembled, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. Level 7 Demon Beast. This was a 7th grade demonic beast that was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, and Lu Ming instantly unleashed a surge of dragon power. Dense scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. Boom! With a punch, he circulated the suppressing hell heaven skill. When the fist and the mammoth's trunk collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him as his body involuntarily flew backward. However, the mammoth's trunk was also sent flying by him. The mammoth's roar was earth-shattering. Level 1 of Level 7. It's equivalent to Level 1 of Spirit Embryo Realm. I can fight it. Lu Ming stopped in midair as his eyes shone brightly. This mammoth had immense strength, but it wasn't ridiculously strong. Lu Ming could fight it. Swoosh! Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven trampling steps and rushed toward the mammoth like a stream of light. The mammoth roared and swung its trunk at an astonishing speed, whipping toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shifted as he continuously changed his position in midair. He successfully dodged the mammoth's attack and appeared on top of its head, stomping down on it. Bam! With this stomp, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and the suppressing hell heaven skill to the extreme. It was equivalent to an upper-grade half-god martial technique. With Lu Ming's stomp, it landed on the mammoth's head. Boom! With a violent roar, the mammoth's head caved in, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Roar! The mammoth wailed and whipped its trunk wildly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body moved and flew up into the sky. What a strong defense! Lu Ming exhaled deeply with a grave look in his eyes. This mammoth's defense was terrifyingly strong. Under his all-out attack, a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would crumble in an instant. It could sink the ground within a 100-mile radius. However, when it landed on the mammoth's head, it didn't instantly kill it. The mammoth roared and its eyes were bloodthirsty as it charged toward Lu Ming crazily. As it stepped on the ground cracked and countless ancient trees collapsed. It was a scene of doomsday. Whoosh! The mammoth swung its trunk and a gale swept up. A huge gully appeared on the ground as if a valley had appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming took a step and dodged the mammoth's trunk before rushing toward its head. This mammoth had boundless strength and astonishing defense. However, its weakness was that it was relatively slow. However, its speed was slow compared to Lu Ming. If it was any other person in the spiritual ocean realm, they would have been smashed into pieces by the mammoth's trunk. Lu Ming appeared on the mammoth's head and stepped out once again. The moment he stepped out, a dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming exploded with another burst of dragon force. With the 2 bursts of dragon force in his body exploding, Lu Ming's attack power reached an astonishing level. Bam! This time, the mammoth's head exploded and a huge hole appeared. The mammoth wailed and fell to the ground. Not long after, it stopped breathing. A mammoth that was equivalent to the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm was killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming let out a breath and felt that there was only half of his vital essence left in his body. He revealed a bitter smile. Hell-suppressing heaven skill, when used at full power, exhausted a terrifying amount of vital essence. Just 2 strikes and half of the vital essence in his body had been extracted. My battle power on the martial path isn't any weaker than a martial arts practitioner at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Of course, that's only compared to normal martial arts practitioners. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The reason why he was able to kill the giant elephant in 2 moves was mainly because the speed of the concrete elephant was relatively slow. That was why he was able to hit its vital points twice in a row. If it had been someone else with faster speed, it would not have been so easy to kill it. Lu Ming was very clear about this point. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and the power of devouring burst out, enveloping the mammoth. The mammoth's body that was as big as a mountain started to shrivel rapidly. What astonishing energy, find a place to refine it. After devouring the mammoth's energy, Lu Ming's figure flashed and found a cave. He laid down a formation and started to refine it. Whoosh whoosh, billowing energy continuously poured into Lu Ming's body. The vital essence that he had expended was quickly recovered, but the energy was still pouring in continuously. It's too dense. I'm stuck at the concept and my cultivation can't break through. What should I do? Physical body, yes, let's try my physical body. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. His physical body had been stuck at the peak of grade 7 for a long time, and he had been neglecting his cultivation. Now was a good time to try and see if the energy could improve his physical body. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming activated the myriad spirit battle body. Suddenly, the energy seemed to have found a vent and seeped into his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body began to wriggle and expand, and his bones made cracking sounds. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming stronger and stronger at a rapid pace. It was beginning to improve. Half an hour later, the energy of the giant elephant was completely refined. Grade 8 physical body. Lu Ming smiled. As expected, the energy he devoured could also improve his physical body. How much should he save in the future? In the future, he could use the resources to buy other things, such as spiritual liquid and cultivating the tree of enlightenment. Lu Ming was about to laugh out loud. Legend has it that one of the basic conditions to break through to the martial emperor realm is to have a body at the peak of grade 9. Lu Ming had an idea. Many spiritual god realm experts would try their best to cultivate their physical body because it was impossible to break through to the martial emperor realm without a body at the peak of grade 9. Of course, Lu Ming was still far away from that. Now was not the time to think about it. It was enough to improve his physical body. The 9 dragons' bloodline did not improve. After refining the blood essence of the giant elephant, the 9 dragons' bloodline did not improve. It was the blood essence of a grade 7 demonic beast. Now, Lu Ming needed a huge amount of blood essence to improve his bloodline. If he were to buy it, he would not be able to afford it. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the tree of enlightenment appeared. Lu Ming sat in front of the tree of enlightenment and began to comprehend the realm of heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming began his days of hard cultivation in the ferocious beast forest. Once he had an inspiration, he would stop cultivating. After a few days of cultivation, he would go hunting demonic beasts to hone his martial skills. The dandan would wander around the mountains in search of spiritual herbs. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 2 months and 20 days since Lu Ming entered the vicious beast's secret realm. There were only 10 days left before the Battle of Providence. Crash, a figure flew out of a clear lake and stood on the shore. Then, he sent out his quintessence, and not a single drop of water remained on his body. Then, he changed into a blue close-fitting robe. Suddenly, an elegant and graceful young master appeared on the shore. This person was, of course, Lu Ming, who had been cultivating in the ferocious beast's secret realm for nearly 3 months. Now, Lu Ming was already 22 years old. His face was chiseled, and he was much more mature than before. He looked even more determined. It's time to go out. The Battle of Providence is finally coming. Lu Ming clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Dandan landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Its mouth was filled with the fragrance of herbs. It said, "Haha, this seat has recovered a little. When this seat recovers a little more, watch how I'll torture those so-called outstanding talents. Also, that martial monarch DE will be blown to death by this seat." Dandan even burped as it spoke. During this period of time, this fellow had found many high-grade spiritual herbs. He had been eating spiritual herbs every day and had been living a very comfortable life. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and headed for the exit of the ferocious beast forest. When Lu Ming came out of the ferocious beast forest, his expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman. "Fatty is here. I nearly forgot." Lu Ming smiled. The moment he came out, he received a message from Fatty. It looked like he was blocked in the secret realm earlier. Immediately, Lu Ming flew out of the Yin and Yang mountain. At the edge of the Yin and Yang mountain, there was a huge array platform. This place was guarded by the experts of the Yin and Yang Mountain, who kept the array running smoothly at all times. Seniors. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Oh, it's Tianyun Zongzi. Are you going out? An old man opened his eyes and said. I have a few friends who are participating in the Battle of Providence. I want to bring them in. Lu Ming arrived. Alright, take this token with you. You can freely enter and exit the Great Formation of the Two Elements Mountain. However, this token has restrictions. At most, you can bring in strong practitioners of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Stronger practitioners will be blocked. A token flew out of the old man's hand and Lu Ming caught it. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked him and stepped out. When he walked out of the Yin Yang Mountain, there was suddenly a layer of ripples in the space that was originally normal. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped out. He flew forward and came to a small city thousands of miles away. He saw Fatty and of course, Wan Tingting. Lu Ming, I finally see you. We arrived 5 days ago and have been sending you messages, but there was no news. Fatty laughed when he saw Lu Ming. He wanted to give Lu Ming a bear hug, but he was almost kicked out by Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Wan Tingting walked over and greeted him with a smile. Tingting. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. He realized that both Fatty and Wan Tingting's auras were much stronger than before. They were much stronger than they were half a year ago. This was especially so for the Fatty. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from him. This aura was hidden in the depths of the Fatty's body. Lu Ming could also sense a trace of it with his sensitive spiritual senses. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything and was extremely sharp. It seemed that both Fatty and Wan Tingting had made great progress under the guidance of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. After all, they were taught by the Divine Emperor himself. How many people in the world could do that? Fatty, you've awakened your third bloodline? Lu Ming asked. Yes, I've awakened it. Hee, Lu Ming, I'm not afraid of you now. Fatty grinned. Oh? What level is it? Lu Ming asked. It's a secret now. When the Battle of Providence starts, I promise you'll be shocked. Fatty chuckled with a mysterious look. Go away. Wan Tingting said with disdain. Lu Ming also pointed his middle finger at Fatty. Tingting, you've also awakened a divine bloodline, right? Lu Ming looked at Wan Tingting. He could also feel a powerful aura from Wan Tingting's body. Yes, I was lucky enough to awaken it with the help of Senior Demonic Sky. Third level divine bloodline. Wan Tingting said, and then a trace of aura flashed from her body. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Wan Tingting's cultivation had actually reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor's methods were indeed unpredictable. In just half a year, not only did Wan Tingting successfully awaken a 3rd level divine bloodline, but her cultivation also broke through to the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Half a year ago, Wan Tingting's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. The speed of her progress could be said to be extremely shocking. This was the method of the Divine Emperor. It was difficult to predict. Lu Ming was happy for them. After all, they were friends. Let's go to Liangyi Mountain, Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them headed towards Liangyi Mountain. They arrived at Liangyi Mountain after a while. With Lu Ming's token, the three of them entered Liangyi Mountain easily. Lu Ming returned to the array platform and returned the token to the old man. Then, he flew towards Yun Peak residence with Fatty and Wan Tingting. Hey, you're keeping a mistress in your house. As soon as they arrived at Yun Peak residence, Fatty yelled when he saw Bai Chi Shui. He did not call Lu Ming by his real name as he knew that Lu Ming was using a fake name. Get lost. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked. Bai Chi Shui's face turned red. Fatty was stunned when he saw Bai Chi Shui's shy expression. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with admiration and said, "Brother, I'm impressed. I really admire you. You have beautiful women accompanying you wherever you go, and you're even living together. But you're too much of a playboy. How can I be worthy of Miss Xia? Look at me, I'm so devoted. I only have Tingting in my heart." After saying that, he blinked his small eyes and looked at Ruan Tingting ingratiatingly. Get lost. Go away. Ruan Tingting said in disdain. Lu Ming gave a flying kick and the fatty's fat body was sent flying. He landed on his face like a dog eating sh*t. Qi Shui, these two are my friends, Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Lu Ming introduced them to Bai Qi Shui. They were all young people, so they got familiar with each other after playing around for a while. Lu Ming arranged a courtyard for Fatty and Ruan Tingting on a mountain peak near Yin Peak residence. Liangyi Mountain became lively in the following days. The Battle of Providence was approaching. Almost all the elites had come out of seclusion and adjusted their mentality to prepare for the Battle of Providence. Even the other 13 Zongzi candidates had come out of seclusion. Days passed. 2 days before the Battle of Providence began, Bai Shijin sent someone to invite Lu Ming to meet him. When Lu Ming arrived at the Talisman Puppet Sect's meeting hall, he noticed that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and other eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect were all present. In the middle of the hall, there were 13 youths. There were both men and women among the 13 youths, and all of them had extraordinary bearings. It was obvious that they were giants among men. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the gazes of the 13 young men and women all turned to look at Lu Ming. Some were curious, some were peaceful, some were friendly, and some were not. They should be the other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he curiously sized up the other party. These 13 people were ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Every one of them was extraordinary and stood at the peak of the eastern wilderness and the endless domain. Tianyun, you're here. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Tianyun pays his respects to the seniors. Lu Ming bowed in front of the mountain. Well, get to know each other. He's Tianyun. Bai Shijin nodded. Junior brother Tianyun, I've heard a lot about you. A young man stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face. This young man had a head of silver hair that cascaded down to his waist. He was very handsome and always had a gentle smile on his face, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. A mysterious aura was emitted from his body all along, as if he was not a mortal and did not belong to the mortal world. The strangest thing was his eyes. His eyes were silver in color, and they were double pupils. Each of his eyes had double pupils, making him look incomparably sinister. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of someone. Silver-haired heavenly eyes, illusion, he was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and the only genius from the Talisman Puppet Sect to make it to the top 10. He was known as a peerless genius and the top inscriptionist among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. He was extremely talented, and it was said that his heavenly eyes could see through all formations and inscriptions. It was extremely magical. Cough, cough, cough. Before Lu Ming could speak, Bai Shijin coughed and said, Huanzhen, don't call Tianyun junior brother. You can call each other by their names. Ah? Huanzhen and the other skyprides looked at Bai Shijin in surprise. Bai Shijin's face was slightly red, and the other founding elders were a little embarrassed. Lu Ming was amused. He understood what Bai Shijin and the rest meant. Lu Ming was his master. He was Lian Song and his seniority was very high. Even Bai Shijin had to address him as martial uncle. But now, Huanzhen called Lu Ming junior brother. Wasn't that taking advantage of Bai Shijin? He knew Lu Ming well, but Huanzhen and the others did not. They all looked at each other. Well, you young people get to know each other quickly. Let's talk about business. Bai Shijin coughed and changed the topic. The Battle of Providence is about to begin. But you should know that our Talisman Puppet Sect is the weakest among the 4 superpowers in the eastern wilderness. The number of geniuses is decreasing year by year, while the other superpowers, such as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, are getting stronger and stronger. In the past 1,000 years, my Talisman Puppet Sect has always been at the bottom in every battle of providence and has been ruthlessly suppressed. The amount of providence we obtain has become increasingly less and the strength of our sect has also become increasingly weaker. Therefore, this time, the first thing you must do is to be united and not fight amongst yourselves. Your strength is already weak to begin with. If you still fight amongst yourselves, the final result is very likely to be complete annihilation, Bai Shijin's eyes were bright as he warned them seriously. We will remember. Huanzhen, Lu Ming, and the others solemnly replied. Yes. Bai Shijin nodded his head in satisfaction and continued, the Battle of Providence occurs once every 20 years, but the area you enter each time is different. It is truly incomparably mysterious, but there is a common point. Every time, there is a great opportunity, and when you obtain the opportunity, you will also obtain providence. This is your chance. If you can obtain a great opportunity, you may be able to suppress the geniuses of your generation, dominate the eastern wilderness, and lead the talisman puppet sect to rise. Bai Shijin's voice was filled with temptation, causing all the young people present to clench their fists tightly, filled with anticipation. However, Bai Shijin's voice immediately changed as he said, however, the Battle of Providence is also known as the burial ground of geniuses. Every time, there will be a large number of geniuses who will die in it. However, this world is so cruel. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will only be stepped on. So you must be mentally prepared. However, the 14 people including Lu Ming all had resolute gazes and did not waver. They were all peerless geniuses. Since they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they would bravely advance until they reached the peak. There was no reason for them to retreat. They were filled with confidence in themselves. Good, it's good that you are confident. Du Songjue, who had not spoken until now, opened his mouth. I have one more thing to tell all of you. Du Songjue pondered for a moment and continued, Master Liao Tsung once said that the world we are in is called the Yuan realm. The Yuan realm is vast and boundless, and no one knows how wide it is. Not to mention Emperor realm experts, even those stronger than that do not know its boundaries. Du Songjue's words caused the hearts of the young people present to tremble, and they were all dumbstruck. Our divine wilderness continent is just a drop in the ocean. There are many other continents like the divine wilderness continent overseas, and some are even hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Huanzhen and the others were the same. They were too shocked. In the past, they thought that the divine wilderness continent was the center of the world. Although they knew that there might be other continents overseas, they thought that having 2 or 3 similar continents was already shocking enough. But Du Songjue used the word many, and the fact that there were hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent was unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There were hundreds of regions in the eastern wilderness. It was vast and boundless. The southern underworld, the northern plains, and the western desert were also vast and not smaller than the eastern wilderness. The middle continent was said to be even more vast and full of outstanding people. There were so many other continents overseas, everyone was stunned. Right now, Lu Ming was the only one who was slightly better. The mid-autumn moon might have been taken away by people overseas. He had once entered a small island in the heavenly realm by chance and widened his horizons. He knew that the world was vast beyond his imagination. That's right. If you're not an emperor, it's difficult to leave the divine wilderness continent and go overseas, so we don't know. Master Liao Tsung once said that the War of Providence doesn't only involve the divine wilderness continent. According to Master, the entire Yuan realm and other continents will have a War of Providence. Du Songjue said again. This time even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Not only the divine wilderness continent, but also the other continents overseas would have a War of Providence. That was too shocking. What was the reason for it? How could it be carried out in such a vast area at the same time, or rather, were the wars of providence all connected? Was it the natural operation of the heavenly Tao, or was it controlled by someone? If it was controlled by someone, who had such terrifying power to control the vast territory of the Yuan realm at the same time, at that moment, Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. Master once said that if you stand out in the War of Providence and achieve a certain result, you'll have unexpected gains. Du Songjue said. A certain result? What result? Lu Ming and the others were surprised. This, I don't know either. Master didn't explain it in detail back then, but it seems like it's extremely difficult to reach that standard. In short, you just have to do your best. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. You can go now. Prepare yourself. Lu Ming, Huanzhen, and the rest nodded and left the hall. After Lu Ming left the main hall, he flew directly to Baibao Pavilion to purchase some items before returning to Cloud Peak residence. Big Brother Yen. Near Cloud Peak residence, Lu saw Yen. And, after not seeing each other for half a year, Yan Quantu finally appeared. Yan Quantu smiled. At this moment, Yan Quantu's body flashed, and the figure of Supreme Nine Sons appeared. Lu Ming bowed. He was happy for Supreme Nine Sons. Lu Ming, how's the preparation for the War of Providence? Supreme Nine Sons smiled. It's going well. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it's still very difficult for you to stand out. However, the Battle of Providence will last for a year. That's enough time for you to rise up. Therefore, you have to make good use of this year's time. Only then will you be able to surpass everyone else in the Battle of Providence. Supreme Nine Sons said. For example, Supreme Nine Sons. And Yan Quantu had participated in the War of Providence back then and obtained great opportunities. Lu Ming nodded seriously. He knew that his current battle strength and cultivation were more than enough to deal with ordinary Skype rides. However, there was still a gap between him and the top 100 geniuses on the list of 1,000 geniuses. Lu Ming, we just came back to see you. We won't see you off in the War of Providence. Master's recovery has reached a critical moment. We'll set off again soon and leave Yinyang Mountain. Yan Quantu said. There's no need to see me off. Senior Nine Sons' recovery is more important. Lu Ming nodded quickly. Then, the three of them chatted for a while. Supreme Nine Sons and Yan Quantu mainly talked about their experiences in the War of Providence, hoping that it would be helpful to Lu Ming. They chatted for 2 hours before Yan Quantu and Supreme Nine Sons left. Lu Ming returned to Yun Peak residence. Time flew by. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The War of Providence finally arrived. There was a huge boulder behind Yinyang Mountain. On the boulder, there was a huge round stone covered with mysterious carvings. The stone gave off a heavy and ancient feeling. In the past, this place was forbidden to the Talisman Puppet sect. Other than some elders, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. However, there were now thousands of people gathered here. Upon reaching this place, Lu Ming realized that this was the place to participate in the Battle of Providence. The entrance to the War of Providence was in a very mysterious place. No one could enter from other places. They had to go through a special passage. The Talisman Puppet sect, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse sect, and Sky Monster Valley all had this special passage. Usually, this passage was useless and had no effect. Only when the War of Providence started, this passage would automatically activate. Whichever force you entered through the passage represented which force you participated in the War of Providence. Your future achievements would be credited to that force and luck would descend. This time, the Talisman Puppet sect sent thousands of people to participate in the War of Providence. Other than some true geniuses, they also selected many experts with high cultivation from the younger generation. After these young experts entered, they could assist those geniuses. Moreover, who knew who would be lucky enough to obtain a great opportunity and gather great luck? No one could be sure. Therefore, there were more or less benefits to having more people enter. Lu Ming, Fatty, Wan Tingting, Bai Qi, and Shui stood together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and some elders stood in front and stared at the huge round stone. Legend had it that when a force became an overlord and a ruler was born, the ancient city of Providence would fly out such a stone and descend on that force. It meant that the force was qualified to send people to participate in the War of Providence. When a force was completely weakened, this stone would automatically fly away. This also meant that the force had completely declined. Buzz, suddenly, the round stone shook. The carvings on it started to flicker with light. A mysterious aura circulated. All right, everyone, follow me. Bai Shijin shouted and stepped into the vortex. Swoosh! Swoosh, many figures flew up and stepped into the vortex. With a flash of light, the people who stepped into the vortex disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd. They flew into the vortex and disappeared. Finally, Du Songjue and a few other doyens also stepped in. With a flash of light, Lu Ming and the rest found themselves on a huge platform. It was a huge platform made of stone. There were patterns on it, and behind it was a huge wall that blocked the way out. There was a vortex above their heads. This was the spatial tunnel that they had used to enter. After Lu Ming and the rest went to participate in the battle, Bai Shijin and the rest went out from there. The direction in front seemed to be empty. It was an endless abyss, and there was a huge door of light on the other side of the abyss. That's the entrance to the Battle of Providence. Bai Shijin's voice rang out as he pointed at the door of light on the other side of the abyss. Lu Ming was surrounded by disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. They had gathered together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest had also entered. The people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse sect, and Sky Demon Valley have also arrived. Fatty said softly from the side. Lu Ming looked over. He saw the people from the other three forces on the platform. Like the Talisman Puppet sect, all the forces had gathered together. So many people. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that there were more than 10,000 people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Heavenly Corpse sect also had close to 10,000 people. The Sky Demon Valley had fewer people, but there were still more than 3,000 people. How could this be? How could there be so many geniuses in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was considered a supreme talent. The previous list of top 1,000 talents and the recent rising supreme talents added up to less than 800 people. Including some young experts, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 people. How could there be so many people? Tianyun, I heard that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect don't have that many supreme talents and young experts, but they will train a group of men of sacrifice. Bai Qishue said softly. Death warriors? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, loyalists. Do you see that group of black-robed people behind the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and carrying all kinds of weapons? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace uses a special method to bring out the full potential of some young people. Before the age of 30, their strength will soar crazily and enter an extremely powerful realm. But the consequence is that those young people's potential will be completely exhausted, and their lifespans will be greatly shortened. Their minds will become numb, and they will only know to obey orders without fear of death. Their goal is to participate in the Battle of Providence and assist the other geniuses to obtain opportunities and providence. Bai Qishue explained. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. For the sake of the War of Providence, these major factions could be said to have exhausted all their means. Look, those people from the Heavenly Corpse sect who are wrapped in blood-red robes are also death warriors. Our Talisman Puppet sect cultivates the Tao of Inscription. We don't have such an outrageous secret technique, so we won't do it. The Heavenly Demon Valley's demon tribe is very arrogant and won't do it either. Therefore, there are very few of them. Bai Qishue said. Lu Ming nodded. He understood. These death warriors were nothing more than young people who were cultivated with a secret technique. Their bone ages were below 30 years old, and they were used to participate in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming stood in the crowd and scanned the three major factions. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace area, he saw the 6 great ancient families and the 6 supreme martial artists. In each faction, there were dozens of young men and women who had extraordinary auras and unfathomable strength. Needless to say, these people were all at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, or at the same level. Lu Ming was sizing them up, and they were sizing them up too. Haha, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, I didn't expect the Talisman Puppet sect to still dare to participate in the Battle of Providence. Aren't you afraid that this generation of young people will die? A burst of laughter suddenly sounded from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and recognized that it was the Wang family. Head, a supreme martial artist who had almost been killed by Lu Ming with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Wang Xingtian. Bai Shijin's face darkened and he snorted coldly, not saying a word. Well, the Talisman Puppet sect is getting worse with each generation. If this generation of people die in there, you old fellows won't be able to hold on for long. The Talisman Puppet sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The Wang family head, Wang Xingtian, continued to sneer as his gaze swept across the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He retracted his aura and moved, wanting to use the figures of others to block his body. But in the next moment, he realized that a cold gaze had landed on him. It was Wang Xingtian's gaze. At this moment, Wang Xingtian's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? I didn't expect you to run to the talisman puppet sect. Wang Xingtian shouted angrily. Back then, during the Battle of Nine Dragons City, he was almost smashed to death by Lu Ming using the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. A prime of his generation had ended up in such a state and he had lost all his face. He hated Lu Ming deeply. With his cultivation, even if Lu Ming changed his appearance and retracted his aura, he would still be able to see through him with a single glance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following Wang Xingtian's voice, everyone from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace looked over at the Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming, who in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace didn't know this name, not only the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, but the other factions also looked over. What? Lu Ming? Lu Ming is among us? Most of the people from the Talisman Puppet Sect were shocked as they sized each other up. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others' faces darkened. Little bastard, don't think you can hide from me by hiding in the crowd. You're actually in the Talisman Puppet Sect? Humph, let's see how you'll die. Wang Xingtian sneered. The other 5 Supreme Beings' eyes turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming. They had also lost face in the battle that day. 6 Supreme Beings had joined forces, but they still couldn't take down a junior like Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Who's Lu Ming? Bai Qishue's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. Hide? Why should I hide? What can you do to me here? Lu Ming spoke. His clear voice resounded throughout the entire place. After saying this, he strode out and arrived outside the crowd. This place was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. It was extremely mysterious and had a strong suppressive effect. The older one was, the stronger the suppression. For example, Wang Xingtian, a supreme being who had lived for thousands of years, could only display the cultivation of the spiritual embryo realm. What did he have to fear? This was something that everyone knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here openly. Yan Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Sons wouldn't be at ease and didn't follow him. Once they entered this place, those experts wouldn't be able to display much of their strength. Lu Ming didn't want to be discovered at first, as he only wanted to avoid some trouble. However, since he was discovered, he might as well stand out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Lu Ming. Tianyun? You're Lu Ming? Bai Qishu widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was no wonder that Tianyun was so powerful and his martial arts cultivation was so profound. It turned out that he was Lu Ming. Bai Qi could not help but recall that she often praised Lu Ming in front of him. She even said that if she wanted to find someone she liked, she should find a peerless genius like Lu Ming. Wasn't she saying it in front of Lu Ming himself? Upon thinking of this, Bai Qi's face flushed red and she felt extremely shy. This bad guy, he didn't tell me. Bai Qi's face was as red as an apple. The other young people in the Talisman Puppet Sect also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment before they came to a realization. It turned out that Tianyun was Lu Ming. No wonder his talent was so high and so powerful. He was actually the Lu Ming who caused the great battle in Nine Dragons City, the one who pulled out the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, the one who fought against the primes, and the one who caused Martial Monarch De to intervene. No wonder, in that case, everything would make sense. Since Tianyun was Lu Ming, it would be normal for him to create those records and surpass everyone in the Talisman Puppet Sect competition to obtain first place. It was because he was Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'll kill you now. Flames danced on Wang Xingtian's body as a powerful aura burst out. However, his aura was severely suppressed and he only had the aura of the spiritual embryo realm. Wang Xingtian, this is not Nine Dragons City. Bai Shijin stepped forward and blocked Wang Xingtian. Mental energy spread out from his glabella. Bai Shijin, your Talisman Puppet Sect dares to go against my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Are you courting death? Wang Xingtian shouted with cold-killing intent. Hee, Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace has been annexing my Talisman Puppet Sect's territory. Haven't you always been going against me? Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Xingtian's face turned ugly. If they were outside, he would have attacked immediately. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had more primes than the Talisman Puppet Sect, and they were more than enough to defeat the Talisman Puppet Sect. However, in this place, he was unable to display the strength of a prime. Even an ordinary elder of the Talisman Puppet Sect would be able to block him. If they were to fight, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace might suffer a great loss. Good, very good. Talisman Puppet Sect, let's see how many people from your Talisman Puppet Sect can come out alive in this battle of karmic luck. Wang Xingtian said coldly. Then, he instructed the sky prides of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and shouted, "Everyone from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, listen up. In the Battle of Providence, if you encounter anyone from the Talisman Puppet Sect, do not show mercy. Kill." Yes. The geniuses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace replied loudly, their eyes filled with killing intent. Also, pay special attention to Lu Ming. If you see him, you must kill him without mercy. I will reward whoever kills him handsomely. Wang Xingtian said. We must kill Lu Ming. The sky pride of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace replied. A cold killing intent spread out towards Lu Ming. Some powerful geniuses had unfathomable gazes. Are you Lu Ming? At this moment, a loud roar came from the direction of the Sky Monster Valley. A burly man in red armor looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's the supreme being of the Flood Dragon tribe. Someone recognized the burly man. My nephew, Aokuan, was killed by you. Good, very good. The Flood Dragon supreme being turned around and looked at the sky prides of the Sky Monster Valley. He shouted, this kid killed my nephew. If you see him in the Battle of Providence, kill him without mercy. I will reward whoever kills him handsomely. Haha, he's mine. I must kill him. Instantly, the sky prides of the Sky Monster Valley looked at Lu Ming with killing intent in their eyes. Before the Battle of Providence had even begun, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Monster Valley had already targeted Lu Ming. All of them wanted to kill Lu Ming. As for the Heavenly Corpse Sect, they were waiting to watch a good show. Bai Qi, Shui, Wantingting, Fatty, and the others looked at Lu Ming with worried expressions. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others looked solemn. They had not expected things to turn out this way. This battle would be very difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He recalled that he had killed Aokuan, a sky pride of the Flood Dragon. Supreme Being, during the Three Great Forces exchange in Nine Dragon City. His gaze swept across the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Monster Valley as he said, since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. His voice was also very calm, but it revealed a strong sense of confidence, as well as a sharp killing intent. Shameless boasting. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you will kill us? A young man from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He recognized this person. Jiang Taichung. Back then, he had won the battle of the Heavenly King list, but he had been stopped by this person. This person was ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Just a clown. Another voice rang out from the crowd of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Soon after, a young man walked out with a woman in his hand. Wang Yan. Lu Ming also recognized him. After the battle of the Heavenly King list, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had stopped them. At that time, the two of them were high and mighty, looking down on Lu Ming and the others. They said that the battle of the Heavenly King list was just a child's game and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Now, they also did not take Lu Ming seriously. Wang Haoxian. What made Lu Ming's eyes flash was that the person Wang Yan was holding was Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's face was pale. Lu Ming, when you were in Nine Dragon City, Wang Haoxian seemed to be very close to you. This B***star dared to betray the Wang family. Although he has been punished, it is far from enough. Do you see this? Wang Yan pointed at a collar around Wang Haoxian's neck and said to Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but he did not speak. This collar will explode at any time. At that time, this B***star will be crushed into pieces. This time, in the Battle of Providence, I will crush this B***star in front of you. Wang Yan said coldly. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he said coldly, "Wang Yan, I will kill you in the battle of Providence." "Haha, you are indeed an adulterous couple. You want to kill me. There is no need to wait until the battle of Providence. Lu Ming, I will make sure you can't enter the battle of Providence." Wang Yan sneered. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. "The path is going to be cleared." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at the abyss. If they wanted to enter the light door on the other side of the abyss and participate in the battle of Providence, they would have to cross the abyss. However, the abyss had a terrifying suction force and it was impossible to fly. If anyone tried to fly, they would definitely fall into the abyss and die on the spot. They could only wait for the path to be cleared and walk forward. At this moment, everyone saw that in front of the abyss, there were many stone platforms floating in the air and flying over. The stone platforms were only about 1 meter in radius and were separated from each other. They floated in the air above the abyss and extended to the other side, forming many paths. They would have to fly from these platforms to the other side. Soon, the paths were formed and the air above the abyss was filled with platforms. There is only 1 hour left. After that, the platforms will collapse and the path will end. Someone said. The beginning of every battle of Providence was similar. It was just that the world behind the light door was different every time. For a moment, the 4 factions did not move. Lu Ming, I will kill you on this path. Wang Yan licked his lips with killing intent. Take turns. The weak will go first. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue began to instruct. Someone from the Talisman Puppet sect started to move. Inscriptions flashed as they leaped onto the floating round platform. Then, they jumped onto another round platform and moved forward. The people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley also moved. However, like the Talisman Puppet sect, they also moved in batches. The weak would go first while the strong stayed behind to restrain their opponents. If the 4 forces swarmed forward, there would definitely be a huge battle. Now was not the time for a showdown. Even if they killed their opponents now, there would not be much benefit. The showdown would only begin after entering the light door. The people from the 4 forces moved forward one after another. The people in front had already crossed the abyss and rushed into the light door, disappearing. Lu Ming did not move. Many people from the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were staring at him with murderous intent. Time passed quickly. More and more people entered the door of light. Soon, half an incense stick's time had passed. Ah! Suddenly, a horrified roar came from the abyss. Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing on a round platform. His face was filled with horror. His body seemed to be under a terrifying pressure and was crumbling inch by inch. Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Before Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to obtain the Heavenly Demon Fruit, they met Gu Huaxiu in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. At that time, Gu Huaxiu seemed to have been possessed by someone. They had even joined forces to fight the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution's ancestor. After not seeing him for a while, Gu Huaxiu had reached a shocking level. The aura he emitted seemed to be in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. However, at this moment, he was under a terrifying suppression. Ah! He roared as green light spread out from his body. Above his head, an illusory figure appeared, struggling crazily. However, there seemed to be a terrifying force in the air that blasted towards him. No! The illusory figure let out a horrified roar. In the next moment, it collapsed with a bang. As the illusory figure collapsed, Gu Huaxiu's body also turned into ashes, disappearing forever. A mere spiritual god wants to possess someone to participate in the battle of Providence? You're courting death. In the Heavenly Corpse sect, an old man sneered. Within the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the few primes were laughing coldly. With their cultivations, they were naturally able to notice with a single glance that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a domain-enlightened spirit god. However, the Battle of Providence had an age limit. Not only was there a limit to one's bone age, there was a limit to one's soul as well. If one tried to impersonate someone, it would be impossible to do so. One would be found out and killed immediately. Otherwise, overlord forces like the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect would have plenty of spiritual gods. They were fully capable of seizing the bodies of young spiritual gods and entering the battle of providence. However, they didn't do so, which was enough to explain everything. If he wanted to use a young body to sneak in, he would be courting death. Therefore, Lu Ming did not bring Dandan with him. This was just a small interlude. The four factions continued to move forward. Time was running out. Wang Yan continued to stare coldly at Lu Ming. Humph, could it be that Lu Ming is scared and doesn't plan to participate in the Battle of Providence? A powerful supreme talent from the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace said coldly. Given his talent, he will probably participate. Otherwise, he will never be able to compete with the other supreme talents in the future. Another person said. Humph, time is running out. I'll make a move first. A powerful supreme talent couldn't help but make a move. Lu Ming remained motionless. In the Sky Monster Valley and the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, many supreme talents looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and made a move. Lu Ming is mine. I'll definitely kill him. You guys make a move first. Wang Yan looked at the other supreme talents and said. Alright, I'll leave him to you then. More supreme talents from the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace made a move. Their figures were like lightning as they flew toward the light gate on the other side of the abyss. Some of the 13 Zongzi candidates from the Talisman Puppet sect also made a move. Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, take care of yourself. Huanjun looked at Lu Ming and stepped forward. Fatty, you guys make a move first. Lu Ming looked at Fatty, Wantingting, Bai Qi, and Shui. No, we have to make a move together. Fatty said. You guys make a move first. They can't do anything to me. If we make a move together, we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, Fatty and the rest had no choice but to make a move first. There were people rushing into the light gate and disappearing. 30 minutes was almost up. All the supreme talents from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Monster Valley had already entered. Wang Haoxian was also brought in by the Wang family. Lu Ming was the only one from the Talisman Puppet sect. In the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, only Wang Yan and a dozen men of sacrifice with long swords were left. They stayed behind to deal with Lu Ming together. Apart from them, there were a few big shots left. Little bastard, let's see how you'll die. Unless you don't make a move. Wang Xingtian sneered. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest looked worried. The atmosphere of the place instantly turned heavy. Time passed rapidly, and the time it took an incense stick to burn was almost up. Wang Yan waved his hand, and a few men of sacrifice rushed forward. There were 9 men of sacrifice remaining beside him. His eyes flickered, and he was ready to make a move at any time. If Lu Ming did not make a move, he would not stay here to accompany Lu Ming and miss out on the opportunity. Let's go. In the end, Wang Yan could not help but rush into the abyss. Bang, all of a sudden, one of the round platforms exploded. Time was up. Once the time was up, the round platform would explode. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. His figure rushed toward the round platform at lightning speed. The moment Lu Ming made his move, the 9 men of sacrifice also made their move and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on a round platform and his figure moved forward at high speed. Just as he stepped on the round platform crumbled. Lu Ming rushed forward, racing against the speed of the round platform's collapse. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was halfway to the abyss. Lu Ming, die. At this moment, Wang Yan, who was rushing forward, suddenly turned around and punched at Lu Ming. This punch was extremely terrifying. It emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Level 3 Essence of Heaven and Earth, Complete Spiritual Sea Realm. In an instant, Lu Ming sensed Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was said that he had awakened a level 5 divine bloodline. Coupled with his cultivation at the Complete Spiritual Sea Realm and level 3 Essence of Heaven and Earth, this punch was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate to unleash his dragon power. He unleashed 3 streams of dragon power at once. His body was covered with a layer of scales. He activated the Purgatory Heaven skill and punched out. Boom, with a violent tremor, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing toward him. His body shook violently, and his body was blocked and he retreated. He retreated into the void. A terrifying gravitational force came from the abyss, trying to tear Lu Ming down. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a true yuan ribbon shot forward, wrapping around a round platform. With a pull, his body flew forward. As for Wang Yan, after exchanging a punch with Lu Ming, he borrowed the force and flew forward. "You guys, kill him." Wang Yan's voice rang out as he ordered the men of sacrifice. He didn't dare to stay any longer, or else he would fall into the abyss. Shua! Shua! The men of sacrifice who set out first turned back and charged at Lu Ming. The other men of sacrifice did the same. The strength of these men of sacrifice was extremely terrifying. They were all at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. They weren't afraid of death and only knew how to follow orders. Xiao, a terrifying sword light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's true yuan ribbon, while the other sword light slashed at Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming was caught in a sure-death situation. Wang Xingtian and the others all smiled. "Haha, Lu Ming, go to hell." In front of him, Wang Yan laughed heartily. His figure was like lightning as he instantly dashed across the abyss and into the light door. Peng, the round platform that Lu Ming tied with his true yuan ribbon also collapsed. And in front of Lu Ming, there were still a few men of sacrifice. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. On the 9 dragons bloodline, there were 4 golden chakras that were extremely dazzling. In the next few months, Lu Ming cultivated in the ferocious beast secret realm and used the blood essence of the beasts he hunted to upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. He didn't upgrade the suppressing prison steel bloodline for the time being. The main reason was that if the suppressing prison steel bloodline was upgraded to the 4th level of the divine tier, the power of the suppressing prison heaven skill would be equivalent to a true low-tier divine tier martial skill. With his current true yuan, it was impossible to use it. The suppressing prison heaven skill was equivalent to the peak of the upper-tier demigod tier martial skill. The consumption of true yuan was already terrifying. There was no need to upgrade it for the time being. The devouring ability of the 9 dragons bloodline, which had reached level 4 high god realm, was extremely frightening. With a loud roar, the devouring ability of the 9 dragons bloodline burst forth, enveloping the dozen or so men of sacrifice. Suddenly, under everyone's shocked gazes, the blood essence, blood, and true yuan of the death warriors were completely devoured, turning them into a dozen dried-up corpses. Then, he took a step forward and a formation appeared in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the formation and his body shot forward like a rocket. After flying for a while, he took another step and another array formation appeared in the void. Lu Ming repeated the same trick. He stepped on the array formation and continued to move forward. After a few times, Lu Ming crossed the abyss and flew to the other side, arriving at the Gate of Light. At this time, all of the round platforms in the sky above the abyss had collapsed. Lu Ming slowly turned around, looking at Wang Xingtian and the others. "I'll kill every single member of the Wang clan that I see. Also, the others better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill them all as well." After saying this, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the Gate of Light, disappearing from sight. That damned bastard. He can actually carve a formation in the void. How is that possible? Wang Xingtian was enraged, his eyes filled with disbelief. Carving a formation in the void was something that only a level 7 inscription master could do. How could Lu Ming be a level 7 inscription master? How could his inscription Dao be so strong? How terrifying would the combination of such a formidable Dao of inscription and a formidable cultivation in the martial Dao be? He couldn't help but worry for the Wang clan's geniuses. This time, it's still unknown who will kill who. Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Xingtian looked at Bai Shijin with a cold gaze and said, "Your talisman puppet sect is really bold to protect Lu Ming and even give him resources for his cultivation. Just wait for the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's revenge." Without the help of the talisman puppet sect, he didn't believe that Lu Ming's inscription Dao could reach such a level. "I'll keep you company." Bai Shijin was extremely tough. After saying that, he moved and left through the teleportation vortex. Du Songjue and the rest did the same. After that, the people from the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, Sky Corp Sect, and Sky Demon Valley left through the teleportation vortex and returned to their respective sections. The Battle of Providence would last for a year. In the end, if the ancient city of Providence could appear, the final battle would be held and the final ranking would be determined. Providence would then descend from the ancient city of Providence. Now, the people outside had to wait. Lu Ming stepped into the light door. In the next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all trees that could only be hugged by a dozen people. What a rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Also, the intent realm I can sense here is so clear. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock when he sensed it. He realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was unimaginably rich. It was almost tangible. The milky white mist in the surroundings was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A casual breath of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was equivalent to the sum of the spiritual chi of a supreme-grade spiritual crystal. Moreover, the intent realm here was also very clear. It was dozens of times clearer than the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment would allow one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. This was simply a sacred place for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to participate in the Battle of Providence. Even if there were no other opportunities, just cultivating here for a year was a great opportunity. Let's refine the blood essence energy first. Lu Ming immediately waved his fingers and engraved a large array around him. His fingertips emitted a blue spiritual fire. Lu Ming was still a level 6 inscriber and had not broken through to level 7. When he was at the observatory, he had lit up 9 blue spiritual lights. A few months later, he had successfully lit up the 10th blue spiritual light. He was now at level 6 and had attained perfection. All 6 levels were at perfection. How strong was his spiritual fire? How strong was his spiritual power? It was even stronger than some inscribers who had just broken through to level 7. Therefore, when Lu Ming was at level 6, he could perform an array in the void and engrave the array in the void. This was not something that Wang Xingtian had expected. He had thought that Lu Ming was a level 7 inscriber. In an instant, a huge illusory array was engraved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence and vital essence of the men of sacrifice that he had just devoured. However, as soon as he refined them, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was shock in his eyes. This time, he realized that the 9 dragons' bloodline had not only devoured blood essence, vital essence, and blood, but also intent runes. Yes, the 9 dragons' bloodline had devoured the intent runes of the men of sacrifice. There are wind intent, fire intent, and water intent. Can the 9 dragons' bloodline devour intent runes and refine them for its own use? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart began to pound. If that was the case, it would be too heaven-defying. Intent runes were different from blood essence, vital essence, and other energies. Intent runes were comprehended. How could they be devoured and refined? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. Let's try and find out. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In addition to shock, there was also ecstasy in his eyes. He could really refine them. Lu Ming discovered that in addition to blood essence, blood, true essence, and other energies, he could also refine concept runes. Although the concept rune could not be completely refined and a large part of it would be lost in the refining process, there was still a part of it that was integrated into Lu Ming's own concept rune. In an instant, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept improved by leaps and bounds and increased rapidly. This feeling was incomparably mysterious and difficult to describe in words. After refining the concept runes of more than 10 men of sacrifice, his wind and fire concepts improved by a large margin. And because he did not comprehend the concept of water, Lu Ming let those water concept runes dissipate. Lu Ming's mood at this moment could be described as ecstasy. If he could even devour concept runes and use them for himself, then wouldn't his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in the future? Ha ha ha. Lu Ming could not help but laugh out loud. So what if he comprehended many concepts? The more he comprehended, the faster his cultivation would be. Lu Ming's heart began to become active. He pondered if he should comprehend other concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste to devour them. Forget it, I'll look at them later. It's not wise to comprehend new concepts now. It will hinder my cultivation speed. I'll consider it after the battle of Providence is over. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now was not the time to be impulsive. There were great opportunities in the battle of Providence. Moreover, in such an environment, others' cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. If he comprehended new concepts now, even with the 9 dragons bloodline, his cultivation would not advance for a period of time. In the battle of Providence, it was unwise to fall one step behind and keep falling behind. What is this place? Immediately, Lu Ming observed. He flew up into the air and looked around. All around him were endless mountains and ancient trees that towered into the sky. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. There are quite a lot of spiritual herbs here. After flying for a while, Lu Ming discovered a few stalks of spirit herbs growing on a cliff. There were a total of 3 stalks. They were the 6th grade high-grade spirit herb, the origin returning grass. Lu Ming flew down and with a wave of his hand, his true essence swept out and plucked the 3 stalks of origin returning grass. As soon as Lu Ming plucked the origin returning grass, a sudden glow appeared in front of him, followed by the appearance of a jade book. This jade book only had 2 pages, and there was a line of words on the cover. Luck points, 3, this is the Book of Fate. Lu Ming's eyes moved as he secretly marveled. It was said that the War of Providence was extremely mysterious. The first year was not only the time to search for opportunities, raise one's cultivation level, but also the time to accumulate providence. Yes, accumulating providence. During the Battle of Providence, if one could find any relics, treasures, or inheritances of experts, not only would they obtain great opportunities, but they would also gain providence. During this period, even if one found a stalk of spiritual herb or a piece of precious material, they would accumulate providence. Some people were lucky and might casually find a treasure, obtain an inheritance, and obtain a huge amount of providence. Every person who participated in the battle of karmic luck would condense a book of karmic luck the first time they obtained karmic luck. The amount of karmic luck you accumulated, whether it was strong or weak, would all be converted into karmic luck and displayed on the book of karmic luck. It was said that providence was not only of great use to oneself. In the end, if one obtained enough providence, it would even be of great use to one's family and friends. It could make one's family and friends' providence stronger and even their talent stronger. It would also be of great use to one's sect. It was said that the one who would benefit the most was most likely the sect master of one's sect. This was also why the various major factions attached great importance to the War of Providence and did not hesitate to open up various cultivation sacred grounds to nurture young geniuses. Providence was a mysterious thing, but it was extremely mysterious. In short, it had endless uses, and the more the better. Some people guessed that it might be a type of energy, an extremely mysterious energy. Moreover, if one hunted and killed the accumulated providence of others, one could also take a portion of their providence. Therefore, in the end of the War of Providence, there was bound to be a bloody massacre to seize the providence of others. Boom, suddenly, there was a rumble in front of him, as if someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and rushed over. When he was not far away, Lu Ming rushed up a big tree and hid among the branches, looking ahead. This is, at a glance, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted in shock. In front of him, there were 2 tall and burly creatures covered in black scales besieging a human genius. The 2 creatures had 2 horns on their heads and an eye between their eyebrows. Lu Ming was too familiar with such creatures. The 3-eyed divine tribe. This was actually the 3-eyed divine tribe that Lu Ming had encountered on a small island in the heaven realm. How was this possible? Why would he encounter the 3-eyed divine tribe here? Could this be the heaven realm? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The 2 3-eyed divine tribe members were both at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, while the human genius was at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. He was no match for the 2 3-eyed divine tribe members at all. He roared repeatedly, but it was useless as he was completely suppressed. Swoosh, the 3rd eyes of the 2 3-eyed divine tribe members shot out 2 beams of light. One was a beam of light flickering with lightning, and the other was a beam of light flickering with fire. The 2 beams of light pierced through the void and killed the genius. Lu Ming did not appear to save him. Unless it was someone from the Talisman Puppet sect, otherwise, two of the other three forces wanted to kill Lu Ming, and the other was the Heavenly Corpse sect, which also had a great grudge with Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming make a move? These humans have appeared again. They will appear once every 20 years. Let's go back and report to the leader. One of the three-eyed divine tribe members said. Then, the two three-eyed divine tribe members soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming flew out, and the power of devouring erupted, devouring the energy of the human genius. From their tone, the three-eyed divine tribe members should be here permanently and should be very familiar with this area. If I want to find treasures, cave dwellings of experts, and so on, I don't know how long it would take to wander around blindly. Obtaining information from these three-eyed divine tribe members is the best choice. With this thought, Lu Ming's figure moved, and he chased in the direction of the two three-eyed divine tribe members. After more than 10,000 miles, Lu Ming saw the other three-eyed divine tribe members in a mountain forest. There were a total of 11 people, and it was obviously a small team. The two three-eyed divine tribe members from before were reporting something to an especially burly three-eyed divine tribe member. The strongest should be at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Kill. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he rushed out. Xiao. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spears instantly condensed and pierced towards the three-eyed divine tribe members. Pooh. Pooh. Immediately, 7 of the weaker three-eyed divine tribe members were pierced by Lu Ming's spears, and they were killed on the spot. Human, you deserve to die. A three-eyed god race member in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm roared. A golden light beam shot out from his eyes like a sharp sword, piercing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with a palm and scattered the light beam. Such powerful power. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He discovered that these three-eyed god race members were very strong, generally stronger than humans, and even comparable to some human geniuses. Lu Ming didn't believe that the other party was a genius from the three-eyed god race. It seemed that he was just an ordinary three-eyed god race member. Pung, Lu Ming shattered the light beam and stepped forward. Circulating the suppressing hell heaven skill, he struck a palm on the three-eyed god race member. A large part of the three-eyed god race member's body suddenly caved in. His burly body was sent flying for thousands of meters, without any signs of life. Retreat. The remaining three-eyed god race members saw that Lu Ming killed their leader in one move and immediately knew that they met an opponent that they couldn't defeat. They roared and fled separately. Want to leave? Stay. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step. He instantly caught up with another expert in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm and struck out with a palm. This time, Lu Ming didn't kill. He only heavily injured the three-eyed god race member and then chased after the other two. Cultivating in the ferocious beast secret realm for several months, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step was cultivated to the 6th step, and its power was comparable to the peak level of high-grade demigod martial arts. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, the remaining 2 three-eyed god race members were injured by him. He threw the 3 three-eyed god race members together. Now, what do I ask you? What do you answer? Do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at the 3 three-eyed god race members. Don't even think about it, human. Kill me if you want, don't expect me to say a word. One of the three-eyed god race members roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The 9 Dragons bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. Devouring power erupted and enveloped the three-eyed god race member. The three-eyed god race member immediately wailed, and then his body rapidly shriveled up, turning into a dried corpse. All the essence was devoured by the 9 Dragons bloodline. Seeing this terrifying scene, the remaining 2 members of the three-eyed god tribe trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the remaining 2 members of the three-eyed divine race. Tell me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you anything you want to know. One of them shouted. Me too. The other one quickly nodded. Alright, let me ask you, where is this place? Are we in the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. Heaven realm? I don't know. I was born here. According to the clan's legends, we've been living here for countless years. One of the three-eyed divine race said. Don't know? Lu Ming frowned. I once saw it in an ancient book of my clan. According to the ancient book, our ancestors didn't seem to have lived here in the beginning. They seemed to have been captured by someone and brought to this place. Later on, they couldn't leave, so they continued to live here and reproduce our clan. The other member of the three-eyed divine race was startled when he saw Lu Ming frown. He answered in a trembling voice. Your ancestors were captured and brought here? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. That's right. Moreover, we don't know when it started, but every 20 years, young humans would descend and hunt our clan. After a period of time, they would all disappear again. One of the three-eyed divine race said. Every 20 years, there will be young people from the human clan descending. That should be the Battle of Providence. However, the location of the Battle of Providence is different every time. Those who come and go should be from other regions or even other continents overseas. Lu Ming guessed. Are there any strange places around here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there are some strange places. Some places are very dangerous and our clan doesn't dare to enter. Some places, as soon as we enter, we'll be killed. The three-eyed divine race answered. Do you have a map? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there's a map in our captain's storage ring. Now that we've said what we need to say, can you let us go? One of the three-eyed divine race members asked cautiously. Let you go? When did I say that I would let you go? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 spear lights flew out and killed 2 of the three-eyed divine race members. Then, he controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence energy of the three-eyed divine race members. Then, 11 storage rings appeared in his hand. At this time, Lu Ming's heart moved. A jade book flew out from between his eyebrows. It was the Book of Providence. Some words appeared on it. Killing a three-eyed divine race member gave him 313 luck points. Lu Ming's total luck points had become 316 points. Killing the three-eyed divine tribe actually gives me luck points, and so many of them at that? Lu Ming was shocked. He only got 2 or 3 luck points after obtaining 3 6th-grade spirit herbs. He didn't expect that killing 11 three-eyed divine race members would give him so many luck points. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence and energy. The three-eyed divine race members also cultivated the concept of heaven and earth. The light beam shot out from their third eye was condensed from the concept of heaven and earth and a different kind of energy from true yuan. It was extremely powerful. Among the 11 members of the three-eyed divine clan, there were those who had comprehended the thunder concept and fire concept. A part of the rune of the heaven and earth concept was integrated into Lu Ming's rune. Lu Ming's understanding of the thunder concept and fire concept increased again. Thunder and fire concepts have already reached the limit of 2nd level perfection. I'm only 1 step away from 3rd level. Wind concept is about the same. As for earth concept, I haven't reached the peak of 2nd level completion. My current cultivation can only reach the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming thought. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. After refining, Lu Ming took out the storage rings he got from the three-eyed divine race members and looked at them one by one. There were some miscellaneous things inside. Lu Ming put them all together. In one of the storage rings, Lu Ming found a map and opened it. There are several strange places within 1,000,000 miles. I should take a look at these places. First, I'll go to the Demon Tree Canyon that's closest to here. Lu Ming looked for a while and made a decision. The Demon Tree Canyon was tens of thousands of miles away. It was the closest. Keeping the map, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the Demon Tree Canyon. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Demon Tree Canyon. In front of him, there was a huge canyon filled with fog. It was hazy. Lu Ming's moving figure suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the Demon Tree Canyon, he saw a group of figures. They were all young people from the outside world. There were people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and even the demon race from the Sky Demon Valley. The 3 parties stopped at the entrance of the canyon and seemed to be looking inside. Hearing the movement, everyone turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming! It's you? A cold shout sounded. Di Feng. Lu Ming saw Di Feng in the crowd. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was the descendant of martial Emperor Di. Seeing Lu Ming, Di Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. At the same time, the demons from Sky Monster Valley also looked at him coldly. Lu Ming, Wang Yan said that he wanted to keep you outside, but he didn't succeed. Since you're wanted by Martial Emperor Ancestor, I can cripple you and bring you to Martial Emperor Ancestor. It'll be a great achievement. Di Feng's body emitted a powerful qi. His body emitted a sharp sword qi. I've said it before. If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed by me. Since you're the descendant of Di, I'll collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Kill. Di Feng waved his hand and 7 figures pounced out from behind him. The 7 figures were all men of sacrifice in black robes and carrying long swords on their backs. In fact, there were about 20 people from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, but there were more than a dozen men of sacrifice. The rest were young geniuses. Obviously, Di Feng was the leader. The 7 men of sacrifice were all at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 7 of them worked together to form a perfect battle formation and attacked Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh, the sword chi and sword radiance were like a net, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, shattering the sword radiance. The powerful palm force made the 7 men of sacrifice vomit blood and fly backward. Devour. Lu Ming clenched his left hand and a terrifying devouring power burst out. The 7 men of sacrifice could not control their bodies and were devoured by Lu Ming. Their blood essence, genuine origin, and intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they were turned into 7 dried corpses. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Devouring people directly into dried corpses. This scene was too strange. What a domineering demonic skill. A genius from Heavenly Corpse sect shouted in horror. The cultivation methods practiced by the Heavenly Corpse sect were all evil and powerful. Some cultivation methods could also turn people into mummies, but the speed was definitely not this fast. It was too overbearing. Evil cultivators should be beheaded. Di Feng said coldly, his killing intent sharp. Clang, Di Feng stepped out as a terrifying sword might exploded forth. A beam of golden sword chi violently slashed towards Lu Ming. 4 kinds of intents surrounded him. Lu Ming struck with his palm, colliding with the golden sword gleam. Boom, an earth-shattering roar resounded, and the golden sword light dissipated. Lu Ming, you have some skills, but you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Di Feng roared as a golden battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword had a golden dragon coiling around its hilt. Boundless sword light emitted from it. There were 4 golden chakras floating around the sword. 4th level divine level bloodline. Monarch sword, the unique bloodline of the Di clan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to legend, the bloodline of the Di clan, led by Martial Emperor Di, was the monarch sword. Of course, the same bloodline had different levels. Some had 1st level divine level bloodline, while others had 2nd level divine level bloodline. The power was also different. Today, I'll kill you. Di Feng's cold voice resounded. His body turned into light and merged with the monarch sword. Instantly, sword chi soared into the sky. With a move of the monarch sword, the wind and clouds were split in half. The terrifying battle sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head, wanting to split him in half. Di Feng was indeed very strong. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, and the cultivation method he practiced was undoubtedly a divine level technique. With the addition of the 4th level divine level bloodline, the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. He could definitely fight against an expert at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. However, Lu Ming's current battle power was far beyond the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom, Lu Ming directly unleashed a beam of dragon power, and scales appeared. He circulated the suppressing hell heaven skill and punched towards the battle sword. Clang, a melodious sound rang out. The monarch sword vibrated continuously and was sent flying. The others were shocked. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. How could Lu Ming's battle power be so terrifying? Could it be that his strength had already surpassed Di Feng's? Kill. Lu Ming strode forward, clenching his fist and punching towards the monarch sword again. Sword of execution. Di Feng's angry roar came from the monarch sword. The sword power was vast, and the murderous intent was fierce as it rushed towards Lu Ming. Clang, the sword and fist collided, and the monarch sword vibrated even more violently. Clang. Clang, Lu Ming punched again. The monarch sword vibrated continuously, and the sword power on the sword weakened continuously. Bang, finally, the monarch sword exploded, revealing Di Feng's figure. At this moment, his face was full of fear and disbelief. Lu Ming's battle power had actually surpassed his in all aspects. How could this be? He simply could not accept it. Back at the exchange meet in Nine Dragons City, although Lu Ming was strong, Di Feng was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. During this period, his cultivation had improved again, but he was no match for Lu Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's cultivation speed be so terrifying? So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? You're too weak to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode towards Di Feng. Swoosh, without hesitation, Di Feng turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards another direction, frantically escaping. Although there were many people at the mouth of the canyon, Di Feng knew that no one could stop Lu Ming. If he stayed, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lu Ming stepped out and chased after Di Feng like a ray of light. Di Feng was terrified. He took out a LV7 spiritual weapon, but Lu Ming broke it into two with a punch. Boom, Lu Ming's punch pierced through the void, causing Di Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Di Feng was even more terrified as he ran for his life. At this moment, a ray of purple light was rushing towards him. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. That figure was actually Wang Yan. Wang Yan, save me. Seeing Wang Yan, Di Feng was overjoyed as he rushed towards Wang Yan. Lu Ming, you're actually not dead. Wang Yan was shocked when he saw Lu Ming. Previously, when he was crossing the abyss, he had given Lu Ming a fatal blow and even ordered his men of sacrifice to snipe Lu Ming. In that situation, the round platform had already collapsed. He concluded that Lu Ming had fallen into the abyss and died. Now that he saw Lu Ming, he was naturally shocked. Whoosh, Wang Yan was like a ray of purple light as he instantly crossed the void and appeared in front of Di Feng. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. Alright, since that's the case, let me finish you off personally. Purple flames danced on Wang Yan's body. With Wang Yan as the center, it formed a black hole. In that place, other than him, everything else seemed to have been burned. I've said that I'll definitely kill you. Now that I've met you, it's just nice. Lu Ming did not stop as he pounced towards Wang Yan. Compared to Di Feng, he wanted to kill Wang Yan more. The two fists collided, causing the air to tremble. Wang Yan's body trembled and he took 3 steps back. Lu Ming also took 2 steps back. However, Lu Ming's arm was covered in a layer of purple flames. The terrifying flames were terrifyingly hot and seemed to want to burn Lu Ming's arm to ashes. Even with the protection of the scales, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain. He activated the true dragon of combat arts and 4 different wills exploded and gathered on his arm. There was a sizzling sound on his arm before the flames were extinguished. What a terrifying flame. Die. Wang Yan roared and the flames on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a flaming man. Every strand of his hair was covered in flames. There was a dragon roar and Lu Ming unleashed 2 waves of dragon power consecutively. Wang Yan was very strong. His cultivation had reached the spiritual sea realm and was half a step into the spiritual embryo realm. His wills had also reached level 3. At the same time, his bloodline was at level 5 of the divine level. The bloodline martial techniques he had learned from his bloodline were also upper-class demigod martial techniques. It could be said that he was not much weaker than Lu Ming in terms of wills and martial techniques. As for his cultivation, it had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's biggest advantage was his rich vital essence and dragon energy. After releasing 3 waves of dragon energy, Lu Ming was extremely powerful and his strength seemed to be endless. Boom! Boom! He and Wang Yan engaged in a fierce battle. There were continuous explosions and a terrifying storm of energy swept in all directions. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. In the distance, Di Feng was extremely shocked. When Lu Ming fought with him, it was obvious that he did not use his full strength. However, Lu Ming was able to fight with Wang Yan. Wang Yan was ranked 98 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he was only a few ranks higher than Di Feng, his strength was on a completely different level. Wang Yan was several times stronger than Di Feng and could easily kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Wang Yan was extremely shocked. Every punch of Lu Ming seemed to contain infinite power. His body trembled and his vital energy and blood surged. If not for the fact that his flames were so terrifying that Lu Ming had to divert a portion of his energy to fend off his flames, he might not have been his match. Whoosh, a purple flame appeared above Wang Yan's head. It was similar to Wang Haoxian's pure purple heavenly fire, but it was many times more terrifying than Wang Haoxian's. 5 dazzling golden chakras flickered as Wang Yan performed bloodline fusion. Purple flames turned into a purple flame godly eagle that pounced at Lu Ming. Roar, with a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' blood emerged. Lu Ming's body moved and merged with the 9 dragons' blood. Suddenly, he transformed into 9 dragons. With a long roar, he pounced on the purple divine eagle. He opened his mouth and roared. His devouring power burst out and enveloped the purple godly eagle. His huge dragon claws grabbed at the purple godly eagle. The purple godly eagle flapped its wings, and endless flames burst out. At the same time, it reached out its claws to grab the 9 dragons. Suddenly, a dragon and an eagle began to fight in the sky. In the distance, Di Feng was shocked to the extreme. How is this possible? Di Feng roared. During the battle in the 9 Dragons City, Lu Ming had released the 9 dragons' blood. At that time, the 9 dragons' blood was still in the form of a 5-clawed true dragon. Di Feng had seen it from afar. At that time, he was extremely shocked because he had also seen Lu Ming release the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine-grade bloodlines. Later on, he even saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming's bloodline in the form of a true dragon self-destructed his chakra. But now, not only had Huang Xiaolong's bloodline recovered, it had even reached the 4th level of the divine grade, and transformed into the legendary 9 dragons. All of this had shattered his understanding. Could it be that the martial emperor ancestor wants his bloodline? Di Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had once shouted loudly in 9 Dragons City, saying that De, a martial emperor, merely wanted his bloodline. Could it be this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart was in turmoil. The battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yan was still evenly matched. Now that Lu Ming and martial emperor De were in the open, there was no need to hide the 9 dragons' bloodline. He should use it when he needed to. Hee hee, it's so lively here. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. A young man carrying an ancient coffin walked over. He was an expert from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Xiao. Di Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw this person. Xiao was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, 2 ranks higher than Wang Yan. Xiao, you've come at the right time. Let's work together to kill this person. Wang Yan's voice came from the purple eagle. Wang Yan, work together with you? Why? Why should I work together with you? Xiao smiled coldly and stood to the side, watching with her arms crossed. Boom, after the 9 dragons and the eagle attacked, they retreated and stopped fighting. They looked at Xiao with fear. Xiao obviously wanted to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming and Wang Yan turned back into their human forms and stood with Xiao on 3 sides. Hee hee, why did you stop fighting? Xiao licked his lips and looked at them coldly. Lu Ming looked at Xiao and frowned. He felt a dangerous aura from Xiao. This person might be even more terrifying than Wang Yan. He thought of Xianxia, who was ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Both of them carried an ancient coffin. Perhaps they practiced the same cultivation technique. Xiao, do you want us to both be injured and then be killed by you? Wang Yan snorted. He was also wary of Xiao. As such, all three sides were wary of each other and did not attack. Xiao, Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse Sect have always been enemies. Why don't we work together to kill Wang Yan? What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly said. Xiao's eyes flashed and he looked at Wang Yan coldly. Obviously, he was tempted. Wang Yan was shocked. He could not take down Lu Ming alone. If Xiao joined forces, he would be in danger. Xiao, Lu Ming is someone that Martial Emperor Di wants to take down. If you work together with him, I'm afraid he will think that you are his accomplices. Wang Yan hurriedly said. Xiao's eyes immediately showed a trace of fear. Although Heavenly Corpse Sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace were enemies, Heavenly Corpse Sect's Corpse Emperor would naturally deal with Martial Emperor Di. However, if Martial Emperor Di really targeted him, even the Corpse Emperor would not be able to protect him. Haha, why would I work with him? You must be joking. Xiao laughed and said, how about this? The demonic tree canyon is just ahead. Why don't we enter the canyon first? If there are treasures inside, we'll fight for them. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. It was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. If one or two geniuses from the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents came, Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. As for Wang Yan, it would not be too late to kill him later. I have no objections. Wang Yan said. Then, the three of them and Di Feng returned to the canyon. However, they kept a distance from each other and were wary of each other. What's so dangerous about this canyon? Why don't you go in? There are hidden dangers in this canyon. A few of our men have already died inside. Di Feng secretly glanced at Lu Ming, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he answered Wang Yan's question. Hidden dangers? Then send more men to test it out. You guys go. Wang Yan pointed at a few death warriors with long swords on their backs. These death warriors did not fear death at all. Hearing his words, they remained expressionless. Two death warriors stepped forward, charging into the canyon. Within the canyon, there were clouds and mist surrounding it. Looking from afar, it was a blur. Xiao. Right at this moment, something shot out from both sides of the canyon like lightning. Sword light flashed as two death warriors unsheathed their swords and slashed out beams of sword light. These death warriors all had decent battle power, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. They instantly shattered those things. Looks like tree roots. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's expression changed. The things that rushed out from both sides of the canyon did look like tree roots. Xiao, as the two death warriors pushed forward, more and more attacks came from both sides. The power was also getting stronger and denser. Gradually, the two death warriors could not hold on any longer and were entangled by countless tree roots. Something similar to tree roots. It should be a plant-type life form. Let the Earth Death Warriors block it while we charge in together. Wang Yan said. Di Feng nodded and waved his hand. A few death warriors with hammers on their backs charged in. Similar tentacle-like things stretched out. The death warrior with a sledgehammer on his back smashed the ground. Boom, 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 suddenly, a row of stone walls appeared on the ground, blocking the attacks of the tentacles. Charge. Right at this moment, Wang Yan, Di Feng, Xiao, and the others charged in. They are death warriors that have trained in the earth mentality. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These death warriors with hammers on their backs were all death warriors that had trained in the earth mentality. This made Lu Ming's heart move. If he could devour their mentality runes, his earth mentality would definitely rise to another level. At that time, his cultivation would increase by another level. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged in as well. Xiao. Whoosh. The walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to have come alive. Things that looked like tentacles kept extending out from the walls. They were tough and sharp, constantly piercing towards them and entangling them. The Earth Death Warriors controlled the earth and blocked with stone walls. Di Feng waved his hand, an endless sword chi poured out, severing those tentacles one by one. As for Wang Yan, with a wave of his hand, terrifying flames spread out and turned those tentacles into ashes. As for the corpse puppet, it was rather unique. It was as if it wasn't afraid of death and charged forward recklessly. It waved its hands and broke the tentacles that came into contact with it. This body, no, it's like a refined corpse. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He felt that the corpse puppet's body was not like a human body, but more like a refined corpse. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, several tentacles wrapped around Lu Ming, but were broken by Lu Ming with a wave of his hand. Bright red liquid flowed out of the tentacles. Just like the roots of a tree. Lu Ming realized that these tentacles were similar to tree roots, but they seemed to be alive. The deeper they went, the more tree roots there were. However, with everyone working together, and with experts like Wang Yan, the corpse puppet, and Lu Ming, they were naturally fearless and pushed forward. Suddenly, the tree roots on both sides retracted. They had reached the end of the canyon. Roar! Roar! In front of them, a few huge figures blocked their path. They were a few huge demonic beasts, no, ferocious beasts. In fact, there was no difference between demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. However, demonic beasts would come into contact with humans often and would understand human language and transform into human form. As for ferocious beasts, they were more primitive beasts and were more ferocious. They disdained to transform into human form and kept their beast form. 3 of them appeared in front of them. They were ferocious beasts and emitted a powerful aura. The aura of a grade 7 first tier was equivalent to that of a spiritual embryo realm first tier. 3 grade 7 first tier ferocious beasts. How about we each take one? The corpse puppet looked at Wang Yan and Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. That's fair. Wang Yan sneered and secretly transmitted his voice to Di Feng. When we make our move later, you guys take the opportunity to rush in. There are probably treasures in this canyon. All right. Di Feng replied telepathically. Kill. Suddenly, the corpse puppet and Lu Ming charged forward at the same time. The 3 ferocious beasts roared and charged towards them. Wang Yan also made his move. Each of them took on one beast. Lu Ming faced a ferocious beast that looked like a rat. Its body was completely black and it was extremely fast. Its teeth, claws, and tail were all extremely powerful weapons. Swoosh! Swoosh! The rat's tail twitched like a soft whip cutting through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw out a punch with a domineering aura. Bam! His fist landed on the rat's tail, and the tail almost exploded. The ferocious beast cried out in pain and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out another punch. At the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were also fighting with the other 2 ferocious beasts. Charge! Di Feng took the opportunity and brought his people to rush in. The other weaker prodigies from Heavenly Corpse Sect and Sky Demon Valley also rushed in. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the rat's claw. The violent force exploded and the rat screamed as it was sent flying. Swoosh! Lu Ming followed suit. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it out. With a pucci, the spear pierced through the rat's mouth and killed it. A first-tier 7th grade ferocious beast was easily killed by Lu Ming. Almost at the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also ended their battle and killed their respective beasts. Even though they had not entered the spirit embryo realm, their battle power was so strong that they could easily kill those at the first tier of spirit embryo realm. Even if they were facing those at the second tier of spirit embryo realm, they would not lose and could even win. Ah! Ah! At this moment, a few screams came from within the canyon. Wang Yan's expression changed and he hurriedly rushed in. Lu Ming sneered and rushed in as well. Inside the canyon was a rather large and spacious area. In front of them, a towering tree rose from the ground. It was very eye-catching. Di Feng and the rest were surrounded by a few ferocious beasts and there were already a few corpses on the ground. There were a total of 6 demonic beasts and each of them was at the first tier of 7th grade. However, the 3 of them, Lu Ming, Wang Yan and the Shi Hao, were attracted by the huge tree. On the tree, there were 10 bright red fruits that gave off a mysterious aura. Myriad fruit, that's the myriad fruit. Wang Yan shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Ming was also shocked. It was the myriad fruit. If he had a complete second grade intent, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the third grade after consuming the manifestation fruit. Once he reached the third grade, he would be able to make great progress in his intent. It was a rare treasure that couldn't be found in the outside world, so Lin Yan didn't expect to see it here. I must get it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The manifestation fruit was too important to him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced towards the manifestation fruit. At the same time, Wang Yan and Xiao also soared into the sky. Get lost. The manifestation fruit is mine. Wang Yan hollered. Flames surged as he threw 2 consecutive punches toward Lu Ming and the corpse puppet. As for the corpse puppet, it also launched 2 attacks toward Lu Ming and Wang Yan. They wanted to block each other and take the manifestation fruit for themselves. You're the ones who should get lost. Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell martial art and threw out 2 punches, exchanging blows with Wang Yan and Xiao. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 huge puppets appeared, charging towards Wang Yan and Xiao. The 2 puppets emitted a powerful aura. The 2 puppets were both in the first grade of the 7th grade. Lu Ming had bought this at the 100 Treasure Pavilion of the Talisman Puppet Sect before he participated in the Battle of Providence. He wanted to use it at critical moments. Given his current mental strength, it was more than enough to control the level 1 puppet. Damn it. It's a puppet. You're an inscriber. Wang Yan was infuriated as he unleashed a barrage of attacks towards the puppet. The corpse puppet did the same as it slashed towards the puppet. On the other hand, Lu Ming's figure flickered and appeared on the tree. With a wave of his hand, dozens of manifestation fruits were collected by Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Xiao, let's work together and kill Lu Ming. Wang Yan roared as his killing intent surged. Alright, let's work together. Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually wanted to take the manifestation fruit for himself? How was that possible? Boom. Bang. The 2 Class 1 LV7 puppets couldn't stop Wang Yan and Xiao for long. They were beaten until they were deformed and lost the ability to fight. However, this was enough. Lu Ming's figure flickered, rushing out of the canyon. Lu Ming was about to rush out. Stay here. At this moment, a huge figure rushed in from outside the canyon and let out a furious roar. A huge pitch-black fist was hurled at Lu Ming. This fist was about the size of a water tank. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying pressure brought by the fist made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was very sudden. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Ming didn't even think about it and punched out. In this punch, Lu Ming had used his full strength, erupting with the strongest power of the suppressing hell heavenly art. He didn't care about the huge consumption of true essence, because this punch was a grave danger to him. Boom, Lu Ming's fist collided with the huge pitch-black fist. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an unimaginable force rushing towards him. His body flew back like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the tree. Boom, the tree exploded and wood fragments flew everywhere. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge ape, about 10 meters tall. Its body was pitch black and shone with a metallic luster. This was the genius of the Sky Monster Valley. It possessed the bloodline of the ancient great ape and was extremely powerful. It had definitely reached Class 7. It wasn't even Class 1 LV7. It was at least Class 1 LV7. Hand over the manifestation fruit. The giant ape roared furiously. It took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. Its huge palm grabbed toward Lu Ming. Boom, wood fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming soared into the sky and waved his hand. A huge puppet blocked in front of the huge ape. Boom, the huge ape slapped the Class 1 LV7 puppet into pieces. However, this block gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. With the 9-dragon sky-stomping step, Lu Ming rushed out of the valley. Stay here. Wang Yan and the corpse puppet acted at the same time. They blocked in front of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming with their strongest move. Behind him, the huge ape rushed over. Lu Ming's expression changed. He made a sharp turn and changed his direction, dashing toward the 5 to 6 beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts were chasing after Difeng and the rest. At this moment, Difeng was in a miserable state. Most of the people who came in had been killed by the 5 or 6 beasts. Only Difeng and 1 or 2 geniuses were still running for their lives. Seeing Lu Ming rushing towards him, Difeng was shocked and instinctively slashed out with his sword. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and destroyed Difeng's sword radiance. His fist landed on Difeng's chest. Difeng screamed as his body was thrown into the air. A beast caught him and tore him in half. Poor Difeng, a genius and 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died in the claws of a beast. After tearing Difeng apart, the beast went berserk and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure changed, dodging the attacks of the ferocious beasts. The giant ape caught up with him from behind. It threw a huge punch, killing all the demonic beasts. Lu Ming used the 9-dragon sky-stomping step and his body flashed. At the same time, he secretly released his devouring power and devoured the blood essence of the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming and the huge ape circled the area. Lu Ming then rushed towards the entrance of the valley. However, at the entrance of the valley, Wang Yan and Xianxia were blocking the way. Lu Ming, hand over the plenitude fruit and I'll let you go. You're too greedy to take it all for yourself. Wang Yan sneered. That's right. The 3 of us can share the plenitude fruit equally. If we join forces, we might be able to fight this huge ape. Xianxia said. All of you must die. The giant ape let out an incomparably violent roar. Is that so? Lu Ming dashed straight toward Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Don't even think about breaking through. Wang Yan and Xianxia joined forces and attacked. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the valley was filled with rays of light and formations appeared. Although Lu Ming was running just now, he was not running randomly. With every step he took, he secretly set up inscriptions on the ground. He had purposely taken such a long detour to set up an extraordinary array formation. It was a level 7 array formation. Endless sword light rose and blasted towards the giant ape from all directions. The huge ape waved its iron fists and dispersed the rays of sword chi. However, there were even more rays of sword chi that shot towards the huge ape. For a moment, the huge ape was obstructed. Formation? When did you set up this formation? Wang Yan and Xianxia were extremely shocked. They did not realize that Lu Ming had set up a formation without them noticing. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a large formation appeared on the ground. A terrifying ray of sword light shot towards Wang Yan and Xianxia. Their faces changed. They could feel a terrifying aura from the ray of sword light. It was an aura that could kill them. They had already made their move. It was too late to retreat now. However, after flying for some distance, these shattered flames actually gathered together and reformed into Wang Yan's appearance. However, his face was pale, without a trace of blood, and his body was covered with over a dozen sword wounds. Fresh blood flowed from them, a horrible sight to behold. Let's go. Wang Yan did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of fire and rushed out of the canyon. Compared to Wang Yan, the corpse puppet was in a worse state. Although he had used all his means, one of his arms was still chopped off. He screamed as he ran out of the canyon. Boom! Boom! Inside the canyon, the giant ape continued to clash with the array. This giant ape's strength was indeed shocking. Every time it punched out, a large amount of sword chi would be shattered. Even if there were a few sword chi that landed on the giant ape's body, it would only leave a shallow mark. This giant ape has at least 50% of the ancient great ape's bloodline. His body is extremely strong. This array won't be able to hold him for long. I'll leave first. There was a flash of thought in his mind. Lu Ming stepped into the void and left the place like a flash of light. As expected, not long after Lu Ming left, the array collapsed. The giant ape rushed out and let out a furious roar. Then, it turned into a burly young man. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. After saying that, he rushed out of the canyon. Lu Ming unleashed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed was extremely fast. After exiting the canyon, he randomly chose a direction and headed forward. Not long after, he traveled more than 100,000 miles and found a secluded mountain forest. He flew down and set up an array around him. Lu Ming began to refine the energy. Lu Ming had devoured the blood essence and energy of the geniuses, men of sacrifice, and even the demonic beasts who had died in the battle in the canyon. He circulated the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined them. The earth intent and wind intent are the most. The other intents are useless to me. Lu Ming's mind stirred. He got rid of those useless intents and turned the earth and wind intents into his own. Most of the earth intent and wind intent came from the death warriors. Those deathsworn with hammers on their backs cultivated the concept of earth, while those with long swords mostly cultivated the concept of wind. Lu Ming's concept of earth and concept of wind rose rapidly. Not long after, his concept of wind reached the limit, and he was only a step away from the 3rd level. As for the concept of earth, it had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of greater mastery. His intent realm was improving, and the quintessential essence and other energies were constantly being refined and transformed into quintessential essence. Lu Ming's cultivation began to rise, and soon, the aura on his body flourished greatly, breaking through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and it was still rising, all the way to the peak stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before stopping. In one go, he had risen by 1 level. There are impurities in the true essence, and there are distracting thoughts in the intent domain. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. He felt that his quintessential essence was somewhat impure, and his intent realm was also somewhat impure. When he circulated it, there was a hindrance. Although this hindrance was still very weak, there would definitely be a big problem in the long run. I know. Other people's quintessential essence and blood all have their own characteristics. I've refined them, but there are still remnants. It's even more so for the intent realm. Every intent realm comprehended has a distinct individual will. After I've refined it, there are still some remnants. This is very normal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and found the problem. He thought of his earliest days, when he often relied on swallowing quintessential essence to raise his cultivation. Similarly, that would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable, and he needed time to condense it. Later, when he used all his quintessential essence to raise his bloodline and relied on swallowing spirit crystals and origin stones to raise his cultivation, he didn't have such concerns. Spirit crystals and origin stones were all born naturally and were extremely pure. It seems that every time I advance, I'll have to stop and spend time to condense and purify my quintessential essence and intent realm to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't give up on the heaven-defying ability of the 9 dragons' bloodline just because of this small flaw. At most, he would just have to spend more time to stabilize it. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to condense his quintessential essence and polish his intent realm. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's quintessential essence and intent realm had once again become pure and condensed. There seems to be signs of a breakthrough in the intent realm of wind. With the purity of the intent realm, Lu Ming felt that the intent realm of wind seemed to have touched upon a mysterious realm. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Time passed day by day. In a canyon tens of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming, a shocking flame suddenly shot up into the sky. A figure appeared in the flame. This figure was Wang Yan. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming, the next time I see you will be the day you die. Wang Yan faced the sky and laughed loudly. His aura was extremely terrifying and his eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. Last time, after being injured by Lu Ming, not only did he recover from his injuries after 10 days, he even broke through to the spirit embryo realm in one go. His strength had skyrocketed. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some strange places nearby to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Double Moon Mountain. I'll head there and stop him halfway. Finishing his words, Wang Yan's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. In a dark cave, corpse qi suddenly filled the air. The corpse puppet carried an ancient coffin and stepped out of the cave. Last time, his arm had been chopped off by Lu Ming using an array. However, what was shocking was that the corpse puppet's arm was completely intact as if it had grown back. Furthermore, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. It was the aura of the spirit embryo realm. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some secret places to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Divine Bird Cliff. I'll go there to stop him. Finishing his words, the corpse puppet took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. At a place unknown distance away from Lu Ming, there was a majestic city. In the city, everyone was from the three-eyed god race. In a huge palace, some three-eyed god race members were discussing matters. These three-eyed god race members were all tall and sturdy and had strong auras. Another 20 years have passed. Another group of youngsters from the outside world have come to hunt our race. Damn it, they really treat our race as a test subject. At the top, a furious roar came from the mouth of a three-eyed god race member. Below, many three-eyed god race members trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. According to the ancient records, in the outside world, our race ruled the world and humans were just food for our race. However, our ancestor was captured and brought here to become a test subject for the youngsters of the human race. I will not allow it. I will kill all of them and not leave a single one alive. Pass down my orders. Gather armies everywhere to hunt down those youngsters of the human race. Once they are found, kill without mercy. The three-eyed god race member at the top gave the order. Yes. Below, the other three-eyed god race members received the order and left. Lu Ming naturally did not know all of this. He was still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lu Ming had been in seclusion for 20 days. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His wind concept had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. This was the first step for Lu Ming to break through to the spirit embryo realm. 20 days have already passed. The next step is to continue searching for those mysterious places and look for opportunities to obtain more luck points. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming's luck points had increased to 2,500 points. This must have been due to the dozens of manifestation fruits he had obtained previously. It had increased by more than 2,000 points. This showed how amazing the luck points one could obtain from finding strange places and seizing opportunities were. With a thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming took out the map he had obtained from the three-eyed divine tribe and started to look at it. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only Double Moon Mountain and Divine Bird Cliff are strange. There might be treasures or opportunities there. Lu Ming looked at the map for a while before putting it away. I should go to Divine Bird Cliff first. Lu Ming randomly chose a place. According to the map, he soared into the air and flew toward the Divine Bird Cliff. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. In front of them was a huge cliff that towered into the clouds. They could see it from afar. That was the Divine Bird Cliff. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over, 2 powerful auras burst out from Divine Bird Cliff. Boom, with a roar, a figure rushed into the sky with a corpse aura. Corpse puppet has broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately retracted his aura and landed in the forest below to watch from afar. At this moment, Corpse Puppet's face was filled with fear and looked a little embarrassed. Corpse Puppet, die. A domineering voice was heard. Demonic aura filled the sky as a young man in a black robe appeared in front of Corpse Puppet. This young man had a cold gaze and a strong demonic aura. His aura was much stronger than Corpse Puppet's in the spirit embryo realm. Luoli, don't go too far. Corpse Puppet roared. Luoli, little demon lord Luoli. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked grave. In the Imperial Sky Guards of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, there were 2 peerless geniuses who were brothers. Demon Lord Luo Tian and Little Demon Lord Luoli. Demon Lord Luo Tian was extremely talented and ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. While Little Demon Lord Luoli was slightly less talented, he was still very powerful and ranked 61st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The weak can only say such words. So what if I bully you? Today, you will die, and your luck points will belong to me. Luoli laughed. Black fog rolled around him, and his demonic aura was extremely strong. He stepped out, and his demonic aura completely enveloped the corpse puppet, forming a demonic territory. Charge! The corpse puppet did not dare to meet the attack head-on. Corpse G burst out, forming a sword light, wanting to break through the demonic might and escape. Die! Luo Li shouted coldly. A ray of black light shot out. The saber light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It was unstoppable. Puff, the corpse puppet could not even block a single strike. Its head was chopped off, and its corpse fell to the ground. However, the ancient coffin on the corpse puppet's back trembled and quickly flew into the distance. The human corpse transformation technique is useless against me. A cold voice emerged from Luo Li's mouth. A blade light cut through the void and slashed at the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin exploded, and a skinny figure appeared from the coffin. It panicked and fled for its life. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the true body of the corpse puppet. The one before was just his refined corpse. However, the refined corpse was no different from a human. It could speak and communicate with people. It was amazing. A blade light slashed at the corpse puppet again. No! The corpse puppet roared. In the next moment, it was cut in half by the blade light. The corpse puppet, who was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, was killed just like that. It showed how cruel the battle of luck was. This was only the beginning. It would be crueler later. It was not an exaggeration to call it the burial ground of talents. After killing the corpse puppet, Luo Li waved his hand and put away the corpse puppet's storage ring. Then, he looked in the direction of Lu Ming with his sinister eyes. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could he have been discovered by Luo Li even though he was so far away? However, Luo Li only glanced at him and sneered. He then looked away and landed on Divine Bird Cliff. It seems that I can't go to Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Luo Li's cultivation was too strong. Compared to Luo Li, the difference was too great. He could only avoid Luo Li quietly turning around. Lu Ming headed in the direction of Twin Moon Mountain. Soon, he was only a few thousand miles away from Twin Moon Mountain. Lu Ming retracted his aura and approached slowly. Who knew if there were powerful talents on Twin Moon Mountain? Lu Ming had to be careful. Boom! Suddenly, a purple flame shot up to the sky from below and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly, dodging the attack. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that Wang Yan's aura was extremely terrifying. It was not the aura of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, but that of a Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator. Wang Yan had also broken through to the Spirit Embryo Realm. For a genius like Wang Yan, breaking through from the Spirit Sea Realm to the Spirit Embryo Realm was not just a small increase in strength. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Wang Yan's gaze was extremely cold. Last time, he was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. A mere trash dared to injure him. It was unforgivable. The flames on his body were several times more terrifying than 20 days ago. The terrifying temperature caused even the air to distort. Even though there was a distance between them, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain on his body. It was as if his entire body was burning. Xiao, with a flash of fire, Wang Yan crossed through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He punched towards Lu Ming. A dragon roar sounded. Lu Ming did not hold back and instantly released all of his dragon energy. Four dragon energies exploded and the true essence in his body roared. Four different concepts surrounded him as he activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched out. Boom! A ray of fire soared into the sky and Lu Ming's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arm was in pain. The dragon scales were burnt and cracked by the flames. The surface of his arm was charred black and emitted the fragrance of barbecued meat. Too strong. Wang Yan broke through to the Spirit Embryo Realm and his battle prowess increased by too much. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, he was still far from being Wang Yan's opponent. His breakthrough was only a small breakthrough, while Wang Yan's was a breakthrough of a large realm. They could not be compared. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he would not even be able to take a single punch and would be severely injured. I'm not his opponent now. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and executed the 9 Dragons Heaven trampling steps. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Want to run? It's not that easy. You will die today. Wang Yan roared and turned into a ray of fire, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, in terms of speed, Lu Ming was still faster. The distance between the two slowly increased. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's gaze froze. It was a young man in black. His entire body radiated a sharp aura, as if he was a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Taichung. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Jiang Taichung's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was even higher than Wang Yan's. Lu Ming did not expect to meet Jiang Taichung here. It could not be so coincidental. Jiang Taichung might have met Wang Yan long ago and was lying in ambush nearby, waiting for Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to escape. Wang Yan laughed excitedly. Lu Ming, die. Jiang Taichung's eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung his arm and a terrifying sword radiance slashed towards Lu Ming. With Jiang Taichung in front and Wang Yan behind, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. With a wave of his hand, a Class 1 LV-7 puppet pounced forward, but it was split in half by Jiang Taichung's sword radiance. Jiang Taichung's combat strength was stronger than Wang Yan's. I have no choice but to fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The 9 Dragons bloodline appeared. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons and charged towards Wang Yan. Roar, the 9 dragons roared and a terrifying devouring power erupted, enveloping Wang Yan. At the same time, 9 dragon claws stepped out consecutively. 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. Transforming into 9 dragons and using the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps was the purest form of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Its power could only be maximized. He took 6 consecutive steps and a terrifying force blasted towards Wang Yan. Trying to break through from my side? What a joke. Die. Wang Yan's body was covered in flames and a terrifying flaming fist radiance blasted out. Boom, the flaming fist radiance shattered the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, but the remaining power was greatly reduced. It landed on the 9 dragons, causing them to tremble. However, they ignored it and continued to charge towards Wang Yan. You're courting death. Wang Yan threw out another punch. However, Lu Ming ignored this punch. His dragon claws stepped into the air and took 6 consecutive steps. A powerful force blasted towards Wang Yan. He was fighting with his life on the line. Boom. The terrifying fist chi landed on 9 Dragon's body. In an instant, the scales on 9 Dragon's body exploded and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A huge wound appeared on 9 Dragon's body. His flesh was badly mutilated and the scorching hot flame chi flowed through the wound and rushed inside. However, the power of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps was also directed towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression changed as he was pushed back by the power of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Whoosh! Whoosh, the 9 dragons and 9 claws stepped on the air. This time, it displayed its extreme speed. The huge dragon body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed over Wang Yan's head, flying rapidly in the direction of the Twin Moon Mountain. Damn it! Chase after them! Wang Yan furiously roared as he chased after Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung also chased after Lu Ming. One chased while the other fled. The distance of several thousand miles was crossed in an instant. The Twin Moon Mountain was right in front of him. There is indeed a powerful formation in the Twin Moon Mountain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Twin Moon Mountain was formed by the intersection of 2 mountain peaks like 2 moons. At the intersection of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge stone door that seemed to be a cave residence. The area in front of the stone door was filled with formations. Previously, he had heard the 3-eyed divine race briefly mention the Twin Moon Mountain. The 3-eyed divine race did not know anything about arrays. However, from his words, Lu Ming deduced that an array should have been set up in front of the Twin Moon Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ming rushed over here. With a formation, it was Lu Ming's opportunity. Whoosh, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form and rushed into the Twin Moon Mountain. After charging in, his figure flashed continuously, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, slowly advancing forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung arrived. When the two arrived, they stopped with ugly expressions. They had arrived a few days ago and already knew that there was a formation here. This little bastard is proficient in the inscription Dao. This formation can't stop him. Wang Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Watch how I break it. Jiang Taichung strode forward as a formation appeared on the ground. Numerous crescent-shaped saber lights slashed towards Jiang Taichung. Jiang Taichung's palms slashed out continuously. The sharp and terrifying sword lights collided with the crescent-shaped saber lights continuously. Clang! Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. After a while, Jiang Taichung retreated with an ugly expression. He could not rush in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through layers of inscription formations and arrived at an empty space in front of him. There was no formation in the innermost area. Come in if you have the ability. Lu Ming turned around and sneered at Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. Unfortunately, there were formations in this area and even in the air. There was no way they could rush in. Lu Ming sneered as he sat down with his legs crossed and began to treat his injuries. Previously, he had transformed into 9 dragons and received Wang Yan's punch head-on. However, he was still injured and had to treat his injuries as soon as possible. Circulating his battle dragon true energy, Lu Ming began to treat his injuries. Outside, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's faces turned dark. Lu Ming was treating his injuries right in front of them, causing them to almost explode from anger. The formation here has been around for many years, and its power is not that strong. We only need to attack it continuously to deplete its energy. Once the energy of the formation is depleted, we will be able to rush in and kill Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung took a deep breath to calm himself down as he analyzed the situation. Wang Yan's eyes flickered as he said with joy, not bad, not bad. The formation here is not that strong. We can definitely resist it. As long as we continue to attack it, we will definitely be able to break it. Let's begin. Jiang Taichung nodded his head. Bang! Bang! A powerful aura burst out from the two as they stepped forward and entered the area of the formation. Instantly, the formation appeared and countless crescent-shaped saber lights were emitted, slashing toward the two. The two of them then attacked and clashed with the crescent-shaped saber lights. Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced outside, before he closed his eyes again and began to treat his injuries. He was well aware of Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan's plan, but his priority now was to treat his injuries before thinking about anything else. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's injuries were fully healed. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan continued to break the formation after resting for a while. Lu Ming rose from his seat and walked toward the stone door at the intersection of the two mountains. Damn it! Wang Yan let out a furious roar after seeing this. Don't worry, we will block him from the outside. Even if he manages to find a fortunate encounter, he will not be able to escape from our grasp. Jiang Taichung was much calmer than Wang Yan as he spoke. Wang Yan calmed down too and continued to break the formation. Lu Ming walked to the stone door and reached out his hands to push it with all his might. It did not budge. The stone door did not budge. Lu Ming took a step back and dashed forward with a kick, throwing a punch at the stone door. Bang! It was as if the entire ground was shaking, but the stone door did not budge. So hard. Just now, he had used all of his true origin energy and executed the hell-suppressing heaven art. Yet, he was still unable to break the stone door. This stone door was terrifyingly hard. In the next moment, Lu Ming released his dragon energy. Scales appeared on his body and his muscles bulged. He was filled with explosive strength. Boom, a heavy punch landed on the stone door. The stone door shook violently. The two mountains beside the stone door also shook violently, but in the end, the stone door remained intact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was like a ferocious beast in human form. He continued to punch the stone door, but he was still unable to break it open. It's too hard. With my cultivation, there's still a gap. I can't break it open. Lu Ming frowned. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. It's better for you to obediently wait for your death outside. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed arrogantly. Jiang Taichung also smiled. Lu Ming frowned. He turned around and stopped attacking the stone door. Instead, he started to inscribe a formation on the empty ground. Humph, you want to inscribe a formation to protect yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered. Since they had seen it, they would definitely be more careful. How could they step into Lu Ming's formation so easily? Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up a large formation before stopping. Indeed, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had seen him inscribing the formation. No matter how strong the formation was, the two of them wouldn't be fooled by it. Thus, the formation he inscribed wasn't a powerful killing formation. It was a formation that aided in the cultivation of spirit flame. The only path he had now was strength. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to fear Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Thus, he had to break through on his own. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of Spirit Sea level 9. There was still Spirit Sea Great Circle before he could break through to the Spirit Embryo realm. It was almost impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. Lu Ming estimated that the formations on the Twin Moon Mountain would only be able to stop Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung for 5 days. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the Spirit Embryo realm in 5 days. Now, only the Tao of Inscription was possible. Originally, Lu Ming had already ignited 10 blue mind lamps and was only a step away from becoming a level 7 inscriber. As long as his inscription Tao reached rank 7, Lu Ming's strength would soar. At that time, he would be able to fight or even kill Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung with his inscription Tao. Originally, now was not the time for a breakthrough. It was not perfect yet. He needed to cultivate for a period of time before he could naturally break through. However, he couldn't care less right now. Lu Ming had to use some methods to break through in 5 days. He sat down cross-legged, and a pill appeared in his hand. Lu Ming had purchased the explosive spirit pill from the 100 treasure pavilion of the Talisman Puppet sect. Consuming this kind of pill would cause one's spirit fire to go berserk. It would allow one's spirit fire to grow for a short period of time and achieve the effect of breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a risk here. If he failed to break through to the next realm, it might cause a few of his spirit lamps to be extinguished. It would be very difficult for him to cultivate back. Even if he were to succeed in his breakthrough, his foundation would still be unstable. This would affect his future cultivation, and he would have to spend some time to make up for it. However, he couldn't care less right now. He had to get through this crisis first. Lu Ming had to break through to the next realm in 5 days. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the explosive spirit pill and started cultivating with the underworld god observation method. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit fire started to go berserk, burning even more vigorously. On the ground, the array shone brightly. This kind of array could also allow the spirit fire to erupt with greater power. Time quickly passed. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the spirit fire had already gone berserk and was about to turn into a raging dragon. As the spirit fire went berserk, the flames of the 10 spirit lamps started to fuse and condense into a ball, burning fiercely. Right now, he had to make the blue spirit fire turn purple. Once it turned purple, it would mean that he had broken through to the 7th grade. Time quickly passed, minute by minute, second by second. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung constantly bombarded the array. The array shattered one after another. They would soon break through the array and enter. Looks like this brat knows that he can't escape and is waiting for death. Wang Yan sneered. Let's be careful later. This brat might counterattack before he dies. Jiang Taichung said. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how he counterattacks, he's still a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. What kind of threat can he pose to us? Wang Yan sneered. Jiang Taichung also nodded his head. That was indeed the case. They were all geniuses among geniuses. It was common for them to kill someone above their level. Moreover, their cultivation level was now higher than Lu Ming's. No one could defeat them when there was a huge difference in cultivation level. They constantly bombarded the array. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached a critical moment. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit fire constantly condensed and shrunk. Slowly, when it had shrunk to the limit, a wisp of purple light spread out. A small purple spirit fire slowly burned on the first spirit lamp. It looked very small and didn't burn hot. However, the spirit fire emitted from it was 10 times stronger than before. The purple spirit fire has finally broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. He now felt that as long as he willed it, his boundless spirit fire would be able to surge out. Looks like they haven't broken through yet. Let's wait for them. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer. He closed his eyes and activated the underworld god observation method to consolidate his cultivation. Half a day later, with a boom, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung finally broke through the array. They stood a few dozen meters away from Lu Ming. However, they didn't immediately attack Lu Ming. This was because they had seen Lu Ming inscribing a large array. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Lu Ming, your death is here. Wang Yan revealed a sinister smile. Is that so? Come and kill me if you have the ability. Lu Ming revealed a disdainful smile. Humph, do you think that you can protect yourself by inscribing a large array? Watch how I break it. Wang Yan took a step forward and a stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming along the ground. The stream of flames was unobstructed. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the stream of flames. Wang Yan was slightly startled, before he burst out laughing, so you're just trying to be mysterious. You don't even have an array. Die. After saying this, Wang Yan's figure flashed and charged towards Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung didn't move. Instead, he guarded the surroundings to prevent any changes or prevent Lu Ming from escaping. A dragon's roar could be heard as Lu Ming unleashed his dragon force and threw a punch at Wang Yan. With a boom, Lu Ming was knocked back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stamped his feet on the ground. Haha, die. Wang Yan laughed as a terrifying stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung blocked in front of Lu Ming, while Wang Yan rushed up from behind. Lu Ming had nowhere to run, but at this moment, Lu Ming's face was extremely calm, and there was even a trace of killing intent. No. For some reason, Jiang Taichung's heart skipped a beat. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger, but he couldn't figure out where it came from. Lu Ming? Impossible, with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Wang Yan was already closing in. At this moment, Lu Ming stomped his foot heavily and dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. A few large arrays appeared. You want to deal with us by carving an array in an instant? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered, but in the next moment, his face changed. No, this is a level 7 array. How can you carve a level 7 array in an instant? Wang Yan cried out in disbelief. Carving a level 7 array in an instant wasn't something an ordinary level 7 inscription master could do. Only a level 7 inscription master with profound mental energy could do it. How could Lu Ming do it? Not good, retreat. Jiang Taichung's face changed, and he was about to retreat. But it was too late. The array shone brightly, and golden vines condensed, wrapping around Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan. Break! Jiang Taichung's body emitted an extremely sharp aura, and with a wave of his hand, a sharp sword aura shot out, slashing at the vines. But with a single slash, he could only cut a few vines. These vines were called golden vines, and they were formed from a level 7 array, the golden vines array. They were extremely tough, and were impervious to fire and water. Wang Yan also roared, and flames spread out, trying to burn the vines. Although they could be burned, it was very slow. The two of them were entangled for a moment. Lu Ming sneered, and he continued carving the array. Countless inscriptions shone from Lu Ming's feet and palms, and a purple mental energy fire jumped between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Level 7 Inscription Master, he is a level 7 Inscription Master. Charge out, we must charge out. Jiang Taichung roared in shock, and charged out with all his might, cutting the vines one by one. A few golden vines array naturally couldn't completely trap Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung, but Lu Ming's goal was to stop them for a moment, and that was enough. Wang, on the ground, another array appeared. This time, it was a level 7 intermediate ice hunting array. Arrays were arrays of level 7, level, and level. For example, a 7th level elementary formation was enough to deal with practitioners at the 1st to 3rd level of spirit embryo realm. If used well, it could even kill practitioners at the 3rd level of spirit embryo realm. However, even though Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were only at the 1st level of spirit embryo realm, their battle prowess allowed them to kill those at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm. 7th level beginner formations were of little use to them. However, it was a different story for a level 7 intermediate array. A 7th level middle grade formation could deal with strong practitioners of the 4th to 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, although Lu Ming's spiritual energy was incomparably dense and far surpassed other inscribers of the same level, he had only just broken through to the 7th level. It was still impossible for him to instantly inscribe a mid-7th level formation. He would need some time. The time the Goldenrod Tan Grand Array was able to hold off Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung was enough for him to inscribe a level 7 intermediate array. Whoosh! Whoosh! 12 long spears condensed from ice appeared and emitted an extremely cold aura. They pierced through the air and pierced towards Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung respectively. Boom! Wang Yan punched out with both of his fists. Terrifying flames filled the air as he tried to melt the ice spear. However, what shocked him was that the ice spear had only shrunk a little after piercing through his fists. It was not completely melted, and it continued to fly towards Wang Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Taichung did his best to continuously hack at the ice spear. Although he managed to block it in the end, it was still extremely difficult for him. A layer of white frost appeared all over his body. His entire body trembled as if he was about to be frozen solid. Whoosh! Whoosh! What made them despair was that more ice spears were condensed. This time, there were 24 of them. Each of them had 12 ice spears. The two of them tried their best to block, but the ice spears were too powerful. Although they managed to block it, they were both injured. However, more ice spears soon appeared. Ah! Ah! Then, 2 screams of despair were heard. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's bodies were pierced through by a few ice spears. Their bodies stiffened as they were frozen on the spot. No, don't kill me! Wang Yan screamed in fear. Although the battle of fortune was dangerous, it was also filled with opportunities. No one participated in the battle of fortune because they wanted to die. They all wanted to obtain a huge opportunity and endless fortune. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were naturally the same. They wanted to obtain a huge opportunity in the battle of fortune and obtain a huge fortune. They wanted to stand out and surpass those stronger geniuses. Who would have thought that they would die less than a month after the battle of fortune had started? How could they accept this? Wang Yan, have you forgotten what I've said? I said that I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. He then waved his hand and an ice spear appeared, stabbing towards Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. No, no! Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung screamed in fear, but they could not change the outcome. The ice spear pierced through the space between their eyebrows. Then, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the 2 of them. It did not take long for the refinement to be completed. Jiang Taichung cultivated sword intent, which was useless to Lu Ming. Wang Yan's fire intent would allow Lu Ming's fire intent to break through and enter the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming's bloodline did not increase. Prison-suppressing steel bloodline, 3rd level divine grade. 9 dragons bloodline, 4th level divine grade. Whoosh! After the refinement, Lu Ming exhaled and stood up. The Book of Fortune appeared in front of him. He realized that the fortune points on the Book of Fortune had increased by 2,000. This was because Lu Ming had robbed Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung of their fortune points after killing them. Lu Ming's fortune points were now close to 5,000. Then, he looked at the stone door. He had to break open the stone door. Lu Ming began to inscribe an array in front of the stone door. This time, it took half a day for Lu Ming to inscribe an advanced level 7 array. Lu Ming could now instantly cast a beginner level 7 array. If given enough time, Lu Ming could even cast a top level 7 array. The array glowed and formed a giant hammer that smashed towards the stone door. The hammer formed by the advanced level 7 array was many times stronger than Lu Ming's own attack. Boom, the stone door shook violently, as if it was about to break open. Continue. The giant hammers formed one after another and smashed on the door. Boom. Boom, the sound of explosions was endless. After a dozen or so attacks, the door was smashed open with a bang, revealing a dark passage inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and a puppet walked in first. Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Ming also stepped in. End of chapter 912. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.